5 years ago, Chin teleported to a world of immortal cultivation. This is a world with the same old inability to cultivate without spiritual roots, the same old system. He never imagined this would happen to him. He observes some chickens given as gifts by the system, and imagines that the worst thing about this world is that he cannot get stronger until he completes 1,000 missions. After all, a task is a trivial mission in life. The system's rewards are good for a comfortable life. But in truth, the protagonist is dissatisfied with these gifts. What he really wanted was an air conditioner to cool down while resting. He sits down dejectedly, and at this moment, the system announces that there is a new mission. He tries to guess whether he will need to make toys for children, or if there's another couple fighting again. However, the mission is nothing more than to go to the mountain sect. He gets furious with the system, asking if it even knows what the immortal sect that governs the cities is. After all, he spent 5 years learning about everything except that he cannot cultivate. So, how will he enter as a mortal? However, he becomes pensive, as he is apparently being given an opportunity to finally become strong. The system makes it clear saying a man must be strong. The deadline is 3 months. If not completed, the host will be exterminated. Now, everything makes sense. The protagonist stretches his body and says he can finally forget all the strange jobs he has done until now, like delivering babies or even making toys. This time it should be worth it. He smiles and says he doesn't believe it and probably won't be able to handle it. He walks through the mountains until he makes a small pause and wonders where the hell the mountain sect is. The system appears, informing him that men must be self-sufficient. This irritates Chun, as he didn't count on the system anyway. He sits down frustrated, thinking he could spend months searching and in the end, find nothing, as these immortal sects are usually well hidden. So he needs at least some clues. He thinks that something could fall from the sky to enlighten his life. He says this, but doesn't notice a scream coming from above. It's a girl falling from the sky. Desperate. He finally hears the scream and gets up scared, as there really is a girl falling from the sky. He tries to catch the girl in midair but misses, and she falls straight to the ground. The protagonist watches the girl, thinking she is very beautiful and probably a cultivator, as she can fall from the sky. At least that's what he thinks. The girl starts moaning and finally opens her eyes. She finds herself face to face with the protagonist, who is poking her body with a stick. After all, he wasn't sure if she was alive. However, the girl backs away, thinking that the man was trying to abuse her body. Chun gets worried about this and asks her not to misunderstand, as he didn't do anything to her. Zhao Shui is surprised by something she noticed and immediately kneels, asking for the senior's help. Chun doesn't understand why she called him senior. At this moment, several people teleport to the location surrounding the two. He gets worried, looking around, as apparently that girl was being pursued, and then asks her to flee, as several men have probably arrived for her. However, all the girl can do at the moment is cry, making the protagonist call her useless. He then turns to all those men, imagining there is nothing he can do after all. How could he defeat so many immortal cultivators? Immediately, all the men kneel, apologizing to the senior for the disturbance. He is completely confused, wondering if all cultivators are like this, enjoying kneeling for no reason. At this moment, back at Chen's house, a chicken is asking when its master will return. She says that she is obviously a phoenix, but for some reason, she has become a chicken, and is therefore embarrassed. She is worried because she saw her master packing several things as if he were moving. A fish appears and says that it really doesn't know what happened as he is a dragon, but is in the form of a fish in that well. Looking at the tree, they comment that the kitchen knife screams every day, saying it is hungry and thirsty, and wants to kill people. However, it is uncertain if it will ever be set free. The chicken insists that she is sure of it. At least, if the master doesn't let it cut people, it won't dare to do so. Xiao Shui is pensive because, when she first looked at Chen, she felt that he was not an ordinary person at all. One of the kneeling men thinks the pressure there is incredibly powerful, and for a second, they thought they would catch the girl without any problems, but they never imagined they would encounter such a presence. Extremely terrified, the man imagines that just looking at the man in front of him feels like his soul will be annihilated. He felt the terror emanating from that man's aura. Chen starts to say something, but the man immediately begins to shout, saying they will do anything ordered, even leaving immediately. The protagonist finds this too exaggerated. However, he stops to reflect that these people are probably good. Embarrassed, he asks all the men to leave. He says this, thinking he needs to look good. Immediately, all the men start running at full speed, thanking him for his kindness and letting them leave. The girl runs and hugs the protagonist, thanking him for saving her. He responds that he did nothing and that she misunderstood, as he is just a mortal and not a senior. The girl, very embarrassed, imagines that a mortal would not be able to scare 4 experts at the Jindan stage like that. However, the senior must have his reasons for saying that. She thinks this and immediately says that he is right. He really is just a mortal. The protagonist can clearly see in the girl's expression that she doesn't believe him. He then asks if her name is really Xiao Shui, and if he is not mistaken, that is the name of the holy maiden of the mountain sect. The girl is surprised and asks if he really knows her. Chun responds that yes, and he needs to travel to her sect, so they could travel together. She is happy and says she wants to go with him, and points out that the sect is in the other direction. She says this, imagining that she had no idea the sect was connected to such a powerful being. The two smile at each other. Time passes, and she continues smiling at him, making him embarrassed. He explains to the girl that, as he said earlier, he is immortal, so he can only walk, and thus he doesn't know how to fly. She says she understands, and will walk with him without any problem. Time passes, and they decide to take a break to eat. Xiao Shui is sitting, gathering energy to try to control the water. However, she notices that it is getting a little out of control until all the water falls back into the pond. The water also falls on her as she laments that she has only failed so far, unable to succeed despite trying for several months. Meanwhile, the protagonist is frustrated because he imagined he would be flown to the sect, but instead, they are walking step by step, which is problematic. Suddenly, he turns around because Yao Shui is calling for him, and he sees her all wet, with that beautiful, sensual body. She says she has a favor to ask. She remains silent for a moment until the protagonist asks if her problem is related to water. Xiao Shui is surprised, and replies that it is. He just thinks she needs to dry her clothes first, as a gentleman like him finds it difficult to look at her with her body all wet. He observes a bit more, and notices that Xiao Shui's body is simply incredible. He definitely can't keep looking for long. The protagonist averts his gaze after admiring that beautiful body. She, on the other hand, thinks that the senior master is very observant, noticing that she is having difficulties due to a bottleneck. She approaches him, and says that this breakthrough is too important for her. And she even sought guidance from her father and grandfather, but they are no longer around. Thus, he is the only one who can help her. Chun is extremely embarrassed by the double meaning and responds that he is just a foreigner and I can't get involved in her private matters. The girl is frustrated, so he offers her a drink to warm up and later decide what to do. He also explains that cultivators like her have many means to achieve advancement. She says it's a pity he can't help her. She says this but feels a strange sensation when drinking the beverage. She finds it strange as the senior master is an immortal but doesn't want to meddle in mortal affairs. She starts to feel as if her body is in the water. She reflects that the protagonist meant not to observe the water and wait for enlightenment, but rather to be with the water to be enlightened. She feels she has finally broken through and immediately kneels, thanking the protagonist for the precious advice and saying she will never forget this act of kindness. He is completely confused and starts scratching his head, wondering what he did after all. Time passes, and the two finally arrive at the mountain sect. The protagonist enters the house and says it really is a great sect. He also never imagined that Xiao Shui is the daughter of the sect master. He thinks they are entering through the back door, and that even the handyman needs qualifications to enter through the front door. Xiao Shui goes to the sect master to explain what happened, and asks why such a powerful person wants to join their sect. Qing Xian, an elder of the sect, also finds it strange that such a powerful master wants to join their sect. He asks Xiao Shui if she is making some kind of joke. She responds to her father and uncle that she is not lying and is also surprised by this. However, it was Chun himself who said he wanted to join the sect and is even waiting outside. The sect master asks his daughter to say no more, as she has never seen how difficult the outside world is and very likely she was deceived by an unorthodox cultivator. He says this and starts to get up, saying he will study the treasures later, as he needs to deal with the liar outside. Xiao Shui tries to stop her father, but he doesn't believe anything and just says he wants to see who is crazy enough to lie to his daughter. The sect leader steps outside and is astonished by what he sees. He asks his daughter if she said that man's body was emitting a lot of qi. She responds affirmatively and asks if he can see it. The leader looks at the protagonist and says that it can't even be called qi emission. Definitely, it's as if that body is the purest qi that exists. Chun observes a man approaching and imagines it must be the sect master. He raises his hand, thinking he should greet him politely. However, the sect leader bows down and apologizes, saying he didn't know that immortal ancestors were present, and if he had known, he wouldn't have committed the sin of making him wait. A sin worthy of death. Chun is confused by all this and explains that he is just immortal, so he could never let the sect leader bow before him. The protagonist, still panicked, cannot understand why cultivators insist on bowing, or even calling others master. The girl explains to her father that Chun cultivates his mind with immortal restraint, so they should not talk much about it to avoid irritating him. The leader looks at Chun again, and imagines he cannot think of that person as immortal at all. He tells the protagonist that he is pleased to know he would like to join the sect. Chun bows and says that it is indeed his wish. He also says that if possible he would like to live in the sect, even if it is as a handyman. The leader shouts no, and his daughter asks if he is crazy to say that. The sect master looks down, while the protagonist still doesn't understand anything, thinking everyone there is more anxious than he is. Yunhai says that right now he will be resigning as the sect master, and that this position will go to Chen. The protagonist doesn't understand anything, imagining that this guy is definitely crazy. He responds that no, he definitely couldn't be the sect master. The sect leader looks at his daughter, and thinks he was careless. After all, that position is not good enough for someone as powerful as him. Yunhai coughs and says that if that's the case, it won't be so formal then. Chen responds that yes, it doesn't need to be so formal. He says this, but thinks that he will probably be expelled now, and the mission will be all ruined. However, the sect leader says he has made a decision. He will remove his father from the position of sect ancestor. And from now on, Chen will be the sole ancestor of the entire village. He is frustrated, as it is too difficult to communicate with immortal cultivators. It seems they are all crazy. He says that although he cannot cultivate, he has heard about the sect ranks, which are handyman, outer disciples, inner disciples, seniors, elders, pavilion masters, and finally, the highest rank, the sect leader. He explains that he is a mere mortal, not qualified even to be a disciple, so how on earth would he accept an ancestor position? Then he has an idea, thinking he needs to find a way to persuade everyone there to complete his mission. Yunhai shouts that it is decided, Chen will be the sect ancestor. And moreover, it is rude to leave him standing for so long, so they must proceed to the hall immediately. The protagonist can't believe the absurdities he is hearing. Xiao Shui pulls her father and says that her uncle Qing Xian is in the corridor and they have the same attitude, so as he doesn't know the current situation, he might end up being disrespectful to the powerful Chen. The sect leader says he really forgot about that and immediately runs off, asking his daughter to stay with the protagonist. Chen, not understanding anything, asks Xiao Shui if her father had some internal emergency. She, embarrassed, replies that he probably did. Yunhai runs into the house and finds Qing Xian sitting. Immediately, he shouts that they need to talk. The elder asks if the liar has already been expelled. The master explains that the power of that senior is surreal, and he is on his way. So he pleads with the elder not to be disrespectful, adding that this man is now the sect's ancestor. Qing Xian can't believe all this, and wonders if even the sect master has been deceived. He gets up, saying he doesn't want to hear anything more, as he will see with his own eyes what this man can do. He barely starts walking and immediately panics. He can feel the powerful aura emanating from that man. Witnessing this, he kneels and bows his head to the ground, apologizing for not welcoming such a great master sooner. Yunhai bursts into laughter, having warned about this. The elder can't believe the luck of this man who has reached such a level of existence. Meanwhile, Chen wonders how much these cultivators like to kneel. He asks himself if this is normal courtesy among cultivators, or what it means. Not understanding anything, he asks if he should also kneel. The elder and Xiao Shui immediately grab him, saying that someone like him should never do that. At that moment, a small ball falls from the elder's body to the ground. The protagonist bends down, picks it up, and asks where he got it. Qing Xuan explains that his disciples found it on the way. It seems unknown, and the interior is hollow, but despite all efforts, it couldn't be opened. Chen explains that this so-called unknown material is just ordinary wood, and inside, there's nothing good, just food. The elder is impressed to hear this. They both ask if Chen can see what's inside. He tosses the ball in the air and replies that he doesn't have that kind of ability. Time passes, and the protagonist is thoughtful, saying that making toys for children is a simple task. He holds a knife and says he found good wood to make lube and locks. He notices that the mechanism seems broken, so it looks like he'll have to open it another way. He pulls out his knife, which starts emitting enormous energy. The power is so great that Yunhai and his daughter feel as if their bodies are being cut. Frightened, she asks what the hell happened. Her father responds that it is a terrifying power, that even the most powerful treasures in the world do not come close to this level. They look at Chen wielding that knife and say that it is definitely a legendary artifact. The knife hits the ball squarely. The elder, observing from afar, imagines that it was a collision that violates the laws of the world. But in the protagonist's view, he simply managed to cut it. He then turns and asks why everyone is hiding so far from him. The girl asks Chen what that is. He replies that it is just candy, probably a reward for the children when they open their toys. She takes it in her hand and wonders if it really is candy. After all, its spiritual power is very strong. She swallows the candy and starts to feel her body overflow with power, evolving from the first level of pill formation to the 10th level. She runs and grabs the protagonist's hands, saying that not only did he save her life, guide her to break through, but now gave her this chance. She says she has no idea how she could ever repay him for all this. Extremely embarrassed, she says she can give her body to him. He is shocked and deeply embarrassed, looking at how beautiful Xiao Shue's body is, imagining that someone with such a beautiful body is offering it just because of a candy. He thinks she must definitely be on drugs to be saying that. Extremely embarrassed, the protagonist turns away and says he did nothing special and therefore couldn't accept her beautiful body. Not to mention that her father might not agree with it. However, Yunhai says he taught his daughter to be grateful since childhood, so her chastity is the best way to repay such kindness. The protagonist can't believe this, thinking that these issues must have been inherited from her father. He places his hand on her shoulder and says that chastity is not something she should give because of a candy. She clings to his body, thinking that if he really stays in the mountain sect, he will need someone to serve him. She asks to at least let her be his maid. He is surprised to hear this. Xiao Shui makes a sad face and asks if she is so bad that he won't even accept this. He turns and sees that her father agrees, so it seems everything is fine. The elder gets furious and complains to Yunhai, saying that the girl was supposed to become his daughter-in-law. So, he wants to get Chen away from her. The sect leader responds to the elder that if he has the skills to do so, then go ahead. Not to mention that this is Xiao Shue's own wish. Qing Xian realizes that this is too diabolical and says the sect master is obviously greedy for Chen's favors. He also thinks that he doesn't know what luck the sect has to keep such a strong god. Especially since Xiao Shui not only advanced, but jumped 10 levels in a row. Thus his son has no chance against Chen when it comes to winning that girl's heart. He imagines there is a slight possibility of his son getting involved with this powerful god. The protagonist feels something strange, and then looks back, wondering what the elder is thinking, as he felt a strange chill in his body. He places his hand on the girl's head and says he needs to leave first. She grabs him again, saying she will never let him go. He asks her not to hug him, as he can't hold back anymore. He looks at the system while imagining that inexplicably he was pushed into the position of the sect leader's son-in-law, then became an ancestor. And now Xiao Shui has become his maid for no reason. There is definitely not a normal person in that sect. On the other hand, he is happy, because the system is notifying him that the mission to join the mountain sect has been successfully completed. The protagonist takes the opportunity to ask the leader what exactly a sect ancestor does. He responds that it's nothing much, just necessary to do something in case of important decisions, or when the sect is facing an unsolvable difficulty. Chen already imagines this is far beyond his capabilities and asks to be taken back, as that is the case. At the request of the great Chen, the leader uses his spell and flies to his residence. The protagonist feels downcast, thinking it's a shame. The sect leader can't believe that even though they flew at the speed of light, arriving in the blink of an eye, probably for Chen's eyes it was as slow as a turtle, so he felt bored. In truth, he was upset because the speed was so fast and there was no sensation of flying. Anyway, he decides to enter the house and says he will have a cup of tea. Yunhai says it's no problem and will respectfully follow him. Inside, he was relieved because apparently the great Chen didn't blame them for the boring light speed journey. The sect leader is surprised by the protagonist's residence and says he should arrange a superior residence when he returns to the sect. But Chen says no. He prefers this type of life because he has fish and chickens to raise. They all go to the backyard, and the chicken immediately stares at them. The 3 sect members freeze at the same time. The protagonist asks if something happened for them to stop suddenly. Yunhai responds that everything is fine, he just lost his breath for a moment. They continue observing the chickens, and then notice that Chen is going back into the house. He will prepare some tea, while everyone tours the courtyard. The 3 start to get terrified to the point of becoming depressed, thinking that their end has finally come. The elder can't hide how surprised he is to see everything around him. The peach tree is completely surrounded by qi, as well as the fish pond and the chicken pen. Definitely the whole yard has qi everywhere. Xiao Shui, in a panic, asks what kind of treasure those are, as the place where Chen lives is extremely terrifying. Her father responds that they are probably being tested, so they need to hold firm. They observe how grandiose that chicken and fish are, possessing an enormous amount of qi. And imagine that surviving this test will be almost impossible. The girl closes her eyes and starts to struggle to breathe, saying she can't take it anymore. Suddenly, they hear a cough coming from inside the house. This catches the attention of all the animals in the courtyard. The 3 sect members pause for a moment, and then decide it's best to go inside the house to check if Chen is alright. They run to the door and enter, telling Chen they will join him to keep him company. The protagonist turns and asks if they have already toured the courtyard, and offers them some freshly made tea. However, he notices something strange. All 3 are completely exhausted. He imagines they were probably exercising in the yard. But still, he doesn't understand. Since his yard isn't a playground, so how could they all be so tired? He looks at Xiao Shui's beautiful body and wonders if it could be something else. But he changes his mind since it's none of his business. He just serves the tea and asks everyone to taste it and tell him if they like it. The elder observes the cup and asks what kind of elixir it is. Yunhai responds that he doesn't know, but it shouldn't be inferior to the ancestors' kitchen knife, so they shouldn't handle it rashly. He takes the tea in hand, and the three notice an absurd amount of qi floating around the cup. Xiao Shui knows that the spiritual root is the basis of every immortal cultivator, and the level of the root determines the speed and purity of its absorption. She decides to drink, and is immediately shocked. The protagonist is worried about her reaction and asks if the taste is that bad. The other two decide to drink as well, and soon after, all three ask for more tea. Chin doesn't understand what their reaction means. Yunhai starts to throw a tantrum, asking for more tea, but unfortunately there aren't enough leaves left. The protagonist asks everyone not to laugh, but since he drank all the water, there is no more water there. He made up a lame excuse this time since he no longer had any tea leaves. However, the elder responds that it's not a problem if the issue is water. He says this while gathering energy in his hand, summoning a bottle of water, and saying the problem is solved. Chin gets irritated and orders everyone out of the house immediately. They all leave as he says drinking too much is bad for their health. The three reply that they will remember this teaching. They all go for a walk while the protagonist wonders what the heck he taught them this time. He feels relieved that everyone finally left and decides to walk to the city to do some shopping since he's starving. Far away, the sun is scorching. An old man imagines it's a sign of epiphany. This man is the former ancestor of the sect. He thinks that observing how the sun is that day, there's a 60% chance of breaking through the bottleneck. He is focused because to reach the spiritual stage, he can't make any mistakes. He keeps his concentration on the sun, his eyes more focused than ever, imagining he is very close to succeeding. The sun shines brighter and brighter until suddenly, he hears a voice calling him, interrupting his entire process. This person says they have great news for him. It's Yunhai, who had good news but noticed the former ancestor seems a little upset. The man begins to unsheath his sword furiously, having had his process interrupted. He charges at the sect leader, saying he has bad news for him. The sect leader's father starts beating him. He is furious because his cultivation base was destroyed at the highest moment of his life. The elder comments to Xiaoxui that her grandfather seems very angry. The man stops when Yunhai shouts for his father to stop. The man makes it clear that this situation is no joke. The sect leader asks him not to be angry, because now they have a veteran who will be able to help him break through with extreme ease. The former ancestor sits down and says, the only way that would happen is if an immortal descended to enlighten the earth. He says his excellent cultivation was destroyed by his useless son. Yunhai tells his father it's all true. The man responds that if that's the case, he wants to make a bet. Yunhai says no problem and asks what he will gain if he wins. The elder bets 10,000 spirit stones, as does Xiao Shui. The former elder is surprised by this, since they are betting almost all their net worth. The sect leader challenges his father again, asking what he will bet. He says this, but gets slapped in the face to show more respect. They all head to Chen's house. Upon arrival, Xiao Shui asks her grandfather to speak very carefully. The sect leader says that's right. Under no circumstances can he be rude. Also, Chen lives as if he were immortal. That's how he cultivates his mind, so they can't mention cultivation matters at all. His father can't believe it, thinking it's clearly a lie. He enters the house and immediately feels something strange in his body. Xiao Shui and her father ask what's wrong. The former ancestor is on his knees, imagining that this residence is indeed that of an immortal. He realizes that the pressure alone renders him unable to move. He notices immense power overflowing from the house, and wonders what kind of divine existence these things are. At that moment, a spirit flies at full speed toward the old man until the chicken yells for Chopper to stop immediately. With that, Chopper throws a punch, but misses the old ancestor's face. The punch is so powerful that it creates a tornado of power in its direction. Yunhai asks who the heck that person is. The blow nearly hit the old ancestor's face, and they speculate that this level is akin to an ancestral kitchen knife. Chopper tells Phoenix that the old man doesn't seem like a good person and wasn't with the previous group, so it might be interesting to cut him in half. The man is just in shock because that tool, with such a high level of intelligence, is beyond imagination. Moreover, this Chopper called that chicken the king of beasts Phoenix. The chicken says that the old man seems stupid, and it might be contagious. Chopper responds that it makes sense. The man can't believe what kind of place this is. Chopper closes his eyes and returns to being a spirit, telling the former ancestor that if he doesn't behave, he will die soon. He says this and flies back into the house. Murong thanks the chicken for his mercy, and says that such great kindness will never be forgotten. Yunhai asks his father if he now believes, and with that, the bets should be off. The old man gets angry, asking what he means by that and slaps his son's face, saying he almost died, and he's thinking about a bet. Xiao Shui asks her grandfather to calm down. After all, apparently Chun is not home at the moment. so they can ask for his help another time. Soon after, the protagonist arrives home carrying some groceries and sees the 3 sect members again. He wonders why those people are back and definitely doesn't want to make tea again. He considers that the solution might be to hide, but Xiao Shui looks back and notices the protagonist trying to escape. She yells, saying she was waiting for him, and that he's finally back. Chun is frustrated at being discovered and asks why everyone is there again, if there's something he can do for them. The girl points to the side and introduces her grandfather. But the protagonist can't believe that such an important person, the true ancestor of the sect, is on his knees in his yard. He runs to greet such a person, as he can't offend someone so important. Yunhai warns his father that Chun is present and has Qi around him, so the first time he sees him, he needs to control himself. The protagonist approaches from behind and places his hand on his shoulder. Murong immediately feels an enormous Qi approaching. He is extremely frightened, as it's clear that the Qi isn't just around the guy, it's everywhere. Realizing this, he lies prostrate and greets the great Chen. The protagonist panics, saying that this is all a mess, and asks Murong to please get up, as such an important person shouldn't lie prostrate before a mere mortal. The old man notices that the suffocation is gone, so Chen is indeed powerful enough to passively control this immense power. He looks closely at the protagonist, and imagines that, as Yunhai mentioned, this great man likes to be treated as if he were a mere mortal. Murong tells the protagonist that he is very generous and that he can call him whatever he wants. He responds that if that's the case, he will just call him old man. He asks everyone to come in since they're there anyway. Everyone is excited to taste that delicious tea again. The protagonist shows his shopping basket and says that this time it won't be tea, but he can make a meal. Everyone is amazed by this great man's generosity, including Xiao Shui, who thinks that this man is really marriage material. They all sit down, excited, and the old man wonders why this is, and tells his son that he will give those spirit stones from the bet because he never expected such a powerful veteran to live in their yard. Yunhai responds that at this moment, they don't care about the spirit stones. They all definitely want to taste that delicious tea, saying this while shouting, as his father doesn't understand what is so special about a simple tea. Suddenly, he feels a powerful aura in front of him, causing his head to slam into the table. He looks forward, wondering what could cause such a powerful pressure. He wonders if what is in front of him is another legendary treasure. The sect leader makes it clear to his father that no one there dared to touch anything in the house, and he dared to touch them. The old man gets irritated, saying no one told him that before. He slams his head again and looks towards the kitchen, as a good smell is coming from there. The food is being prepared by the protagonist, and all he can imagine is how that pepper makes him want to sneeze, as it is suffocating. Xiao Shui notices the delicious smell of something being grilled, and the elder feels something strange happening in his body, and is happy because he apparently managed to break through just by smelling that delicious food. All 3 can't believe such an absurdity, and start inhaling the fragrance coming from the kitchen. The old man asks everyone to sniff carefully, as that aura is extremely pure. The girl wonders what is being fried since the air there is extremely pure. So it must be some divine dish. Chen announces that the food is ready, and everyone is invited to taste it. He will just get the rice first. The 4 cannot hide their expressions of astonishment at seeing that magnificent food. The protagonist wonders if everyone will be polite this time, looks to the side, and has a bad feeling about it. He gets the rice and is happy because he cooked a lot this time. He is shocked to see everyone devouring the food, and wonders if all cultivators are like this. Even Xiao Shui was eating like a hungry animal, and he imagined she needed to pay attention to her image. After the meal, there was no rice left. The 4 were full and thanked Chen for his hospitality. Chen couldn't believe they even licked their plates clean. After the meal, everyone managed to break through. The elder advanced to the 8th stage of Yuaning. The old man not only broke through, but also reached the 1st stage of the divinity realm. Xiao Shui advanced to the 5th stage of Qi collection for the infant core. Lastly, Yunhai advanced to the 8th stage of Yuaning. The old man cried tears of joy, having finally broken through. He thought this would haunt him for the rest of his life. He immediately lay prostrate, telling Chen that he would never forget this immense kindness, even in the next life. The protagonist didn't understand what it all meant, and asked the old man to get up, as it wasn't something that deserved such gratitude. The old man stood up, happy, and asked if they could come back in the future for that delicious meal again. The protagonist closed his eyes and then expelled everyone from his house, saying they needed to cultivate. Yunhai told his father that it was very embarrassing to ask for that so blatantly. The old man slapped his son's face, saying that the shameless one was him. The old man said he couldn't help it at the moment, and in his excitement, he ended up saying something unnecessary. However, Chun has surreal powers. So, who would imagine he would get angry over trivial things? Yunhai couldn't believe it, having not even eaten a grain of rice, while his father wanted to eat there every day. It's very shameless. The old man said that the Great Chin asked everyone to leave to cultivate. This reminded them that greed cannot stabilize the cultivation base, so the strength gained this way is in vain. The elder and the sect master started laughing, while the old man shouted that everyone owed a lot to the ancestor. Xiao Shui was excited, understanding very well about owing something to the protagonist. Her grandfather was a bit thoughtful, wondering if she understood that correctly. He was momentarily speechless and asked the elder to tell everyone in the sect about the new ancestor. He responded that he understood and said he would go straight to the sect to pass on the news. At that moment, a voice entered Qing Xian's mind, reminding him not to return to the sect. He looked up, saying he'd just heard his father's voice. The old man asked if his father used the 1,000 words of the secret voice technique. The elder said that was exactly it, but it worried him since this method of contact is only used in emergencies. This meant that the sect was under attack. A man was causing strong lightning strikes at the sect while telling Xiao Feng that he ended up with paralyzed legs, but no one imagined he would end up breaking through to the first stage of the divinity realm. Xiao Feng observed all the destruction and responded that it was necessary to leave him paralyzed because he had killed many people and deserved to be punished. The man asked if Xiao Feng was not afraid of dying. The old man responded that he had no problem with death, as God would bless the sect. He added that his son was not present at the sect that day, but would seek revenge when the time came. However, the elder appeared, telling his father that he had finally returned. Xiaofeng couldn't believe what was happening and became furious, arguing with his son, as he had made it clear that he was not to return to the sect. Qing Xian says it was unjustifiable for him not to return to the sect after such a significant event. Smiling, he adds that the intruder is only at the first stage of the divinity realm. Everyone falls silent at that moment, including his father, who is simply in disbelief. The intruder is also in shock, thinking they treat reaching this level as casually as eating cabbage every day. He adds that if they find someone at the divinity realm, he will call them father immediately. At this moment, Morong approaches the intruder from behind and asks who he thinks he's calling cabbage. The frightened man turns around and asks who he is. The old man brings his hand close to the man's face and says that everything he did there is a great insult. Immediately, a huge flame begins to grow where they stand. Xiao Feng stands up and asks his son who that person is. He responds that the person is Uncle Morong from the same realm. Morong returns to the ground and starts walking, asking what all this commotion was about. Xiao Feng asks if it's really the ancestor there, his old cultivation companion. The old man responds affirmatively, but it's a long story. He doesn't change his expression, as this long story is basically that he lost a bet and by that luck ended up getting stronger. He explains that indeed there is a powerful immortal master living in a mortal city within their sect's jurisdiction, and after a delicious lunch with this master, he broke through the bottleneck. Xiao Feng is thoughtful, as it all sounds like fairy tales, but he grabs Morong's hand and asks him to take him to this powerful person urgently. The old man can't believe it and asks his friend if he simply believed this absurd story. Didn't it cross his mind that it might be a lie? The man responds that it's impossible since his son's power increased dramatically. Moreover, his friend Morong wouldn't tell such a lie, so it's easy to believe. The elder can't believe it and wonders if he really is as worthless as his father said. Morong says he didn't expect that response. He explains that this powerful man descended to Earth, but lives with the mind of a simple mortal. And since they just left his house, it would be inconvenient to disturb him. Xiao Feng is disappointed and asks his friend if he will lie like that. Morong is now in disbelief, as he spoke so beautifully about their friendship just a moment ago. At this moment, they notice a strong tremor in the region. The elder asks what that earthquake sound is. His father responds that he's wrong. It's just a strong spiritual pressure approaching. Morong notices that all that pressure is directed towards the ancestor's residence. He grabs his friend's hand, asking to go check it out. And maybe after that, they can have dinner at the ancestor's house. He says this and immediately uses the flying ability. Qing Xian is upset, as he was left behind when he wanted to travel with them. In Chen's yard, the phoenix looks up and says it's detecting problems. It also notices the two old men talking. Morong is upset, as it seems he won't be able to have dinner at Chen's house. Xiao Feng asks why he insists so much on dining there. After saying this, he looks up and notices that all the chi tremors were caused by the secret cave in the sky. He explains that such great power can lift an entire city off the ground, and asks why the ancestor is doing this. Morong responds that it is impossible, since Master Chen cultivates as a mere mortal. He would never use his cultivation to do something as cruel as lifting an entire city off the ground. He steps back and asks them to leave, as there is no point in staying there and they need to try to save as many people as possible while there is still time. His friend agrees. At that moment, a strong glow appears from the pond where the fish are. This catches their attention. Suddenly, a dragon's aura rises towards the sky. Its size is colossal, leaving the two old men terrified. The dragon heads towards the enormous secret cave in the sky and begins to devour it. Xiaofeng is in shock and still asks if that is really a dragon. He can't believe what he is seeing. Murong responds that it is, and even says that there is also a phoenix inside the ancestor's house. The man can't believe it and asks how it is possible for one person to command both the dragon and the king of beasts. This is impossible. They imagine that it would have to be an immortal emperor. In another location nearby, a portal opens and a sword emerges from it. The sword has a life of its own and is happy to have finally escaped to the mortal world. Apparently, the Blood Moon sect really wants him to apologize. The spirit in the sword says that although it is severely injured from the teleportation turbulence, its spiritual body is not damaged, so it should recover in about 100 years. At that moment, a person approaches and asks why there is a sword lying there on the ground. This person reaches out to pick it up. However, the sword thinks that if a mortal touches it, they will be immediately crushed by its powerful aura. He picks up the sword and nothing happens. It was Chun, who is amazed at how beautiful the sword is. The spirit cannot believe how that person is fine after touching it. However, he looks closer at the person and notices the powerful energy overflowing from his body. He wonders what kind of entity that human is. Chun, fascinated by the sword, says he will take it home. The sword spirit, still trembling, wonders how a mortal can have such a powerful chi. There shouldn't be anyone that strong. The protagonist notices that the sword moved on its own and wonders if it is a magical weapon or something like that. He puts it on his back and imagines he could sell it for a good price. The sword can't believe how idiotic that guy is. The spirit starts to think that powerful people in the immortal world want to use it. He sees all those medicinal herbs and doesn't see anything special about that human, especially since Chin couldn't discern the sword's level. So the spirit is convinced that the guy is a simple mortal. Smiling, he imagines that his body was so damaged and reduced that it made it possible for that human to lift him. At that moment, the sword hears someone telling it to shut up. It was the hoe beside it, calling the sword an ant. Suddenly the basket on the protagonist's back starts to shake all over, making him stop to see what it is. However, he doesn't notice anything unusual, but he is sure his basket moved quickly. The furious hoe orders the sword not to move a millimeter. Terrified, it responds affirmatively, still calling it boss. The sword, frightened, says that its assessment is not wrong. Definitely the power coming from that hoe is from a divine artifact. Chun looks up and notices strange movements in the clouds. Meanwhile, Murong and Xiaofeng fly quickly towards the enormous portal in the sky. They notice a beam of light coming from inside the portal and immediately shout for everyone to stop. The portal becomes denser until a strong beam of light emerges from it. From a distance, the protagonist sees a black hole in the sky with a beam of light coming from it. He wonders if this is the so-called secret realm he has heard about. At that moment, the system appears beside him and announces a new mission. He is thoughtful, hoping that this mission is not related to the black hole. Panicked, he asks if it's not to resolve the black hole issue. However, it is a lottery reminder. The system informs him that the lottery will expire in 5 hours, so he needs to use it as soon as possible. He is happy because he had forgotten about the task he completed earlier and did not claim the reward. Excited, he presses spin to draw the lottery. At least it's not related to the beam of light, the protagonist says. The spin button begins to glow, and a small portal appears above his head. Something falls from the portal, saying that the extraction is complete. The protagonist grabs it and notices that it is a bamboo flute. He is happy because this time he got something very good. He puts the flute in his basket and says that fortunately, he learned to play it in his past life. So when he gets home, he will test it. The sword looks at the absurd power coming from the flute and asks if another artifact has arrived with them. The sword starts to sweat, seeing that the power from the flute is no joke, and this is absolutely impossible. Night finally falls, and the protagonist is exhausted, saying he will wash his face. The spirit in the sword is completely shocked by everything it sees inside the house. Absolutely everything inside is composed of divine artifacts. The sword imagines that it has been in the immortal world for thousands of years and has never witnessed such a scene. There is also a peach tree catching its attention, as it is holier than the saint and more divine than the immortal emperor. Furthermore, the fish are hundreds of times more powerful than the emperor's dragon, and the roosters are also hundreds of times more powerful than the emperor's phoenix. The flute angrily asks why the master picked up this piece of trash sword. The hoe, also furious, says that the damn sword has been talking nonsense, and if it weren't for the master picking it up, it would have been destroyed by now. The pan also makes it clear that if the damn sword dares to insult the master, it will die that very second. The sword, completely terrified, begs all the great elders inside to help it, as it is ignorant of the rules, and asks them not to be angry. At this moment, the beam of light continues strong and steady, coming from the black hole. Xiao Shui is trying to help by gathering energy. She prepares her punch and hits the beam of light squarely. However, she starts to feel a lot of pain and notices that she almost broke her own hand. She says this while crying to her grandfather. Murong asks his granddaughter not to do such crazy things, as that beam of light is from the secret realm and as powerful as the second layer of the divinity realm. He wonders how it will be possible to enter that realm, perhaps using some secret word to open the passage. Xiaofeng says that figuring this out is very problematic and asks if they should seek help from the new ancestor. The old man responds that he understands the desire to find Qin. However, something so significant appeared in the sky, and yet he did not show up. This means he does not want to be disturbed. He shifts his gaze and says that probably the great master Qin will appear later. His friend asks if he's sure about that. The beam of light grows even more powerful, frightening all three with the intense brightness it is emitting. Meanwhile, at the protagonist's house, that light is bothering him because he can't sleep. He starts complaining, saying that all he wants is to sleep, but that light is keeping him awake. At that moment, a powerful aura begins to emanate from the knife in the kitchen, declaring that it will stop what is interfering with its master's sleep. It is Chopper, who emerges from this powerful energy and begins to walk towards the exit to resolve the problem. Some time passes, and something begins to emerge from that enormous beam of light. Xiao Shui notices it and asks if it is the work of the ancestor. Murong, knowing what it is scared, and says that it is just Chen's kitchen knife. Xiao Feng doesn't understand any of it, and doesn't understand why his friend is covering his face, as if he's scared. Chopper approaches the enormous power, and is surprised that something of such magnitude has appeared in the mortal world. He starts concentrating, imagining that this is not so rare in the immortal world. He raises his finger and says it's a shame because in front of a powerful spirit it's nothing. He uses his power in the form of a laser, making that beam of light disappear once and for all. The power heads straight towards the blue light, making Chopper think he worried for nothing since it turned out to be just garbage. The power creates a hole in the beam of light, making it explode completely. This creates a powerful gust of wind, blowing everything away. The three stand before a ball of energy. That is the secret realm. Something is chained. It is a girl with several chains around her body. She opens her eyes and then stands up, seeing that her chains have been destroyed. This catches Chopper's attention. Xiao Shui is excited that the beam of light has opened, so there must be something good inside. Xiao Feng asks them to wait a moment, as something bad is coming. They notice a diabolical aura emerging from the ball of energy formed by the beam of light. A hand starts to come out of it, making Chopper curious. The girl steps on the ground and asks if this is the Tianyuan realm. Murong is shocked, imagining that the girl is an immortal from the immortal realm. It seems that such a large secret realm was used as a cage to imprison her. He turns and says they need to meet another immortal. Xiaofeng is furious, saying this is no time for jokes. The girl approaches her grandfather and asks what they should do now. He responds that there is not much they can do since it is impossible to escape from an immortal fairy. They look to Chopper, imagining he is their only hope. Chopper shouts at the girl, calling her a little girl. He approaches and asks her to identify herself. The girl turns, steps on the ground, and jumps towards the spirit, telling him to die. Chopper laughs and says cheap tricks don't work on him. He says this and uses his ability cease. The girl's punch slows down until she is completely stopped in a magic circle. He asks the girl, since when is an origin realm immortal worthy of shouting in front of me? Still smiling, he says that cultivators from the immortal emperor realm are all old trash. Murong is completely paralyzed upon hearing that the immortal emperor realm is all trash. His friend is also in shock and asks what the ancestors' realm is after all. Chopper approaches the girl and uses his ability to understand why she went mad in this way. The light in front of her grows increasingly brighter until she begins to see herself as a child. A huge shadow stood before her until it delivered a powerful blow to her chest. Chopper feels sad seeing those memories and begins to reduce the power on the girl's forehead. He turns and shouts to everyone present, ordering them not to tell anyone about what happened there. He grabs the girl and makes it clear that they should imagine the consequences if they do. Murong immediately says that as a mere subordinate, he understood well what was commanded. Chopper flies off with the woman, and Murong says that the ancestor Qin probably just wants to investigate the girl's identity, so they must not disturb him at all. The old man asks Xiao Shui if she understands the importance of keeping that secret. After all, anyone who dares to talk about this event will be killed immediately, and running away will not help at all. The frightened girl says she understands, but it will be difficult to hide it since many people were present, and the place was completely destroyed. Chopper returns to the house, and upon entering, the phoenix questions him about why he brought the girl along. He goes to the peach tree and says he will leave her with it, as he needs to leave. A strong aura begins to emanate from the tree, and a spirit emerges from it. The woman is shocked to see the girl's memories, and says that an unrelenting immortal had the cruelty to do this to a 6-year-old child. She begins to gather energy in her hand, and a flower gradually appears, finally blooming. The flower falls, and heads towards the girl's forehead. An enormous spell envelopes her entire body, causing a huge aura to emerge before her. The sword observes from a distance, and asks what the hell is happening. He is then startled to see that the person is the daughter of the immortal emperor. It is definitely Su Ling. After this, the girl finally opens her eyes. The peach tree and the phoenix find her extremely cute. Su Ling stands up and asks where she is. The peach tree's spirit approaches and casts a spell on her, saying that from now on, this is her home. The sword, hiding, hears the spirit telling the girl to start calling the young master her older brother. The sword is sure that the immortal emperor will not stand idle regarding this. At this moment, in the immortal realm, a talisman informs that the power of the secret realm has been destroyed. The immortal emperor, seeing this, asks who the hell destroyed the secret realm he created so Su Ling could recover. He immediately mobilizes his 3 soldiers to rescue his daughter. The 3 promptly appear, saying they are at the emperor's disposal. He orders them to notify all the powers in the celestial court to go to Earth and find his daughter. They respond affirmatively, and set out on this mission. Dawn is breaking at the protagonist's house. He is relieved to have slept peacefully, noting it has been a long time since he managed to sleep so well. At that moment, Su Ling approaches the bed. She raises her hand and starts poking the protagonist, calling him brother and asking him to wake up. The protagonist opens his eyes and, not understanding anything, notices a girl on top of him, saying that the sun is already out. He's completely startled, asking who the hell she is and why she is calling him brother. She responds that her name is Su Ling, and that this is her home. He doesn't understand at all what this means. Maybe the girl is saying she lives in a small village, but it's strange that he never noticed such a cute little girl living there in recent years. He decides to get out of bed and puts his hand on the girl's head, saying it's okay to be her older brother, but they will go out to find her parents. She responds that it's fine. He makes it clear that she needs to follow him, so she doesn't get lost again. She grabs the protagonist's hand and asks if she's doing it right. He smiles and says yes she is. He asks her to show him where her house is after they go to town. She responds that it's fine. However, as time passes, she says that house is hers. He is frustrated because the girl is pointing to his house. He wonders how they ended up back at his house. He asks his little sister if she remembers her parents' faces. Su Ling says no, she only remembers the peach sister. Immediately, the peach tree's spirit realizes the girl's mistake in revealing this and throws a stone, hitting her squarely on the head. She crouches down, complaining of a headache, and the protagonist, not understanding anything, asks if she's okay. Confused, he imagines that the girl was wandering around the city and got lost from her family. After that, she must have fallen somewhere and hit her head, causing her to lose her memory. She starts crying and asks her brother if he doesn't want to stay with her. Embarrassed, he says that's not it. He thinks he will have to take care of her until he finds her real parents. At that moment, he hears someone talking outside the door. He opens it and sees that Murong is accompanied by another person and asks what they want. The old man explains that this person beside him is an old friend and wanted to meet the ancestor, which is why they are there. Xiao Feng bows and greets the protagonist. Immediately, he notices that this man is really powerful, as Murong mentioned. In his view, a terrifying aura emanates from Chen's body. The protagonist notices another person now and wonders what to do. Murong approaches slightly and asks the elder who that girl is. He, not knowing how to respond, simply says she's his little sister and is an ordinary person like him. They watch the little girl introduce herself and notice an absurdly powerful aura emanating from her body. The 2 old men greet her and can't believe how he could call someone like her an ordinary person. They take a good look at Su Ling and clearly realize she is not an ordinary person. They take a closer look at the 2 and notice that the little girl is even younger than the city's young genius. Yet the power difference is immense. She must clearly be an immortal cultivator at the very least. Murong, already sweating, thinks that if the little girl is indeed the protagonist's sister, then this enormous power is not surprising. Moreover, if the 2 are so terrifying, how would their parents be? At this moment, Chen asks the 2 to come in since they have fewer people this time. There will be food for everyone. Xiao Feng responds that he wouldn't dare, as it would be shameful to eat at the elder's house. Before finishing his sentence, he is interrupted by Murong, who covers his mouth and tells the senior that it would be an honor to enjoy a meal at his house. They begin to enter the house, and Su Ling asks to let her prepare the meal. The 3 sit at the table, and the protagonist says he didn't know his little sister could cook, so he doesn't know what it will taste like. He also makes it clear that this time there's a child around, so everyone needs to pay attention to their eating habits. Zhao Feng whispers to his colleague about what the heck he ate at the elder's house to lose control of his manners like that. He simply responds that he'll find out and wants to see if he can control himself too. At this moment, they smell a pleasant aroma and see Su Ling approaching, saying that the food is ready. She opens the pot, and both old men shout that it looks more like a celestial treasure. After the meal, the two thank her, saying it was very tasty. Chen can't believe they ate all the rice again and calls those two demons. However, he notes that he was worried about how the food would taste. But definitely, Su Ling has better cooking skills than him, being at a senior chef level. He takes the opportunity to ask her where she learned to cook like that. She replies that she doesn't know exactly. She just knows she can prepare many dishes. He gets excited, since if that's the case, he won't need to cook again. The pot starts to cry and says that, although it feels sorry for the master, that can be called a real meal. The pot yells at the chopper knife and tells it to ask the divine peach to add some seals to Su Ling's memory, so she will never remember her past life. Zhao Feng feels relieved and starts crying as he finally advanced to the first stage of the divine realm. Morong thinks that the taste is good, but also solidifies the user's cultivation. Besides, Su Ling seems cute and has excellent cooking skills. He bursts into tears, imagining that his granddaughter is simply inferior in every way, and this makes him very envious. Desperate, he runs to the protagonist and asks to exchange his granddaughter Xiao Shui for Su Ling. Chen, not understanding anything, asks what this crazy old man is talking about with a full belly. At this moment, she sneezes and imagines the superstition that someone must be talking about her at that moment, besides noticing that both her father and grandfather disappeared to resolve important matters. Suddenly, she looks up and notices a flying ship arriving. The vehicle lands, and a girl starts to descend. It's Princess Xiaoqing who greets Xiao Shui and says she's arriving at the location. She greets her immediately and says she looks beautiful as always. The princess smiles and says her friend is still good at complimenting others. However, she looks closely at Xiao Shui's chest and asks how they are getting bigger and bigger. This makes her friend embarrassed, asking her to stop joking around. Xiao Ji approaches walking and asks his cousin if she won't greet him too. She responds by asking why the hell he is there and if he is after frog or swan meat again. Moreover, she asks the princess to stay away from that guy. He gets furious and asks Xiaoqing not to listen to that foolish girl. He approaches his cousin and says that it seems she is toughened up, but she should remember that she was always bullied when they were younger. She replies that indeed his cultivation base was something back then, and at that time it wouldn't have been possible to win. But now things are different. She smiles and asks him to try a little. Saying this, she starts to overflow with a tremendous energy in her body, leaving the two visitors scared. The boy falls to the ground asking how this is possible. He looks at his cousin and notices that she is in the 8th layer of the Yuaning realm and asks how the hell this happened. Given that the three main geniuses of the realm are stuck in the 5th layer, the princess runs to her and asks what the problem is with her cultivation and if it's related to the spiritual sword. Xiao Shui is confused by that question. She says that is indeed the question, and it's the reason she is there that day. She recounts that she and her father went out to participate in an auction, and she was admiring the starry sky. They say that the mountain range is a local attraction with numerous treasures and natural resources, as well as being the foundation of the city's development. However, suddenly, a spiritual sword pierced the mountain and left her completely terrified, imagining that this sword was probably used by a powerful cultivator while practicing martial arts. That huge beam of light cut through numerous peaks and remained unshaken. She further explains that not only she, but several strong cultivators traveled there in search of this spiritual sword. Xiao Shui, embarrassed, responds that in reality, that beam of light was not a spiritual sword, but a sword intent, sent by the spiritual sword. This makes Xiaoqing's eyes shine, as it seems her friend really understands this. Xiao Shui gives her cousin a strange look and takes the princess to another place, saying she doesn't want the fools around to be eavesdropping. Xiao Ji asks her not to be hard on him, as he wants to know more about it too. The two step on the ground and immediately take off flying, while the boy cries out, calling for his cousin. While flying, she explains the whole story of what happened, leaving the princess intrigued about who this immortal senior is. After all, she has never heard of a tea that raises the levels of spiritual roots, let alone a meal that improves cultivation. The princess says that such a powerful deity shouldn't exist, so clearly it's a lie. Xiao Shui, excited, says it's not, and that they will still go to the senior's house to meet him. However, she forgot that all this was supposed to be kept secret. Chen is resting at his house, and imagines that it's been a long time since he played a flute, and he doesn't quite remember the melody. At that moment, Xiao Shui appears at the gate asking if the senior is home, and that she is going to come in. The protagonist gets up and asks her to come in, also asking why she is there that day. Xiaoqing steps into the yard and is immediately shocked, telling her friend that there are numerous powerful eyes watching them in that yard. She feels as if she is being completely seen. Xiao Shui asks her to stay calm. After all, they are guests of the senior, so nothing will harm them. She introduces her friend to the protagonist, saying that she really wanted to meet him, despite the inconvenience. Xiaoqing greets Chen, extremely embarrassed as she really feels a tremendous cultivation power coming from him. She looks closely at the protagonist and imagines that this person would be an old man with gray hair and not such a handsome young man. He feels awkward and asks her not to be so formal, as she can just relax. He is puzzled as they call him senior all the time, but he is extremely weak. Suling appears calling for her brother and asks who those girls are. Zhao Shui asks the protagonist who the little girl is. He responds that she is his sister, and her name is Su Ling. The little girl greets the two, calling them sisters. This impresses them as she also seems very strong, and they immediately hug her, calling her cute. Chen feels embarrassed, as despite the good view, he shouldn't be looking so much. He decides to continue what he was doing with the flute and starts playing a melody. The sound catches Xiao Shui's attention, who raises her hands, thinking that the feeling is incredible. The two girls are surprised, asking if it is a premonition. The princess responds that it is not. It is the peak of premonition. The sword, hearing from afar, can't believe how harmonious the melody is. It's so powerful that more than half of its injuries have already healed. He finds it all amazing, as besides Chen being terrifying in power, he is also strong in premonitions. No wonder that house has so many powerful artifacts. The sword gets excited and says that if it stays there, it won't have the chance to become a divine artifact, so it will leave that place, as it wants to become the strongest artifact of all. At that moment, the broom gets irritated and tells the sword to shut up and disappear into a corner. It quickly apologizes to its older brother and goes to the corner to avoid causing more trouble for anyone. Su Ling runs to her brother and says that the melody was incredible. He feels happy but wonders if it was really that good. The princess can't believe she evolved so much just by hearing a song. She was in the first layer of core formation and went to the 6th layer of core formation. Xiao Shui was delighted to see she reached the 9th layer of the Yuaning realm. They both thank the senior for the grace he provided them. He, however, doesn't understand what grace it was. This confuses him since he didn't give them any food or anything of the sort. The princess, very embarrassed, says she can't repay such kindness, but she has something she can offer. Xiao Shui worries about what her friend is trying to say. The protagonist interrupts, saying he doesn't need her body. The girl becomes extremely embarrassed and leaves crying. However, he thinks it's impossible for an immortal as powerful as Xiaoqing to set her eyes on a humble mortal like him. He reflects on it and wonders if he has any attractiveness at least to win over those girls. Far away, Xiaoqing is crying, as she is the princess of an entire country, and her first love confession was so firmly rejected. Xiao Shui tries to console her, saying it's okay since the senior is a powerful immortal, so it's normal for him to dismiss them. The princess asks what she means by them. Did she also confess her love and get rejected? She feels embarrassed and answers yes, as she doesn't have much shame when it comes to this matter. Besides, she asks that the two of them not be so greedy as to take advantage of the senior in that way. The princess reaches inside her clothing and says she has something to say about the music she heard earlier. She takes out a crystal and says she recorded the sound of that melody. Basically, when Chen said he was going to play the flute, she secretly recorded that melody. Xiao Shui praises her friend's intelligence and asks to go to a private place to listen to it again. The crystal starts playing that music, while the two girls continue to increase their cultivation. This causes Xiao Shui to reach the peak of the Yuaning realm and the princess to reach the peak of core formation. They can't believe how much they were able to advance in such a short time. However, a light starts to emanate from the crystal, causing a huge explosion and completely destroying it. The two enter into despair, not understanding why it exploded. Maybe it's an item that can only be used once, or perhaps the senior found out and is punishing them with that black smoke. However, they notice something wrong with their clothes. That smoke starts to corrode their clothes bit by bit, making them scream in desperation as they were almost naked. Xiao Jia is walking, thinking that he is one of the 3 great geniuses of the realm, so his cousin shouldn't think she can run away like that. He invokes a tracking technique that is in the princess's clothing for safety reasons, so it will be easy to find them, but he notices that they have been in a fixed spot for a long time. However, he gets startled by something and notices that the location simply disappeared. The girls were already running by his side, hiding, but one of them steps on a twig, making a noise and catching Xiaoji's attention. He asks when they arrived there, but notices the girls' clothes were in tatters, making him quickly turn around, dying of embarrassment. Xiao Shui tells him not to look at them, or he will die. Even though he only glanced a little, he realized their strength had grown exponentially. They continue running at full speed into the ship to change their clothes. He decides to travel on his own to the place where they stayed for a long time, thinking it must be related to their power growth. Upon arriving at the location, he notices it is just a humble house and wonders if this is really the place. He decides to enter, as it doesn't seem like a big deal, but he comes face to face with a chicken and a broom emanating an absurd power that makes him feel all the pressure at once, causing him to kneel instantly. He wonders what kind of monsters those two are, as just their coercion made him unable to move. However, he gets excited by it all, saying that the sensation is very good, leaving the phoenix confused, as that boy seems to be getting aroused. The broom also finds it strange, wondering if the boy has some kind of weird fetish. At that moment, Chun is arriving at his residence accompanied by his little sister. He notices a boy kneeling at the entrance of his house and wonders if the person tripped and fell, but the steps are not high. He approaches and asks the boy if he's okay. Xiaoji manages to stand up and notices that all the coercion stopped immediately, as apparently the owner of the yard arrived. But upon looking at the protagonist, he notices an immense energy coming from that person, and immediately kneels again, greeting him and apologizing for accidentally invading his yard. The protagonist feels awkward, but says it's no problem. After all, he seems to be a relative of the Morong family, and that family is used to visiting him often, so he is already accustomed to it. Xiao Jie is amazed by those words, and thinks it is impossible that his cousin said anything about him. So it must be a deduction ability, which is really terrifying. The protagonist wonders what is wrong with that family, as every time they enter his residence, they end up sweating in his yard. Probably that family has some kind of renal deficiency or something like that. Su Ling says she'll go in first, and immediately, the man notices that even the girl exudes incredible power. He imagines that this little girl can't be more than 12 years old, yet she is so powerful, which makes him bow his head to the ground, greeting her and calling her senior. Chun gets irritated, telling him to stop calling everyone veteran. He grabs Xiaojie's arm and lifts him up, saying that his body is weak, but he needs to maintain a balance between cultivation and rest. Xiaojie, with his feet trembling, hears that he can't kneel for so long, as there aren't always gold coins under a man's feet. He thanks him for those words and wonders what this phrase, gold under the feet, could mean. Maybe it's a clue to his problems. He wonders if the senior managed to see his flaws, as although he is one of the 3 geniuses of the royal city, his cultivation base is similar to the other 2, but he has always been suppressed by them. He starts sweating, reflecting on this, and realizes he has no martial art skills to support his body. But the sensation he is feeling after hearing the senior's phrase is different. He feels as if energy is condensing in his belly and feels the golden air around his body, colliding and taking shape. Chen notices something strange and sees Xiao Ji making a huge leap, shouting that he has ascended. The protagonist finds it interesting and asks if it's martial arts, definitely seeming quite powerful. The boy can't believe that not only did it work, but he also managed to create 3 martial arts. Despite being instructed by the senior, it is still a huge feat that can only be achieved by going through tribulations. Chun from the ground shouts at him, asking him to pay attention to the combination of cultivation and rest, and to stop kneeling for so long so that the blood can circulate freely. Without haste, he will achieve everything he wants. Xiaojie wonders if something is wrong, since he feels several pricks in his leg. He imagines there is a problem with the martial arts, as he needs to better control his chi cycle, and leaves, bidding farewell to the senior and deeply thanking him for the advice. The protagonist is confused since he only reminded him to invigorate his kidneys, and that isn't even considered advice. Some time passes, and Chun decides to take his sister to eat in the city. She gets excited, saying she wants to eat watermelon. At that moment, he notices some people talking. The 2 men are talking about an investigation they are conducting. This makes the protagonist thoughtful, imagining there are more hunters around. The peach tree catches the kitchen knife's attention, saying there are cultivators appearing there. And it must be because they brought the little girl home. The chicken makes it clear that if these people disturb the peace of that house, Chopper should clean up the mess. He remains thoughtful for the moment, while the fish laughs, saying it's all his fault. Annoyed, he says he didn't expect the immortal emperor to be such trash, and definitely the worst he's seen so far. Moreover, he's upset because his master didn't ask him to leave, so he can't solve this problem. The sword watches from a distance, seeing that spirit calling the immortal emperor trash, and definitely needs a lot of courage to do that. Chopper approaches the sword, almost scaring it to death. He asks that trash in the corner of the wall to do something for him. The sword, trembling all over, says it will immediately do what is asked. Chopper tells it not to be nervous after all. The mission is easy. With his hand on the sword, he says that probably after healing, it should be able to transform, so it will handle the situation. Basically, it is to think of a way to lead those explorers to another place. Still looking at the sword, he says that despite being an extremely easy task, it is a good opportunity to become useful to the master. The spirit, trembling all over, says it's a bit late to turn back, it seems. The man holds the sword more firmly and asks if it said something, as he didn't understand. It quickly responds that the request is in order and flies out of the house to complete the mission. At the site of the last accident, the sword arrives flying, imagining that the enormous power that occurred last time must have been seen throughout the land. Definitely. It will become a place that will attract a lot of attention. The sword begins to transform and becomes a human-shaped spirit. It decides to wreak havoc on the whole place, delivering several blows with its techniques. The lands are being destroyed with the amount of power they are receiving. It laughs maniacally while messing up the entire accident site. However, it notices some people looking at it, saying there is a humanoid celestial artifact flying. Basically, its plan is working, as everyone thinks it was responsible for the initial incident. The problem is that these people now want to capture it, as such an artifact would make them the most powerful on the continent. A person approaches. It is AI Ocean, owner of the Tianzuan Tower. He says he has a solution to capture that humanoid artifact. He takes a treasure in hand and says it is called the Sleepy Immortal Formation, but it requires a lot of chi to conduct it. But if all the masters present join forces, it will be possible to trap another treasure. People find it interesting, but from what they understand, the immortal treasure needs to choose its master. However, they have no other choice. The sword spirit wonders what the hell those humans think they're going to do. At this moment, AI Ocean begins to gather energy in his treasure, causing a huge ritual to appear beneath him, with all the masters participating to make the Sleepy Immortal Formation more powerful. He is happy since it has been a long time since he saw this technique, and is eager to see how powerful it is. However, 2 hours pass, and he becomes completely bored. One of the masters falls asleep, saying he can't hold the technique any longer. Another man says his chi is exhausted after so much time. The old woman remains firm and strong, saying she will put all her strength into the last bit of chi she has. However, the spirit becomes furious, as those weaklings do not have enough chi to use such a simple technique. He starts to get bored and wonders if he should descend to the altar to help those mere mortals complete the technique. Outyen begins to sweat, imagining that the spirit is indeed worthy of being a celestial weapon. The spirit decides to descend a little to help the cultivators finalize the technique, but they don't even notice this. They think the formation is becoming powerful again, until it is finally completed. He finally activates his ability, causing a chain to emerge from the altar, rushing toward the spirit and binding it completely. The man is happy, as it seems his technique finally worked. But the spirit smiles and decides it is time to debut his technique. He waves his finger, and a powerful beam of light appears, completely destroying the chains. The man kneels, as it was a complete failure. And hears the spirit say that weaklings like them will never be able to subdue someone of such a high level. But he says he won't kill ants without a good reason. After all, he descended to find a worthy master. He points to a direction far from there and says that in exactly 30 days he will appear in the center of the continent. Whoever is worthy of helping him can become the #1 in that world, and even secure a place in the immortal world. He says this and wonders if it was enough since his goal is just to lead people far away from there. He decides to fly away having delivered the message. The people just watch him, saying that the spirit is very strong and that aerial attack was so overwhelming that everyone was sure they would die. Aoshin asks everyone to return immediately to the sect to tell everyone to head straight to the center of the continent. After all, if chosen by that immortal being, they will have a golden future ahead. He takes a deep breath and imagines that the world is very vast in terms of power. Until then, he never thought there would be rivals of equal standing in the mortal world. But witnessing this immense power, that assumption is clearly ridiculous. He starts to walk, imagining that he hasn't visited his hometown in hundreds of years, and it is a small city nearby. Back at the protagonist's house, the sword spirit arrives and tells his older brother that the matter is resolved and the cultivators will never return. Chopper, in his knife form, praises him, saying he was quite efficient, but must remember not to use his spirit form in the house, as the master could return at any moment. If in that form, his mind and body would be annihilated. This frightens the sword, imagining that if the senior saw him using immortal power, he would probably kill him. At that moment the door opens, and the spirit immediately turns back into a sword, as the master must not see him in his spirit form. Chen walks to the table and feels something strange. He asks where the axe he bought in the city is, as it has disappeared. The sword finds it strange that the chi around the senior has vanished. Chun keeps looking for the axe until he looks toward the sword and decides to pick it up, saying he will try to use it that day. The spirit wonders what it will be used for, and is worried since it seems it will be for cutting down trees. In another location there is a broken house. Ao Chen enters it, and says he didn't expect it to still be there. He runs his hand over the plank and says that hundreds of years have passed, and apparently, he is getting old. However, coming back there reminds him of the good old times. He looks intently down and realizes that out of nowhere, he has broken through. Apparently the bottleneck disappeared, and cultivating the heart is also important. This surprises him, as he always thought that hard cultivation was the only way. But it seems he was wrong. He leaves the house saying he no longer belongs there and bids farewell to his father and mother. The cultivator says that, as he promised back then, his quest to become the strongest on the continent can never stop. As he walks, he stops near a tree, noticing something strange happening. Someone is cutting trees using a sword. But he is startled to realize that this sword is precisely the immortal weapon he saw moments earlier in spirit form. The protagonist is pleased with the sword's efficiency and says it is worthy of a cultivator, as it cuts with such ease. Outyin can't believe that a man is using an immortal weapon to cut trees. He thinks it must be hallucinations, as he was hit hard by the power of that weapon. Meanwhile, the spirit in the sword also can't believe it is being used to chop wood, which is too humiliating, but fortunately no one saw it. He thinks this but notices someone watching from afar. The man falls to the ground in fright and says that definitely, this is not an illusion. It is the immortal weapon that appeared moments earlier at the accident site. Chen notices a man falling to the ground and quickly runs to help, throwing his sword on the ground. The man can't believe seeing that sword being thrown away like that, and in shock, asks the young man why he was using such a weapon to cut wood. Chen is confused and asks if he is referring to the sword, and smiling says that the sword is useless, so he is using it to cut wood. Ocean is shocked, wondering how anyone could call an immortal weapon useless. The protagonist begins to gather the wood on the ground and asks the old man if he would like to walk to the house to sit while he gathers the wood. The man still can't believe he is seeing an immortal weapon being treated like that, but he soon realizes that apparently, that young man can't see even the slightest level of cultivation. And that must be why he is treating an immortal weapon as a common tool. Sweating cold, he wonders why such a powerful weapon recognized that mere mortal as its master. And to make matters worse, even after recognizing him as its master, it is still being used to cut wood. So, why isn't the sword angry about it? Chun finishes gathering all the wood, and then asks Outyin to please help by picking up the sword on the ground. The man asks if he is sure he can pick up that sword. He replies that yes, just be careful not to cut himself. Ayashin imagines that cutting himself shouldn't be the problem. After all, just looking at that terrifying sword, it will probably kill him just by touching it. However, he decides to pick up the sword after all. It is anyone's dream to hold an immortal weapon. He picks up the sword, but the spirit starts fighting with him, asking why the hell he is there, and telling him to just die. The man apologizes for everything, but says it was the master's order for him to pick up the sword. Suddenly, the sword stops struggling. Chun looks back, saying that after working half the day, his throat is a bit dry. He asks the old man to follow him. Ayashen observes the young man for a moment, still unable to believe that someone so ordinary can make an immortal weapon so obedient. What on earth does this mean? Upon reaching the house, he leans the sword against some wood. Chen opens the door and says that this is his house and apologizes for its simplicity. However, Outyin is immediately shocked to feel all the power coming from that yard, making him bow to greet his senior. The protagonist is confused, as it seems another crazy person is calling him a veteran for no reason. Ayashin begins to understand a little better. As compared to everything he is seeing in that yard, it makes that immortal weapon truly seem like a useless existence. Chun asks not to be so formal and inquires if he is a cultivator. Because if that is the case, he probably knows the Morone Palace. This leaves him extremely surprised, as that is the founder of his Tianzuan Tower, who clearly ascended thousands of years ago. So the senior probably discovered that he himself is the current owner of the Tianzuan Tower. After thinking this, he replies to the prota that apparently he has wonderful wisdom and definitely admires him greatly for knowing this. At this moment, Su Ling opens the door, happy that her brother is back, and notices he has company, saying hello to that old man. Tian cannot believe that in front of him is a cute yet powerful girl. Chun asks if she cut the watermelon. If so, he will serve it to the grandpa. She complains that the watermelon is too big, and even she can't eat it all. He begins to console her, asking not to be selfish. Furious, she turns to the old man and asks him to come inside, leaving him scared whether he should really dare to step inside. But as he starts to enter, he notices that the little girl was not at all happy with it, emanating a terrifying aura. So, he decides to tell the proto that he remembered something important he needs to do, and will have to leave. Chen asks if something really came up so suddenly. The old man is speechless and just says yes. Unfortunately, something has come up. The proto replies that it's no problem since he won't force him to stay, but he would like to ask if he has heard of a treasure that can lower the temperature. Ayashin asks if he means the refreshing treasure, because if that's the case, he has one. But it might not even be considered a treasure for someone like the senior. The proto says that as long as it can cool the temperature then it's great, and asks if he plans to sell it to someone else. The old man says it's a treasure he seldom uses, so if the senior really wants it, he will bring it the next day. Chun thanks him and asks to have a meal before leaving. The man notices the terrifying look of that girl, and without any reaction, says he unfortunately has something important to do, and flies away at full speed for his own safety. The proto says it seems it was really urgent, while Suling celebrates being alone with her brother. The next day, early in the morning, Suling is calling for her brother, asking him to wake up. He replies that it's still too early, and asks her to let him sleep a little longer. She starts to pout, as he agreed to take her shopping for a new dress early in the morning, and this surprises him since he had really forgotten about it. He gets up, pretending he remembered, and says they will leave soon. The sword observes the two leaving the house and feels happy, since it's very tiring to keep disguising all the time. At this moment, the sword's spirit notices something strange, and sees some power beams flying after leaving the proto's house, and wonders if by chance another small group of cultivators is nearby. He starts to materialize, thinking that yesterday's treatment wasn't enough, so he needs to make the big brother satisfied, and flies out to solve this problem. The kitchen knife notices the sword leaving the house, and imagines that something is wrong. Upon arriving near the crater, the sword's spirit notices something strange, since there was obviously someone there. But after the whole battle, no one appeared. A man approaches saying that the mortal world really had a familiar smell, and looks at the spirit saying that he really is there. This brings back memories of when he was imprisoned and constantly whipped until he bled, unable to fight back, as he was chained by this same man who has a mark below his mouth. The old man with his whip says that apparently, the golden feather immortal artifact is really there, and says it's been a long time since he saw it, leaving the spirit scared as the blood moon sect is on Earth. He complains that it doesn't make sense, since there are countless mortal worlds. And even if they guessed which world he was in, it's impossible to find the exact positions so quickly. The man responds that it wasn't a problem since he marked his QI as well as his dantian in advance. He becomes worried, because apparently by using spells his location was tracked. And this must have happened the previous day, when he made a strike that leaked energy. The man says he underestimated the level of caution that sect has against him, while the spirit is only thinking that he needs to find a way to escape from there. Immediately, the man draws a seal and invokes his imperial electric prison, causing a massive electric beam to fall on the sword's spirit, imprisoning him. The pressure is so strong that the ground begins to create holes due to the weight, while he tries to get up somehow, but the pressure is too intense. The man from the Blood Moon sect says that prison was made exclusively to detain him, so there's no point in trying to escape. The spirit says that he is familiar with it, yes, but if it weren't for this specific prison that seals his QI, trash like that sect wouldn't stand a chance. The man bursts into laughter and asks if he really is trash. After all, he can use that power to make him completely incapacitated. So it's easier if he just surrenders. Ben says that old man would never understand, but there is a mortal far superior to him in this world. Gammon is surprised by this, and asks if he himself really isn't more powerful than that mortal person. The spirit, smiling, says that it's obvious. After all, in all these years he has never seen anyone close to his strength. Ben is thinking that, even though he doesn't match in power with that group, it's still a luxury to be able to follow them. He says this while starting to rise from that immense pressure, and says that scum like Gammon aren't even good enough to be called trash. The man makes a seal, saying there's too much noise, and a huge shine appears, bringing down a powerful beam of light with his judgment hour power. The attack hits him square in the stomach, making him spit blood while thinking that, as expected, he is still not qualified. After all, if the proto wanted to save him, he would have intervened already. Since unfortunately, the older brothers cannot leave the courtyard due to the senior's supreme restriction. The spirit closes his eyes, thinking that now is the end. In the proto's courtyard, the peach tree tells Chopper that unfortunately, they cannot leave there by the master's order. The phoenix says that everyone there knows the restrictions. Leaving that courtyard without permission will not only turn him into a mortal, but will also completely destroy him. Chopper says he already knows all that. But the sword spirit was sent by him. He says this and begins to walk, saying that if he is going to die, he will do it while saving him. After saying this, he flies towards Ben and lands with full force, causing a massive explosion and leaving Gammon scared, wondering which realm expert can be so powerful. Chopper says that when he gets angry, even gods and Buddhas have to kneel. With a huge flame in his hand, he says that an insect from the immortal realm dares to invoke his wrath. Ben asks if it really is his big brother there, and he responds if a lousy power can really capture him so easily. He prepares his finger and gives a flick, completely destroying that electric prison. Gammon, scared, says he is a member of the Blood Moon sect, the oldest in the entire immortal realm. So how dare they make a move against him? Chopper begins to walk with his 2 fingers raised, and a streak passes through Gammon's head, calling him useless trash and decapitating him instantly with just 1 strike using 2 fingers. After that, Ben is desperate, asking why his big brother left the courtyard. Chopper just tells him to shut up and come back with him to the house. The sword spirit is surprised by that and then smiles, saying he will indeed. After returning to the courtyard, Ben is on his knees next to the phoenix, and both are worried since they see Chopper bent down. A blue spirit is before him. She says that unfortunately, he broke the taboo by leaving that courtyard. Meanwhile, in the Immortal Blood Moon sect, a man approaches to inform something to his sovereign and says that Gammon's life card exploded. The chief can't believe it and asks if it's really true. This leaves him thoughtful, as he cannot imagine anyone capable of killing a person from the immortal realm. There aren't many people in the immortal land who can do this, and he wonders if it has anything to do with the immortal emperor looking for his daughter. Since in the mortal world, someone with enough power to break the emperor's beam of light is extremely powerful. He smiles, saying that soon he will be able to share that world with the immortal emperor. Back in the mortal world, Chen asks his sister if she had a fun day since they bought a bag full of new clothes. She, happy, responds that it was a great day, and she had a lot of fun. At the entrance of the house, Outyen was waiting for the proto, greeting him as soon as he saw him. Chen asks why he didn't come in and sit down as there was no reason to wait standing outside. The man responds that he wouldn't do so without the senior's presence, and says he brought the treasure that was requested. He opens the small box, showing the mysterious sky ice crystal, having exactly the same effect that was asked for. The proto is amazed by that crystal and opens the door to his house, saying that next time he should just come in and sit down without any problem. Iason thanks him for his kindness, and the proto says he should stay since he helped him a lot. After that, a huge beam of light appears in front of Chen's house. It was the immortal emperor, finding it strange that he was feeling the cultivation base of an immortal being. But now he can't feel it anymore. He decides to open the door a little to see if there is anything in that broken courtyard, but is surprised by what he sees. Inside the house is Ocean, unable to believe that meals can improve a person's cultivation. Besides, he noticed that the tea can enhance spiritual roots. Looking at the cup, he still can't believe that just that made his bottleneck disappear, and definitely this is a unique opportunity. He looks at the proto and wonders if this is his way of thanking him for the ice crystal. The old man notices that the crystal was placed in the refrigerator, and these are indeed very peculiar methods. Chun is happy, as he didn't expect it to be so easy to use. After all, he wanted a refrigerator for a long time since cold watermelon is delicious. He says this, and asks Outyen not to stand on ceremony when eating. The man understands this, but looking to the side, he sees that the girl is pouting with an angry look. The proto, noticing this, flicks her head, saying she can't look at guests like that and also can't eat so much cold watermelon, as it will give her diarrhea. Suling, upset, says she understands. The old man, noticing that now he can eat in peace, decides to grab a watermelon and thanks for all the kindness. At this moment, he becomes thoughtful, since everything there is magnificent, so the watermelon must be too. He thinks this and takes a bite. He feels as if his body is exploding the dantian, and looks up as if floating in the universe. He notices that this is a sign of advancement to the immortal land realm, and a power emerges in his hand as he is about to reach that level. He still can't believe how a simple watermelon can do this. He speculates that maybe it's all because of the kitchen knife, as it is extremely powerful and might have transferred QI to the watermelon as it was cut. Aoshin thanks the proto for the wonderful meal and says that grace is priceless. But if there is anything he can do in the future, he will do it without hesitation. He says this, but imagines that he needs to leave urgently, as this power advancement will cause a huge explosion and he cannot, under any circumstances, destroy that house. With that, he starts running to the exit, saying he has important matters to attend to. He opens the door and notices a person kneeling there. Not understanding anything, he wonders who that person is. The immortal emperor was kneeling before the great power coming from the residence. But as he tries to say something, Eoshin rushes past, apologizing, but saying he has something important to do. The emperor looks back and notices that this person is in the immortal land realm, but doesn't seem to be the master of that place. The proto yells for him not to run so fast, or he will get hurt, which catches the attention of the emperor who, looking ahead, encounters a being with divine power overflowing from his body. This leaves him completely terrified, imagining that it can't be true that the courtyard is full of terrifying existences and that he has probably accidentally entered a precious land of a specialist. But why would there be a specialist in that mortal world? Chen, not understanding why that person is kneeling, starts to imagine that his floor is uneven, causing many falls, as everyone keeps kneeling at the door. The emperor fixes his gaze, and still thinks it's impossible. The rhythm of that mortal is on another level. It is the complete definition of a deity. This makes him ponder if this is a chess game involving hundreds of millions of lives, and that people are the pieces, just as the board is the world, while two powerful seniors are merely having fun there. The emperor feels frustrated, as he apparently is nothing but a pawn to these people. Chen, not understanding much, asks if that person is okay, and imagines that he is a powerful person since he is wearing something luxurious. He thinks it is safe not to mess with that important person. The man bows, saying his name is Shiasui, and also calls the proto-senior, leaving him desperate since it is not possible that there is another cultivator right in his house. However, the man's surname is familiar to him, and he asks if he is there to meet Su Ling. The emperor asks if his daughter is really there. The proto feels a bit embarrassed, not knowing what to answer. But since it is her father there, if he says nothing, it is the same as being a kidnapper. He thinks for a moment and grabs the emperor's hand, asking him to get up quickly, and says he will take him to Su Ling, as she is in the house. After that, Chen asks Su Ling if that person is really her father. But she responds no, that she has never seen him in her life. Shisuji is confused by all this and asks why his daughter is saying that. She, hiding behind the proto, says she doesn't know that man. He looks to the side and asks what is happening there and if the man is telling the truth, if he really is her father. The emperor starts to imagine that Su Ling was cursed by an immortal venerable, and because of that, had no choice but to imprison her in the secret realm for thousands of years. He lowers his head while thinking that the seniors do not know the fate of each chess piece, and continues to imagine that he is nothing but an insignificant piece. He responds that he won't hide from the senior that he was separated from his daughter for a while, and apparently, she has matured a lot. Although her appearance hasn't changed much, so he has no doubts that it is her. The proto finds it strange, since that man is saying some strange things and says he is beginning to doubt if he is really her father. Therefore, he decides to ask what birthmark Su Ling has on her body. The emperor quickly responds that she has a snowflake behind her neck, leaving the proto startled since it seems that man is really her father. He decides to ask the girl if she wishes to stay with him or with Shiasui, as she has no memories of the past. She wastes no time and responds that she wishes to stay with her brother Chen. With this answer, the proto asks the emperor to leave Su Ling in that house because, besides being her wish, she also can't remember if he is really her father. Moreover, she is at the right age to study, so he will pass all his knowledge to her. Shiasui is surprised that such a powerful being wants to teach his daughter, besides having cured her of the curse. Since all this will be for her good, he lowers his head and deeply thanks the senior for wanting to take such good care of Su Ling. This surprises him since it is too much exaggeration, and he is confused about how such a classy man simply agreed to all that. Far from there, Ocean is releasing his energy to complete his cultivation advancement. He finishes his seal and a massive explosion occurs around him. Relieved, he says that the advancement was successful since he finally entered the earthly immortal realm. At that moment someone approaches. It is the immortal emperor congratulating him on his great achievement. The old man apologizes for having to run out of the senior's house as he was about to advance in cultivation and ended up not greeting him. Shiasui, smiling, says it's no problem since now they are both connected by the senior. He thanks his brother and begins to imagine that this relationship is even better than possessing an immortal rank artifact. The emperor asks to be informed when he reaches the immortal realm and says he is sure it will happen soon, as he has the Protas guidance. He hands over a token as proof of their meeting, informing him that presenting it in any major city or clan will grant direct passage to the immortal empire to find him. Eosen is extremely grateful and asks how he should address him. He responds that his name is Shiasui, but everyone calls him the immortal emperor. The old man replies that it really is a beautiful name. However, as he starts walking, he is completely shocked, realizing only now that he is talking to the legendary immortal emperor. After that, Shiasui returns to the immortal realm, happy to have seen his daughter after 1,000 years, and is satisfied since Chen allowed him to visit her once a month. At this moment, Xiao Zhao approaches and kneels, greeting the immortal emperor. He asks what happened, and the man replies that he was just wondering if he managed to locate his daughter. The emperor, walking, responds that he has not found her yet, which impresses him to the point of asking if he should send someone to help locate the girl. At this moment, Shiasui hits him squarely, launching the man into a pillar. After that, he makes it clear to Xiao Zhao that if he dares to visit him again from that day on, he will kill him. Moreover, he makes it clear that no matter if they are after immortal weapons or whatever, if the Blood Moon sect dares to descend into the mortal world again, he will completely destroy that sect. The man, sweating cold, says he understands very well. The emperor continues walking and remembers well that when he knelt near the senior's courtyard, he felt the breath of the immortal golden feather artifact, the immortal sword that sect is after. And fortunately, the proto did not think he was after it, or he would have disintegrated him right there. Back in the human world, at an academy, two people are arguing about something. A man appears, asking these two to be quiet, as there can be no noise there. After all, they cannot lose the honor of the Shushan Immortal Academy. This man is Dan Tung, who is in the middle of his bath. Guazimo approaches and greets Master Dan Tung. The old man notices the talent of that boy and asks if he learned in childhood or had a teacher who helped him. He replies that he started learning when he was 13 and has been consulting with Mr. Chun in the city for the past 4 years, as this person's knowledge surpasses the heavens, and if he had more cultivation, this person would be at least immortal. Dan Tang asks to read some poems that this person wrote, and begins to imagine that he has never heard of this Chen, neither in this world, nor in the immortal world. The boy, happy, says that Mr. Chen wrote several poems, so he will read one in particular. The old man only wonders if this Chen has any talent for Confucianism, because if not, he will have to correct many of the errors he passed on to this boy. Guasimo begins to recite the poem, and it is as if he is standing before the sea in that pleasant breeze. After reciting the poem, he asks if something is wrong with the rector, as he suddenly knelt. At this moment he is in shock, as the verse he just heard is undoubtedly profound and poetic. A cry that is neither sad nor happy and childlike innocence. These 4 verses clearly portray the vivid image of a life with its changes. This makes him think that this Chun is definitely a worthy person to teach Confucianism. He gets excited, asking the boy where this person lives, as he urgently needs to visit him as soon as possible to invite him to teach at the Immortal Academy. He says this, but reflects that it is better to make him the new rector immediately. With that, he grabs Guazimo's hand and runs off with him, still in a towel after taking a bath. At this moment, the protask sees that his system has given him a new mission, where the user must create a new sect named Pinjen. He can't believe it, imagining that it must be a joke, and yells, saying that the last time the mission was to join the mountain sect, and fortunately, the Morom family was kind enough to him, even giving him the position of ancestor. And now it wants him to simply create a new one from scratch. The system says it doesn't care what the proto thinks, it just wants him to create a sect within 2 months. This leaves him completely pale, as he no longer knows what to do, and imagines he'll have to ask a favor from Xiao Shue's family. At that moment someone calls him, asking if he is home. He opens the door and notices that it is Guazemo there, and asks the reason for the visit. The boy introduces the rector of Shushan Academy, who, at his request, is there with him. This leaves the proto frightened, as the rector of the academy is one of the most important people on that continent. The old man bows, saying he greets Senior Chun. He can't believe that another crazy person is kneeling to him for no reason. This makes him reflect that this rector has no relation to Xiao Shue's family, yet all the major figures of that place keep kneeling and calling him senior. This makes him wonder since when he became such an incredible person. Having said that, he says he has something to ask the rector. He just wants to know if he appears to be such a strong person. He says this with a supreme aura emanating from his body, which makes Daunting kneel immediately, begging for forgiveness. The proto does not understand what he must forgive, and just asks him to tell the truth. This leaves the old man in a dilemma, imagining that the senior is irritated. Maybe he disturbed his seclusion. Maybe this being is so advanced that he calculated his intention to make him the rector of the academy, and that disturbed his rest. He thinks carefully about what to respond to, not irritate the senior, and says he didn't feel any power. Better said, he couldn't feel a drop of power from that senior. Basically, he is a perfect mortal. Chon is upset, as it hurts a lot to hear the obvious from others. The old man still asks him not to be so courteous with him, and he can just call him Daunting. He says this, sweating a lot, as he doesn't know how he will react. The proto, frustrated, asks to avoid being like that, as it makes him very uncomfortable. Guazimo looks at the rector's hand, and asks why it is shaking so much if he is in pain or something. The old man, terrified, says he gained enough from this meeting and flies off with the boy, saying goodbye to the senior. Flying, he begins to imagine that the proto did not attack him, so it means he allowed him to escape with his life. Probably because he knelt in time, otherwise, he would have had to pay with his life. Maybe also because Guazimo was present, and as a disciple, he wouldn't do anything in front of him. For this reason, the old man imagines he must focus all his training on this boy as gratitude. Chun watches this without understanding anything, and starts to imagine that Guazimo read the poems to the rector. And for that reason, the old man now thinks he is a master of literature. After that, he says he needs to worry about the mission the system gave. But he is frustrated since it is a very difficult mission because he knows absolutely nothing about cultivation. Having said that, he decides to walk to the city to buy a book just about cultivation. Upon arriving in the city, the proto goes to the 1,000 bookstore and calls for Duan, saying he would like to buy a book. A woman is happy to see that it is Chun, and says it has been a while since she last saw him. He approaches, saying it really has been a while, and asks how business is at the bookstore. She stands up and responds that it is as always, just making enough to live on. With a sweet face, she says that she is a weak woman, trying to be honest by working hard until she finds a good man to marry and start a family. The prota, embarrassed, says he is afraid no one is worthy of her. Duan smiles and asks who decided that. Moreover, she approaches and puts a finger on Chen's mouth, saying that there is a great match right in front of her. Embarrassed, he turns away and asks them to stop, then inquires if they have any cultivation books, preferably with common methods. She responds that they might. But every time he visits the store, it's for a different topic. So it's as if he already has all the books. She picks a book off the shelf and, embarrassed, says she won't charge him as proof of her love for him. That book is the Cultivation Manual for Dummies. Embarrassed, he thanks her and says he will definitely help promote the bookstore. She replies that she doesn't need publicity. She just wants him to visit her often. This makes him think it feels like he's being harassed every time he visits. As he opens the door, he notes that for some reason, Chief Duan gives him a familiar feeling, which surprises him. With that he turns, catching her attention, and she asks if the handsome man has reconsidered and will now ask her to marry him. The proto laughs, saying that the chief is full of jokes. But in the end, she helped him a lot. So he would like to invite her to his house. She says that if that's the case, she accepts the offer and will visit him as soon as she gets a chance. He says that's fine, and bids her farewell, while wondering about the feeling he can't explain. Duan watches him leave the bookstore and apologizes, since time is not on their side, and snaps her fingers, causing a huge glow to emanate from inside the bookstore, to the point of scaring a cat outside and leaving it confused as the light flies around. Back in Chen's courtyard, he is reading the book he just got to try to learn something about cultivation. And when he reads a part about food improving cultivation, he is surprised if there's a chance that Xiao Shue's family and others might come there because his meal increased everyone's cultivation. He imagines this is impossible, as only after eating Tiankai de Bao would there be a possibility of advancement, and decides to buy all the rice in the city to try this. This makes him reflect that everyone who visits ends up really liking his food. But that doesn't mean it is increasing everyone's cultivation, it just means the food is delicious. He thinks he should ask the Morong family to confirm this theory, and also take the opportunity to ask about establishing the sect. At that moment, he hears Xiao Shue's voice calling him from outside, and says that this is quite a coincidence. He welcomes her and says she arrived at the right time as he has something he would like to ask her father, and asks if she can deliver the message. She is happy, as the senior predicted her arrival, but says she is there as a messenger from her grandfather and father. They thought of merging her family with the Magic Moon sect, thus forming a new sect in Chen's name. All shy, she asks what he thinks of this idea. If he likes it, he could even name it as he wishes. But if he doesn't like it, they will cancel the plan. He is delighted with this coincidence, and asks if he can really name it. Xiao Shui responds that of course he can. After all, this sect will be entirely his, so there's no one better than the senior himself to choose a name. He says he thought of a name for the sect, and asks what she thinks of the name, Hyanzong. She, pleased, says it's an amazing name, and that she expected nothing less from the senior. With that said, from now on the sect will be called Hyanzong. This makes the protagonist thoughtful, as it's very strange for this opportunity to arise right after receiving the mission, and it's definitely a weird coincidence. He takes the opportunity to ask why everyone keeps calling him senior and always treats him with such respect and formality. She responds that it's because he has a very strong cultivation base. Then she can't believe she said that. The protagonist replies that he doesn't understand, after all he's just an ordinary mortal. She starts trembling, wondering if she said something wrong, as she forgot that Chen cultivates only the mind. And, to make matters worse, she mentioned his cultivation, which apparently he doesn't like. The protagonist becomes thoughtful about this, but has a feeling that if he delves deeper into the matter, she will kneel. So, it's probably better to stop there. He decides to change the subject, saying that he'll soon bother them about the sect's construction, and offers her lunch before she leaves. Xiao Shui immediately kneels, asking for forgiveness and saying that they have already been too greedy, but learned their lesson with the hidden sound stone, and will never try to take advantage again. He doesn't understand what on earth she's talking about, and says he's just referring to a meal. She turns pale, wondering if she made another mistake, and runs out, apologizing to the senior, as she has some things to take care of first. Chen, still confused, imagines that he just asked a few questions, but this ended up creating more problems besides her saying that he's strong. He starts walking, saying that if he were really strong, the story would be different. At that moment, a strong light appears in the sky. It's a meteor heading towards the Earth. The meteor gets closer and closer. A woman asks the man if he will take responsibility. He approaches and says that's obvious after all. She's the only one in his heart, and says that his love for her is as powerful as a meteor. He says this, and notices something strange approaching. This makes him panic, as a real meteor is falling to the earth, and he yells for everyone to flee. Aoshin notices that this is the Hongzi stone, and judging by its size, it must not belong to just anyone. Besides, he notices that the meteor is headed for Senior Chen's house, which is not surprising since it crossed the entire universe to reach its rightful owner, and he wanted to be lucky enough to see him use such a treasure. In the house's yard, the phoenix in the shape of a chicken asks why this is happening again, as apparently her master's luck attracted another calamity, and asks the little fish to take care of it. He responds yes, and immediately transforms into a spiritual dragon, which is his original form, and throws the meteor in another direction. Aoshin is shocked by what he just witnessed. That is definitely a real dragon. He returns to his home as apparently the senior has already taken care of the meteor. The giant stone hits the temple of the Empire of 1,000 Feathers squarely. On a blessed night, the kingdom burned and was reborn. Prince Qianyu awakened a superhuman physique and became one of the greatest talents on the continent. And the great emperor managed to ascend to the Mahayana realm, and within just 1 month, the imperial kingdom of 1,000 Feathers was renamed the Empire of 1,000 Feathers, becoming the center of all power. A month passes, and Murong goes to the protagonist to update him on current affairs. He says that this matter wasn't supposed to bother him, but the Empire's princes took many people and are asking for cooperation to discover new treasures, and he says that unfortunately, the illusory moon has come under enormous pressure. And for this reason they had to stop the work. This worries Chun, who asks if the construction has really stopped. The old man responds that unfortunately, yes, the foundation was laid, but apparently the work will not continue for a while. This frustrates him, as there is only half a month left until the deadline. And these damn hooligans have shown up just now to cause trouble. He becomes thoughtful, saying that the power of the Shushan Immortal Academy must be stronger than the Empire. So maybe it's a good idea to ask them to solve this problem. Murong is surprised and asks if he's going to leave the Immortal Academy to act with the illusory moon. Chun says he can't, after all, he has no way to contact the principal. But he has an idea since Xilinger's father is also a big shot. The old man is surprised to hear this, and asks if he knows someone even more powerful than the academy. He replies that he doesn't, but that this person visited him a month ago. Murong can't believe it that such an important person would visit him, but he didn't get their contact information. At that moment, Yushi is ordering the cultivators to work harder, and Furious says that old women on the streets are more effective than they are. The three become angry at the lack of respect, but the girl simply says that if they're upset, they can just fight the guy next to her. This guy is an immortal cultivator of the Transcendence realm. Someone brings her some watermelon slices, but the girl asks why it took so long, calling them useless. The maid is Xiao Shui, who is furious at being treated this way. Yushi takes a bite of the watermelon and throws it at Xiao Shui's head, saying it's awful and to get another one. Xiao Shui clenches her fist, furious, wondering what she should do. The brat provokes her, asking if she wants to say something. Xiao Shui takes a deep breath and reflects that she can't get angry, not in the sect, and notices her grandfather arriving. She runs to him and asks what the senior's response was. He says that unfortunately, it's inconvenient for Chen to take action himself, so it might take some time before anything is done. This frustrates her, as it seems things aren't going to improve. Suddenly they feel a tremor and ask if it's an earthquake. Yushi stands up, asking if, by any chance, a new treasure is about to be born, but notices a huge creature appearing in front of her. This shocks her, and she asks what the hell that is until she gets hit, making a small cut on her face. Zhao Feng is surprised because he recognizes the creature. It's a black serpent, a very large one indeed. People start fleeing while the princess keeps shouting for them to stop the creature. At that moment someone arrives. It's Eosin, saying that the creature won't kill anyone while he's there. He runs to her and says she's the princess of the Empire of 1,000 Feathers and that if possible, she needs to be taken out of there. He doesn't like the idea at all, but he doesn't know what she did since he wasn't there to witness things. Looking at the black serpent, he gets excited, as after his last breakthrough, there hasn't been a chance to unleash his power. With that said, he smiles, thinking that this will be the perfect opportunity to practice. The black serpent, which had an angry face, becomes docile, asking if by any chance it killed someone or said it would kill. After all, it believes in Buddhism. Eosin can't believe the monster is saying that, and says it doesn't matter because he can't allow it to harm the innocent. The serpent sticks out its tongue, saying this is absurd since at no point did it say it would hurt anyone, and in fact, it just came out to get some sun. Pouting, he says that the cultivator doesn't accept that since he's killed several immortal beasts in the past. And he's only saying that because his cultivation level is higher. He feels frustrated by this feeling of humiliation and begs that the monster be more bloodthirsty so that he won't feel bad if he is to kill it. Yushi calls the senior's attention and says that clearly the dragon is afraid of him and that's the only reason it's acting this way. She's afraid that after he leaves, the monster will kill the people there, and for that reason, he should kill it now. He looks closely at the girl and asks if by any chance he looks like a sword since she's trying to use him, and makes it clear that he doesn't care about the empire of 1,000 feathers. Aoshin also says that he's not sure who her father is, but seeing her that way, he realizes that her father isn't the best person around. Still looking at the kneeling girl, he asks her to remember that many things can be given to her, but it's pointless if she's cruel to others, as it will end up backfiring on her. With that said, he makes it clear that she's on her own. The princess becomes furious and makes it clear that the old man will kneel to the empire one day. At that moment, the dragon takes a deep breath and approaches the girl, saying that not long ago, she was saying many bad things about him. She, in shock, says that's not exactly true. Aoshin continues walking, thinking about how annoying that girl was, and even considered that all of it was planned by the senior, but it doesn't seem to be the case. He asks for his subordinate to appear, and immediately the cultivator appears, greeting him. The old man orders him to mobilize all the members of the Tianzuan Tower to suppress the empire of 1,000 feathers, and that anyone on the empire's side will be considered an enemy. After these instructions, he also says that he wants to leave a message for the emperor. Night then falls, and the empire of 1,000 feathers is already in flames. There was blood everywhere, including on the sword that is even pointed at the emperor. The subordinate delivers the message, saying that his daughter is wonderful. The next day, Aoshin meets with the senior to say a few things. The protagonist says he arrived just in time, and asks if he knows anything about the empire of 1,000 feathers. The old man is shocked and tells the senior that he is quite perceptive, as this time he's here precisely to talk about that matter, because he suppressed them the night before since they were very rude, and even wants to apologize if he did something wrong. The protagonist is pleased to hear this and praises him, as it seems he suppressed them well. But he's confused as to why he's apologizing for it. The protagonist also says he wants to ask another question. At first it didn't matter much being called senior, but if he's so powerful as to suppress the empire, then why does he still call him senior? He worries if this is a test or something like that, and if the rise and development of the entire empire of 1,000 feathers is just a test that the senior prepared for him. So he bows and says that the reason is simple. It's because the senior is clearly stronger than him. The system appears but says nothing, and the protagonist is happy, saying that now he understands and thanks his friend for the time he spent there, but he has commitments for the day, so he will have to leave. The old man replies that it's no problem, as he also has appointments and decides to leave, saying goodbye to the senior. Before passing through the entrance gate, he notices that Chen doesn't seem to be angry or anything like that, and his hunch about all of it being a test must be correct. After being alone, the protagonist calls the system and starts yelling for it to appear at once. A window pops up asking what he wants. The protagonist, furious, says that he always found it strange that everyone treats him with extreme respect and almost believed he was truly powerful. But the system kept saying he was weak. So, he'd like to know what the explanation is. The system says he can find someone to fight, and if he manages to defeat them, it will bow down to him once and for all. This only makes the protagonist angrier, as it's clear he can't trust it. And he starts thinking about whom he could train with, considering Xiao Shui's family, as they were quite respectful when they saw him. Still thoughtful, he imagines that he can't fight against himself or even against bandits, since if he's really weak, he'll be beaten to death. With this in mind, he looks outside and, seeing the peach tree, has an idea. Su Ling was resting until the protagonist arrives, asking her to do her brother a favor. With a smile on his face, he asks her to have a friendly sparring match with him. The system can't believe this absurdity. Just like all the animals in the yard, imagining that their master is truly shameless. He asks her to take a bamboo stick that's near the tree and use it as a weapon. His sister grabs it and says okay, asking if he really wants to fight. The protagonist replies that he does, and he'll even take off his shirt first. She becomes worried, thinking that he might get hurt by being unprotected. She simply says okay. Chen smiles and says she can start whenever she's ready. However, immediately, the bamboo stick flies toward him, scaring him with its speed until it hits him and knocks him to the ground. She panics, seeing that his face is injured. But he just says it's fine, and that he just wasn't ready yet. He says this. But inside, he's in shock, as he never imagined Su Ling was so strong. He couldn't even dodge that strike. And it seems the system is right, since he can't even avoid a hit from a little girl. He then asks her to start again, but the girl is so fast that she hits him again, leaving him in disbelief at the absurd speed with which that bamboo stick reaches his face. The whole afternoon goes like this, with him asking his sister to attack and her obeying, until he gets tired and lies down on the chair all bruised, thinking he's not strong at all. The system appears, saying it told him so, which only makes the protagonist more furious, telling it to shut up. He crosses his arms, frustrated that he really thought he was strong. Despite everything, he's still in disbelief at his little sister's strength. thinking she must be from a family of cultivators, as her strength is far above that of a normal child. He looks at her closely and realizes that she is clearly stronger. But he firmly believes that Elder Outyen wouldn't have any reason to lie. This makes him think that maybe it's a bug. It's written in the practice book that a cultivator can sense the opponent's strength through their breathing, and although his strength is weaker than Suling's, maybe people think his breathing is powerful because of this bug. This must be a good explanation for why people keep calling him senior, even though he makes it clear that he's just a mortal. The protagonist gets excited, thinking that if that's the case, he can pretend to be a fox and a tiger. His sister is confused, not understanding anything. Night falls and Chopper is sitting by the fountain talking to the little fish, saying that the black dragon has the breath of the dragon family. But it's strange because, despite having dragon blood essence, it didn't use it fully. The little fish responds that maybe he ate a dead dragon with a good level and was probably wounded by trash in the realm of the gods, and accidentally fell into this mortal world, where he was eaten by the black serpent. Besides, it says it's not possible to absorb it alone, but if it stays close to the little fish for a while, it will have a great chance to absorb this essence completely, to the point of becoming a true dragon. The phoenix asks Chopper if he wants to train it and make it a messenger boy in the future. He responds yes, and calls the spirit of the sword for its first mission. The little fish emits a light from its mouth and asks the sword to make the dragon absorb it until it transforms. Only then will it be allowed to return to the yard. The spirit, pleased, says it understands, and will do it immediately. Still at night the spirit of the sword flies until it finally lands, asking the dragon not to be nervous, as it's not there to kill it. It also says that trying to hide is useless, especially in such an obvious place. The dragon calls it boss, and asks if there is any business to discuss with it. Hearing this makes the spirit happy, since no one has ever called it boss before. The monster is confused, wondering if it said something wrong. As the kid's face looks strange, the spirit then calls the dragon's attention, which looks on without understanding anything. The kid is once again amazed while the monster asks him to speak up. He then coughs and says that there are some important figures who want to hire it as a messenger. The first option is simply to accept being a promoter. If it doesn't accept this, there's the second option of being defeated and then being forced to agree. So, it just needs to choose one of the options. The dragon becomes worried, as obviously there's only one option to choose. The kid points his finger, asking if it's satisfied with something, and then a huge explosion occurs in the sky, leaving the monster scared by that power. He also says that he doesn't want any trouble, and the spirit says that neither does he. In fact, he has a meal to offer. With that, he throws the ball of light that the little fish gave him into the dragon's mouth, who is impressed, as there is clearly pure dragon energy inside that bubble. Immediately, he realizes that he has absorbed a tenth of the dragon essence, and that it contains the secret art of transformation. Apparently now it will even be possible to change forms, activating his ability, until something with ears and a wagging tail appears. The dragon has just transformed into a dog, which worries him, wondering why on earth he turned into a dog. Ben bursts out laughing, but makes it clear that he's not laughing at the dog form, but rather thinking of something happy. The dragon realizes that's a blatant lie, especially since he starts laughing again, saying it's funny. However, he then gets serious, and asks him to follow, as it's time to meet the true boss. Upon arriving at the house, the dog immediately senses that this is trouble, especially when looking at Chopper and the phoenix, who are clearly incredibly powerful and intimidating. At first he thought there was only one powerful being there, but apparently the entire courtyard is filled with them. With this in mind, he greets all the big brothers present. Chopper tells the spirit of the sword that the little trash has been well trained, it seems. He replies that it's not that and that it was all possible thanks to the teachings of the older brothers. Chopper tells the dog to get up and makes it clear that from that day on, in that courtyard, he is to pretend to be a dog, especially in front of their master, and if he doesn't do it properly, humanity will be destroyed. The dog, trembling all over, says he understands perfectly. Still trembling, he goes to the fountain, as someone called him, saying that his ancestors are present, and this could be a great opportunity. Frodo, which is the dog's current name, asks who these ancestors might be. The little fish then says hello, and immediately, he feels a strange energy. As just looking at that fish makes his whole body feel like it's boiling. The little fish tells him not to be nervous, that he'll get used to it after a while, and explains that it's normal, since many dragon bloodlines feel uncomfortable when they see him, and that even if Zulong appeared there, he would still be fine. The dog can't believe that the mighty Zulong would feel uncomfortable seeing him, and asks who exactly he is. The little fish introduces himself, saying his name is Shenlong. Frodo is shocked at once, as the dead dragon he ate had a secret story about the dragon family, and he remembers seeing this name in those stories. Born at the beginning of the world, he coexisted with all things in the universe, and in infinite time. The first ancestor of the true work of the Lao Fu Long family. Knowing the story, He can't believe that such a divine existence has really turned into a little goldfish and lives in a fountain, which only makes him imagine how terrifying the master must be. The peach tree starts to sway until Peach steps on the ground and takes her spirit form. She communicates telepathically, calling Suling, asking her to let the master take care of that little black dog the next day. The girl goes back to sleep, saying she understands the request. The next day, in the Empire of 1,000 Feathers, someone is shouting, demanding explanations. It's Spectrum, asking why this is happening. Zheng Tao, who is the emperor, asks his father to calm down, saying that he only remembers Yushi going to a remote area in search of new treasures. But the rest of the story he knows nothing about. He is worried, trying to understand why the Tianzuan Tower completely suppressed the Empire overnight, and moreover the forces that had cooperated with them until now are doing everything they can to avoid them. The young man says he really has no idea why until Yushi appears, greeting her father and grandfather. Tired, she sits down and says that it's been quite dangerous these past few days, but fortunately, she's very smart. However, she found it strange to see the entire palace deserted when she arrived. Immediately, she shouts for the maids to bring her some good tea. Her father, furious, asks what happened to her during those days she was in the south. She, also angry, tells her father not to even mention it, and says that the owner of the building is ungrateful. And even though the empire is developing rapidly, those dogs are still ungrateful. He becomes furious, clearly seeing that his daughter is to blame for everything that happened. The girl, not understanding anything, asks her father what's going on. He clenches his fist and asks Spectrum if he can hit his granddaughter. The old man asks him to wait, which gives the girl some relief, thinking she's been spared. But with a menacing look, he says he'll help to discipline that spoiled girl. The day dawns, and Su Ling runs to wake up her brother. He asks if something is wrong, and she says the sun is beautiful right now. The protagonist immediately notices the dog and asks what the hell is going on and how she got him. The girl responds that the cute dog was sitting outside and was lost, so they should keep him. Chen, confused, says that just because the dog was lying outside doesn't mean much, and asks how she knows he was lost. She points to the dog and says that he told her himself. Frodo is shocked because the girl wasn't supposed to say that. He puts his hand on his sister's head and asks her to stop joking and to play with the dog in the yard. And maybe he'll go back to his real owner after getting tired. He observes that his sister must really like the dog. But since they don't know who it belongs to and it might not be wild, it's better not to adopt it arbitrarily. Su Ling throws the dog outside and says she's completed the mission, and if her brother doesn't want him, then the dog can play by himself. The MC watches the dog, thinking he could be cuter, until he sees him walking toward the tree. This catches his attention because he doesn't understand the little dog's intentions. With this in mind, he approaches and asks if by any chance he's looking for an opportunity to steal the chickens from the yard. Because if so, he should leave. Frodo feels like crying, as a feat like that is impossible for him even if he wanted to. At that moment, the system catches Chen's attention, saying there's a new mission. He finds this strange, as a new mission appeared without even completing the last one, and it's been 5 years since that happened. The notification says the mission is simple. He needs to recruit 10,000 disciples for his new sect. He goes crazy over this as he needs 10,000 people in 10 days, and obviously the intent is for him to fail, since not even the entire city has that many people. The system informs him that the consequences of failing this mission won't be death. This relieves him, as he won't have any problems if he fails. However, the system says that his penis will be reduced by half. Upon reading this, he grabs the system panel and throws it to the ground, outraged by such absurdity. At that moment Morong knocks on the door, asking if he can come in. Chon is happy, and says he arrived just in time and can come in. And when they meet, he asks if there's any news about the Empire's issue being resolved. He replies that some people took action, suppressing them, and with that, several sect matters were concluded, and they can start accepting apprentices soon. The protagonist is pleased with this, and says that it seems Elder Outyen is quite powerful. He says this, and imagines that his visual bug is quite strong, and is surprised that the old man managed to suppress the Empire so easily. Morong agrees that Aoshin is amazing, and starts telling him that a few days ago, a monster appeared at the treasure site, scaring everyone there. While telling the story, he notices something strange around him, until he sees the dog lying next to him. Chen looks to the side, asking what happened, and he had already run to the door as if he was afraid of something. At that moment, he notices that the breathing of that black dog is identical to that of the black serpent that appeared the other day. But why would the monster be there? The dog just sits there, posing no danger to anyone, making Chen ask the old man if he's afraid of dogs to be so scared. He responds that no, there's no problem, and he approaches again, asking what matter the senior would like to discuss with him. The The protagonist feels a bit embarrassed to ask this, but he says that the sect needs to recruit 10,000 apprentices in 10 days, and asks if that's possible. Murong, with his eyes shining, replies that yes, it's possible, but they'll need the help of the elders. He says this, and imagines that if the senior personally goes to the cities, the whole world will want to join the sect. With this in mind, he points to the dog, and says that he'll only need to borrow him for a few days, and if he does, he promises that the 10,000 apprentices will be secured. He's excited, thinking that all this goes against the master's mental cultivation, but that black dragon will be more than enough. Chun is confused, wondering if they only need that black dog, and starts thinking that Murong was initially scared of the dog and even mentioned that there were monsters there. This might mean that the dog could be a monster. Meanwhile, Frodo is terrified, wanting to be a quiet dog, but it's clearly becoming very difficult. This makes him reflect on a book he read, where some demonic beasts seem normal, but are usually fierce and bloodthirsty, and if he only ate the chickens it wouldn't be a big problem. But things would change if he attacked Su Ling. With this in mind, he asks the old man what exactly he plans to do with that black dog. Murong replies that he's going to take him to the city, obviously. This further solidifies the protagonist's suspicion that the dog is a demonic beast, and with this in mind, he asks Murong to quickly take the dog away. The old man picks him up in his arms and reassures him not to worry, as he will definitely get the 10,000 disciples within the 10 days requested. Frodo, not understanding what on earth is happening, asks for help from his ancestor, who tells him not to be afraid, as he can secretly return in the middle of the night. After that, Murong flies off towards the city, while Chun remains worried, unsure if the task will be completed, but wishing he could participate. This makes him think that, thanks to the system bug, he could attract many people, perhaps even enjoy this feeling of admiration. Even if just a little. However, he's unsure if this aura works on everyone, so it would be sad if the time came and no one saw this invincible aura he seems to have due to the bug. People would just point fingers, asking who that idiot who thinks he's important is. With this in mind, he goes back inside his house, thinking that he should trust this task to Murong. Murong arrives at the new location and immediately enters, telling the dog that this is the new place for the sect. Frodo catches his attention and, furious, says that the old man made him miss many chances to become stronger. He asks Frodo not to get angry as he only wants to help, and explains that the senior doesn't like greedy people, so it could end badly if he stays there too long. Besides, this is the senior's sect, so after helping him, he will say a few words of praise, affirming that the dog was quite useful. Frodo then realizes what this is about and thanks him for the kindness, as it seems that Mr. Murong was secretly helping him, so he will be indebted when this is over. Aware that the sect belongs to the senior, he decides to contribute more and summons the sect's protective formation. Also activating a huge magic circle filled with spiritual energy that, once activated, can even resist attacks from the peak of the Mahayana realm. He also summons some swords, saying they are part of the formation, and along with them, several treasures appear, as they are useless to him. But he will give everything to Murong for all the help. The old man thanks the dragon brother for all his kindness, but says he will still need his support for the next scene. Frodo says it's fine, and takes on his dragon form, as doing so is no big deal. Murong is surprised, as he hasn't seen him for just a few days, but it's clear how much his power has grown, and he starts walking, saying that from that day on, the Pingon sect will start recruiting disciples. Far from the sect, it was possible to see the huge circle protecting it. Eos Hen immediately notices that it is the Mahayana realm formation, the mountain guardian dragon, and says that it seems the senior made a mistake when he gave the mountain sect this formation. However, he thinks carefully about what he just said, and imagines that the senior must have planned everything, so he can never make a mistake. It must be more complex than it seems, as it's about him. This makes him widen his eyes, imagining that it might be a god-level test for the 3 parts. The first was the Empire of 1,000 Feathers. The senior calculated that this would be arrogant, but they still had a chance. The second was himself, who, although under the senior's command, after rescuing the people of the mountain sect, took the initiative to suppress the Empire of 1,000 Feathers, thus passing the test. Now the third is the mountain sect, which obviously also passed the test. So the powerful senior gave them this great opportunity. He smiles and thinks that everything is flowing perfectly and the senior is definitely terrifying. After that, he calls his subordinate and asks him to bring a great gift. The cultivator agrees, but doesn't know what kind of gift his master needs. He responds that the gift must be at the level of a top existence on the continent. Meanwhile, at Chen's house, the system notifies that the task of establishing a sect is complete, and the reward is a free lottery. The protagonist is surprised, as it was done in half the time, and he didn't expect Murong to be so quick to complete this task. He still thinks that maybe he should entertain them better next time as a reward. The lottery begins while the senior imagines that, in any case, he can't draw anything good. He also has the sword he got on the mountain, which is total trash. Ben, hearing that, is shocked. The lottery draw is completed, and with it, the reward comes through a portal, falling on top of Chun with that enormous weight. He looks more closely to understand what it is and realizes it's a super fertilizer. This time the draw was excellent, as he needs something like that for his backyard, and this fertilizer looks modern and should have a very good effect. He decides to call his sister, asking if she wants more watermelons, and if so, they will go to town to buy more. She is happy and runs to him, saying she does. They go to town, and upon arriving at the shop, they buy some watermelon seeds. Meanwhile, someone is watching from afar. They return home, grab an axe, and start preparing the soil while Su Ling plants the seeds. Then, the protagonist applies the fertilizer he just received to improve his crop. The two are happy as they look at the plantation and say that they've finally completed the task. He says this, and notices the clothes he's wearing, as well as his hands being covered in dirt. And it seems more and more like he's straying from the path of cultivation. His sister shouts, asking him to look at the ground. And he realizes that a sprout is already growing. This makes his eyes sparkle, as he didn't expect that super fertilizer to be so powerful as to make it grow so quickly. He thanks his luck, as he finally got something good, and not the junk he received before. The little dragon, the broom, and the kitchen knife all lament not being as useful, since they were all called junk. Su Ling, already drooling with hunger, says that soon they will have watermelon. Her brother, however, tells her that unfortunately, no, and that despite the fertilizer being good, it will still take at least half a month for the watermelon to grow. She gets upset about this while he says he's going to go inside the house to change clothes. She looks at the fertilizer and goes over to the bag to try something. She takes a handful and starts spreading it over the plants, covering the entire watermelon plantation with fertilizer. Suddenly the plantation begins to grow instantly, making the protagonist hear a strange sound from inside the house and leaving Su Ling scared. She turns around, hiding the fertilizer shovel, and tells her brother that the watermelons have already grown large, so they can eat them. This surprises him, as that fertilizer is even more powerful than he thought, even using just a little. He says this, and watches his sister, then looks at the fertilizer bag, noticing that the quantity has decreased by more than a third, and asks her if she knows what happened. She awkwardly says she knows nothing. Probably the wind blew it away. At this moment, someone is at the gate looking at the two near the watermelon, and their eyes shine upon seeing Chin asking his sister to wash her hands. After that, the protagonist becomes concerned, looking at the watermelon, as it grew too fast, so he can't be sure if it's safe to eat. For safety reasons, he tells his sister that he will eat first, but notices that she is already devouring two at once, and asks if she doesn't feel anything bad. His sister says no, and that it's actually quite sweet. He says that's good to know, but asks her to eat slowly. After all, no one is going to steal it from her. She says you never know, after all her brother might end up giving it to the person outside later. He gets confused, wondering if there's someone outside, and decides to check if there really is someone there. Upon opening the gate, he notices that there really is a boy there. The child is shocked to see the protagonist up close, as he felt a powerful energy emanating from his body, to the point that his own body was paralyzed with fear. He asks if the child is some kind of cultivator or something like that, and imagines that once again his visual bug is scaring someone, and even the elders have trouble calming down, let alone a child, but wonders why the child isn't saying at least a word. He gives a piece of watermelon to the child, asking him to eat it and then go home. After all, he can't let the parents worry without knowing where their child is. He hands over the watermelon and closes the yard gate. The child says that was terrifying. He even thought he was going to die. The protagonist opens the gate again as he heard the child whisper something and closes the gate again, imagining that the cultivators of that world are not normal. The child gets ready and starts running at full speed, thinking that he needs to escape, and that even the most precious treasures ever found don't compare to that person, as it was the first time he was so scared to say anything. He recalls when he first met Chun at the watermelon shop, and it was the first time he met someone with such a high level of power, and fortunately, the elders didn't blame themselves. He runs to a tree and starts eating the watermelon he received, thinking that the senior doesn't want anyone to disturb him. Suddenly, he feels something strange in his body and realizes that he has created a great realm, advancing from level 1 bingo to the 5th layer of Dandan. Looking at the watermelon, the protagonist wonders if this was a chance given by the senior, and probably the sudden rise of the sect might be related to this powerful senior. With his amulet in hand, he says he needs to inform his grandfather that things are more complicated than he imagined. Back at the protagonist's house, he thinks he needs to lock the doors tightly, as that fertilizer is divine, and if it spreads to others, it could create major problems. Out of nowhere, he stops and starts wondering how on earth his little sister knew there was someone outside, and asks her to honestly answer if she has a cultivation base. Su Ling becomes worried about what she should say, as she originally wanted to get along with her brother by being a normal person, but seeing how serious he is, She answers that yes, she has a cultivation base. This shocks him, as that little girl already has a cultivation base, and he doesn't. Embarrassed, she says that although she has one, it's still very weak and can't compare to others. The protagonist says that she lied to him for so long and asks what stage she is at the moment. She becomes concerned about what to answer and asks if it's in the chi practice period. She just read what the peach tree wrote on the sign for her to say. Chun looks back, finding it strange that his sister answered with a question, but he doesn't see anything near the tree. He decides to ask when she started cultivating, and again, the divine peach raises a sign for her to say that it wasn't long ago. He quickly looks at the tree and starts to find it strange. As every time Su Ling answers, she looks in that direction first, as if someone is teaching her what to say. He returns to the house, as he's not understanding anything. He grabs some watermelons and makes it clear to his sister that if she's not completely honest with him, he'll confiscate all the watermelons. Su Ling gets worried about this and points to the peach tree, saying that it was Sister Peach who has been teaching her, and pleads not to confiscate the watermelons. This confuses him even more, as she's calling the peach tree sister. And he remembers that the cultivation practice book mentions that in this world, all things live for a long time and can even become immortal. Anything can take human form and even speak. He looks closely at the peach tree and remembers that it was considered mute by the system, but he hasn't noticed any difference in the last 5 years. Thinking about all this gives him an idea, as the peach tree, like the fertilizer, were prizes sent by the system, so that must be the reason they are different. The divine peach is upset, as Su Ling betrayed her for a few watermelons, and suddenly a system appears in front of her, telling the peach tree to find a way to resolve this, and if she is exposed, she knows what the consequences will be. This scares her, making her gather energy in her finger and shoot it towards Su Ling's head. This makes her tremble, and she starts saying that she suddenly feels dizzy and mentions that not only did Sister Peach talk to her, but clouds also appear in the sky saying some things, and even the watermelon keeps waving. The protagonist rushes to her, asking if something is wrong, and notices that her forehead is hot, probably with a fever. This makes him wonder if it's a side effect of that powerful fertilizer, and decides to carry her inside the house, thinking it was probably the fever that made her say those absurd things. He says this while carrying her inside. Elsewhere, Outyen is cultivating until he notices a presence approaching. A huge explosion destroys the trees where he was, and as the dust settles, someone can be seen inside the explosion, calling Outyen a cursed old man. Furious, he asks how someone dares to attack him using such a ridiculous trick. This man says he heard that Outyen became immortal, advancing to the land of the fairies. It was Gufeng, asking if he can still say hi. The old man is furious with his friend, as how can he call that attack a greeting? This makes him think that the best magic weapon costs about 300,000 ling yuns, the body technique costs about 500,000, and yet he was still able to escape easily. But he definitely didn't lie when he said he managed to break through to the immortal land with the help of some senior. Ocean mocks, saying he's too lazy to call something the Mahayana Peak, and even the Mahayana Summit has the desire to call that weapon in front of an immortal, and he teases, saying that his friend is still at the Mahayana Peak and apparently is doomed to stay that way forever. The old man responds that the filthy red-haired one has some skill, but he should mention the Mahayana Peak. He goes on and mentions it again, leaving his colleague irritated, telling him to go to hell. Back at Chen's house, Su Ling is lying in bed resting, as she apparently has a fever. However, the protagonist doesn't understand why this suddenly happened. He thinks the problem isn't the watermelon after all. He ate it too and is fine, and he wonders if it might have something to do with her being a cultivator and him not. At that moment, someone knocks on the gate asking if anyone is home. He opens the gate and asks Morong not to ask that every time since he can just come in. The old man is surprised to see that there are numerous giant watermelons, considering that a few days ago there was nothing there. So, how did the senior plant so many and how did they grow so fast? Moreover, he observes that the spiritual energy in them is 1,000 times stronger than the most potent spiritual medicine he's ever seen. The protagonist notices that Morong is staring at the watermelons a lot, and starts to remember that in cultivation books, it says that if you absorb too much spiritual energy and don't refine it, the cultivator will get a fever. With this in mind, he asks Morong if he thinks the watermelons are elixirs. He asks if the senior is joking since there's no way they could be elixirs. He says this, but he knows perfectly well that they are all elixirs. Chin feels frustrated, as he apparently understands nothing about cultivation, and Su Ling's fever must have another cause. The old man says he has opened the sect's doors and will be receiving new disciples, and it would be interesting if the senior could attend. He laments, saying that his sister is sick, so he won't be able to go out. Morong says he understands, but imagines that the senior must like to play games. After all, there's no way someone at Su Ling's immortal level could get sick. Chun grabs a watermelon, saying that he can't let his sister eat them all, and hands it to Morong, asking him to share it with the people at the ceremony. He accepts gladly, thinking that for the senior it may be nothing, but for them it's a great opportunity. With that, he stores the watermelon in a storage ring and thanks him, saying he'll head to the sect to make preparations. The protagonist thanks him and reminds him once again that they need to have 10,000 apprentices if it's not too much trouble. He says that won't be a problem. After that, the ceremony begins, with many people participating in the event at the sect. Xiao Shui asks her grandfather if the senior will attend, but he replies that he won't, as the sect master has important matters to attend to. He says this, and notices that the princess also attended the event. She greets Grandpa Morong and says she will keep Xiao Shui company. Morong shouts to everyone that the celebration will begin. An emperor from the old empire approaches, saying he wants to talk for a bit. Another person also shouts, saying they are from the Supreme Empire and would also like to speak with the sect master. Meanwhile, another cultivator watches from afar and says that there's nothing there but the power of the dragon, which, by the way, is almost useless. This is the young master of the Purgatory sect, asking where the supposed immortal who is supposed to be there to help him is. The man, who is the first cannon fodder, says he really didn't lie, and proof of that is that several emperors are granting favors to them. The young master makes it clear that all this must be a trick to deceive the disciples into following the ceremony, and makes it clear that he doesn't want to hear any more nonsense, and says that at the moment, they are sneaking into the sect. So, the mountain protection formation won't affect them, and the empires won't be a threat. He looks up and says that fortunately, the Sky Flood Dragon is only at the Mahayana Peak, so he can fight it without problems. With this in mind, he orders them to capture Yao Shui. Looking at her, he imagines that he'll finally have the chance to capture her and turn her into a corpse weapon. She feels like someone is watching her and notices a crazy person making some strange poses. Suddenly, he gets startled as he sees some powerful auras approaching, starting with Dan Teng, the director of the Su Shan Immortal Academy. Next comes Gu Feng, the owner of the treasure hall, accompanied by his granddaughter. And finally, Ai Yuxian. They all say they are present to congratulate the sect. The young master can't believe why on earth the three main powers are there. He says this while watching the three walk into the sect. Ai Yuxian becomes furious when he sees his old friend present and, apparently, has heard about Chen. Morong approaches and thanks the three seniors for their presence and apologizes for not receiving them in advance. Outyan thanks him for the reception and says Morong is very polite and, apparently, this is the second time they've met. Dan Tang greets Morong and says he is Dan Tang, the director of the Immortal Academy, and apologizes for showing up uninvited. Gu Feng begins his introductions, saying he is the head of the treasure hall, but before he can finish, Outyan says they can just call this old man an idiot. This makes Gu Feng furious, as he was being formal at that moment. Morong says that they are probably there because of the elders, referring to the protagonist and Su Ling, and asks everyone to please come inside. Before that, Daunting opens a box, saying he would like to offer something first. And a scroll appears. The painting called Qingxiang Dragon Phoenix. After observing it for a long time, a cultivator can have an epiphany, and thus improve their cultivation. This surprises Morong, as that seems to be the treasure of the Shushan Immortal Academy. The director confirms that it is, and since the seniors sect has just opened, such treasures would be perfect for the sect. Gu Feng agrees, and says he went in search of an appropriate gift, hunting all over the continent. He opens a box and says that apparently, the spiritual energy of that mountain isn't very good, and that inside the box is a superior spiritual vein, which will greatly improve the sect. AI Ocean interrupts, saying that spiritual veins are divided into 5 grades: inferior, medium, superior, extreme, and absolute. So, knowing this, he would be ashamed to give something of that level and offers Morong an absolute spiritual vein, which is more suitable for that place. This makes Gu Feng furious to the point of asking if he's looking for a fight, and he says he has a second gift to give, a purple gold card that gives a 10% discount on any item purchased in the treasure hall. Dan Tang is impressed with this gift. After all, a 10% discount is equivalent to donating half of the entire treasure hall. Aoshan is not intimidated by this gift and says it's still trash, as the Tianjin Tower will always be at the senior's disposal, especially since the senior will be buying items from the treasure hall. And this old man dares to take money from him. This infuriates Gu Feng even more, and he shouts that his grandson will join the Pinjen sect. Even he doesn't understand what's happening. Outyan calls him a mummy, as apparently that was the plan all along. Gu Feng calls him a bastard and taunts him, saying if he has the guts, he should send some grandson to the sect. The academy director starts to get worried, as his gift seems smaller and smaller as those two keep arguing. The young master continues to watch all of this, and can't believe that the greatest powers are fighting over who gives the best gift. And this must be a joke. It seems there really is a more terrifying existence than the three of them. His subordinate whispers, asking if they shouldn't go ahead with the plan as agreed. He asks if they shouldn't capture Xiao Shui. This catches her attention, even though she didn't hear what he said. He scolds his subordinate, telling him to shut the hell up. After all, the area is full of powerful people. At this moment, Xiao Shui catches her grandfather's attention, saying that those two people are trying to cause trouble in the sect. This makes the three immortals furious, asking how he dares. AI Ocean puts his hand on the young master's shoulder and asks what he just said he was going to do in that sect. He says this, and notices that the man is from the Purgatory sect, and asks if he's aware that the Pinjen sect belongs to their senior, and yet still ignores their presence. Gu Feng comments that he knows the Purgatory sect has little money, but they are brave to disregard the presence of the master of the treasure hall. Dan Teng similarly mentions the Immortal Academy. The young master, completely terrified, tells all the seniors that this was a big misunderstanding and that he is only there as a guest. Murong then appears and says that if it was a misunderstanding, then there's no problem, after all, he's just a guest, and asks what gift he brought, suggesting that the sect is not demanding when it comes to this, and even if the quality is lacking, quantity can make up for it. Lupeng, not knowing what to do in this situation, examines the numerous treasures in his possession. Murong is in disbelief, as he didn't expect so many treasures, but the three immortals say it's the bare minimum. The young master clenches his fist and, furious, says that this sect is doomed, and that as soon as the three leave, he will destroy them all. But he's startled when he hears Ocean say that he's living at the top of the hill, very close by, so he'll be a guest when he has time. Suddenly the dragon's aura begins to fade, returning to its dog form, and it starts to fall until it reaches the ground. Murong becomes concerned, asking what happened, and Frodo responds that, unfortunately, he can't defeat the man in the sky. They look up and indeed notice someone in the sky, and to make matters worse, it's an immortal. This immortal cultivator is Yanming, who says he's pleased to see that his trip to the mortal world will be interesting. He also says that the dragon hasn't fully digested the essence of a dragon, and because of this, it's almost impossible for it to become a true dragon in the future. Now, with a malicious look, he asks the ants to listen carefully. Murong feels an immense pressure to the point where their bodies are being forced to the ground. The immortal demands they hand over the black dragon, or else their formation will be destroyed. Murong informs him that the dragon belongs to a certain senior, and is not just any guardian beast of the sect. And if he doubts this, he can ask that certain existence. Yanming asks if this means they won't hand it over, making it clear they have 3 seconds to respond before being destroyed. The old man is worried about what will happen to them, but suddenly Ben appears, saying that the 3 seconds are up, and asks what Yanming plans to do now. The immortal looks back in shock, and asks why the golden feather is there. Ben responds that he doesn't need to answer to a piece of trash from the immortal realm, and states that he protects that place. This worries Yanming, as the immortal sword is protecting that sect, and he wonders what on earth is happening in this world. Furthermore, he notices that Ben's power is at the venerable immortal realm, which makes him break out in a cold sweat to the point of starting to flee, knowing he stands no chance there. The sword spirit asks if he really thinks he can escape and catches up with him in an instant, preparing a kick and landing it squarely on his face, sending him crashing directly to the ground, destroying everything in the area. The dust from the crater that formed begins to dissipate, and Ben descends to the spot, ordering Yanming to follow him back to the sect and apologize to everyone. Yanming says he's not crazy enough to apologize to mere ants, and that it's something impossible for him to agree to do. As he says this, Ben punches him. After that, Yanming returns to the sect completely battered, and apologizes to everyone for disrupting the sect ceremony. The sword spirit hands a bag to Murong, saying that all the belongings of that trash immortal are in there and now belong to the sect. Additionally, he orders Yanming to leave and inform everyone that the golden feather is protecting that sect. Yanming tells the senior that he'll do so immediately and flies away at full speed, leaving all the cultivators present astonished by what just happened. Murong clears his throat and tells everyone that the situation has been resolved and that with this, they will be accepting 10,000 disciples over the next 3 days. Days pass and the system notifies the protagonist that the mission to recruit 10,000 disciples has been completed. He is surprised as it seems that Mr. Murong wasn't lying about succeeding. With that, the system congratulates him, since the host has completed 900 tasks, and announces that the system will be updated to enter the final mode, at which point he will receive a reward. The protagonist could obtain simple items or repair his cultivation, and he is surprised to see the word cultivation there, imagining that he might finally get stronger. The update starts progressing, beginning at 1%, moving to 50, then 90, and finally 99. However, it gets stuck at 99% for a long time, leaving Chin completely irritated that it's not finishing quickly. This drives him crazy, as it's clear the system is trolling him by not completing the update. Furious, he looks back and yells at Su Ling to stop eating watermelons, and it seems she hasn't learned her lesson after getting a fever. Embarrassed, she tells her brother that the fever had nothing to do with the watermelon. At that moment, he hears that the update is complete and looks forward again, eager to see what the difference will be. The system changes, surprising him as it has turned golden this time. The notification informs him that it is now in final mode and the host must choose the future direction of his development. In the first option, the host must wait for the mission to be activated, and only after the mission is completed will the rewards be distributed randomly. The second option is raid mode. The system will automatically select 100 realms in various parts of the world, and the host can teleport. After 100 levels, the host will be invincible. He looks at the information and wonders if in raid mode, he will have to fight against other people, questioning how on earth he would fight others with his mortal body. The system explains that in the second option, the host will start with an initial cultivation base, and since he cannot improve on his own without spiritual roots, he will always start with the cultivation base at the maximum level. He is impressed with this information and immediately chooses the second option. The system changes mode and announces that the host will begin at the top of the Dantian formation. The protagonist finally observes his chi and starts crying with joy as he is finally seeing his spiritual roots forming after 5 years. He finally notices the controlled airflow within his body, and looking at his hand, imagines that this must be the so-called chi. He decides to test it out, and releases the small power toward the wall, making a small hole. It's enough to impress him, as it's a cultivation technique he never had before. Su Ling, watching from a distance, thinks that it's very weak. But her brother calls her over and hands her the bamboo, asking her to hit him with all her strength, just like last time. She agrees and gets excited, thinking she'll use the opportunity to punish him for confiscating the watermelons. She imagines this, and leaps to attack him with all her might. He can now see Su Ling's power overflowing and becomes worried, as she's attacking him using chi, and that's dangerous. The attack was so powerful that part of the forest near his house was destroyed. He notices that his body is intact and feels happy, as he didn't feel any pain, which means his body is incredible, but his sister doesn't accept this, blaming the clothes, which are something at a cheat level. Meanwhile, Phonix just observes, imagining how her master will be when he regains his strength, as it's strange to see him in this current form. The peach tree agrees, because after so many reincarnations, he is in this form, even though in the past he was the strongest existence in the universe. Chopper asks everyone not to comment too much. After all, this was the master's choice. But he can't deny how invincible Chen looked in the past, remembering that it was a long time ago. The protagonist was at his residence having a coffee when he heard something, making him ask who the hell is interrupting this sacred moment. At that moment, several cultivators appeared. These people were so powerful that they could destroy worlds with a single move. But he said the following phrase: "Come together. I don't want to waste time." And still with his cup in hand, he defeated them all, finishing them off one by one. Ben is surprised by the story, as he never imagined his master was such a supreme being, because now he is different. The protagonist notices that the system is notifying him that the first level is ready, and as he reads this notification, he thinks it's much better than waiting for a new task. However, someone arrives at his house asking if anyone is there. He notices it's old Morong, and walks to the door to greet him, but notices that he's carrying the dog, and he had asked not to bring it back. Morong releases it, saying he got many disciples. But the little dog wanted to spend more time with his master. He becomes thoughtful, as clearly the dog is strong. But he imagines that now he has a cultivation base, so he shouldn't be afraid. The old man confirms that the dog is indeed strong. But it's Buddhist and is fasting, so it would never hurt anyone without reason. He looks closely at the dog, asking if it's really true, and asks it to sit. The dog obeys, as it does when he asks for its paw. This makes him happy, deciding that his little dog's new name will be Xiaohei. And he takes the opportunity to ask Morong if he has any 3rd or 4th degree healing pills to lend. He's surprised by this question, as it doesn't make sense for a being like the senior to want such trash. And he notices that Chun is at the first layer of Dantian formation, probably suppressing his QI to such a low level. So he must be planning something new. Morong decides to remove his ring, telling the senior that inside are 3rd and 4th degree pills, but asks if in case he needs some higher grade ones, he can fetch them from a sect. The protagonist thanks him and asks how the watermelon he gave last time was, and also asks him to take 2 more home, saying there will be no problem, as his little sister doesn't eat much anyway. However, she disagrees, as she loves eating those watermelons. Morong thanks the senior for his kindness, imagining that mere 3rd degree healing pills don't come close to those immortal watermelons, and this must only mean that he is giving an opportunity for the sect members to grow. With this in mind, he begins to walk out, happy to have met someone so powerful and kind at the same time. The protagonist, however, feels upset, imagining that mere watermelons are not worthy of such important pills. But Morong didn't complain, fearing the visual bug. Still, he is sure that the old man is a great person, and also that having the pills and Xiaohei around will probably make it easier to level up. Besides, He needs to equip himself with a weapon, thinking that a kitchen knife would be interesting, but it's too ugly. He opens the door and looks at the sword, saying that it will now be his new weapon, and notices that over time it seems to be getting sharper, although there is no sheath for it, which would be a nuisance to hold. He says this, and notices the sword glowing until something starts forming around it, creating a sheath so it can be placed inside. She is surprised, as a sheath appeared magically, so it's definitely a high-grade magic weapon. He gets ready, placing it at his waist, and tells the system that he's ready to start. The little dog is confused about where the hell they're going, but the sword asks him to just follow the master, without asking stupid questions. Suddenly the system appears in front of Xiaohe, as well as in front of the sword, informing them that it covered each one's strengths, so it asks that no one appears too powerful in front of the master, only showing their powers in secret. Ben can't believe the immense pressure that screen exerted, but now it makes sense what the older brothers meant. At this moment, someone is controlling the screen of a system. It's Dong, stretching and saying she finally entered the next stage and didn't expect so many detours, as it took a long time to get there. But she's happy, because very soon she'll meet the person she's been longing for. Meanwhile, in the northern region, in one of the residences, the protagonist says he's very excited, as this place is worthy of being a big city, and he imagined the mission would be in a desert or something like that. Suddenly the system informs him that in that kingdom, his new name is Eosion. With the name Eosion, the mission is for everyone in the kingdom to know of his existence. The reward will be an increase in cultivation. He notices that the reward is pretty cool, but he doesn't understand why he has to use his friend's name, Old Eosion, and it's a big request for everyone in the entire country to know who he is. He starts by asking a cultivator in front of him if he seems different. The guy gets annoyed, asking if by chance he's sick. Chen finds this strange, but apparently the bug doesn't work for everyone. At this moment, a man places his hand on his shoulder and introduces himself, saying his name is De Gi. And he's impressed by his physique, imagining he's an incomparable genius. The protagonist asks him to cut it out, as he doesn't have any money. The man responds that he's not selling anything, and just wants to ask if he'd be interested in forming a team for the competition that's going to happen. He asks what competition this is. Doggy apologizes for not explaining earlier, and says that in that kingdom, martial arts are considered extremely important. And they're going to hold a competition to celebrate the prince's birthday. He also explains that for the competition, a team of 5 people is needed, and at the moment, they already have 3 members. That said, he asks Chen if he would like to join, as he's a first-level cultivator and must be under 30 years old. He's interested, as if he can get a good ranking, he could gain a lot of publicity, and with that he'll complete the task, but he needs to be cautious of others. For this reason, he thinks he should investigate first, so he replies that he is indeed interested in the competition, but there are other things he needs to consider first. The man says that's fine, and if he changes his mind, he can just find him in this tea house later. The protagonist leaves, and Doggy enters the residence, saying it's a shame, as it seems he won't agree. A girl inside is having tea, and says to find someone else if that's the case. Meanwhile, the protagonist notices several people gathered, and decides to approach to see what it is. The crowd is shouting at a man named Shuai, calling him a fraud, and demanding their money back. The man asks everyone to calm down. After all, everything here is a matter of luck, so it doesn't make sense to call him a liar, and he decides to show something, as he can't compare to others in the sense of being from the nascent soul formation, and with that, he shows a paper saying he's a 3rd-degree formation master. Everyone is impressed, as someone so young is already a 3rd-level formation master. And they leave, apologizing if they disrespected him. Meanwhile, the protagonist is just confused, as he doesn't understand what's going on. Shuai calls out to Chen, asking if he would like to try as well. He responds that he's indeed interested, but has no idea how to play this. The man explains that it's quite simple, telling him that there are 2 barriers that appear randomly. One is the defense from the Indian period, and the other is the defense of the integrated state, asking him to choose one and break it, possibly earning 10 for one. Chun gets excited, as it seems pretty straightforward, and he wants to try, but he regrets not having any spirit stones with him, asking how many times the healing pill he has could be used. The man smiles and says it's equivalent to 60 spirit stones, offering to make an exception and give him 13 chances. He says this with a grin, as he finally found a rich fool. Because it doesn't matter which defense he chooses, since he can instantly transform it into the defense of the integrated state. The protagonist gets ready, drawing his sword, which leaves Shuai confused, as the cultivator in front of him is holding a low-quality weapon that somehow seems familiar to him, making him vividly recall that aura belonging to Ben, an immortal weapon. He ponders this while Chen prepares to strike, but Shuai can't believe it, as there's no way an immortal weapon would recognize someone so weak as its master. However, he's no longer concerned, since he can just adjust the defense to the maximum level. No sooner does he say this than the blade cuts through the crystal, leaving him in shock because it really is an immortal sword. The protagonist is confused by what just happened, asking if he did something wrong like cutting it crookedly, and wonders how this strike will be calculated, thinking he doesn't have the money to pay. So the master might beat him up right there. Meanwhile, Shuai, sweating bullets, can only imagine that if that cultivator finds out about the cheat, he'll probably kill him. So he says that he's the only winner so far, and hands over the 600 spirit stones. Chen is pleased to see that the man is honest, and leaves relieved that he didn't lose his money. Shuai gathers his things, realizing he's met someone with a bright future, and decides he must befriend him at all costs, taking advantage of an opportunity that arose. With that, he disguises himself as someone else, and begins to follow him. The protagonist starts to worry, imagining if the stall owner wants revenge, until he decides to show up again, greeting his Taoist brother, apologizing for appearing suddenly and quickly stating that he's not a thief, just someone who would like to help him, as with such a powerful person protecting him, no one there would dare try anything. The people around them are left bewildered. He asks them to proceed, as no one there will dare cause trouble, and introduces himself, saying his name is Shuai, and asks for the Taoist brother's name. The protagonist responds that his name is Ocean, which leaves him startled. After all, he's certain this name belongs to the owner of the Tianzuan building, and he can't believe someone would use such a person's name. However, he thinks it over because no one would dare use the name of someone so powerful. But looking closely at the protagonist, he recalls some rumors that there's someone extremely powerful behind the Tianzuan building, and the person in front of him is wielding an immortal sword. While he's thinking about this, Chen asks why his colleague is sweating so much. He replies that it's just the heat, that's all. After walking for a while, they arrive at Wang Dagui's residence. The people ask if this means he's going to agree to join the team. The girl quickly notices who the person behind the cultivator is, as it's someone famous. Hang asks Shuai why he brought more people here, and what he's doing. He replies that he's interested in the competition and would like to join Ocean. The girl is happy. As with Shuai's presence, many people will support that group. But Hang is not happy at all, as he's no longer the strongest on the team, with Shuai attracting everyone's attention, especially Fei Shan's, and he definitely wasn't expecting this person to show up. He also notices the presence of an animal and asks whose dog that is, and why it's there. The protagonist apologizes and says that it's not just any dog, but a demonic beast. The guy bursts out laughing, as he's never heard of that, and says that this monster is nothing but trash. He barely says this, and notices the powerful aura of the dragon. This frightens him, as the power emanating from the dog seems like it's going to devour him, causing him to kneel immediately, apologizing in case he did something wrong. Shuai finds this interesting, and looking at the dog he notices that it really does look like an ordinary dog. But an immortal artifact could conceal its aura. So it's quite possible that it really is a demonic beast. Xiao He is satisfied, eager to see if that guy will act arrogant again. Hang stands up, barely noticing that he fell to his knees while apologizing, but he doesn't understand where that terrifying pressure came from, as the dog clearly seems ordinary. The protagonist, not understanding anything, asks the guy if he saw a ghost or if he has some sort of mental issue. He gets furious, claiming that he just slipped and fell. The girl asks them to stop arguing and to hurry up since the competition is about to start. They head into a forest, and the protagonist soon notices that they haven't encountered any beasts, even though it's the mountain of beasts. She responds that they must have gone at the wrong time, and that high-level beasts will probably appear. Shanshan makes it clear that the protagonist is the person with the lowest level, so he should stay behind. Hang says it won't be a problem, since with the strength of that group, they can face anything, and there definitely won't be a need to protect some useless trash. Chen feels upset hearing this, but the girl scolds him, telling him to shut up. The protagonist stifles a laugh, while the Joker gets furious for being called out in front of the group, wondering if this Ocean guy is actually strong. Lamenting that he doesn't have spiritual roots, and therefore can't gauge anyone's level. The immortal sword asks the dog if, perhaps his dragon breath leaked. He replies that he doesn't know, as he didn't feel anything. Then asks them to be careful, since they're both extremely powerful, especially himself, as he's more powerful in his sword form, so they could easily be detected. The doggy says it's fine. He just wants to catch a few beasts later to train, and he imagines the kid next to him is really upset about something. Elsewhere, a bear is walking and trembling, telling his friend that there's someone terrifying in the forest. Xiangda says that they're both at the nascent soul level, so who could scare them? The doggy arrives at the scene and agrees, as they shouldn't be afraid. The bear says it's true and turns around, not realizing there was someone else present. However, he gets scared when he sees a devastating aura of a black dragon emanating from that dog and panics, choking his brother for no reason, and asking what the big boss is doing there. Xiaohe smiles and tells them not to worry, as he won't do anything to shame them. He just asks them to follow a few instructions. Back with the group, the protagonist points ahead, as there appears to be a monster. Hang gets excited, as it's his time to shine, and starts running because he wants to perform well in front of Shan. With that said, he prepares his fist and lands a solid punch on the bear, who simply turns around asking who's there. This scares him, as that massive paw belongs to a monster in the nascent soul realm. He barely says this, and takes a hit that sends him flying. The girl starts trembling all over, as a terrifying monster has appeared. And, to make matters worse, it's in the nascent soul realm, while the strongest in the team is in the 7th Dantian lair. With that in mind, she starts to run, as does the protagonist, who jumps in front of her and blocks the claws with his sword. She is surprised, as is Wang de. Shuai just smiles, as this was expected. The bear feels relieved, as fortunately, he held back his strength because the boss, who is the doggy, said that if he hurt any of those people, he would face a painful death. Chen feels relieved that he managed to block it, but he really thought he was going to die, not understanding why the more powerful people are hiding. Shuai smiles and says he'll wait for the protagonist to resolve this matter. At first, he doesn't understand, but he assumes the monster must be extremely weak, which is why they want the weakest member of the team to handle the situation, deducing that the monster is only in the 1st Dantian lair. He doesn't even realize that Hang, who is in the 7th lair, was defeated with just one blow. He gets excited because he doesn't want to disappoint anyone and lands a solid punch on the monster. Xiangda is confused, but jumps back. As for a moment, he forgot he was supposed to be acting. The protagonist seizes the opportunity and leaps toward him, preparing to strike with his sword. The bear starts to get worried and asks the boss, the dog, if it's really okay to act like this, since at this rate, the cultivator might beat him to death. Xiaohe says he doesn't care, which makes the bear even more concerned because this wasn't part of the plan, and he starts to want to cry, realizing he's going to die if he keeps acting, so he decides to change direction and attacks the girl, as it's his only option. The protagonist quickly steps in front of the girl. The bear realizes that staying there will only put his life at risk, so he decides to just leave. A while later, Hang wakes up and gets to his feet, trying to remember what happened, until he notices the giant bear in front of him, which sends him into a depression, and he screams so loudly that the entire forest can hear him. He wants to know why the hell he was the only one who got beaten up by the monster. Wang de replies that he shouldn't have insulted that monster. Shan can't stop praising the protagonist, saying how amazing he is. Hang doesn't like this at all, and can't understand why the weakest cultivator in the team is getting all the attention. Until a hand appears on his shoulder, making him turn around and ask what it is. But he's shocked to see what it really is. His face is slammed into the ground, and he's wrapped up by a huge snake, then sent flying after being hit by a massive boar. All beaten up? He can't understand why the hell the monsters are only attacking him. Shan doesn't know what to say, as she didn't expect so many accidents to happen. They put the guy on a stretcher, and Wang de tries to reassure him, saying the injuries aren't serious, and tells him to rest. Shuai notices that none of the injuries are serious, even though his body has been devastated. And he can't tell if it's luck or misfortune. The protagonist, on the other hand, is disappointed because he had so much faith that the crazy guy would be strong, and he tries to cheer him up, telling him not to give up. But he just looks up and passes out. Shuai feels relieved that he didn't offend the senior, remembering the old saying. Revenge is never full, it kills the soul and poisons it. He's happy when the protagonist says he needs to go to the Alchemist Guild. As it so happens that Shuai needs to go there too so they can go together, and he asks if the protagonist is going to buy medicinal pills. He replies no, he actually wants to sell some. When they arrive at the place, a girl quickly notices their presence, and wonders why young Master Shuai is there. Yemen feels embarrassed because she didn't expect him to be there, and she notices his companion, asking who this handsome little brother is, even offering dinner later. The protagonist says he just wants to sell some pills. She asks him not to be so formal because she can evaluate the healing pills he has. The protagonist takes out the ring he received and starts taking items out of the spatial storage, showing that the pills are the ones in his hand. The two are confused, as that's not a pill, leaving Chen embarrassed because he made a mistake. And he apologizes, saying he just got that ring recently and doesn't know how to use it properly. Shuai can only imagine that his boss defeated a nascent soul monster. So, there's no need to even try to pretend to be weak, not knowing how to control a mere ring. But indeed the protagonist has no idea how to retrieve items from the spatial storage, and ends up dropping something from it that falls straight to the ground. She notices it looks like a familiar token and picks it up, becoming alarmed because it's a golden token from the treasure hall, and legend has it that there's only one in the world, with the owner of the hall being its possessor. So, how could there be one here? She asks him to please wait a moment, and runs off, leaving him confused. She's aware that the people who possess that token aren't ordinary, whether it's real or fake, and she's certain that she needs to ask the master. This man answers the girl's call while meeting with his colleagues and asks if she said there's a man named A. Ocean selling medicinal pills who has a golden token from the master of the treasure hall. Both the real Aoshin and the master of the hall are there, arguing with each other and accusing one another of doing this. The guild master, not understanding anything, replies on the phone that they can kick this person out since those two are annoying enough. The old man asks him to wait a moment, because this person is holding the purple gold token of the hall, which can only mean one thing. The two come to the same conclusion. It must be the senior. Immediately, he grabs He-Man's clothes, making it clear that he must treat this man as if he were his father, and asks if he understood this order well. Gufo makes it clear that the Alchemist's Guild can even be left without anyone, but he is not allowed to say anything. The guy doesn't understand what's happening until he remembers when the two mentioned an extremely powerful being they met in the southern region. Knowing this, he takes the phone back and tells the girl that this person cannot be expelled, and in fact, should be treated with the utmost respect, and his wishes should be fulfilled. If anyone offends him, they will be killed. She, not understanding anything, simply responds that it's fine. The three continue talking, and Ayashen is surprised that Chan is in the north, and imagines it might be a new plan of his. The guild master says this is strange because someone so influential can empty the treasure hall, but struggles with mere pills. Which can only mean one thing, that the senior needs him, since he went north just for that. Which should be more than enough to prove that the master of the Alchemist's Guild is also important. Aoshin becomes worried, as his colleague indeed has a fertile imagination. Yamin, still holding the phone in her hand, wonders what she should do and finds herself clinging to the protagonist since she must fulfill all his demands. And she's worried because she provoked him for a while, but she's also excited because she found the protagonist wonderful and also quite handsome. When she returns to the room, she immediately asks the protagonist if he wants her to completely surrender to him. This leaves him confused, as she wants to surrender to him out of nowhere. At that moment, another girl becomes furious upon seeing this. It's Dong, watching everything through her system, as another girl is hitting on him. He shows his little bag and is happy because he didn't expect to sell so much, and he continues walking, thinking he should study the books he just bought. When he reaches the end of the street, he simply stops and asks the system to send him back. Meanwhile, he wonders why the girls in that world keep wanting to surrender to him, and concludes that it must be because he's handsome. He says this, disappearing from the place as the transmission is completed. And with that, he appears back at his house, falling face first onto the floor. He starts arguing with the screen, saying it clearly threw him on purpose. But the system only says it was a transmission error. The doggy gets worried seeing the protagonist arguing like that. He just decides to go inside his house since he's not in the mood to argue, and he can only imagine how much his little sister must miss him. Meanwhile, she's lying down, happy, saying that the days without her brother are really good, until the door opens and she doesn't notice anything. Suddenly, the protagonist shouts that he's back, scaring her, and she says she's happy to see him again. He finds it strange that she's hiccuping, and she tries her best to cover her mouth to stop the hiccup. He gets furious because that clearly means she ate a lot of watermelons and asks how many she ate. At nightfall, in the immortal world, a woman is taking a bath and, with her hand in the tub, says that the blood pool wasn't enough, as always, thus calling her subordinate and asking him to immediately go to the mortal world and carry out some massacres to replenish the blood pool. The next day at the protagonist's house, he's stretching, noticing the difference in having a cultivation base, as he sleeps less but is still full of energy. Suling appears and asks if he's going to leave her alone in the house again. He realizes she doesn't even know how to pretend properly and plays along, saying he won't leave and will stay home all day. She panics, knowing he can't miss an appointment, and says it won't be a problem if she stays there alone. He's relieved he doesn't live directly in that kingdom, otherwise his sister would really love being home alone. And he tells her that he'll be sending lots of messages in the meantime and reminds her not to forget about the fever she had because of the watermelons. He says this and bids her farewell. She's happy to be alone again and runs to the kitchen, telling Chopper that her brother left once more and that she wants company to play with. After some time in the warrior kingdom, the protagonist realizes it's a bit late and needs to meet up with Brother Shuai. At that moment, the sword notices that someone from the immortal world has descended to that world and can't believe it's the sect it's thinking of. The doggy asks what immortal world and what sect that is. Ben explains that it's the evil sect that relies on human blood cultivation and that they're probably interested in the blood of the people in that city, which will likely disrupt the master's schedule. With this in mind, he decides to take a look at the situation. Sometime later, the immortal subordinate appears flying, making it clear that he will collect all the blood there, starting his work at that moment. However, Ben interrupts him, asking why he chose that place. The subordinate is startled, turns around, and asks why in the world the golden feather is there. Ben asks why everyone who sees him asks the same question and says it's way too cliché. He summons his sword and asks what his last words will be. The immortal asks him to wait. But before he has time, His body is cut in half. The doggy goes up to the clouds and comments that even though the world is so big, they chose the place where the master is, and that's definitely very unlucky. Ben agrees, but is aware that this wasn't the only immortal who descended to the world. And without the instructions of the older brothers, there's nothing he can do about the other cities that have been invaded by these immortals, imagining that they're already bathed in blood by now. At that moment, Morong goes to the senior's house and finds it strange that there's no response. Suddenly, several cultivator auras start approaching. Daunting asks if everyone really decided to show up there. Outyin, Shimen, and Gufeng gather, as it seems there's no need to explain why. Since several immortals are massacring various cities, and he asks Morong if the senior is present, he replies that apparently he is not. Su Ling approaches and greets all the grandpas present. The master of the Alchemists Guild decides to look back and notices an absurdly strong aura emanating from the girl and asks if she's really the senior, as he didn't expect her to be such a cute girl. Outyin punches him in the face, asking if he's stupid, since the girl just called them grandpa, obviously being the senior's younger sister. Morong apologizes to her for their sudden appearance, but says there's something important to report to the senior, and asks where he is. She responds that he left and will probably return only at night. This worries him, as by nightfall, probably millions of people will have already died. Su Ling asks if the problem is with the guys in red, and if it is, they don't need to bother her brother, as she can help herself. Morong is surprised, asking if she can really see them. She, with her eyes shining, says that's easy, and extends her hand, knowing those people will end up bringing her brother back earlier and ruin her plan to keep playing. She says this and closes her hand, celebrating that the problem they had is now solved. The old men are left not understanding anything. At this moment, one of the immortals asks why his comrades have gone missing, finding it strange that they haven't made contact yet, and laments that they couldn't accomplish something as simple as wiping out a mortal city. As he says this, a light approaches. It's a huge spirit of Su Ling which scares him, making him ask what the hell that is. She opens her enormous hand, and then closes it. Outyin asks if it's really resolved, and if it's not some kind of joke. She replies that it's not, but notices there's just one more left. This immortal arrives at the meeting spot, but wonders where everyone went until he notices something strange, getting scared as a colossal spirit stands before him. She snaps her fingers once more and celebrates, saying that now everything is resolved. Morong finds this all very cute, but can't tell if it's really true. Gufeng, concerned about the situation, asks them not to delay any further and to head straight to the northern region. The mustache man doesn't quite agree with this, as they might end up ruining whatever the senior is doing. At this moment, a sect subordinate approaches and informs them that the immortals who massacred the cities encountered a giant spirit, and within seconds, all of them disappeared. This scares him since he just heard that several immortals were wiped out all at once. And he thanks for the report, feeling relieved that everything turned out fine in the end. The little girl makes it clear that the old men there must also help her now that the problem has been solved. Meanwhile, back at Chen's house, Dan Tang is working and says that Su Ling's strength is surreal, so he wonders what her brother's strength must be. All 5 of them are working on the watermelon plantation. Shimen says he doesn't dare imagine how strong he must be. But at this very moment, there are 5 people working there, all of whom are important figures. Morong feels embarrassed, as he also called him an important figure. Eosen agrees, as he suspected for a long time that the senior was playing a grand chess game, and that they were all just crucial pawns. Gufeng is grateful for being considered an important pawn for the protagonist, as are the others, who, by the way, are the 5 most powerful people on Earth, and are flattered to be the protagonist's pawns. At this moment, in the evil sect of the Immortal Realm, the Blood General informs the leader that, unfortunately, the immortals sent to the mortal world to collect blood all died at the same time. Lena is surprised by this, and considers the possibility of there being immortals in the mortal world, and asks the Blood General to take care of it herself, as she urgently needs blood. Still at the protagonist's house, Su Ling thanks the old men for their efforts and says they deserve a watermelon, inviting them to eat as much as they want. She says this, but inside, she's already formed her evil plan, knowing that when her brother asks what happened to them, she'll just say the old men ate them. They thank her generosity and start eating nonstop. At that moment, Su Ling's father, who is the immortal emperor, arrives at the house's door asking if he can come in. She responds no. He insists, asking her not to be like that after all they agreed that he could visit once a month. The phoenix appears, asking if he didn't hear correctly, and along with the Shenlong makes it clear that the little girl said no, and besides, the master isn't home. Shimin and Daunting ask who the idiot at the door is, saying he shouldn't even dare to try entering the place. Ioshin clarifies that it's the immortal emperor. He pauses for a moment to think about what he just heard, and everyone is shocked, asking if that really is the famous immortal emperor. Aoshin greets him, as it's been a while since he last saw him. Shiasui says the same, and asks why he's at the senior's house without him being present. The old man explains that everyone there is just a pawn to the senior, and informs them that they are there for only one reason, leaving the immortal emperor intrigued. Time passes, and still at the protagonist's house, the immortal emperor says he understands the situation of the immortals massacring people, and believes it's the evil sect from the immortal realm, informing them that, by coincidence, he sends someone descending to the mortal world and asks the old men if they want to check it out with him. A portal appears in the battle realm, and the general arrives, stating that this was the place where her subordinates disappeared. So, the immortals of that world must have already noticed her presence, until she sees some people beside her, and asks what they are doing there. All three of them are enjoying their watermelons, when Shiasui appears behind her, asking if she is looking for him. She is startled since it is the emperor standing there, and her neck is grabbed. He says he doesn't want to hear any nonsense, and demands that she tell him all the news. Otherwise, her cultivation base will be destroyed. She panics because she doesn't understand why the immortal emperor is personally in that world, and something crosses her mind about what the reason could be. She then turns her body into blood and uses her escape technique to report the situation to the monarch. He smiles, finding it amusing that she thinks she can escape from him. She uses her teleportation, and upon arriving at the new location, she acknowledges that there is no hope of escaping the immortal emperor. With this in mind, she places her hand on the ground to use her new technique, and ensure that she at least kills the humans within a 100-mile radius, dying along with them. He approaches, and asks how she dares to show such an insignificant technique, and decides to display a bit of his power. However, he hesitates, knowing he can't use that much power. The general feels pleased because she was right. There is probably someone in that mortal world who is important to the emperor, although it doesn't make sense. The emperor is caught in this dilemma of whether or not to act. Aoshin offers advice, saying that letting that woman live means more mortals will die in the future. He says saving the mortals isn't the issue, but among the hostages is the powerful senior right beside him. The protagonist notices that everyone suddenly froze and wonders why. Shuai senses the terrifying pressure on them and the killing intent similar to the immortal sword, guessing that another immortal is present. Hang is worried because the pressure is so overwhelming that he can't even utter a word or take a step out of sheer fear. But his efforts are in vain. Looking back and seeing the situation Shan is in, he realizes he must save her at all costs. However, he notices the protagonist walking and asks what he intends to do. After all, even though he doesn't like him much, he asks him not to walk to his death like that. The dog asks what will happen now. The sword says that woman's power is inferior to his, but unfortunately, he can't reveal his power there, and the fight would be dangerous for everyone around. The general is surprised when she looks to the side and sees a cultivator only in the first layer of the dantian, but he's easily suppressing that aura. He merely approaches and asks if there is anything he can do to help her. She is confused by this, as are the sword and the dog. The general simply says the word hostages and wonders what on earth this cultivator is talking about. He says he understands the situation and apparently she was taken hostage by bandits and that the world is doomed if people are taking girls hostage. She can't believe the absurdity she's hearing and decides to strike first, landing a solid blow on his shoulder. The attack is so strong that it creates a crack in the earth, but the protagonist is left wondering what she is doing. The girl is shocked that she can't break through the defense of that cultivator. Chen then takes her hand and hands her some spirit stones, saying that these will keep her safe when she encounters the bandits again, and that the people behind him are quite strong and can protect her. She feels embarrassed because this guy is genuinely looking at her like a common family girl, which hasn't happened in the last 1,000 years, and he even donated spirit stones. He asks her to return home safely, but she just gets irritated and destroys the stones, asking if he's crazy for turning his back like that, but she notices she can't move, wondering if this is a spatial lock. The entire group is paralyzed, and she realizes that even the immortal emperor can't break through this lock. The farm asks who the hell is there. From the top of a house, there is someone who, upon closer inspection, is revealed to be Dong, saying that the useless immortal is not worthy of touching Chen. With that, a magic circle appears at her feet, and begins to disintegrate her until her body finally disappears. The MC feels a strange sensation, and looking back, asks if the girl is already gone.
Shan asks Ayoshan,
who is Chun with another name, if everything is okay. He replies that it is, and asks what happened. She explains the whole situation, which surprises him, as it seems that everyone was paralyzed by the girl's aura, who even wanted to kill him, and he didn't even notice. Heng asks if he finished off that woman, but he responds that obviously he didn't. After all, he's a weakling, so there's no way he could have done that. Shuai laughs, but soon realizes that even the protagonist seems to believe what he's saying about being weak, and calls him to go shopping. only for his communicator to inform him that there is urgent news to report. Ocean, still flying in the area, says he sensed a powerful force, but it didn't come from the senior and apparently not from the Flood Dragon or the Immortal Sword either. The Emperor is thoughtful, as it's clear that none of them are responsible, and wonders if this power came from a specific woman. The elders confirm that the protagonist is indeed in the northern region and wonder why. Shimin says he just discovered that the senior went to the Alchemist's Guild to sell some medicines a few days ago and was accompanied by a second-order mage named Shui.
They're surprised by this name.
Meanwhile, at the Lu family's house, the elder tells Lu Qi not to push it, making it clear that their powers are on different levels, so he should hand over the patriarch position without making a scene. Lu Qi makes it clear that the patriarch position was entrusted to him, so he apologizes for not being able to give it up that easily. The elder, not liking this response at all, decides to attack him, throwing him against the wall and asking once more if he will accept the terms or not. He replies that he will not give up the position under any circumstances. With that, the elder decides to finish him off once and for all until Shui appears, shouting for him to stop. His father asks why he's back. He places himself in front, asking why all of this is happening, and if he wants to kill his father, he should kill him too. The elder responds that this is not a problem and says they will both die together. And as he throws the punch, he hears that the master of Tianzuan Tower, the master of the Treasure Hall, and the president of the Alchemist Association are present for a visit. He is worried about why so many important people are suddenly there, but only slightly concerned in case the rest of the clan hasn't accepted this forced takeover of the patriarch position. Gu Feng asks where the leader of the Lu family is, and the great elder kneels, welcoming the senior, but gets punched in the face because he made it clear he was looking for the patriarch and is still in a hurry. Oken is confused, wondering what he's in a hurry for, and mentions that they're there for a visit and shouldn't go around hitting people. Gu Feng apologizes, saying that in his haste he ended up hitting whoever. The great elder says it's fine as long as the seniors are happy. Shimin approaches and asks if the boy is Shui. He assumes the person next to him must be the head of the family and asks who the hell left the patriarch so badly injured. The great elder says he was responsible because the patriarch dared to offend the seniors, and so he was punished. Gu Feng grabs his clothes again and asks if he really dared to hurt him. When he says yes, he gets punched in the mouth, which sends him flying far away, saying that idiot really got unlucky. Shui approaches, addressing the seniors. But Otian says there's no need to be polite, as there's a senior who apparently wants to cultivate him, and they're just there to help with that. Offering one of the Tianzuan Tower's assets, asking him to accept it as a gift. Gu Feng also shows an asset equivalent to half of the Treasure Hall branch, and also gives it as a gift. Shimin offers half of his alchemy office's wealth, as does Daunting, who despite being intimidated by so many powerful gifts, doesn't want to be left behind. Shui responds that he would never dare to accept such important gifts from powerful people like them, but Aoshin insists that he should accept them for the sake of the senior. His father is surprised by this, as the combined value of those assets is greater than the entire kingdom, and they're giving them to his son. Intrigued, he asks if the senior is the person who appeared at the stall. His son replies that yes, but he did not expect to encounter such powerful people. With everything settled, the elders are happy and leave. Elsewhere, still in the kingdom, the protagonist is pleased to have found so many treasures while wandering and starts laughing to himself, knowing they clearly belong to cultivators from all social classes who got lost in the forest. But he notices a strange noise coming from a certain direction. Yang Ming, the prince of the warrior kingdom, is cornered as a demonic beast that should not be outside the regional boundaries stands before him. He laments, as he apparently is about to die, thinking that in such a situation, a miracle cannot happen. Until he sees a cultivator running toward him, momentarily thinking he will finally be saved, but starts crying when he realizes that this cultivator is only at the first layer of the Dantian formation and has only approached to become cat food as well. The protagonist faces the demonic beast, which begins to scream in desperation, confusing him. But right behind him is Xiaohe, exuding energy and creating the powerful aura of the Flood Dragon. The demonic beast panics and flees at full speed. But the protagonist asks it to stop, making the giant kitten break its paws, leaving Chun confused once again. The prince is puzzled by what happened, as it seems that the cultivator in front of him scared the monster, and the beast stopped as soon as it heard the word stop, which doesn't make any sense. The protagonist asks it to sit, and the monster complies, leaving Yang Ming unsettled by what he is seeing. As the man in front of him is petting the monster, as if it were a pet kitten, he takes a deep breath, disappointed, as the feline is being affectionate with him, making him think the monster is very weak, and wishing to find something like a bear, a bit more powerful. The protagonist decides to ask the demonic beast if it is afraid of him, but it just looks away, and seeing the frightening aura of the dog, he can only imagine how scared it is. This disappoints him, trying to figure out what it might be. and he concludes that it might be the visual bug that has started working again. It probably no longer works on people but should work on monsters. Yang Ming approaches, thanking him for saving him, and asks what cultivation level he is at, speculating that this person might be suppressing his powers. He, embarrassed, puts away his sword and says it is exactly what he sees. But for some special reason, maybe he is a little bit stronger. Just a bit. The prince says he understands the situation and apologizes for the disturbance, saying he'll return to the road. After they leave, a subordinate asks the prince if he can't see the cultivation level of that person. He replies that he cannot, believing it to be far superior to the astral realm, but asks to end the matter since the senior himself requested it. Holding up 2 fingers, he compares the senior to the world and imagines he must report to his father and the king immediately about the appearance of such a person. Meanwhile, the protagonist remains thoughtful, as his apparent IQ bug will intimidate all monsters, and asks the dog to take him to other monsters. With that, they all set out on their journey, starting by finding a gorilla in the Rising Sun realm. The monster, being very intelligent, kneels first, losing the fight. And with that, the team grows. They continue on their journey. An hour passes, and the activity in the forest is intense. A group of cultivators asks everyone to remain alert. Someone approaches. It is Jai Jai, greeting everyone and thanking those who are willing to help. Outyen asks not to be formal, as they are all there for a reason. Shiman speculates that the movement might be a tide of beasts, and recalls that last time decades ago, it all started because they killed a baby monster at the Mahayana Peak. This led to the movement of hundreds of powerful monsters, eventually destroying much of a kingdom. The spirit master thinks it is the same situation. And this time, someone is controlling them, reporting that the number reaches almost 10,000 monsters. This shocks the 3, as 10,000 is a huge number, leading Gu Feng to speculate that it must be some immortal again to control such an absurd number. Ashen agrees, noting that the emperor is gone, but says he is curious, especially since they can't just abandon the tens of thousands of people living in the city. Then he looks closely at the army of monsters and identifies Chen among them. They are initially surprised but then relieved, as it is not really a surprise coming from the senior. Gu Feng agrees, saying that with him it is all too normal. Jai Jai is in despair, as apparently the strongest are giving up. They respond that they have given up since they now know who is controlling the demonic beasts. Meanwhile, the protagonist is shouting, excited to be able to direct those monsters, finding it definitely fun, until he notices a bunch of people in front of him asking for the bear to stop for a moment. He descends and sees that Ao Tion is there, finding it a tremendous coincidence. The old man greets him, but Gigi is still trying to understand who is controlling so many beasts at once, looking at the protagonist, and trying to figure out how someone can control such a large number of monsters. Until he notices the presence of the dog and panics, as that breath is something supreme at the level of a dragon, leaving him in a daze with so much information. Aoshin explains to the senior that, for a moment, they thought it was a demonic beast attack, but apparently they were wrong. He replies that it's fine. They are just beasts having fun, and asks the monster team to disperse. With that, they all return to their habitats. But as they run, they cause destruction, knocking down several trees. The protagonist now understands the reason for everyone's concern and turns, saying it is indeed dangerous, and asks them not to imitate it in the future. They are left speechless, as it would be impossible for anyone there to imitate something so grand. After all this, he returns home and informs that he is back. Inside, Dong is happy to see him again. He is surprised and asks why she is there. She responds that it's simple. She decided to live there as well, and wants to be honest, as that house belongs to her uncle, and honestly, she doesn't care much about it. But the bookstore is going to be renovated, so she decided to stay with him for a while. Chen doesn't understand what is happening and asks the system for some explanations. A notification appears saying it's true. That yard originally belonged to her uncle, who moved to a distant place, and so the system borrowed it. This infuriates him for not knowing earlier, as it is clearly a scam. She approaches and asks please to let her stay there, since she has nowhere else to go. Night falls, and she finishes her bath, saying it's always nice when she gets out of the tub. The protagonist turns away, extremely embarrassed, as it is clear that she did it on purpose. She extends her hand and grabs him, hugging him, asking if he is thinking about anything improper with her. He is furious with this accusation, asking her not to say such nonsense and reminding her that there is a child present, so he asks her to wear more discreet clothes. She gives a slight laugh, saying she is just teasing, but asks him not to mind it, as everyone inside is familiar, and decides to go to bed first, asking him not to do anything strange that night. This provocation makes him even more embarrassed, to the point where he goes outside to think a bit. Su Ling observes those two and continues eating his watermelon, not understanding what is happening. But at least he can eat to his heart's content. After a while, he goes to his bed, thinking that the woman is dangerous, as she always provokes him like that whenever she sees him. And it is even possible that she might attack that night. But he trusts his door is locked tight, and Suling is also in the house. With this in mind, he lies down, as he has matters to resolve the next day. The night passes until it is finally daybreak. The protagonist finally wakes up and, looking forward, realizes he is hugging Dong. He is completely embarrassed and, to make matters worse, doesn't understand what is happening. After all, how the hell did he end up in a room? He starts to wonder if he is a sleepwalker but dismisses it, as he has never had this problem in all these years. And, looking at her, asks what is going on. Then she stretches with that sensational body, making him suffer from so much embarrassment that he sneaks out, not wanting to be discovered. However, Suling opens the bedroom door, asking if Sister Xingxian is awake too, and catches the protagonist in the act of getting out of bed. He is completely shocked, and she is confused about what is happening, closing the door and saying she didn't see anything. He tries to explain that he didn't do anything and asks her not to think about nonsense until Dong wakes up and asks what he is doing there. The protagonist, not knowing how to respond, says good morning and mentions he is there to invite her to breakfast, even though the breakfast is not ready yet. With that said, they go to the kitchen and the protagonist starts having his breakfast. Dong then comments that she slept extremely well that night, saying it was the best sleep she has had in months. He is embarrassed by this, and Suling comments whether he should start calling Xingxian's sister-in-law. He spits out his food and asks them not to talk nonsense. Dong wipes the little girl's face and tells the MC it's true. After all, she's already in her 20s and should find a wife. He ponders this and has indeed thought about it a lot in the past, especially with the system integration, but hasn't thought much about it lately, remembering his past in another world. This makes him wonder if he has been there for a long time and laments that after all this time, he can't even remember the face of his former love. She notices he is daydreaming and asks what he thinks about the proposal, and asks once again what he thinks about her being his wife. His heart starts beating faster upon hearing this, and he puts the chopsticks on the table standing up, as he has some commitments to address that day, heading towards the exit. She pinches Suling's cheek, asking him not to give any hints to Chin, or else she will confiscate all the watermelons. At least for now, she doesn't want him to give any hints. Back in the Battle Kingdom, near some shops, Chin is walking, deciding to leave Dong's matters for another time, as he needs to focus on the competition until he spots Shan walking ahead of him. He approaches her, as he actually wanted to speak with her. And it must be a coincidence. She is confused, asking if they know each other, but she doesn't even know his surname. He is puzzled, and says he is a Ocean Long. The man beside her asks if she knows that guy, and she responds she doesn't, which makes him approach, asking her to leave, as it's rude to approach his companions like that. He is confused, as it seems she has joined another team, but he is internally furious, as pretending not to know anything is irritating. With this in mind, he walks away, apologizing for the inconvenience and saying they will see each other again in the tournament. The muscular man says that apparently that cultivator is just trash from the first layer of the Dantian formation and is even embarrassed to have to face him. The protagonist then stops, and the dog panics, asking the sword if it will kill him. He responds that it is almost that, but there are too many people there, so he can't act recklessly. Chun then turns and asks them to have a game. The man just tells the trash to leave quickly, as he doesn't like intimidating the weaker ones. He responds that it is easy to say that, accusing others of being trash while always refusing a challenge. Moi says it is getting interesting, and since he wants to be beaten so badly, he will accept the challenge, asking everyone to step aside. A girl watching from a distance asks if that isn't the Prime Minister's son, and how it is possible for him to be in conflict with someone in the first layer of Dantian formation. He asks how he would like the fight to be, and the protagonist replies that they should start when he counts to 1. The guy finds this funny, as he is getting angrier by the second, but Chin simply positions himself and lands a solid punch, leaving Moe confused about how such a punch can be so strong, sending him crashing to the ground. He is upset, saying this isn't fair, as apparently that cultivator knows nothing about martial arts and is making sneak attacks. Chin doesn't care about any of that, and kicks the big guy repeatedly, leaving everyone watching terrified. Moe gets up while gathering energy and furious, says he will rip the useless legs off the guy in front of him, and activates his lightning-fast running technique. The protagonist is surprised by this, but doesn't understand martial arts, as according to the books, the essence of martial arts is the control of one's ki. Observing the lightning around the man, he wonders if that is chi control, thinking he should try to do the same. Moi prepares and charges with the intention to attack. The protagonist says he will use his thunder running technique and dodges the blow with his electrified body, leaving Moi confused as he doesn't understand how that cultivator can use martial arts. And seeing him lift his leg, he imagines another kick is coming. However, he says it is another bluff and punches him in the face, sending him crashing to the ground again. Shanshan runs to her colleague and asks the protagonist who he thinks he is, blocking the way of others and hitting people for no reason. He says there is nothing wrong, as he just wants to know why there are two versions of her in that realm, until Shanshan actually appears among the crowd, asking the protagonist what he is doing there. He is shocked, as he was joking. But there really are two versions of her. And he finally realizes what happened. Apparently the two are sisters. Lechi asks Shanshan if that guy is really a member of her team, and if they are really going to keep attacking opponents before the competition starts. He is still in shock because the two are too identical, and he realizes they are simply twins. Only now noticing it. The girl tries to say it was all a misunderstanding, but Moi gets up saying that misunderstanding is nonsense. He says he was insulted on the street numerous times and that there is no misunderstanding about it, making it clear that he now wants that guy's life as an apology. At this moment, someone arrives. It is Shuai, saying he wants to see who dares to touch his brother Chun in his presence. The guy is scared and apologizes, as he didn't know that Cultivator was his companion. He says that is exactly the case, and that it was clearly a misunderstanding. Moi cannot accept this apology, as he was beaten twice in a row, and Shuai's family was very lucky to have an unknown being present. Shuai says that it seems the big guy is still not convinced, and asks to exchange a few blows, but requests not to hit the face, as he will meet his uncle, who is the king, to talk. The protagonist is surprised to see that his colleague is indeed amazing, and didn't imagine his uncle was a king. But the one who is really surprised is Shuai, as the senior who gave him all this, was the one with the presence of those powerful people in his house. Even though furious, Moi apologizes once more, leaving the place and saying it was all a misunderstanding. Shuai takes a deep breath, relieved as the senior could easily kill them both. But for some reason, he keeps pretending to be a normal person. And maybe killing people in the street would directly affect the tournament. At the same time, the protagonist apologizes to his colleague since, because of this, they both got into a conflict. She says it's fine and, smiling, reveals that due to some past events, their relationship hadn't been good from the start. Meanwhile, in the immortal world of the demon sect, the emperor is flying over the place since he is apparently in the right location, and their cultivation method is definitely disgusting. Finding them like this must mean he's here to wipe them out. He raises his finger, gathers energy, and summons an enormous magic circle that covers the entire area. A sacred sword begins to manifest, and he simply says that everything will be eliminated, activating his technique and commanding them to die at once. With that, the giant sword strikes the whole village, causing colossal destruction. Soon, amidst the smoke, someone can be seen fleeing. It's Lena, who now better understands why the people sent to the mortal realm died, as she even imagined there was someone powerful there. But she doesn't understand why the immortal emperor himself is doing this. She barely has time to think before being startled, as he is already pointing his sword at her neck. She warns him that he cannot kill her there, especially since he must know who is above her, and if he does, he too will meet a terrible end. He grows bored of all this talk and cuts off her head, saying he'll wait to see. Meanwhile, in the divine world, someone is playing a board game and comments that, in a certain immortal world, the demon seeds he had planted were destroyed, and he can't even imagine why. The old man next to him asks if it could be the desolate immortal world, and mentions that one of his men injured a dragon, and eventually calculated that this dragon fell into the desolate immortal world, sensing that something terrible might happen if it continued. The chubby man asks if this means there is someone in the immortal world as strong as they are, and suggests sending someone to take a look. Meanwhile, Shiasuji walks through the ruins and feels relieved that this cancer has finally been removed from that world. However, just as he says this, a portal appears above his head, and as he opens the door, he is completely shocked, saying that the man in front of him is from God's domain, a person from the divine realm. Becca flies down to the ground and asks if the man before him is responsible for all this destruction. The emperor simply points his weapon, and the girl from the divine realm says it's truly incredible for someone to want to fight her. She says this while pointing her finger, activating a magic circle, and placing an absurd amount of pressure on him, asking if he would prefer to have his bones broken or his flesh torn off. At the same time in the protagonist's house, Dong is taking a nap under the peach tree when he feels the presence of this divine being, immediately summoning his kitchen knife. He flies at full speed and kneels. She asks him to go to the immortal world and help the emperor. Chopper says it will be a pleasure. Meanwhile, in the immortal world, Becca is surprised that this being is resisting so much and admires this courage until he notices the presence of someone else. But he hadn't realized there was another person there. It was Chopper, counterattacking that spell. He says he is disappointed, as he imagined it would be someone a little more impressive, but he didn't expect it to be an NPC, stating that he doesn't have time to play around, thus activating his seal. This frightens her, and she asks if all of those are seals. He replies that they are, and there are more than 3,000 of them. However, for now, he'll only need to unlock one, as it's more than enough for the job at hand. He says this while summoning his sacred sword. At the same time, the emperor falls to the ground, bleeding, and wonders if the person in front of him is the senior's kitchen knife. The divine girl, scared, asks who the hell he is. And Chopper simply responds that she doesn't deserve to know who he is. A red beam of light shoots up to the sky from Chopper's sacred sword. She panics, begging him to wait. But as he had said, he doesn't have time to play around, delivering a strike that disintegrates her instantly. After the strike, the dust settles and he is annoyed, as he misses destroying an immortal world with just one blow, like he used to in the past. The Emperor, witnessing this, cannot believe that the senior's kitchen knife possesses such overwhelming power, and looking at the destruction, he cannot fathom the level of Chen's strength. After all of this, back at the protagonist's house, Chopper returns and says he feels good. Dong asks what exactly he feels good about, telling him to be cleaner and more precise next time. He replies that it's fine and mentions that he's going inside. She says that's fine and places the cup on the table as she senses the presence of someone outside. It's the immortal emperor, anxious, wondering if it was the senior who sent the kitchen knife to help him. If that's the case, he must have returned home. He knocks on the gate, as he has something important to discuss regarding the secret attack on the immortal world. Dong opens the gate, asking what the issue is. He is shocked to see her there and immediately kneels, offering greetings to his master. She reminds him that she has told him once that she is not his master and asks if he has forgotten. He replies that the agreement was to treat her as a stranger every time he saw her, but 10,000 years ago she gave him the heavenly law that allowed him to become the immortal emperor, and he will never forget that kindness. She responds that she only provided the law and that doesn't make her his master, telling him to remember that and to continue treating her as a stranger, adding that Chen will probably return only at night. Asking if he would like to come in and see Su Ling. The girl pouts, as she doesn't want to talk to her father at the moment. And he, seeing this, says maybe another time. Dong remarks that the disagreement between them needs to be resolved at some point. He agrees, and mentions that the reason his daughter doesn't want to talk probably has something to do with her mother. She tells him not to tell the story, as she doesn't want any drama there. The Emperor takes a deep breath, knowing that the senior is definitely playing chess with the others, but he imagines that since Dong is there, it means the two of them live together, making him wonder if two such powerful beings might be a couple. Back in the divine spiritual world, the chubby man is beside himself, asking how this is possible, as the person they just sent to the immortal world was instantly eliminated, and the worst part is that she was destroyed without even having time to send her thoughts back to her master. The old man asks if this is true and ponders what it could be, not understanding how this is possible. As even if the person was so powerful, they shouldn't have been able to block communication between the two realms, especially considering that the person sent was one of the best in the mid-high divine tier. The chubby man comments that there is only one person with that much power. The mustache man asks if he's suggesting it's the eternal god emperor, questioning if that being has left his isolation, but he doesn't understand what connection he would have with the immortal world. The terrified man says he's not sure, but it doesn't matter, as both of them are the most important figures in the realm of gods, and even the realm of demons, asking that they go to this person for explanations. With that said, they go to the high realm of gods, and soon find the divine emperor, who asks them to be quick. The chubby man says that his emperor, who rules over the three realms, agreed to maintain neutrality, allowing them to develop freely, so he doesn't understand the meaning behind acting against the demonic realm. The old man says the same, as they are there to demand an explanation. The divine emperor, with his eyes closed, asks what they are talking about, as he doesn't recall doing anything against the demonic domain. The chubby man, irritated, asks how he doesn't remember, since his subordinate, who was sent to the immortal world, had their soul destroyed and was blocked. Hearing this makes him open his eyes, and he stands up, asking for it to be repeated, as he wants to make sure he heard correctly that cause and effect were blocked. Knowing this makes him laugh heartily, saying that there are only two people capable of such a feat. And he finally received news of them. With that, he asks for more details about what happened. Back in the mortal world, Shuai is terrified by what's in front of him, as is Shan, asking if these monsters are really their training partners. The protagonist tells them not to worry, as he used the secret treasure that allows him to control them for a short period, meaning everyone can train peacefully. Hang wonders what kind of secret treasure could have the power to control monsters of this level, and recalls when he was attacked by this bear, accusing Chen, as it seems he ordered the monsters to beat him. The protagonist laughs and says he only found out 2 days ago, and that event really has nothing to do with him. The blonde guy says it's fine, as he was being annoying that day, so he deserved it, and comments that despite not knowing how many more secrets Chen is hiding, having him on the team definitely increases their chances of winning. As the training with the bears continues, Hang says that this is very important for Shan and mentions that the protagonist must have met her younger sister, who is now their enemy. He explains that Shanshan didn't form a great team because her sister stumbled in the dark and asks Chun if he's curious about why the two are like this. He doesn't understand why he would be curious about that. The guy starts to explain, but the protagonist interrupts, apologizing, saying he's not interested in the subject, as he's only participating in the martial arts competition to achieve his own goals, and meeting them was just fate. Besides, he's just a normal person.
So he wouldn't think that deeply.
He crosses his arms and says that winning should be enough. The next day arrives and everyone is gathered in the tournament arena. The protagonist ties up his dog, telling it that it won't be able to participate in the competition and that it should stay obediently in place. He pets its head and says he will return when everything is over. He starts walking and bumps into a girl, immediately apologizing. She turns around, wondering who this person is. She also notices the sword he's carrying, and is sure it's not just any sword, trying to remember where she's seen one like it before. She's upset just thinking about how, if she doesn't catch the firebird this time, she'll be reprimanded when she returns, and had no idea there was so much good food in the mortal world. But because of that distraction, she lost track of the firebird. She watches the protagonist walk away and is certain that sword is valuable, maybe even compensating for losing the firebird. With that in mind, she imagines the martial tournament will be quite fun. Nearby, Moe and his partner are resting when someone approaches, calling for her big brother. It's Yun, asking if she's late for the tournament. Pam asks if he knows her, but he responds that he's never seen her in his life. He decides to ask his group if anyone there knows her, but they all say no. She uses her magic gaze to enchant everyone, telling them they do know her and that she's an important member of the team. Hypnotized, he says that he really knows their important teammate, Xiun. She is pleased that it worked. The protagonist sword observes from a distance and notes that many familiar faces have been showing up lately in the mortal world. As it recognizes Xiun, the saint of the immortal world domain from the Yunji sect. Shanshan explains that the competition is divided into 2 rounds. The first is individual and the second is team-based. And while they have the strength to take first place, they need to be careful. The protagonist asks if he can fight first in the group arena's first round. She is confused by the request. He explains that the other teams probably won't allow their strongest members to enter the ring, to conserve their auras, and since he himself is the weakest among them, the first round would be perfect for him. Shuai carefully observes this statement and supports it, saying they should let him participate in this first round. She, not knowing what to say, responds that it's fine, but in her mind, she doesn't understand what this means, since she's sure Chen is the strongest among them. He celebrates that his team allowed it, thinking he wants to meet the guy he saw earlier again, as he realized he seems capable of learning martial arts from others at a glance. So this time, it's just a matter of seeing him or others again. As with these new skills, he will make a fortune. His friend warns him to be careful, as the crown prince is also on the list this time. Chen says not to worry, as he won't hold back this time. His friend worries, since the king begged him to say that, and he's afraid he might accidentally hit the crown prince. The first round begins, and the protagonist is surprised to see that his opponent is someone he helped the other day in the forest, unaware that this person is the crown prince. Yang Ming is surprised, as the person in front of him is the benefactor who saved him, and someone this powerful is about to give him a free beating. The MC prepares as he is pleased. If that's the prince, he must have excellent martial arts skills. However, the guy just kneels and admits defeat before even starting. The people on his team can't believe that the prince admitted defeat and didn't expect that his opponent would be the benefactor. At that moment, one of the guys recognizes the benefactor, recalling that a few days ago, they were attacked by monsters in the mountains, until a man riding a giant bear appeared. They remember that this cultivator had the power to control them. Chun doesn't understand why people are looking at him that way. Everyone is aware that they were saved by the senior, and the first admits defeat, followed by the next fighter, who also admits defeat. The third steps into the arena, makes a heart gesture, thanks him for the help, and also admits defeat. Chun is furious, as this nonsense is getting more and more ridiculous, and he still hasn't managed to fight. He's frustrated, wondering if this is a fighting arena or a gratitude ceremony. And if he had known it would be like this, he wouldn't have asked to participate in the first round. The next opponent gets ready, saying he doesn't care what tricks he uses. It was Moy walking toward the arena, drawing his sword, and saying he's going to make him suffer a lot, asking if he recognizes the sword in his hands. The protagonist feels frustrated since he's already learned that technique, and asks if they could change something. This makes Moy irritated, as he doesn't understand that disappointed look. He says it's cool and all, but his own sword is prettier. Moy gets even angrier, saying he didn't ask whether it was prettier or not. He tells Chin to use his sword as well, or people will say he's intimidating the weaker fighters. He says this and smiles, thinking that these country bumpkins really are clueless, as the sword in his hand was found in a secret location, and even the greatest powers on the continent are crazy about his spiritual sword. But before he can finish, he receives an attack that breaks his sword in half, leaving him in shock, as he has no idea what just happened. After landing this blow, Chen asks if the sword was really not damaged since it broke too easily. Mo can't believe his magical weapon just snapped in half. The protagonist raises his sword and asks to correct one thing. The other day, he really was wrong, but he ended up hitting his opponent because he called him trash. Moy asks if he's really going to keep attacking with a sword, even though his opponent is unarmed. The protagonist replies that he's already been humiliated in public twice, and now it doesn't matter whether he wins or not. He says this, but reflects, thinking it wouldn't look good to cut his opponent down with a sword. Moy feels relieved, as long as Chen doesn't use a sword. Everything will be fine. The protagonist opens his portal and draws his second sword, saying it'll look better cutting with two. The guy is left completely speechless and admits defeat. Chen says he really likes the sound of surrender, so for now he'll let him go. A fighter watching the match asks if he heard correctly that Moy surrendered. Despite his most powerful magical weapon being cut in half with just one strike, continuing the fight would be completely pointless. They look at the stage and think that the fighter in white is really incredible. The prince is pleased to see that the benefactor has such a good sense of humor. And glancing to the side, he notices the minister's son trying to cause trouble, wondering if he should talk to his father about what's happening. The next fight is announced between the protagonist, still disguised as Iasun, and Shiyun. She enters the arena complimenting his sword. He ponders for a moment until he realizes who the girl in front of him is, asking whose lost child is standing there. She gets furious, asking who exactly is a child here, and starts cursing him in every possible way. He asks if she's really a competitor, since she's way too loud. Shiyun says that actually, she's interested in his sword and asks if he'd like to make a bet. Confused, he asks what kind of bet she's proposing. She smiles and says he should bet his sword while she bets herself. He looks at her body, which looks more like a plank, and says he's not interested. She's shocked by this response and frustrated, tries to understand how in the world her mind control didn't work on him. Clenching her fist, she says that if that's the case, she'll take it by force. Rushing to attack, she summons a new spell. His eyes begin to glow as he's finally witnessing a new body technique. She makes the first strike, but is startled when she realizes she hit an illusion. He appears behind his opponent, thinking he must be a martial arts genius since he learned the technique just by watching it once. She turns, startled, and starts attacking him, but misses every strike and is confused, as she doesn't understand why this guy is using the same techniques as her. Curious, she decides to ask where he learned those techniques. Especially since it's a secret technique passed down only in her sect, he replies that he just learned it. She says that's a lie, as it's impossible. The protagonist says he's not lying about that and asks her not to compare their body techniques but rather their martial arts skills. Shiyun is frustrated, as nothing else matters now, because the secret technique has been leaked. Drawing her sword, she thinks this guy can't be allowed to live because of this. Just by drawing the sword, a devastating aura fills the arena. One of the fighters asks if the little girl is really holding a high-level magical weapon. As far as he knows, there aren't many of them across the whole continent. She continues to overflow with energy until she summons several magical swords, saying she's ready to finish this. Chen doesn't understand anything, since apparently cultivators like to recite mantras. And he closes his eyes, trying to learn what she recited. Shiyun tells him to pay close attention, as that is the most powerful martial art in her sect, and each sword represents a realm. To be more precise, each sword kills one person. She says this, and is immediately startled when she sees her opponent using the same technique. He's confused, as he doesn't know exactly what the girl recited to summon that power, but it's fine. She, on the other hand, is terrified, trying to figure out who the hell this guy is. After all, he can't be mortal, as she's never heard of a genius of this level in the mortal world. The girl picks up her sword again and prepares herself, as things are looking bad. Suddenly something catches her attention, and she looks up, noticing the breath of the firebird at that exact moment. With that, she yells at Chen not to run, if he has the courage, as she'll come back to fight him again. He asks if she's really leaving, but before she goes, he asks her to teach him how to undo that power. He says this, but she doesn't listen, flying out of the arena at once. The protagonist gets worried, as those countless magical swords don't seem to be disappearing, and looking down, he notices the horrified people running and screaming that there's an assassin there, asking what that guy's name is. They respond that his name is Outyen, and with that, the system appears to Chun, saying that the mission to make everyone recognize him was successfully completed. And congratulates him. He gets angry at this, thinking congratulations my ass, especially since he didn't want to be recognized in this way, and asks for help to think of something. The prince stands at the top of the arena while it's announced that Shanshan's team is the winner of the first stage of the competition. They're left speechless by this result. She comments to her teammate that it's really strange after all, they didn't do anything. Shui says he doesn't care about that as long as the senior is having fun, but when he looks back, he notices that there's no happiness on his face. He's frustrated because he only wanted to take the opportunity to make his name known in a good way worldwide, but instead, he ended up becoming a demon. Yang Ming tells him not to worry, as he will make sure his subordinates go door to door to explain the misunderstanding, and mentions that there will be a banquet at the palace that day since it's his birthday, and asks if the senior could attend. At that moment, the countdown for teleportation appears in his system, so he apologizes to the prince, saying he won't be able to attend, but will send a gift instead. He also says he enjoyed the time spent with everyone and apologizes for anything. Shan Shan says it's okay, as she couldn't force him to stay anyway, but asks him to take care. With that, the protagonist says goodbye to everyone. Meanwhile, back at his house, Chopper looks to the side and sees a bird straightening itself up. He asks Phoenix if by any chance he called that bird to the house. And Phoenix replies that he did. After all, everyone there has a disciple, so now he will have one too. He says this while looking at the giant firebird. The bird, trembling, asks its boss if he called it. Phoenix says yes, and that he'll give him a chance, guaranteeing that he'll become a phoenix. But in exchange, he'll have to obey everything he says. The firebird apologizes and asks who he is. Phoenix comments that this form isn't very cute, so he decides to return to his original form, transforming into the celestial phoenix. After transforming, he explains that the dragon in the pool was previously just a black snake, but evolved into a pseudo-dragon. The bird, now trembling even more, asks if it's really the black snake. Phoenix confirms and says that despite having a weak foundation, perhaps in a year he can transform him into a phoenix. He then asks what the bird thinks of the proposal. The bird immediately accepts. Suddenly, Xian opens the house gate, calling her Firebird and saying that hiding in other people's yards won't work, as he won't escape this time. As soon as she says this, she freezes and falls backward in fear, as the aura within that courtyard is 10,000 times greater than that of the immortal emperor. Still in shock, she wonders where in the world such a place could exist. She says this while looking at the celestial phoenix and Chopper. He, who had a confident look, changes his expression, and just as the phoenix reverts to his chicken form, he shouts that the master is coming back, and both flee to their respective places. The Firebird is left confused, asking the boss what just happened. Phoenix tells him not to say anything stupid, and just find a way to hide. The girl simply doesn't understand what's going on, until she hears footsteps approaching from behind, leaving her completely terrified. As she can't imagine what being could scare such powerful creatures. She imagines this and realizes that the person behind her is the same one from the tournament. He's shocked since the north is hundreds of kilometers away, and he relies on the system to travel. Yet the girl is there, meaning she hid her true strength during the tournament, and he wonders if she's there for revenge. Frustrated, she just looks down and throws herself at his feet, crying and asking the senior to forgive her for accidentally invading his yard. He doesn't blame her and asks her to get up, but all she does is cry. At that moment, someone arrives calling for Chun. It's Dong, accompanied by Su Ling, asking what's going on. He doesn't know what to say, while the girl continues to cry uncontrollably. Dong teases him, asking if this is the kind of person he likes, and remarks that it's no wonder he avoids her affections. Meanwhile, Su Ling closes her eyes, yelling that she has a perverted brother. Not knowing what to do, he removes Xian's hands and goes over to the girls to try and explain himself. Xian can't stop trembling, realizing that suddenly so many powerful people have appeared, and that his cultivation might be a fraud. The hostess's strength seems immeasurable, as if, with a mere thought, she could wipe out the entire world. She also notices that there's a small girl with them, deducing that she must be about 12 years old and their daughter. Yet she already has an immortal realm cultivation base. While thinking about all this, she sees a hand in front of her, asking if she's okay. It's Dong, saying she's never seen her in town, and inviting her for a cup of tea. However, in the girl's view, it seems like Dong is angry that someone is trying to steal her man and might kill her because of it. This completely terrifies her, and she shakes her head, refusing the invitation, and then running off. Dong becomes worried, thinking that she must appear frightening to others. The protagonist approaches to explain himself again, saying that the earlier scene wasn't what it seemed. This makes Dong happy, and she tells him not to worry because it's sweet that he's trying so hard to explain. He becomes embarrassed. Although it makes sense, as he doesn't understand why he's bothered by giving so many explanations. Meanwhile, Su Ling watches the two, noting that they're clearly flirting, and hears Dong asking him to call her Xingxin, while she'll call him Pinjin. At that moment, something catches his attention when he hears Xingxin. Something passes through his mind, like a wedding, but he can't quite remember, trying to figure out where he's heard it before, and why it feels so familiar. His memories begin to return, with the girl's father accompanying her, along with the attendants. The two of them hold hands, and the ceremony uniting them is successfully completed. This scene keeps repeating in his head until he grabs her and asks if she is Yusin. She is surprised and snaps her fingers immediately, freezing time, even for him, the peach tree, and everything around them. She apologizes, saying she didn't expect that simply changing her name would loosen the seal so much, and she starts to reinforce it, as according to the plan, his memories can't return just yet, asking him to wait a bit longer. The protagonist comes to his senses and she teases him, saying that he's been holding on to her for a long time and asks what exactly he wants to do. Embarrassed, he steps back and tries to remember that he was going to say something important, but just can't. Then he panics, asking where the hell his dog is. Xiaohei is tied up nearby, frustrated, wondering if the senior has forgotten about him. The firebird is on the roof, trembling, knowing that if the senior doesn't chase him, he'll be caught by the Yunji sect and turned into soup. Dong, seeing this, tells him to relax, saying she'll provide some compensation. Far from that place, Shiyun is breathing a sigh of relief, having finally escaped that terrifying place, only to be startled by a system screen appearing in front of her, and even more scared when three of them pop up. Meanwhile, in the immortal realm, specifically in the Yunji sect, the elder asks what it means that the firebird is lost and why the situation is only being reported now. Lin Yi, who is Shiyun's master, asks him to calm down since he just finished a cultivation session and can't get irritated, mentioning that she has already sent Shiyun to capture the bird. She says this worriedly because her disciple hasn't returned, and losing this bird is a serious matter. Furious, he asks if Shiyun still hasn't captured the bird, and if so, why Lin Yi is still here. Lin Yi replies that she was taking care of the administration in the elder's absence, which is why she didn't leave the sect to resolve this issue, especially because the one who made the mistake was her disciple. Without many words, he grabs a club and says that regardless of what happens, if the disciple makes a mistake, the master is also to blame, and asks if she wants to be hit again. She panics, imagining that the elder treats Shiyun like a granddaughter, but needs to remember that she herself was also raised by him, so he could be more generous. Suddenly, a voice announces her return, leaving the master relieved. Furious, she is certain that the girl lost the firebird in one of her games, and wants to see how the elder will scold her. Shiyun is happy to see the elder again, and he runs to her, hugging her and saying that she has grown so much in such a short time, gently patting her head and saying she remains as lovely as ever. Seeing this makes the master furious, since this girl was responsible for losing the firebird, and now he's spoiling her. The elder asks if she managed to bring the firebird back. She replies that unfortunately, no, and to make matters worse, she won't be able to do so. Lin Yi rejoices, eager to see him teach her what life is about. However, the elder asks her to wait a moment and turns to her, saying he first needs to teach her master a lesson. Outraged, she asks why her. The little girl tugs at his clothes, asking him to calm down, explaining that although she didn't capture the firebird, she gained a great opportunity that will bring the sect even closer to becoming dragons. He is confused by this statement, as is her master, who starts yelling that the girl has probably become a liar and asks him to stop spoiling her like this. He tells her to shut up since he wants to hear the rest of the story. Shiyun explains that she chased the firebird to a mortal courtyard, and inside there were terrifying beings, each more powerful than the immortal emperor. Not only that, but she mentions there is the owner of the place, who could destroy the immortal realm with a single thought. He's shocked to hear this story as it sounds too surreal. Lin Yi asks him not to give it any credit because it's clearly a lie. He goes up to her and says lying is wrong and tells her not to do it again in the future, turning around and saying he'll first give her master a lesson. She walks a bit and starts yelling at her disciple, saying that no matter what she says it's simply impossible, and asks her to admit her mistakes and apologize. The little girl pouts, saying she's not lying, and to make up for the firebird incident, the owner of the courtyard gave her the law of the celestial technique. The elder begins sweating, asking what he means celestial technique, and questioning if that isn't the technique used by the immortal emperor. Feeling smug, she says that's exactly it. He approaches her again and asks her to stop lying, or else he won't have a reason to hit her master. Hearing this makes Lin Yi furious, as there's no way the elder can overlook this excuse of the celestial technique. After all, it's easier to believe the immortal emperor knelt in this courtyard than in this fairy tale. Just as she's thinking this, Shuryan asks her grandfather to look at the book, leaving her in disbelief as she really has the celestial technique in her hands, considering it must be fake because it's impossible. After all, it makes no sense to have lost the firebird, wandered through the mortal realm, and ended up in a courtyard where she met the owner who gave her this technique, saying that if it's really true, she'll hit her head against the wall. The elder carefully checks and says that it really is the celestial lord's technique, making her hit her head against the wall as promised. Shiyun asks her master if she's okay since she doesn't know what she's doing. She replies that she's fine, it's just that her worldview collapsed. Donglai, with eyes shining, asks if all of this is really true.
She says yes.
With all these events, he comments that the Firebird's escape was probably inevitable and that it was probably all fate. She says she thought the same, but in the end, she was politely dismissed because the senior didn't want to be disturbed. But she mentions that the martial arts competition was held for the Crown Prince's birthday, and the senior had a good relationship with his team, so if they indirectly pleased those people, maybe he would be happy. The elder says that's really a brilliant idea since they can indirectly please the two team members for the prince. The elder turns, asking the master to learn from the disciple because, even though the Firebird was lost, she still did an excellent job. The girl thanks him for his understanding. The woman is furious about this, as in the end, the child gets the credit, and she's the only one punished, trying to keep calm since that girl is just her disciple. Shion notices her strange expression and asks if everything is okay. Her master, full of hatred in her heart, can only imagine that since childhood, she was taught not to cry and had been beaten several times when she did something wrong, but she just replies that there's nothing wrong. Meanwhile, in the northern mortal realm, Shanshan asks if that's what Outyen, who is the protagonist disguised with another name, asks to buy as a gift for the prince. Shuai, pleased, replies yes. The group asks if they weren't tricked, as there are only 2 ordinary stones. He explains in short that according to the protagonist, before leaving, he handed over 110,000 spirit stones and asked them to buy a gift for the prince with 100,000 of them. And with the remaining 10,000, they could choose the gift themselves, thus picking the 2 stones that totaled 110,000. Proud of what he did, he says no one could outsmart him. His father isn't sure if that's really true. Hang asks why he didn't buy some ordinary gifts and wonders if he misunderstood the senior. He replies that's impossible, as the protagonist is always profound, so they have to think there's always something behind his intentions. Shanshan, worried about asking this, wants to know where he bought those 2 stones. He starts explaining that he was walking down the street until he met a guy, then realized he didn't know him. But in the end, he seemed like a normal guy. This shocks the whole group, remembering that this man stopped him in the street, saying he seemed like an incredible person, and that maybe fate had brought them together there, asking if he'd like to take a look at some gifts. It was Chopper with a fake mustache. Shanshan is curious and asks if he's really going to give 2 stones as a gift to the prince. He replies that it's a bit difficult, especially since he doesn't know their function. Hang says he doesn't need to worry. He's surprised because his colleague seems to know what's special about them. The boy replies that he doesn't know either, but his family has a good relationship with the king, so the prince won't be too upset. He feels somewhat insulted, closing his eyes and saying that, unfortunately, he'll only find out during the banquet. The afternoon arrives in the north, and the prince's birthday is celebrated. He asks everyone to be free from formalities and do whatever they want that day. A subordinate begins by announcing the arrival of the prime minister's son's gift, presenting a precious sword. Next it's the turn of the alchemist union's gift, precious spirit herbs. Shuai begins to sweat coldly, since next he receives a first-class armor as a gift from the national teacher's son, and everything so far has been elite. This makes him wonder if he should give that particular gift to the prince later. But he gets frustrated since his colleague is anxiously looking forward to what comes next. Slamming the table, he stands up, determined to trust the senior. However, something grabs everyone's attention as a portal suddenly appears amid the celebration. A cultivator steps out, and immediately the prince senses their terrifying aura, questioning what level of chi these 3 people possess to be so frightening. Shuai worries since the chi belongs to an immortal, and to make matters worse, the girl who competed with the senior is there, pondering that they are back seeking revenge. Yang Ming immediately greets them, stating that he is the crown prince and would like to know why they are in the presence of such honored people. The elder asks not to be alarmed, as they are at the banquet solely to present a gift to him. This surprises him since they are there just to participate in the banquet and present him with a gift. And these powerful seniors are speaking politely, pondering if all of this is due to the benefactor's influence. The little girl asks if the senior who competed with her in the tournament will attend the banquet tonight. Shuai replies that unfortunately, he will not, but ask him to give a gift to the crown prince since he wouldn't be able to attend. The elder takes a deep breath and says it's a shame, but they're not just there to see that person. Summoning a talent token, which is extremely rare in the immortal world, he states that this will be the gift, as he mentioned earlier. He explains that this token is directly linked to a sex mountain, and the more one touches it, the more their cultivation will improve. With that said, he hands the gift to the prince, saying that soon he will achieve an immortal body. He, feeling awkward, thanks the elder for this magnificent gift, and can't believe that it will improve his cultivation so much that he might even reach an immortal body. After this, Shuai interrupts, saying he has a gift from the protagonist to present. The prince is surprised since the benefactor will also give a gift. He takes the stone and says that, to be honest, he doesn't quite understand what it means, and that the buying process was confusing. However, the senior gave the spirit stones and instructions, arriving at this conclusion. He also regrets not knowing the function of the stone, and that they will probably only find out after delivering it. So he asks the immortal if he would know its function. The elder starts sweating coldly, and takes a deep breath since the senior definitely knew he would show up in the realm and would recognize this gift that no one else could recognize. With that said, he explains that this is a conversion stone that could transform the talent token, which was even just given as a gift, and that, judging by the size of the stone, it would be possible to make 3 tokens. This makes him think that the protagonist would want him to help the prince in creating those tokens, since the gift is a duplicate of what they gave. The prince ponders this, questioning why, if everything was predicted by the benefactor, he would give this gift even after already having the first token. Thinking it over, he realizes that there are 3 other people on the protagonist's team. So the tokens must be to win over his team. He reflects on this for a long time and says that these 3 tokens, from that stone, will go to the 3 members of the senior's team. Shanshan asks His Highness to reconsider. After all, it's a gift from the senior, and he shouldn't do something like that. He replies that it's fine since it was probably his intention, and he asks Shuai if the protagonist made all these preparations privately. He answers that yes, and takes out the other gift stone, asking the present immortals if they know the function of this other stone. The elder immediately goes into shock upon seeing it, and runs over, asking if that boy wants to be his apprentice. He feels confused by this unusual request. The elder imagines that the senior not only guessed they would be there, but also gave a high-quality transfer stone, which is extremely rare. This makes him wonder that this supreme technique wasn't given to them just because of the firebird. Shuai, still in shock from this request coming from an immortal, kneels and says that this simple disciple greets his master, accepting the proposal. At this moment at the protagonist's house, he wakes up and notices that he is not in Dong's room, so he is not sleepwalking. As he tries to get up, he feels restless, since he has a sense of loss. Meanwhile, she is watching him, happy to see him so well. Suddenly, the system appears to him, stating that the rewards for the escape point mission will begin, and that the next point has opened, starting with the evolution to a higher realm. This causes an aura to start overflowing from his body. And he notices that he has completed only 1 stage, and has already jumped to the 5th level of the soul. He is excited since, if he completes it another 100 times, he will probably be invincible. Plus, several cool options have appeared in his system, starting with seeing a tape. This makes him furious to the point of grabbing the system and declaring that it is definitely broken. The system gets angry, asking him to scroll to the end of the options before leaving in tears. The protagonist coughs and decides to do what the system asked, facing a gun, a sniper rifle, and even a grenade. The next option is a motorcycle, which makes him think it would be cool to ride around the city with his little sister on the back. But he realizes that, in reality, it would be pretty strange in that world. The system informs him that the host can choose the method of acquiring exchange points, and that the method that will earn him points is simple. The first option, the host makes people nearby feel admiration for him, and this will generate points. The second option, the host provokes a sense of adoration in people nearby, and this will grant him corresponding exchange points. The third option, the host asks a nearby person if they like him, and if the answer is yes, he will receive exchange points. He finds all the alternatives interesting and smiles since the third option has a loophole, because no matter if the person genuinely likes him or not, as long as they answer yes, he will receive the points. With this in mind, he states that he chooses the third option. Dong, who is controlling the system, is upset by this since she made it too easy for him and doesn't understand why the hell he eliminated the 2 correct options, wondering if he is doing this on purpose. The system informs him that the chosen method has been confirmed and asks them to proceed. Still at his house, Suling is preparing some bread when her brother approaches, calling out to her and asking if she happens to like him. He can't hide his expression being too excited, but she, frightened, just turns and runs out of the house, screaming that her brother slept and woke up as an idiot. He runs after her and grabs her, asking why the hell she is screaming and pleading for her to answer honestly. She says she doesn't like him since he always lectures her and confiscates her fruits. He feels frustrated because he never imagined he would receive this response, especially from his sister, and tells her that he won't hit her anymore in the future. So he just asks her to say, "I like my brother." She makes it clear that she won't say anything like that. Suddenly the door opens and Dong enters, calling for the protagonist, asking why he is so excited so early, and if something good happened, saying this while showing off her wonderful body. Suling runs to her crying and sticks her tongue out at her brother, as she only likes Dong. He gets irritated since only a few days have passed, and his sister has already switched sides. Dong comforts the little girl, saying it's nice for someone to ask if they like her or not, and looks seriously at the MC since she didn't have that luck. His heart beats faster at this, and feeling very embarrassed, He doesn't know what to say, leaving the house, apparently, because something has come up for him to do. Now in the city of Qinyuan, at the Cambao pharmacy, the old man asks why the boy is reading so early. He replies that he found a book on medicine and thinks the content is very strange. He explains that the book is about a wandering doctor capable of curing all kinds of diseases. However, the only thing he cannot cure is a man who likes another man, and the male protagonist is competitive and does not give up until the doctor is cured. He continues explaining that the story ends as if he himself were infected. The old man asks what kind of medical book this is. The boy says that the male disease is called dragon dudeness and asks if it actually exists. His master says that yes, there is a record of it and that it could even be around them besides being difficult to deal with. This scares him. Shortly after, Chen arrives at the establishment and greets the old man, asking how business is going. He asks the protagonist if he happens to be sick, which frustrates him since if he didn't know that person was a doctor, he would be angry. He explains that this time he is only there to chat and that he would like to ask if the old man likes him. The old man begins to say that the senior is a good person who always helps the whole town. But in the middle of this explanation, he remembers the book the boy was reading about the disease of a man liking another and asks Chun if he is serious about this talk. Chun asks how it would be if he weren't serious. Hearing this makes the old man step back, confirming that Chun is not only sick, but that his tastes are also strange. He says this and leaves the store, asking his disciple to take care of the visitor. This leaves him depressed, since he is only there to earn points. And, even so, people confuse things with nonsensical matters. He turns to Xiaojun, thinking that this person is young and won't have wrong thoughts. With this in mind, he asks what he thinks of him, if he likes Brother Chen. This puts Xiaojun in shock, asking him not to come near and running away, saying he won't fall for those tricks. He is stunned since he doesn't understand anything anymore, and the system informs him that the preparation for the second level is complete. Meanwhile, in the Dancheng Kingdom, the protagonist successfully teleports, but is too frustrated, since besides not having earned any points, he was interpreted in a strange way, which makes him embarrassed to return to that city. This leads him to think he was deceived by the system. But a notification makes it clear that the acquisition method was chosen by the host himself, and that the system has nothing to do with it. He is still furious, as he didn't imagine people would interpret things differently. Placing his hand on his head, he asks to forget it since the genre of this manhwa will be changed. He then decides to check the tasks. The system informs him that in that place's name will be Dan Tang. With this name, he will join the Dan Yuan sect, and many people will appreciate him for his alchemy skills. The reward will be an increase to a higher realm in addition to a special gift. The protagonist is disappointed, since he will have to deal with alchemy again, but he is too tired to complain. Suddenly, he hears someone shouting to stop. A boy is running away, frustrated that he can't shake off these girls, until he screeches to a halt when he realizes he has run into a dead end. Chun turns and asks if the brother needs any help. Although he is concerned about how to start a conversation, a beautiful opportunity seems to have arisen. The boy notices a good chance and runs, asking him to please help. He invokes his sword, as the sky is clear like the clouds, and prepares himself, stating that he cannot stand by in the face of violence in broad daylight. However, when he looks ahead, he starts to sweat cold, since the situation has become confusing, especially seeing the beautiful breasts of the girls right in front of him. And definitely the situation is different from what he thought, making him embarrassed immediately. The girls ask Mr. One that this time they want to hear his answer, and there must be an answer, asking which one he chooses. The protagonist simply cannot believe this is the problem, and that it is definitely something he cannot help with. But he asks, curious, how he managed to have so many beautiful girls chasing after him. The boy thanks all of them for their kindness, and changes his expression, saying that, in fact, he already has a boyfriend. Walking up to the protagonist, and saying that this young man is the one he loves so much. The protagonist is left bewildered, not understanding what the hell is going on, while the girls are in shock from this revelation. The system informs him that he has obtained 10 points and he, crying, begins to understand how the points are increasing, but sadly says that he really didn't want to receive them this way. The girls can't believe that Prince Wang really likes men, but they say that this just means it's even better. He can't believe what they're saying. They run off, saying that the other man is also very handsome and that they can join them since it won't make a difference. They start to caress the protagonist, making him feel awkward, since if he lets things go on, they could get complicated. With this in mind, he calls for the boy and begins to carry him in his arms, imagining that with his current cultivation base and agility, it should be possible to escape from those girls. They begin to chase him, and he looks back worried as they are catching up to him. He reaches a house and takes a deep breath, relieved to have gotten rid of them. He asks the boy what the hell he did to make them go so crazy. The boy, embarrassed in Chen's arms, makes him notice this, which causes him to make a disgusted face and toss the boy away, as it was giving him the creeps. The prince apologizes, saying that he hasn't been hugged like that since he was a child, and that's why he liked it unintentionally. Chen doesn't accept this nonsense, saying that if he likes being hugged so much, why did he run away from those beautiful girls? Juan responds that he didn't want that exactly, and that those girls are mostly his junior sisters. Occasionally he teaches them alchemy during the week, and as a result, he didn't expect the situation to get to this point. Chun is surprised, asking if he happens to be from the Yuan alchemy sect. The boy responds that he is, which gets Chun excited, as he is there precisely to join the Dan Yuan sect, asking if there's a way to do that. He replies that this is the right time to answer that question, explaining that in 3 days, the sect will hold a competition, and only those under 30 can participate. Those who place in the top 20 will be able to join the sect. But he asks him to stay calm, as the competition's level isn't high. The protagonist becomes worried, explaining that he has never refined a pill in his life. The prince is also concerned, as it seems it will be difficult. Regardless, he is happy since he saved a lot of time not having to wander around the city. He says this and pats the boy on the chest, thanking him for the information. Juan becomes very embarrassed by this and asks him to wait, saying he knows a way to enter the sect directly. But there's one thing he would need help with. Chen asks what that would be. He, shyly, explains that his family wants to arrange a marriage. He can't refuse in any way. The protagonist becomes worried about what comes next, and Juan asks him to pretend again, like he did in the alley a little while ago. This puts him in shock since he would have to pretend to like men, even though he doesn't. With this in mind, he runs away at full speed saying goodbye. Juan puts his hand on his head as he should have explained first that in fact, she is a girl and not a boy. She remembers that back then she had waist-length hair and was quite thin. However, in her kingdom, there was an alchemy accident last year, where the container overheated and the explosion accidentally burned her hair. Not wanting that embarrassing story to spread, she chose to pretend and disguise herself. After that, a girl with pink hair came up to her, thanking her for all the time she guided her in alchemy and confessing, saying she likes him a lot. Juan is surprised by this but says that, in fact, she is also a girl. The girl bursts into tears, saying that to reject her. He didn't hesitate to make up this absurdity and runs off, apologizing for the trouble. Eventually, numerous letters with love declarations arrived, which left her scared. Going to the forest, she screams to God as she doesn't understand why he is doing this to her. After all, she is also a girl, and just wants to have a relationship with a handsome guy. At that moment, the protagonist is also in the forest, relieved that Xinhao didn't catch up to him, sweating cold, and wondering how this world became so scary. He then feels relieved, since he managed to gather a lot of information about the kingdom and how to join the sect through the alchemy competition. But he is worried because he has no practice at all, and he doesn't have the materials. Thinking about it, he realizes that he hasn't even visited his own sect yet, and that everyone else must have done so. With that in mind, he asks the system to take him to the location. He arrives, and finds a residence shining as if it had just been cleaned seconds ago. He wonders if he went to the wrong place and notices that there are a lot of people at the door, wondering why. A guy on the ground is furious, asking when the girl will come out since he has been waiting there for several days, and looking at the others, he says that he himself, as a prince, is being kept away from the Pigeon sect and is crazy for being intimidated like this. The two boys get enraged, asking if the redhead is foolish after all. How many there are who aren't princes of the empire, and that it's nothing unusual, and if he doesn't like waiting, he should just disappear from there since an impatient person like him doesn't deserve the trust of the young lady. They barely finish this sermon when they look to the side, realizing that they are coming. It's Prince Lingxiao, accompanied by Princess Jinxiao, both from the Jinyu Empire. He barely approaches, and thinks that regardless of status, strength, or anything else, he wants to know if those people really think they can pursue the young lady. At this moment he looks at Chen, saying hello, and wonders if even the commoner dares to show up there, starting to drool, as there is nothing but trash, and he will definitely take Xiao Shui away this time. His sister asks him to keep smiling, as he looks like a monster. She tells him that she finally got in touch with Morong's granddaughter, then asks him to be reserved when he sees her. He says he will. The protagonist approaches, greeting the two, and comments that he overheard their conversation, that he knows Miss Xiao Shui, and asks if they would like to come in. The prince shouts that it's none of his business, and gets punched in the mouth by his sister, who asks him to speak properly to people. Zheng Xiao apologizes for her retarded brother, as it seems he didn't take his medicine today, and says that she is indeed a friend of Xiao Shui, and is there especially to see her. Chen says it's alright, and explains that he was about to ask someone to open the door since he is also her friend, and invites them to come in together. Hearing this makes the prince thoughtful, wondering if this guy has some special status to be able to open the sex gate. He prepares himself and shouts for Xiao Shui, asking if the young lady is inside. The prince can't believe that this guy is shouting like that. He continues calling for her, but no one responds from inside. Ling Xiu can't believe that there's a fool there shouting for Xiao Shu, just as the redhead interjects, asking if this guy is a rookie since he can't just arrive there and call for the young lady. He barely says this when the gate opens, leaving one of the princes startled. She appears happy, saying she is glad to see the senior there. The guy wonders if he is having hallucinations since apparently she came out after the madman shouted for her. The prince doesn't waste any time and with a bouquet of flowers calls for her, just like everyone else, inviting her to join them. Xiao Shui replies that she doesn't accept any of them and asks them to leave. The redhead is disappointed, as he received a direct rejection. She asks the senior if he is free that day since he showed up at the sect. He says that it's been a while since he last saw her, and suggests they take a walk. Zheng Xiao approaches, and says that she is with her brother especially, to see her. Xiao Shui looks back and, smiling, says she won't have time to accompany them, but will ask someone to take them for a walk later. The two are left in shock, as they were instantly rejected. She asks the senior what the reason for his visit is. He replies that it's not a big deal. He just wants to practice alchemy, and wants to know if there's a room for that. She responds that there is, and asks if he wants her to call her grandfather and the others via voice transmission. The protagonist replies that there's no need to bother them, as he will just go to the room to practice a bit. Ling Xiu can't believe the scene he's witnessing. As in his view, Xiao Shui is enthusiastic about a mere mountain villager, making him wonder if this boy might be an exceptional alchemist, and if she might like that talent. He becomes furious, as he doesn't understand the situation, since this guy is only at the nascent soul stage, and doesn't know how far he can go with refining. To make matters worse, she called him senior. He interrupts, telling her that, to be honest, he is also a fourth-tier alchemist, and asks if he could accompany the two to the alchemy room. She is at a loss for words, and the protagonist gets excited, as this guy seems so young and yet is so skilled at alchemy, asking if they can go together to the room, feeling relieved because he will have someone skilled to guide him. The prince thanks him, while imagining that this guy must be extremely skilled, even wanting to steal Xiao Shui away from him. For this reason, he is eager to see what he is capable of. Night falls, and they make preparations. Xiao Shui informs the senior that the alchemy furnace and materials are all ready. He thanks her for the help. The prince notes that the elixirs there are of first grade, and the highest possible to be refined are of second grade.
So, he doesn't understand what the hell this guy is planning.
He picks up a book and begins to read the step-by-step instructions. Ling Xiu is intrigued, as it must be a very advanced book, but he notices that it is in fact an introduction to alchemy, meaning it is the most basic possible. He can't understand what is happening, as such a common person is favored by Xiao Shui, and although he is not that strong, he doesn't understand how he can be a senior. The protagonist starts striking two stones together to try to create fire for the furnace, which irritates him since that is not the type of fire used. Tries to calm himself, as there are indeed some precious alchemist furnaces that are activated by common fire. So, he is not surprised that such a powerful sect has that kind of furnace. He begins to transmit his aura and continues reading the book, following the instructions. The prince, seeing this, feels more relieved as apparently this guy can increase the intensity of the fire using spiritual energy and wants to see the technique, as it is the key to alchemy. At that moment, he simply stops reading as he is not understanding anything and grabs the basket, throwing everything into the furnace at once, startling Lin Xiu, as there is no technique involved and thus everything is going to explode. He tries to calm down, despite seeing something outrageous. Maybe it's an unprecedented technique, never seen before, or perhaps this guy is a wizard. The protagonist picks up a mushroom with his hachi and begins to observe, saying that the elixir should become stronger if burned. The prince can't contain his fury until his sister puts her hand over his mouth, preventing him from cursing as she is at her limit with so much absurdity. The protagonist notices the guy is upset and wonders if he did something wrong until he smells something good rising in the air and runs to the furnace, wondering if it's almost ready. The prince smells it too and doesn't understand how this is possible as a powerful aura spills out from the furnace, where two pills emerge. He simply can't believe they are absolute pills and the aura is rich and exceeds 4 grades. Xiao Shui praises him, as she expected nothing less from the senior. He thanks her but doesn't understand why he produced 2 pills, wondering if he did something wrong. But it could also be that he is a genius of alchemy, one of those born once in a million. Zheng Xiao whispers to her brother, saying that she has seen him practicing alchemy for years, but she has never witnessed anything like this. However, she notices that he is not responding, as he is completely in shock at witnessing this. She urges him not to give up thinking. He is inconsolable, as it should be absolutely impossible. First, the method was unprecedented, and producing 2 pills at once could be some kind of joke. Suddenly the door opens and Morong calls for the senior. The prince greets the ancestor, but he walks right past, showing no interest. He can't believe he was ignored once again. And, to make matters worse, this time, it was by the ancestor. The old man asks the MC where he has been, as he has been missing for so long without a word. He apologizes, but says he is only there to take care of some small matters. The old man apologizes if he is being a bother, but informs him that there are some people wanting to see him. These people enter the room and walk straight past the prince, who is immediately startled, as those auras belong to immortal cultivators, confirming the rumors that there are immortals behind the Pingna sect. Chun is confused, asking if these guys want to see him, and what for. The two approach, calling him senior, which makes him question if they know him. Suddenly, they notice the presence of the celestial sword, and immediately recall when they were beaten by Ben and had to flee, saying they would come back. They ran to a temple, asking a certain immortal to make them disciples. After accounting everything that happened, that person asks if it's true, exclaiming screw everything, as he will descend to the mortal world to avenge his disciple. This is one of the 10 immortal lords. They go to the mortal realm, and the two get beaten up, kneeling before Ben after taking a beating, to learn a lesson. The Lord tries to understand if this ordinary person could wield such a powerful artifact as the golden feather. Morom informs that these two were responsible for causing a commotion at the opening ceremony of the sect, leaving them terrified, wondering if they are now going to die. But the old man smiles and says that both have repented, and the relationship between them and him is very good, besides promising that they will open another branch for the senior. Chun says it's nice to learn from one's mistakes, wondering if these two guys are really that powerful. The prince can't believe what he is witnessing. First, the patriarch of the sect calls Chun senior, and now even two immortals are doing the same, deducing that his cultivation base, which is currently at the nascent soul stage, must be a farce. He tries to imagine what the reality is. He is then petrified, as fighting for Xiao Shui at this point is completely futile. The protagonist says he is busy and can't talk now, as he has something to experiment with. Saying this, he begins to load the basket. Linxiu doesn't understand how a seemingly powerful person still needs to practice, but this will be a good opportunity to study how he produced two such powerful pills at once, deciding to pay close attention to the preparation method. The protagonist starts by throwing everything into the furnace and igniting the fire. The two pills are ready shortly after. He can't accept what is happening, as nothing makes sense. Yanming asks his brother if he felt the same way. The lord replies that yes, as the senior must be afraid of scaring people. And for that reason, he suppressed the power of the pill. Essentially, the elixir in the fire was reduced to the maximum, to the point of reaching the panacea. He is confused as he doesn't know what that means. The lord takes a deep breath and, observing the senior release his energy, recounts that in the world of alchemy in the fairy realm, there exists a method that is only theoretical. By calcining the materials, one simply needs to complement the aura for the medicinal materials. This way, all impurities can be eliminated and the quality will reach an unimaginable level. However, the reason it exists only in theory is that it consumes an absurd amount of aura, like squeezing an immortal emperor dry. He notes that everything he is seeing is correct, but aside from the protection, everything there is common. However, from the outside, the sight is definitely magnificent. He finds all of this terrible as such mundane manipulations are horrifying, and he is surprised to see the senior so calm as if nothing is happening without affecting others. He tries to understand if this entire calmness is a warning to inform them that if they continue causing trouble they will die. However, in reality, the protagonist is trying to figure out how the hell he produced two pills, scratching his head since nothing in the book explains it. Doubting himself, he decides to ask the prince if he sees any problem there. He feels intimidated, as he is being asked such a question in front of two immortals. Despite this, he bows down and says he benefited greatly from the experience. Chen doesn't understand what he could have gained there. After all, he wants to learn too. But he takes a deep breath, as there isn't much he can do. He closes his book and prays that it will be enough for the evaluation that will happen in a few days. Murong realizes the visit he is having and asks the two princes the reason for their visit that day. He, feeling awkward, says he had nothing to do, so he's just wandering around. The old man is pleased to know this and asks the two to return safely when they leave. His sister gets angry, as he is a coward. He replies that he had nothing to do since that person is scary and there are two immortals present. After all, this is still the #1 sect on the continent, so he couldn't even dream of doing anything to offend it. He reflects for a moment and becomes furious, as she mentioned having a good relationship with Xiao Shui. But he hasn't seen any of that. His sister replies that she actually met her through other people, and those people weren't even present. He, frustrated, says that their father originally planned to bring them closer to MS Xiao Shui to strengthen their relationship with the Pinzhen sect. But apparently there is no hope now. She smiles and says that actually if it depends on her, it's perfectly fine to have a relationship with someone from there. He is shocked, as he has no idea which bastard caught his sister's attention. After this, the protagonist walks around the sect while being informed about its current situation. The protagonist confesses that he didn't expect it to develop to the point where the sect became so strong, and he imagines it must have been difficult. Murong says there were no problems at all, especially since the current achievements were all obtained by the seniors, so there is nothing to worry about. He can only imagine that in the end, he didn't do anything to advance the sect, and stopping to think for a bit, he decides to try to gain some points since he is there anyway, and everyone there shouldn't think wrongly. With this in mind, he informs them that he has been researching a supernatural power to improve luck, and asks if they want to try it, explaining that it is very simple. He will ask something, and the person just needs to respond that they like it, so it's quite simple. With that said, he takes a deep breath, and asks if they like him. Xiao Shui immediately grabs his body and says she likes him. The system informs him that he earned 10 points, but he is intrigued, wondering if he still has emotions. She feels embarrassed, sensing something warming in her body, and wonders if this is the effect of luck. Then, all three present respond that they do like the senior. With this, another 30 points are gained. Murong calls him over to talk, as there could be much more of this. He informs that the theory was explained and that they can use it at will, as there will be no detriment from using this power. Everyone gets excited and starts saying they like him repeatedly, leaving him surprised by so many numbers rising. In the end, his system informs him that he has obtained a total of 1,000 points. He feels relieved, as it is finally over, and he no longer even recognizes the word they kept repeating. But he is glad as he finally has enough points, choosing the gun option in his system. It begins to materialize in his hand, and as he points it, he asks if it is not as useful as ancient cultivation. He comments that he already has experience with shooting ranges, but that gun is much lighter than he imagined. He also notices that the magazine is sealed and the clip is fake, wondering if perhaps the gun itself is fake. He aims forward as he needs to test it, and when he pulls the trigger, a powerful shot fires, creating a hole in the tree. He is in shock, as such destructive power couldn't come from a gun, and from the hole made it seems even stronger than his own attacks, not understanding how the shot was fired, especially since there isn't even a magazine. He aims upward, but notices that the noise he made was from some birds. With that he changes direction and shoots at the trees, knocking down several at once. His eyes shine, as he realizes that the weapons sold by the system have infinite bullets. At that moment, someone is watching him until they approach. Chun asks who is there and the guy, startled, comments that he hid so well and was still discovered. Not understanding, he asks who the hell he is. The redhead says it doesn't matter who he is, but he's there to annoy a bit, saying that Xiao Shui is the goddess of the ping insect, who even attracts the hearts of all the princes of the continent. He becomes furious, as he doesn't understand how a mere nascent soul caught her attention. Cursing afterward, he wonders how a mere peasant caught her eye, asking if he oiled the engine of Miss Xiao Shui. Chen only imagines that this guy is crazy, as he doesn't even know if they're talking about the same Xiao Shui. The redhead begins to raise his aura, saying that he cultivated the resources of the whole country and that it won't come cheap. However, Chen isn't in the mood for much conversation and shoots him in the chest, causing him to fall to the ground, asking what the hell that hidden weapon is. He says it doesn't matter, as he wants to see the courageous one from a moment ago. The prince again says it won't come cheap, but he is startled to see the gun pointed at his forehead, quickly apologizing and admitting he was wrong from the start. The protagonist tells him to get lost, and takes a deep breath, as that place is definitely not safe, deciding to go back home. Dong all sultry comments that he arrived early this time. He, embarrassed, becomes angry, as she keeps wearing provocative clothes on purpose, and wonders what would happen if someone were there with wicked thoughts. He decides to look away, but notices her breasts are already pressed against his arms, and she says it's boring to be alone, asking him to sit with her to watch a movie together. He says he won't do any of that, and asks her to pay attention to her surroundings, as Suling is around. She looks at the little girl, who pretends not to hear or see anything. He becomes angry, as he doesn't understand how the girl hears her so well, then changes the subject and hands her the pistol. She asks what that is, and the protagonist replies that it's a hidden weapon, as it's not safe for such a beautiful woman to be wandering alone in the mountains, so it will be for self-defense. She is surprised, as she could swear he would keep it for himself, but he was actually concerned for her. Still smiling, she says she doesn't know how to use it, imagining that although it's unnecessary, it's his wish. Chun grabs her hand and asks her to follow him, as he'll teach her. They go to the forest, and she turns around, asking Su Ling to wake up, as they need to stick to the plan. Meanwhile, in another location, in the immortal kingdom of Yunji, Dong Lai is cultivating, as he now possesses the sacred book. Imagining that it won't be long before he reaches the maximum level possible. Suddenly someone approaches, saying it really won't take long. The old man immediately bows down, greeting the immortal emperor. He comments that it will now be possible to reach him. Dong Lai understands that he grasped the formula just as he appeared, and that if he breaks through at this exact moment, he could shake the immortal emperor. Shiasui asks him not to be so polite, as he was one of the chosen ones by the senior. He can't believe the immortal emperor is talking about the senior, perhaps referring to the person from the mortal world, and is in disbelief that even the mortal emperor is calling that person senior, being superior to him. Shiasui admits that he didn't expect him to also obtain the celestial sovereign technique, but since he did, then his future won't be inferior to his. This makes him wonder if the protagonist gave that technique to Dong Lai to become an immortal emperor. But he imagines that can't be possible, as for another person to become an immortal emperor, he himself would have to stop being one. So it would be a sign to prepare to break through that specific layer of restriction and head straight to the divine realm. Back in the mortal world at the protagonist's house, Su Ling runs to tell her brother that something is wrong. He is startled, asking what happened. She points out and says that all the doors were stolen, leaving him in disbelief as to why someone would do that, and asks exactly how it happened, wanting to understand clearly. The girl explains that right after he left, she went to close the doors, but a black shadow quickly entered, and she couldn't even react. After that, this shadow stole the doors and ran away. He can't accept such an absurdity, as this door thief story is too outrageous, and asks them to tell the truth, asking Dawn this time if she didn't happen to knock down the door. She comments that she was in the forest with him, so how could she do that? Suspicion falls on Su Ling, who tries to defend herself, saying that she's too weak. So how could she knock down such a big door, and that she would only try to do something like that for watermelons? She starts to throw a tantrum, saying that if he doesn't believe her, he can just go ask the neighbors, as several houses were robbed. He doesn't buy this story, as he has never heard of door thieves, and decides to visit the neighboring houses, finding a person and asking if they heard about any door thief. The person immediately yells that he knows about it and that he's been going crazy looking for that thief. Chin doesn't believe it's really true. The man decides to tell what happened, saying that not long ago, he was about to leave when a black shadow entered his house and went straight for the door, grabbing it with great force and pulling it out of place. Then it ran away, carrying the door. He mentions that many people like him were robbed, and that this thief always leaves a pile of money behind. The protagonist can't come to terms with this story, as the more he hears, the more absurd it gets. Night falls, and he returns home frustrated, as he's going to have to believe it since he walked all day visiting houses, and more than a dozen had only the door stolen, which is too pathetic. Dong asks him not to think too much about it, as a door is trivial, and the important thing is that Su Ling is fine, and asks if he doesn't have a problem with sleepwalking, since their doors face each other. And now that there are no doors, many things can be seen just by looking straight ahead. She tells him to be careful not to end up seeing things he shouldn't see. He says he would never do that. The day goes by, and it's already morning. The protagonist wakes up and can't believe he's in Dong's bed. He panics, as he had been sleeping deeply in his own room for the past few days, so he doesn't understand how he ended up there. He gets out of bed slowly, so as not to wake her. His clothes get caught. He immediately panics, asking her to listen patiently to an explanation, but she just smiles and tells him to lie down there.
He says that's fine.
As they chat in the room, the Phoenix is patrolling the area. The protagonist tries to understand what situation he has gotten into, and she comments that he stealthily entered the room and always left every morning, saying it's even nice when he shows up there, but asks him not to be sneaky. He dies of embarrassment, not knowing exactly what that implies, and seeing how beautiful she is, he decides to lie down a bit next to her since she gave permission. After that, already in the middle of the day, the competitors for the alchemy competition are gathered. The audience wants to know why the evaluation hasn't started yet, as it's 2 hours late, and they want to know why Yuanzong hasn't started yet. She is ecstatic, asking where the young master is since she doesn't see him, but she clearly remembers that he said he would participate. Her father calls for her, and comments that the person she's waiting for probably isn't going to show up, and that they can't delay the event any longer. She becomes upset until she brightens up when she sees him running among the crowd. He is desperate, having slept longer than he should have, and hopes it's not too late. Her father immediately recognizes this person, as there was a general assembly of the alchemists gathered for only one thing. They were informed that everyone under this union must unconditionally obey the person in the photo, as this senior likes to pretend to be low level to blend in with the crowd. And they were asked not to act impulsively, as they need to discover the senior's hidden objective. Now he is surprised, as his daughter knows this person. But it could just be a coincidence, wanting to ask in the end about that relationship. He climbs the stairs and, tired, is glad he arrived on time, as he thought the mission would fail. A competitor is not happy to see someone arriving late and says it's cheating, stating that this person shouldn't be allowed to take the exam. The elder says it's fine. And now that everyone is present, they can begin. The competitors can't believe they're letting this slide. The protagonist is confused by these accusations, while a competitor asks if the reason for the delay was to wait for someone, wanting to know how they dare to wait over 2 hours for just one guy. Which makes no sense. The elder becomes worried, realizing he hadn't noticed this before, and fears irritating the senior, as that would implicate the sect, until he realizes he's wrong. After all, the president made it clear that everything the senior does has a deep purpose, so this time shouldn't be any different. In other words, if the senior arrived so late it means something, and everyone became hostile, perhaps even expecting this. He imagines this while observing and breathes a sigh of relief. Glad he guessed the senior's plans before it was too late. Meanwhile, he doesn't understand what's happening there. The elder calls for silence and informs everyone that he recruited a total of 100 people, making it clear that this time the speed and quality of the alchemy will be the reference. With that said, he asks everyone to begin. One of the candidates is furious about this delay, as he could have finished, and considers that the number of candidates will drop by half, so he can surely apply to the Yuan sect and receive praise from the superiors. He grabs his colleague and says he doesn't care about resorting to cheating, as this delay has harmed him, and he won't want to mess with him because he bought a magical weapon capable of controlling flames within a 3-meter radius. The furnaces keep blazing, and he decides to test the capabilities of this person who is treated differently by the suzerain. However, he notices the protagonist opening the lid and throwing everything inside without any hesitation. He can't believe what he's witnessing and starts shouting, asking if he even knows how to do alchemy. Chen turns around and wants to know if that's a question, confused, as several people are staring at him for no reason. Zigong becomes worried, saying that if that guy can refine pills by just tossing in the herbs haphazardly, he will lose this competition. With his precious stone in hand, he decides to take out the other competitors, starting with the first one next to him. He smiles and activates his technique in the furnace. His necklace begins to glow brightly, making the fire become increasingly potent, causing a massive explosion in the furnace, prompting the judge to announce that furnace number 15 has exploded, so that person is disqualified. He looks to the side and imagines that no matter who it is, if they get in his way, they will pay dearly. The same happens with the cultivator from furnace 10. Next, it's furnace number 3. Yuan Zong starts to find this strange, as each competitor's steps aren't wrong, so he doesn't understand why the furnaces are exploding all of a sudden. His father comments that someone is probably using unorthodox tactics. He turns around, knowing that the responsible one is the playboy Shigong, and it's a shame the prince is ruining his own father's image. He walks towards the competitors, thinking that the senior is truly amazing, as he has an unexpected technique, and even adding ingredients that would normally conflict. Nothing happens. Moreover, he deduces that the protagonist is aware that the guy next to him is provoking the explosions, and yet remains calm, thinking that this must have some deep significance. He continues to ponder this matter deeply, while his daughter is confused, not knowing why her father has those expressions. Zigong feels relieved, as the people who could have the best scores have been eliminated, so he will secure first place. Suddenly, he senses a powerful scent coming in his direction, which actually grabs the attention of everyone around, as it is a rich fragrance. They consider that the protagonist's pill refinement might be at the 4th or 5th grade. This makes him furious, as he doesn't understand how he was surpassed like that. He decides to intervene since he can't let himself be overtaken so easily, activating the power of his necklace, which causes the fire in the protagonist's furnace to intensify greatly. He worries because he can't let the furnace explode or else the mission would fail. But he doesn't know how to control the flames, and if he keeps this up, everything will go wrong. Not knowing what to do, he decides to force the completion. His aura begins to surround the furnace as he opens the lid. Zigong celebrates, thinking that the cheating worked. The audience is frustrated, lamenting that he failed. Chun merely smiles and celebrates, as the pill is ready, showing the two exuding a powerful aura. He then takes them to the examiner for verification. The suzerain notices that both pills are of the 5th grade, the highest level. The prince is furious, because he has no idea how it's possible to refine 2 pills at once, and cannot contain his frustration. The examiner is surprised, having refined pills his whole life, and never having seen someone capable of such a miracle, better understanding why everyone respects this senior so much. The protagonist, embarrassed, asks if he passed the test. The suzerain replies that of course, since both pills are of the highest level. The furious prince interjects and yells that this guy isn't going to pass, claiming he cheated in some way, as he has never heard of anyone in this world refining 2 pills at once, especially after a furnace exploded, meaning he must have hidden them in the furnace beforehand. The elder asks him to be careful with his words, as the alchemy furnaces were prepared by the Dunwan sect itself. With that said, he asks if he is making an accusation against the sect. He replies that that's exactly it. He is questioning whether the examiner is being fair enough and even put on a show when this guy arrived late, reminding everyone that the competition was delayed just because of him. The suzerain begins to become furious with these false accusations, but an idea comes to mind, deducing that this whole situation was something the senior desired. If he carelessly points out what his granddaughter just did, he might completely ruin his plan.
He is pleased to have realized this in time. Meanwhile, the MC has no idea what the situation is or why the patriarch waved at him, deducing that perhaps the sect leader wants to show that there is no favoritism here, and that maybe this test was genuinely to assess his own skills. In other words, perhaps the suzerain wants to train him eventually. The two greet each other, fully understanding the situation. The protagonist, furious, goes up to the prince, saying he didn't cheat, and that he could refine a pill right in front of him, live. He says that's fine, but he must switch to an alchemy furnace designated by him, and the recipe will also be his. Chin says that's no problem at all. This excites him, as he won't show mercy this time. And he hands over the royal family's secret recipe, the asterisk breakthrough pill asterisk, saying that if the protagonist refines this pill, he will fully believe that he is not cheating. He says this while smiling inside, as he added an herb that conflicts with the main ingredient, making the recipe false, and once the two ingredients clash, it's no longer possible to separate them, causing several consecutive explosions. The protagonist begins examining the recipe with the examiner and becomes concerned, as despite not being an expert, it's clear the recipe is inconsistent. However, the chief said nothing to confirm if something was actually wrong. Suzerain imagines that he doesn't know the senior well, but it's obvious the recipe is wrong, though he's not hearing any complaints from him. Both conclude that this must be a test. The protagonist believes he understands, since the false appearance must be a trap, meaning the more fake it looks, the more real it is, and perhaps the examiner wants to test his judgment on this. Meanwhile, in the chief's mind it's obvious the recipe is fake, and there's no way someone like the senior hasn't noticed. So maybe he wants to use this opportunity to teach the boy a lesson. Zigung just smiles, hoping they won't discover the trick. After this analysis, both say there's nothing wrong with the recipe. The protagonist feels happy since even the examiner said the same. So, it must be right.
He's surprised because it seems he understood the senior's intentions. His competitor simply smiles and informs that he just used an alchemy furnace and guarantees there won't be any issues. The protagonist just responds that everything is fine and lights the furnace, placing all the ingredients at once, thus preparing the recipe given by his competitor. Chun is pleased, thinking now he'll just have to fuse them to form a pill. But he feels something strange inside the furnace and is startled, wondering what happened. He is shocked by the explosion inside the furnace, trying to understand what suddenly went wrong, as he's sure he did everything right. The prince smiles, confident that this time there's no way the protagonist will survive, and asks the examiner to be careful since, if he goes there, the alchemy won't be suspected of cheating. The examiner, furious, says that sabotage fools no one. After all, how could an ant draw the attention of an eagle? He warns to remember these words well, as he won't be able to live with what he's done. This scares the prince, imagining a bloody scenario. But at that moment, the protagonist simply opens the furnace, and a strong light emerges from within. He is delighted because 2 more pills have been made, and he must surely be a genius in alchemy. He takes them, saying they are ready, and asks them to be checked, showing the 2 in his hand. The audience is surprised by this outcome, and everything points to the fact that this man's talent is real. Suzerain is in disbelief at the quality of the pills, but before he can say anything, the prince interrupts, claiming that those 2 pills are not truly advanced, showing one of his own that he had stored and stating that this is a true breakthrough pill, which he even received as a gift from his late father. The audience is unsure, as there is quite a difference between them, and in fact, the prince's pill looks like absolute trash. This enrages him, as everyone is calling his pill useless. And he asks the sect master to see the difference between the 2, claiming that Chen's pill is nothing more than a false pill with a deceptive appearance. Suzerain explains that the prince's pill couldn't even be called a true breakthrough pill, saying that these pills help the user advance to the next cultivation level. Therefore, they can only be used when one is at the limit and ready to move forward. But this is different from the pills Chen produced, smiling and saying that they contain 10 times the breakthrough efficacy, allowing the cultivator to leap straight to the next cultivation realm instead of merely advancing a stage. To give an example, if someone in the 5th stage of nascent soul eats this pill, they will reach the 5th stage of the outer body realm. Everyone is shocked because something so grand isn't worthy of being called just a breakthrough pill. After that, still in the sect, the results are announced to the people who qualified. And the prince is informed that if he wants to join the sect, he should try his luck next time. He clenches his fists, irritated with the protagonist, and warns to wait for his revenge, as luck like that won't last forever. Still at the scene, the protagonist thanks the sect master, but says he won't be able to stay in the Zhong sect forever. The sect master responds that it's okay, as it can't be helped. After all, with alchemy skills like his, an old man like him couldn't compete, and he asks to be called brother, if it's not a bother. Chin says it's not a problem if that's what he wishes, and thinks to himself that calling a sect master brother is indeed a victory.
Suzerain, too, imagines that being able to call the senior brother is a great victory, and he reaches into his clothes, revealing a potion that is an improved version of the breakthrough pill the protagonist made, and asks him to keep it. The protagonist replies that this thing is useless to him, so he should keep it, as he will surely find someone more deserving of it. He says this because in his mind, his cultivation is entirely given by the system, so taking that pill would be completely useless. He decides to leave, as it's getting late, and he still has things to do. Meanwhile, he thinks about how Xingxin, who is Dong, and her little sister Su Ling are the weakest in the family, so it will be concerning. Especially since it seems the door thief has really appeared, so he needs to return home quickly. Meanwhile, the sect master wonders who he should give the potion to, believing the senior has a plan in mind since he entrusted him with this task. He feels happy, thinking he should probably give it to Xiaojun, and will take the opportunity to ask what her relationship with the senior is. As the protagonist walks through the city, he's deep in thought, having been out since early that day. And maybe he should bring something for Su Ling, or else she'll complain. Just as he's thinking about this, something hits his head, making him shout and ask who threw it. A person approaches, apologizing, saying it wasn't intentional, as she just threw it out in a moment of anger, not expecting anyone to be nearby. And as compensation, she offers a spirit stone if he wants. She says this, but gets scared as she checks her bag and finds it empty. Because of this, she says she'll go to her house to get it and promises she won't run away. Chun bends down and notices it's a martial arts book and asks why she threw it away, immediately noticing the name is all wrong. She replies that she was scammed by a con artist who made her believe she had a lot of talent for martial arts, making her spend a fortune on those books. And, furious, she says she only discovered afterward that it's a low-grade book, which is why she threw it away in a moment of anger, but didn't expect to hit someone. The protagonist asks her to calm down, asking only that she be more careful next time, as it's truly sad to be tricked like that. He then asks if she really won't use the book. If not, he'd like to take it. The girl replies that he can do whatever he wants with it. Chun thanks her, thinking that with some changes it might turn out good. Xiaoming asks if he can leave now. Chun just raises his hand, and the boy runs off at full speed, but starts slowing down as he feels an incredible aura, making him look back in surprise, as he was sure that martial arts book was low grade, but it seemed strong. The protagonist clenches his fist, saying that with a few alterations it might be usable, and he feels confused, as it's hard to tell how strong it really is during a fight, since it will need to be tested later. At that moment, he turns around as someone shouts something and notices a group heading toward him, surrounding him, and saying to the young master that this person is definitely the one His Highness spoke of. This man orders Chin to kneel, leaving him confused to the point of asking if he did something wrong, and he decides to take a step back, bumping into someone gigantic and realizing that this person is frighteningly tall. Joe asks if by chance he's trying to run away, saying that he'll have to beat him so badly that even his parents won't recognize him. Chun becomes worried, as he doesn't know exactly what to do, and shouts to some people passing by for help. These people notice that someone is oppressing him, but turn around and run away, making Joe smile, knowing that no one there would dare confront him. He orders his henchmen to finish it quickly, and commands them to attack. Chun tries to defend himself, raising his hands in protection, and in one of them, he invokes the Buddha palm, as described in the book. His hand starts overflowing with chi, which is launched directly at the henchman. He is surprised, wondering how he did that. Knowing that he shouldn't kill anyone here, otherwise, he'll have to use teleportation to escape. With that in mind, he begins by uppercutting one of the guys and punching another in the stomach. After taking them all down, he wonders when he became so strong, as he doesn't understand it. The blue-haired guy starts complaining, saying that his father is a general in the army, and that it's all over. There's no way to escape the city now. Chun turns around, asking who would like to test him, and walks toward him, getting closer and closer, beating the rich kid senseless, as he runs out of ideas. Afterward, he leaves the place, trying to imagine where a good spot to use teleportation might be, when someone shouts for him to wait. He turns around, startled, thinking the army arrived quickly, but is relieved to see it's just the kid from earlier. Xiaoming comments that the technique the protagonist used earlier is the Buddhist palm, and asks if he could have the book again, or maybe even a copy of it. Chun feels awkward, as the kid just wants to learn the technique, and to be honest, he was lucky to have grabbed the technique from the book. Otherwise, he'd have had to use a weapon to defend himself. With that in mind, he begins explaining that the martial art was originally of yellow grade, but since he improved it, it's now of immortal grade. He says this because if he's going to lie, he has to lie all the way. The kid is surprised, asking if Big Brother is really that strong. Chun asks him to keep it a secret. But yes, he is an immortal. Suddenly the two hear someone shouting that an asteroid is heading toward the city and telling everyone to run. Everyone is terrified, as this is a sign of bad luck, and they are convinced the Empire is doomed. Xiaoming tugs on the protagonist's clothes and asks him to hurry and stop the meteor. He starts thinking about what kind of joke this is. After all, how could he possibly stop a meteor? He tries to explain to the kid that everything he just said was a lie, as he's not an immortal or anything like that, and points upward, asking how in the world he could stop something that big. However, the moment he points his finger, the asteroid completely explodes, leaving him shocked, as he doesn't understand what just happened. The kid gets excited, saying that his big brother is truly powerful. Chen feels relieved, knowing there's someone powerful around to destroy that asteroid, and he continues his lies, asking if the kid saw how easy it was. As with just a finger point, he managed to destroy a massive meteor. Inside, he's happy because it's so easy to fool a child. He starts explaining how he did it, saying he used only the power of his mind, but doesn't notice another meteor approaching. People start running frantically, screaming that a new disaster is coming. He hears this and panics, as this time the meteor is even bigger. He looks back to see if it's true, and is met with a colossal rock falling from the sky. Xiaoming asks him to destroy it quickly before it hits the city. But all Chen can do is pray, as there's nothing he can do. He's left with his jaw dropped, feeling like he's brought this upon himself with his words, and now he's going to die because of it. He asks to let the asteroid move for a bit just to see what happens. But inside, he's completely panicked, as he doesn't understand why this one isn't exploding, and he definitely can't keep up the act any longer. The kid says he gets it, looks carefully at the meteor and has a big idea, deducing that the fire around the asteroid is enormous, so its destruction this time will be incomparable. Chen doesn't understand anything, but asks what other idea the boy has in mind. The boy apologizes, saying he didn't think that far ahead but is confused, wondering how asteroids catch fire. After all, how does a rock ignite? Chen explains that this happens because the asteroid is falling at great speed, and the outer layer burns due to friction. Xiaoming says that it really makes sense, and claims that he understands. Chen imagines that if no one stops the asteroid, he'll have to use teleportation to at least save the child. Meanwhile, Xiaoming is gathering energy, which startles him. He asks if the boy really understood anything and what kind of understanding made him so strong. This fact intrigues him, as it's very strange. Every time he talks to someone, that person ends up having a sudden realization just from exchanging words with him, and he doesn't understand why this happens, or if it's just a series of coincidences. This makes him wonder if he's the only one there who knows absolutely nothing about cultivation. The boy continues to concentrate chi until he opens his eyes, imagining that his fire technique isn't perfect, but involves letting the aura move and transform. After practicing the method his big brother explained, he might be able to do it properly. He then thanks Chen, as maybe now it's possible. However, just as he says this, the asteroid explodes in the sky. Chen feels relieved that the matter is resolved, while the boy starts thinking that his big brother let the meteor fly, just to buy time to demonstrate how to use the power. He thanks him again, saying his big brother is truly incredible. Chen tells him not to worry, as such a trivial matter isn't worthy of praise. Suddenly, someone calls for the boy. It's his father, Ying Ping, the city's prime minister. He asks why the boy is outdoors and tells him to hide, as it's dangerous there. The boy introduces his new big brother to his father, saying that he destroyed the 2 meteors. Ying Ping greets the senior and thanks him for taking care of his son. He also says he can't believe someone so young could be so powerful. Chen tells him not to worry, as the 2 meteors were disappointing. He says this while imagining that the prime minister of a country is in front of him and seems pretty smart. He thinks this person isn't lying and decides not to reveal his own secrets. Xiaoming gets confused at this point, as the two are smiling strangely at each other. His father becomes suspicious, since the person in front of him is in the nascent soul realm, and hopes his son hasn't been tricked. The boy pulls on his father's clothes and tells him he wasn't tricked, as he saw with his own eyes that the senior destroyed the 2 meteors. Besides, he gave him some tips on controlling chi. His father is surprised, as they hired the most famous teachers on the continent. Yet his son couldn't break through his spiritual roots. This makes him feel depressed, as he has a slight hunch that he offended the senior in some way earlier, and can't imagine what would happen if he provoked his anger. Meanwhile, Chen tries to understand what the two are whispering about and calls the boy, as he wanted the book back to learn martial arts. He decides to return it, but would like something in exchange. He says this, thinking he needs to complete the rituals quickly so the deceptive effect is in place. Xiaoming is happy, saying the senior can do anything. Chen explains that this will benefit both sides, greatly improving his luck, and all he needs to do is answer one question. He says something inaudible, but the boy replies that he likes it. His father is confused by what just happened, as he's not sure if this will really improve his son's luck, but he finds it strange, as it seemed frightening. The two continue talking, and with that, the protagonist's points keep increasing until the system informs him that he has accumulated 4,000 points. He says that's enough, and that he'll deliver the book the next day, as he needs to leave right now. The The boy gets excited because the senior will visit him the next day, and then he'll be able to learn powerful techniques. However, he gets worried because he forgot one detail and runs toward the protagonist, as he hadn't even given him his home address, so there would be no way for him to find him. He runs to where the senior had gone, but gets startled as there's no one there. He finally returns home, relieved that he arrived quickly, since explaining things like luck is quite complicated. Feeling pleased, he tells Suling that he brought food and some snacks, but she was already eating, trying to hide it as she felt guilty. Xingxin welcomes him and asks if he wants some papaya. He yells at his sister to go wash her hands and tells her she can't eat anymore that day. Then, he turns to speak with Xingxin, asking her to just eat less. She asks why, wanting to know if he won't like it. Saying this while showing off her body. He becomes enamored with the sight but runs off without saying anything. His sister wants to know why Xingxin can keep eating but she can't. The day passes and breakfast is on the table. The protagonist tries to calm down, as he should be used to these situations by now, thinking about what happened the previous day, as his eyes didn't know where to look with that perfect body of Xingxin. Suddenly, she enters the kitchen, asking if something's on his mind, making him jump up and say that he is to leave and might only come back at night. She asks him to wait a moment, as there's something on his face. As she approaches, she says she's just helping, cleans what was there, and gives him a kiss on the cheek, leaving him extremely flustered, to the point where he bolts out of the house at full speed. He keeps running through the forest, thinking that Xingxin is very forward and sooner or later will take the initiative. And this isn't even the first time. Then, something pops into his mind, making him stop running, as it seems familiar. He imagines he's experienced a similar situation before, and deduces that she might be his wife from when he lived on Earth. Meanwhile, Xingxin takes a deep breath, as she had placed a restriction, but a single kiss on the protagonist's cheek was enough to break part of the seal, and it seems time is running out. She turns and asks the two to do what they already know they need to do. The dog, accompanied by the firebird, replies yes. The protagonist, still in the forest, spots his little black dog and asks why he's there with a bird on his head. Both respond that they were waiting for their master, which scares him. The bird confirms this, terrifying him even more, and he asks how on earth they can talk. At that moment, his sword starts emitting an aura, asking the master not to panic, since they're in a forest. Still terrified, he asks if there's anyone else there, and Ben appears in front of him, informing him that they've always been able to speak, but were afraid of how the master would react. So they never said anything. The dog confirms this, saying that after getting to know him, they're happy they can finally talk. Chin tries to process what's happening, as he knew from the beginning that the little black dog was a strong monster, but he just found out that it thought he was scary. Furthermore, he looks at Ben, and as far as he knows, only immortal weapons can change shape, meaning that this sword really might be immortal. He says he always knew this, but since he considered himself immortal, he decided to remain ignorant. However, it seems his character has a bug, making others think he's a god. With that in mind, he asks everyone there to return to their original forms and head home, as he'll think of new nicknames for them later. Both agree, and the bird transforms into a phoenix, while the dog transforms into a black dragon. This shocks the protagonist, as he now has a giant phoenix and a colossal dragon greeting him. Still frozen, he tries to process whether that's really a phoenix and a dragon. And now he has no idea how massive this bug is. The little black dog notices an opportunity and flies over to Chun, asking the master if he's heading to the peace sect and requesting a ride. The phoenix gets irritated, saying that's cheating. Ben also complains, saying it makes no sense to ride a dragon when you could ride a golden sword, which people find much cooler. The dragon simply continues on, laughing at the other two for being too slow. At the peace sect, a few flying ships are approaching. Several people are gathered, including the leaders, who are asking if they're not going to inform the elders about the recruitment of a daughter-in-law. Ching Chuan replies that such personal relationships between young people shouldn't bother the elders. And besides, he imagines the senior has already considered the matter and will probably resolve it on his own. He says this and notices a disinterested boy nearby, asking him to at least look up. The boy replies that there's nothing to see after all. He wasn't even interested in being there. And it's clear that he likes Yao Shui, yet his father still acts annoyingly. The four-eyed boy says that makes sense, and asks if she likes him. At that moment, someone calls him and places a hand on his shoulder. It's Xiao Shui, wishing him luck in finding a wife. This shatters him, as his dream was to marry her. Zhen Xiao feels restless, and Xiao Shui says goodbye, stating that she'll find a place to watch the show. Qing Xian tries to console him since they've been childhood friends, and that's a big deal. But he tells him not to worry because his father will always support him. The boy responds that he doesn't care about that, as he's definitely going to marry her. The old man tells him not to say such nonsense, reminding him that the wedding invitation has already been sent, and the suitors will soon arrive, lamenting how it will end if he doesn't choose anyone. The boy smiles and asks if it will really be that hard to stop this, drawing the attention of all the girls and announcing that behind that sect is an extremely powerful and highly respected man, and if this man asks for his hand in marriage, he'll have no choice but to accept. He also informs them that if the senior isn't present, it means he doesn't agree with this marriage. As he continues talking nonsense, everyone looks up in terror. He does the same, while they all ask if the leader is really riding a dragon. People start running, gathering at the entrance of the sect to welcome the senior, who tells them not to be so formal, asking if there are any guests at the house that day. The elder says yes, as they're searching for a daughter-in-law. He says this, thinking perhaps the senior wants to choose a wife for his son Darling. The MC turns and asks who he chose, but the boy is left in shock, unable to respond. The old man informs the MC that the boy was waiting for the senior's decision, as he'll marry only if the senior asks him to. The protagonist feels awkward because he doesn't want to get involved in this and tells the boy to choose on his own, as he can't help with that. Darling feels relieved, as it seems the senior isn't there to choose a wife for him. Meanwhile, the elders deduce that this means none of the women present are suitable to be the bride, and that perhaps he'll find his soulmate soon. Lingshu approaches, saying the senior truly has powerful deductive skills, since Darling barely mentioned him, yet he appeared, and that probably there's no lover for the boy there. A girl is fidgeting, just like Darling. Zhun Xiao gathers her courage and says she likes Darling. Her brother is shocked, as he doesn't understand what his foolish sister is saying. She addresses the protagonist, asking if he can fulfill this wish. He's completely confused, as he doesn't know why she's asking for his opinion, feeling embarrassed, and simply replies that he's heard of that girl, and that she seems nice. The elders take this to mean the senior wants to choose that girl. With this in mind, Qing Xuan asks his son what he thinks, since the girl has publicly shown affection and all that. He's utterly bewildered, as he thought his marriage would be his own choice. Darling takes a deep breath and thanks the senior, saying he will indeed get involved with that lady. She is filled with joy, and also thanks the protagonist. He asks them not to thank him, as this is the desire of both of them. Internally he feels relieved, because if he had refused, it would have been sad. Then he bids the two farewell, saying he needs to proceed to the alchemy room. Upon arriving, he starts pouring in some ingredients, as he was informed that there will be a national competition in 2 weeks, and this competition is definitely the best way to gain the approval of most people. The fire lights up next, and he can already smell the elixir in the air. Feeling pleased because he can rely on the infinite spiritual power provided by the system, he just needs to wait for the alchemy to be completed. Suddenly, he is startled by the sound of thunder outside and goes to the door to see what it is, but he doesn't understand, as the sky was clear just a while ago, and for some reason it seems the storm started right after he began the alchemy. The storm grows stronger, making everyone in the sect wonder what's happening. The elder notices the lightning is heading toward the alchemy room and tries to figure out the reason. Zhao Feng assumes it must be because the senior is refining an elixir. Suddenly, a lightning bolt strikes the top of the house, growing more powerful to the point of causing an explosion that leaves everyone unable to see. The smoke caused by the lightning starts to dissipate, and 2 pills appear in the midst of it, flying directly toward Darling and the princess. The old man deduces that the senior probably hadn't brought any gifts, so he went to the alchemy room to prepare something. The two are surprised by the powerful aura those pills emanated, and Murong urges them to eat quickly, so as not to disappoint the elders. They decide to swallow them in one go. He feels immense pressure within his body, as does Shur. He realizes he has awakened a body aura educt, and the sect now definitely has 2 more cultivators in the budding form, ready to become immortals. The old man is pleased as the senior apparently approved of the marriage, and the prince thinks the same, believing his sister's marriage has received the protagonist's blessing. Meanwhile, Chen places his hand on his clothing and wonders how something like this can happen. Right after the pill refinement was struck by lightning, and they went flying away. Suddenly, he notices the couple bowing before him, sincerely thanking the senior. He tells them not to thank him, as he only helped a little. Internally, he is happy because he found a soulmate for the boy, and that is very important. At this moment, the protagonist realizes something, seeing so many people gathered there, and this can't just be a coincidence. He then shouts to everyone, saying that this meeting must be a matter of destiny. He reveals that he has a secret method to increase everyone's luck, and if they wish, they can do it together. People begin thanking the senior, also wishing him a long life. He explains that it will be very easy, as they just need to answer a simple question. The prince grows curious, because he has heard of this method somewhere before. Chen then asks if the people there like him, and everyone immediately responds yes. With that, dozens of points start appearing in his system until he asks them to stop, as he doesn't need any more, having easily reached 10,000 points. Then, he says it's time to leave, as his purpose there has been fulfilled. At this moment, Lingshu calls out to the senior, asking if he was in Danwu the previous day. He turns and asks how she knows that, as he doesn't recall telling anyone. The prince quickly kneels, begging the senior not to be angry, and merely explains that he heard 2 asteroids fell in the Empire, and the Prime Minister reported that a powerful master used a secret technique to save them. Chen tells him to relax, as he was only asking casually. The prince feels relieved, because if it were the senior's wish, he would never set foot in the Empire again. The protagonist says it wasn't a big deal, but he hopes everything goes well since the alchemy competition is about to begin. He says this, thinking that since this person is Darling's brother-in-law, he should have better manners. He also mentions that, in reality, he has something to deliver to the Prime Minister's son, and asks the prince if it's not too much trouble to help with the delivery, not even needing to do it personally. He responds that he will do it with pleasure. The protagonist bids farewell, asking the prince to return to the banquet. The black dragon lands, and both fly away as the prince says he will leave too. Zhao Feng agrees, as a personal request from the senior cannot wait. The blonde guy boards his boat and flies off quickly, while the elder imagines that if his predictions are correct, the Danwu Empire will change completely. Chen stops along the way to review a few things since he cannot reveal his dog's true form too easily, as it is a black dragon. With that, he touches his system and sees an AWM weapon costing exactly 10,000 points, which is what he has at the moment. A glow emerges from the system, and the exchange is successful. To test it, he aims directly at a mountain and pulls the trigger, firing a powerful shot that creates a huge hole in the mountain. His eyes sparkle, thrilled with such power, and he even hugs his sniper. Knowing that now, even if General Jin really tries to capture him in the city, he no longer needs to be afraid. He stores the weapon in his inventory, as it's time to travel to the country of Danwu to enroll in the national competition. At the same time, his dog is terrified by the weapon's destructive power, and even he wouldn't dare provoke Chen. After this, they arrive at the imperial city of the Danwu Kingdom, and Chen ties up his dog near the registration site. Looking to the side, he asks if the person ahead isn't the son of General Zhenghua, who was causing trouble last time. Seeing this, he wonders what might be happening, as this person has his hands tied and is being escorted. At that moment, a man approaches and says that a few days ago, a public trial revealed 300 crimes committed by that family, and asks where the protagonist came from, since he didn't even know the Danwu Kingdom had changed dynasties. He informs the man that he's a foreigner and asks if he could tell him more about it, if it's not too much trouble. Noticing the sincere request, the man decides to explain, first asking if he knows about the 2 meteorites that fell in the kingdom about half a month ago. Chen awkwardly says that he does, indeed, know about that event. The man continues, saying that in fact, that meteorite is the legendary Hongzhi Luckstone, and one of them fell at the Prime Minister's house at the time. As a result, it frightened the former emperor, who wanted to get rid of the Prime Minister. He also says that this event attracted the righteous Emperor Jinyu, and after repelling the assassin sent by the former emperor, they formed an alliance with the Prime Minister, and promised to help him later. This leaves Chen surprised as he didn't know Jinyu was an emperor and ended up helping deliver that book. The man, still excited with his explanations, says that the empire's powerful soldiers overthrew the old dynasty and the Prime Minister took the opportunity to be crowned as the great treasure and became king of the dynasty. He's shocked to learn all of this since he took the book less than half a month ago, and now all of this has happened. A man approaches, asking if they know that a genius alchemist was recently recruited. The samurai bun guy says that now he's asking the right person, as he does indeed know that a surprising genius was recruited. Chen feels embarrassed, wondering if they're talking about him. But the guy comments that he saw with his own eyes the method the alchemist used during the introductory competition, being able to formulate a recipe on the spot. Now Chen is confused, since the guy couldn't be talking about him. The man then reveals that this person is Dan Tang, and that he's currently his idol. Only then does the protagonist understand and thank him on Dan Tang's behalf for letting them use his name. Janlin places his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and asks if, by any chance he knows Dan Tang, as if he doesn't, he'd be happy to explain. He says there's no need, until he hears someone calling for Dan Tang. It was the sect leader, asking Dan Tang to hurry, as he had registered on his behalf. Remembering that the protagonist in this kingdom uses the name Dan Tang, he bids farewell to the people there as he needs to leave, while they are in shock for being in the presence of the great genius without knowing it. The green-haired one asks if this guy didn't say he had seen Dan Tang, so how come he didn't recognize him? He starts crying, as he would have recognized him if he had gotten closer to the arena during the competition, and now he's lost the chance to get an autograph. The guy watches the protagonist leaving, wondering if he is really the genius he predicted in the fairy world, and just asks him not to disappoint. The sect master tells the protagonist that he has something to take care of first, and asks him to go wherever he pleases. He says that's fine, and starts walking through the city, surprised by the number of people and probably by the presence of powerful alchemists there. Suddenly someone approaches. It was Yuan Zong. thanking the protagonist for the 2 elixirs that allowed her to enter the out-of-body state, and because of that, she'll be able to participate in the competition. He, confused, asks who the hell she is. This makes her furious, as he helped her escape the siege in the Imperial City and even suggested she join this competition. Chun is startled, asking if she is really a woman. Then, annoyed, she explains that she had to cut her hair short due to an accident. And since then people have mistaken her gender, but she never intended to deceive anyone. He apologizes, saying he shouldn't have acted that way. She smiles and says it's okay, and adds that she heard from her father that he is a very powerful alchemist. So she says that if he loses, he'll have to promise her something. After that, at the competition site, the judges are gathered, and Chun heads to his furnace, as the competition is about to begin. He grabs some herbs in his hand and observes them, while Macho watches him, eager to see how skilled the protagonist is. Kwang asks his father who the boy next to the senior is, as he appears to be a 6th-level talented alchemist. He replies that actually, he's never heard of him, and that he's not even listed in the alchemy books. Suzerain comments that he saw the 2 talking at the registration area, and that he's probably there because of the senior. The prince is surprised as it's becoming increasingly hard to predict the protagonist's next move. Macho prepares his furnace, and although he considers this competition insignificant, being an immortal, he cannot afford to lose here. He apologizes to Chun but says he will ensure first place in the competition. However, when he looks at him, he's confused, not understanding what's happening. The protagonist notices he's being stared at and asks what he wants. The boy asks if he's already made the pill. He, confused, asks if he did something wrong. The green-haired boy doesn't understand all this speed but refocuses, as this won't affect the outcome, since his pill will be of the highest possible grade. Activating his spiritual magic, he imagines that his entry will be pure enough to elevate the pill's level to the maximum. Smoke starts pouring out of the protagonist's furnace, and Macho doesn't notice it, remaining focused on his work until he looks up and is startled to see a storm forming. Confused as to why, since the furnace he's using is ordinary and shouldn't attract such a powerful storm, the lightning intensifies, and he realizes this is not good. A lightning bolt strikes from the sky, forcing him to create a shield around himself, as such a powerful bolt, if mishandled, would destroy the pill. However, the target of the lightning is the protagonist's furnace, hitting it directly, forcing him to jump back in shock. Only then does the man realize what's going on. After this, 2 pills emerge, shooting out of the furnace, which had been energized by the lightning. They fly at full speed into his hand, and he's worried, as that lightning could have caused another terrible accident, like losing the pills, as happened last time. Macho, unable to believe what he's witnessing, asks if Chin was responsible for the thunder disaster, and if it wasn't the first time he had made an immortal pill. He's confused by this, wondering if he really made an immortal pill, but he doesn't recall the books mentioning the use of spiritual herbs to make such a pill, unless he misunderstood the alchemy method. Macho can't believe it, wondering if his own abilities are inferior to those of a mere mortal, and in despair, he asks if the protagonist is really just a mortal. He notices that the competitor has lost his composure and decides to intervene, saying that everything was normal and that they shouldn't be so surprised. When he looks at his system, he realizes that the mission is complete, but the rewards can only be given when there are fewer people around. Suddenly, someone shouts that something is wrong. It was Macho, claiming that he also made an immortal pill but didn't experience a storm like his opponent did, screaming that the damn gods aren't on his side. No sooner does he say that, than a storm forms and lightning strikes him full force. Chun is puzzled by this, wondering if the guy is a masochist. The boy calls out to the protagonist, saying that his skills are so incredible that he can't believe he's just a mortal, since he clearly is an unattainable existence, and begs him to stop pretending. The protagonist is confused as to why this is happening. Macho formally introduces himself, and says he came from an immortal realm, and asks his cultivation brother to reveal his true methods so that he can know what kind of existence he's dealing with. This leaves the protagonist confused, as he doesn't understand why immortals are so quick to bow down, but he grows even more concerned since he couldn't sense this guy's cultivation aura. So, he believes he must really be an immortal, and doesn't understand why this guy is so excited. Since the protagonist knows his own cultivation base and origin, just identifying himself isn't enough, and his dog didn't even react to this guy, meaning he must be even stronger. With all this in mind, he asks Macho why he's on Earth, thinking that depending on the answer, if he's not a good person, he'll just let the Black Dragon handle the situation. Macho replies that he's in the mortal realm because of greed, as he foresaw an alchemy genius would appear in Danwu, and he wanted to bring this person to the heavenly realm for training. He even thought the protagonist was that person, but clearly, he's countless levels above, so powerful that the genius must be someone else. Chun finds this interesting, as it would be a great opportunity to finally enter the immortal world and cultivate there. But he thinks it's a pity that Xian and Su Ling are at his house, otherwise he would love to visit the immortal realm. He's aware that all this was possible thanks to brother suzerain, and looking at him, he considers it a great opportunity to repay that favor. With all this in mind, he tells Mo Cho that the genius he predicted is indeed in that realm, and he will surely find them if he stays there for a while. Macho asks if he's serious, and the protagonist says yes. After all, he has no reason to lie. This makes Macho's eyes light up, even more excited to stay and discover who this person is. He rushes over to grab the sect master's hand, asking if he could bother him a little later. The sect master replies that it's no problem after all, the immortal descended to their realm. Chun is pleased, knowing that with this, an immortal will stay at least for a while at the Danyuan sect, and it's up to the master to take advantage of it or not. Macho turns and asks the senior if he could show a bit of his cultivation. This startles the protagonist, as this guy simply won't drop the matter, and wants him to deceive everyone. He says that apparently Macho still doesn't understand, leaving the immortal confused. His explanation is simple. Those who are capable of seeing his strength will see it, and Macho just isn't able to yet. He encourages him to keep working hard until it becomes possible. Macho feels dazed, as now everything makes sense. The prince finally understands after all. When he first met the senior, he was surrounded by Dao Ziyun, but today, he can only see the nascent soul stage. The protagonist is pleased that they finally understood, but inside, he's relieved because everything is resolved, and even if his visual bug fails in the future, he'll be able to fix the situation easily. Having done everything he needed to do, the protagonist pets his dog and says he probably won't be back, asking his black dragon to leave. Immediately the dog releases its aura, transforming into its true form. Before leaving, Chun says that if fate crosses their paths again, they will meet once more. Then Macho imagines that the senior is truly departing. But in his mind, this black dragon is clearly stronger than he is, as an immortal, so it doesn't make sense for him to willingly transform into a dog. Looking up, he wonders what kind of grand existence the senior really is. Someone approaches and touches his shoulder, asking the immortal not to get lost. It was the emperor, stating that the senior himself revealed to be an invincible existence above all immortals, and that his divine beasts are extremely powerful. So there's no reason to lose himself in thought. His son confirms this, saying he even witnessed the immortal emperor kneeling before the senior. Saying this makes him curious, wanting to know how an immortal ended up knowing the protagonist. He replies that he met him at the registration moment when he mentioned he was looking for a genius for the competition. Only then does he realize that this is all quite a coincidence. Kwang responds affirmatively, saying that the senior probably had already foreseen the immortal's purpose, and tells the sect master that their city is lucky to have an immortal participating, so the future will be bright. He asks where exactly this good luck is on Earth, since it was actually his daughter who met the senior, and she is the reason for all this fortune. The downside is that she will end up suffering from unrequited love. The immortal asks if it's possible that his daughter is the one who refined the 7th grade elixir based on out-of-body cultivation. He asks how he knows this. Macho comments that her appearance was similar to that of the sect master, so fate must have started with her, wondering if she may have already met the sect's genius, asking if this genius is by any chance his daughter. This leaves him startled, not understanding if he's serious. Meanwhile, the protagonist passes through the teleportation portal and immediately asks the system to show him the rewards for the task he completed. A notification informs him that for completing the mission so quickly, the host will be rewarded with an advancement in his realm. Moving from the 5th stage of the nascent soul to the 1st stage of Fenshin, the system's auxiliary functions have been activated, including the explosive version. The host can obtain an item by defeating an enemy. The stronger the opponent, the stronger the item will be. After defeating them, he can use the points to increase the probability and quality of the rewards. Seeing the amount of points he has, he laments, since he used everything to buy the precision rifle and has nothing left to experiment with. With that in mind, he decides to head home, and on the way, tries to gain a few more points. Upon entering the city, someone begins shouting for him. The MC turns around, and the pharmacy owner jumps onto him, saying there are rumors that he and Miss Dong are about to get married, and because of that, he prepared a tonic in case he needs it. He's confused, as he's going to get married and isn't aware of it, but soon imagines this must be some scheme from his little sister. With that in mind, he tells the old man that Su Ling must be spreading those rumors again, but he's leaving and will return when he has some free time. The pharmacy owner notices how energetic Chun is, and that his tonic will definitely be quite useful. When he arrives home, he bursts through the door shouting at his sister, asking why she's spreading rumors again. But there's Xingxin there, asking what rumors those are, and if the little one has pulled another stunt. She says this while dressed in a bridal gown. He feels utterly embarrassed seeing her like that, and asks if it's not too early for them to get married. She questions if they aren't in a good time after all. They've been sharing the same bed for so long, and she makes a drama out of it, asking if the esteemed Chin doesn't want to tarnish his reputation, and therefore doesn't want to acknowledge her. He quickly responds that it's not that he doesn't want to, but that he's a bit slow on this matter, so he will listen to what she has to say. Xingxin smiles and asks him to come closer to see if the wedding dress is the right size. After that, later that night, they lie down together. And she asks if they shouldn't do something first before getting married. He, extremely embarrassed, says they haven't married yet, and asks if it's inappropriate after all. What if a new life is created? She, dying of embarrassment, asks what he is thinking, as she is only talking about a kiss between lovers. The protagonist, slightly disappointed, says he finally understands what she meant. Xingxin doesn't waste any time, leans in, and kisses him on the lips. From that kiss, a glow emerges. She takes advantage of the perfect moment and releases some seals. Chin feels something different, and puts a hand to his head. She asks if everything is okay, but he replies that it is, just that he had a sudden headache and turns away, asking her not to worry. However, he notices something strange, as if his vision is completely different. The next day he goes to the forest to train and realizes that even using spiritual energy, he still cannot touch it. He doesn't understand what is happening as the system hasn't alerted him that there's anything wrong with his body, so the method shouldn't be flawed. Then he remembers hearing that some strong individuals can use their spiritual thoughts to draw power from heaven and earth, strengthening their attacks. Determined to test this with his mind, he notices that he can definitely touch, and that it may even be the legendary power of heaven and earth, as he feels a great power in his hand. He looks around and prepares to test it, launching a strike forward and destroying all the trees in the area. Dong is watching him through the system, and sees how strong her husband is, calling him silly, since he is excitedly saying he received so much power just from a headache, and is ready to suffer more. She manipulates the system, as this is a Taoist pattern and not a power from heaven, and imagines it is the perfect moment to give him a new mission. The protagonist is startled, as suddenly a new mission appears for him. He tries to guess what the reward will be this time for leveling up, and is in disbelief at what he is reading. The system states the following. Entering through guarded gates, the location of the checkpoint is the immortal realm, and more details will be provided as soon as the host arrives at the location. He can't believe it, as he may be able to travel to the immortal realm if he understood the message correctly. He goes to a small forest on the outskirts of the city, imagining that the people in the immortal realm are powerful. But he has the black dragon by his side, along with the golden sword and ring, so everything should go well. Opening the system and clicking S to activate the teleportation, he heads to the immortal realm, to the Zhao family mansion. His teleportation throws him into a house. A notification warns that the corpse is the owner of the room, named Zhao Xian, a direct descendant of the Zhao family. At 10 years old, both parents died, and he showed a degree of talent from a young age. This person looks and behaves like the protagonist, and this will be the mission, to live as him, until his last wish is fulfilled. Chen is left confused about how someone died like this, in such a humble house, when he was about to inherit the throne. The system explains that one day before taking the throne, his cultivation regressed, and he fell from the immortal realm to the Feng Shin level. Subsequently, he was frequently humiliated by villains, becoming increasingly reclusive, locking himself in his room all day until he finally succumbed to depression. The protagonist asks what his last wish was. A notification appears stating that it is to regain the title of eldest heir and gain the approval of most of the family. He notes that, unfortunately, reality is not like in books. He opens a portal and throws the corpse inside, asking it to return and find a precious place to be buried. Suddenly, someone knocks on the door calling for Zhao Xian, who is now the protagonist. He looks at the door, wondering if it's the people who used to humiliate him. Chen decides to see what it is, and finds several people holding a club. He panics since, if he's going to get beaten, he needs to know why, as he hasn't left the house for so long and couldn't have offended anyone. Muffin, a descendant of the Jean family, asks them to stop the joke since he warned them to stay away from Jollet, and yet he had the courage to talk to her, making it clear that this girl will become his wife. So it's time to teach him a lesson. The girl runs to the protagonist and steps in front of him, asking who he thinks he is to declare her as his wife, and bother brother Xian. He responds that he is a prodigious genius while her brother is a failure, so there's no mystery, ordering his henchmen to deal with the guy while he handles the woman. The protagonist puts a hand on her shoulder, steps in front of her, and asks why they insist on resorting to violence. Ma Fun laughs, saying he will show what he is capable of, leaving him on his knees begging for mercy. The girl, terrified, asks the protagonist to be careful with what he says. He says it's fine, promising he will handle it, but with one condition, that they don't bother him in the future, and in exchange, he will give them treasures. He says this imagining that the Black Dragon is more powerful than everyone there. So, if things get complicated it won't be a problem. His brother laughs and asks what treasures he has to offer. Chin recounts that he used to be very talented, so he does have something important there, asking his brother to come closer to see what it is. Muffin asks if he is serious and approaches, seeing nothing in the protagonist's hand, becoming furious afterward. However, his hand starts to overflow with spiritual power, and he slaps his brother in the face, sending him flying. This leaves him relieved, as the power of the Buddha's hand seems to be working still. Xiaolei, surprised, asks if his powers have returned. He turns, as this is a big question, and tells her that he was locked up for years, and during that time he met a master, learning various supreme powers. She is confused, as this sounds like a bunch of nonsense. He says he understands those who don't believe him, but she got to see firsthand the use of the special ability, showing her brother and the henchman lying on the ground. She, terrified, says that thinking about it, it might be true. With that, he takes a deep breath and says that after waking from this dream, he discovered that he had forgotten many things, even forgetting her name. For this reason, he asks her, please, to tell him about his past, the current situation of the Zhao family, as he might remember something. Xiaolei replies that it's fine, and decides to start from the beginning, saying they were childhood sweethearts. The protagonist feels embarrassed, asking her to only recount the recent events in the realm. She says she understands, and tells one of the major events, starting with the immortal emperor, who ascended to the divine realm. However, he didn't give the position of immortal emperor to the 10 great immortals under his command. Instead, it was given to a stranger named Donglai. Learning this surprises him, and he asks her to share more details. Suddenly, she receives a message, saying it's something urgent from her clan, and grabs his arm, saying it must be important, then runs off, saying she will tell him about the immortal emperor another time. When they arrive at the discussion hall, they notice several people gathered. The crowd asks if that is Xiao Xian, and how he dares to show up there. Noticing that his cultivation level is the same, and that he hasn't risen at all, being a complete failure as usual. Someone approaches and says that it has been a long time since they saw the protagonist, and that they didn't expect to see him there. He only feels confused, as he doesn't know anyone there. Furthermore, he wonders if so many people have a problem with Zhao Xian, since apparently he didn't have the courage to face the older brothers, feeling disappointed as everyone there is eager to insult him. Knowing this brings him down, since Zhao Xian had a terrible life, and it's no wonder he fell into depression. The girl asks him not to pay attention to the nonsense the people are saying that everyone there is nothing but bullies. Chun responds that it's fine since he doesn't care about any of that, and he asks who that guy with green hair is. She explains that he is Muffin's older brother named Buju. Currently, he is the strongest of the new generation. She, infuriated, says he is just a loser. As when they were children, Zhao Xian always protected her from Muffin. But now this older brother won't stop being a nuisance. Chin agrees with this, but finds it strange that Zhao Xian's strength has regressed for some reason. But the bully there is definitely taking advantage of it. At that moment, everyone greets the clan leader, who has just arrived. He says that all of them are young talents of the family, and he called them for one reason only, informing them that in half a month, a secret realm will be opened, and all the talented youths will be able to explore it. He also announces that the new immortal emperor will be present. And this is a unique opportunity for the clan. Everyone becomes excited since they heard that the immortal emperor brought someone from the mortal world to train with him, which is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Bankia claps her hands and announces that she will pass on the instructions about the next mission in 15 days. Suddenly Muffin bursts through the door, shouting for the clan leader. His brother panics and runs toward him, asking who did this to him. The boy screams for revenge, and after calming down a bit, with so many bruises on his face, points at the protagonist, saying that it was Zhao Xian who defeated them. The people present aren't sure if they understood correctly, since 3 people at the immortal Ing level were defeated by someone at the Fenshin stage, deducing that perhaps his powers have returned. Buju stares at the protagonist for a moment and tells his brother to calm down, as it must be a mistake. After all, there's no way Zhao Xian could defeat him. He claims it's not a lie, attacking suddenly and knocking everyone down with just one blow. His brother still doesn't understand. After all, the protagonist is at the Fenshin level, the lowest of all, so how could he win? Asking if someone helped him, he questions Chun if he is, by any chance, challenging the clan. He responds that he did hit him, after all it was deserved. Buju starts walking, asking how he can say that and asserting that, although he doesn't know why he beat his brother so badly to leave him in this state, he wants to know what exactly he did to deserve to be beaten, and if he doesn't provide a good justification, he will not accept what happened. The protagonist quickly realizes that this guy has some problem with Zhao Xian. In addition to defending his younger brother, mentioning that Muffin has intimidated men and girls from the clan numerous times and asks to provoke him to uncover some truths. The clan leader says that's fine, especially since he noticed that Muffin's injuries aren't severe, so he just needs to heal in the medicine room. And since the secret realm will be opening soon, everyone should pay attention to that. He says this imagining that Zhao Xian defeated 3 immortals and that perhaps his strength has returned, not allowing him to fail again. The two respond that it's fine, and Chen thinks that this mission will still take a while, so he cannot confront the clan leader directly at this moment, leaving it for another opportunity. The leader asks the two to stay a bit longer, and the rest of the clan can leave. Everyone exits the area, and Zhao Lei rushes to the protagonist, saying that he is indeed amazing. Buju becomes irritated since Zhao Xian is no longer afraid of him, and wonders if the curse has perhaps ended, but that would be impossible, looking at them and saying that he will have to use that curse again. The protagonist heads to the pavilion and is surprised, wondering if this is the fairy treasure location that Ms. Xiaolei mentioned. He says this while looking around, as the place is definitely huge. He happily takes his dog inside, thinking that in such a large space, he will be able to strengthen his mind, gaining better control over his powers of heaven and earth. Suddenly, someone blocks his way, apologizing and informing him that pets are not allowed inside, leaving Blackie upset. Chun ties him to a post and happily goes inside while the little dog prays that his master won't forget him again, as usual. At that moment, someone approaches and notices the dog, asking if there are black dogs without cultivation in the fairy world, and who on earth brought this pet here. Xiaohei, who is Blackie, gets furious and rolls his eyes, thinking that this kid must be blind for not realizing he's a real dragon. However, the boy's eyes start to shine, and he approaches, delighted to see a dog that can roll its eyes, calling him so spiritual and thinking that for this reason, he must have been brought to the fairyland. But he quickly notices something strange, as the dog starts to exude a terrible aura, and orders him to leave if he doesn't want to get hurt. Fan Yun falls to the ground, terrified, as it seems to be a real dragon. But internally, he doesn't understand how that's possible, since only immortal emperors can create true dragons. He wonders if the immortal emperor is in the pavilion. Suddenly, the protagonist approaches, asking what happened, and if his pet scared him or something like that. Fan Yin sees him petting the dog, and asks if it's really just a pet. Chen confirms it is and reassures him not to worry, as it's just an intelligent monster that can talk, but doesn't bite anyone. The guy witnessing this finds it incredible that someone there has a true dragon by their side, something that would be extremely valued by the immortal emperor. Maybe this is even the genius who came from the mortal world with the emperor. The protagonist notices that the person is still on the ground and wonders if he's trying to blackmail him. Grabbing Blacky's leash, he moves on, thinking he found a pretty cool treasure in the pavilion that could strengthen him. However, it costs 100,000 immortal crystals and is completely out of his budget. So he says out loud that he's looking for a quick way to make money there, and heard about a place called the Battle Pool, though he doesn't know where it is. At that moment, Fan Yun asks him to wait and inquires about his name, informing him that he's heading to the Battle Pool and that if he's interested, they could go together. The protagonist introduces himself and thanks for the guidance. The guy says it's no problem, but internally thinks it's always good to keep a good relationship with people valued by the immortal emperor, as this is probably the genius everyone is talking about. Once there, the receptionist informs them that the family's main business is selling beasts, and to promote those sales, they specifically built a battle arena to invite people to bet. He hands over a paper and explains that the monsters in the battle arena are usually extremely powerful, so challengers need to sign a life and death certificate before entering. Fan Yun gives a tip, suggesting he challenge people at the same level since he's a newbie. Chun thanks him for the advice, as it makes sense, asking them to give him something easy, so he can take 3 leaps at once. After all that, a flying camera announces that the next fighter is a rookie in the Fenshin realm, facing someone 3 realms above, the famous sword-wielding Mahayana tiger. He asks everyone to cheer for this courage, even though it's basically asking for death. Fan Yun is with the dog, and asks if the protagonist really has any chance, as the power difference is enormous. Blackie asks him not to talk nonsense, as there's no way his master can lose. Fan Yun is speechless, as a true dragon just called that guy master. The gate of his opponent opens, and the announcer says the monstrous sword-wielding tiger looks quite excited, roaring and charging forward. The crowd starts shouting for the fight to end quickly. Fan Yun admits he's confused and asks Blackie if, by any chance, he was sent by the immortal emperor to protect the protagonist. This leaves Blackie confused, as not even the immortal emperor is worthy of feeding him, let alone giving him orders. Fan Yun is terrified because the little dog said someone so powerful isn't worthy. He concludes that Chen wasn't brought to the fairy world, yet a true dragon calls him master. Terrified, he asks if his master is truly someone more powerful than the immortal emperor himself. And if so, who is this guy? Xiaohe replies that it seems this kid has some brains, and immediately notices that he also seems rich, remembering that his master is low on money at the moment, so he should find a way to share the protagonist's concerns. With that in mind, he tells the boy that his master's true body is in the realm of the gods, and at the moment, he is only there as a projection.
temporarily using the identity of a young man from the Zhao family to make things easier. He adds that he found the boy sincere, so he'll give him a chance, saying that his master came to the fairy world for the first time, and unfortunately, they're short on crystals. Fan Yun gets excited right away, realizing he can help the senior somehow, and says he'll immediately send many crystals to him. The little dog says that's perfect, but advises him to be careful when paying his respects. Suddenly, they hear the announcer saying it was beautiful, and Fan Yun immediately turns to see who won, only to ask what the heck just happened, as the giant beast was simply dead on the ground, with a giant sword stuck in it. Meanwhile, Chun wonders if the beasts there are really that weak. A person in the audience falls into despair, as they had bet 2,000 crystals on the sword-wielding tiger and just lost. This gives Fan Yun an idea. He turns, calls Blackie Sr., and says he has a plan to make a lot of money for Brother Chun. Blackie is confused, as he has no idea what he's talking about. At that moment, someone breaks their cup and starts yelling, wanting to know how on earth someone managed to win despite the 3-level difference, accusing the organizers of not properly recording the competitor's true strength. One of the organizers, frightened, says that the fighter's storage ring was confiscated and he was authorized to fight with nothing, so no irregularities were found. He informs that this person will continue challenging the monsters of the immortal realm and asks if they should stop him. The man says not to do that, leaving the assistant confused. Sun Chen, the head of the arena branch, says to let this guy be greedy, as sooner or later he'll get into trouble. He turns and orders that for the next match, they pair this rookie with the golden-scaled lion with true dragon blood. The assistant warns that this creature can kill an immortal spirit realm cultivator in the early stages, and that sending it now will make the audience spread rumors that they're operating in the shadows. He picks up his cup again and says that rumors don't matter. After all, if this guy doesn't die, how will they sell beasts here in the future? He also mentions that their allies have bet 100,000 fairy crystals on this rookie. So if he dies, those crystals will belong to the battle arena. The announcer then introduces the next fight, as the challenger is in the Fengshen lair and will fight against the golden-scaled lion of the immortal realm. The crowd says this is madness, as this lion could shake the entire fairy realm. And they wonder if that boy somehow upset the arena owner. Looking at the protagonist and concluding that the organizers have gone so far as to do something illegal. They're just waiting to see a bloody scene, as a common person is challenging an immortal beast. The little dog watching hears someone calling him, but when he looks around, he can't find anyone until he spots Fanon in the distance, practically naked, saying that he bet all his magical weapons and clothes. Returning to the dragon, he says he managed to gather 80,000 fairy crystals that the family uses to buy supplies, so this time, they will definitely make a lot of money. Xiaohei asks if it was really necessary to pawn even the clothes. Fan Yin explains that the clothes were worth 2,000 immortal crystals, and if there's anything that involves money, he definitely prefers being uncomfortable over losing money. Meanwhile, Chun is already positioned in the arena, and the beast finally appears, walking toward the center of the arena, releasing a powerful roar that terrifies everyone, as it's the aura of a dragon. The audience is in disbelief that they are using a beast with real dragon blood to fight against a rookie in the Fengshen realm, which is the lowest of all. The protagonist draws his sword, but it breaks instantly, which he finds strange, since it was fine the last time. He considers that something must have happened after he returned, and noticing that the beast seems quite strong this time, he wonders if he should call the black dragon to help before things get worse. The lion says that, unfortunately, someone there must want this rookie to die, stomping the ground to gain momentum and charging at full speed, asking not to be hated for it. However, it sees something appear in front of it and stops immediately, finding itself face to face with Blackie and asking what this is, as the creature before it is definitely a true dragon, exuding a crushing pressure. The crowd is confused, as they don't understand why the scaled lion suddenly stopped. The dragon calls the beast a foolish insolent and orders it to kneel immediately if it doesn't want to die. The immortal lion kneels right away, saying it surrenders and begs not to be killed. The protagonist is confused, as he doesn't understand what just happened. The audience watching what's happening calls it an act, shouting that they want their money back and asking who the heck bought the beasts in that battle arena, as it's pathetic. The announcer approaches, making it clear that only one person can leave the battle arena alive, and warns the lion that if it doesn't kill this guy, it will die. This paralyzes the lion with fear, and seeing few options, it grits its teeth and starts banging its head on the ground. The protagonist is startled, as he doesn't understand what's happening. But the beast keeps doing this until it stands up and falls unconscious to the ground. Chun asks if, by chance, it was his dog who did this. And Blackie just smiles. But inside, Blackie says it's his duty to protect his master. The protagonist takes a deep breath and asks Blackie to remember to follow him in the next fight. Blackie responds that he will.
The crowd is left wondering if all this was genuine and asks if that rookie really managed to knock out the golden-scaled lion before it dared make a move, saying this as they look at the unconscious lion on the ground. Chun is unsure if this was a victory or not, until the announcer declares that the golden-scaled lion has lost. Fan Yun is happy, even though he is practically naked, because he's going to make a lot of money. But he drops his board on the ground, becoming extremely embarrassed and apologizing to the people around him, swearing he's not that kind of person. After the fight, the protagonist leaves the battle arena, and on the way, Sun Chun approaches, asking if he's feeling proud. The protagonist responds that it seems like someone sabotaged his sword. The arena owner says he wanted to see a dead man in the arena, but one outside at his hands is also acceptable. As he moves to attack, ordering him to die already, the protagonist calls for Blacke, who immediately appears with his powerful aura, hitting the target squarely and throwing him against the wall, leaving him in shock. As standing before him is a true dragon. When he falls to the ground, he asks how it's possible for a true dragon to be the bodyguard of a rookie. This time, the protagonist calls for Birdie, and then his phoenix appears, asking who that fool thinks he is to question the true identity of the master. Witnessing this leaves him trembling, as there is a true dragon and a phoenix as bodyguards of a rookie standing before him. He gets up, his whole body shaking, and accuses him of being nothing more than someone at the top of the Immortal Realm Mountain. But apparently, the one behind it all is the Great Immortal. He says this and orders the protagonist to leave immediately, and if he does, he'll pretend none of this ever happened. Internally, he thinks he needs to report this to his lord, the Great Immortal. At that moment someone appears, asking what's so special about a Great Immortal. It's Ben, saying that he's nothing more than someone on the same level as him. Immediately, Sun Chun recognizes that it's the immortal weapon Golden Feather. Ben descends to the ground, and asks why he isn't speaking as if they've known each other for so long. Sun Chun responds that he will never do that, as they can't force him to talk. But he kneels instantly, apologizing for such an insignificant being like himself having done what he did, and pleads for the senior to be generous, explaining that a friend of the protagonist won 300,000 immortal crystals in bets. And after the withdrawal, there's a 50,000 crystal tax that can all go to him, begging to spare his life. Everyone is surprised by this sudden change, as he was acting tough just seconds ago. The dragon asks if this guy isn't going to do anything. Ben replies that he doesn't care what he does, as he fears absolutely no one in that immortal realm. After this, they teleport out of the arena, and Fan Yun is depressed because everyone is saying that the young master of the Fan Yun family is someone who likes to run around naked. The protagonist pats him on the shoulder and says it's okay. After all, life passes quickly. He says this laughing while the boy is still crying since, being an immortal, he'll still have thousands of years to live. At that moment, Sun Chun watches the two through a camera and, furious, says that this won't be cheap, as it seems that person is asking to die. He says winning in the battle arena isn't a big deal. And he knows the Great Immortal is powerful, so he should just wait for death. Still in the realm, Chun asks if his new friend doesn't want to keep the bonus. After all, he himself won the immortal crystals. The boy responds that it's all thanks to the fighter. Moreover, he says he spoke with Senior Black Dragon about using the items in the bet, so he's just paying the corresponding share, giving a thumbs up to Blackie, asking if it's okay to speak that way. He thinks it was excellent, and that the master will definitely remember this act. Chun is amazed, as 250 immortal crystals is really a lot of money, but for the boy, it's nothing. After all, being remembered by someone so important is priceless. The protagonist calls his dog to go eat a meal, which excites him, as he was really hungry. At that moment, someone calls out to Chun. It's the sect leader, asking what he was doing at the Shinbao Pavilion and suggesting that if he wants something the secret realm will open soon. The protagonist thanks him for the tip, but internally wonders if anything good has ever come from that patriarch. He decides to mention that, to be honest, he spent immortal soulwood at the treasure pavilion, but is still short 200,000 immortal crystals. The sect leader responds that 20,000 crystals isn't a problem, but if he's talking about immortal soulwood, he comments that it might be better to buy it and give it to Buju. This guy apologizes to the protagonist, commenting that the immortal soulwood is better for his own cultivation. Chun breaks into a cold sweat, as this is a disaster since he was so close to getting it. The sect leader also says that unfortunately, if the protagonist wants it, he'll have to wait for the next shipment of goods. Hearing this leaves the protagonist worried, as he was told that this wood is extremely rare, and if he misses this opportunity, there's a chance he may never get it again. With this in mind, he asks his sect brother to please give up the item so that he can buy it himself, even if it's for a higher price. Buju calls him naive, asking if he still thinks he's some kind of genius, since with the salary he has, he could never do such a thing. At that moment someone approaches, saying that money isn't a problem. It's Fan Yun, saying that if it's a problem, he'll solve this issue. This intimidates him, as he doesn't understand why the young master is with the protagonist. The boy greets the clan leader who is present and asks Buju to set any price he wants, since if he's willing to part with this treasure, he won't care how many crystals it is. He'll be willing to pay. Bankia feels intimidated by this, as the Fan Yun family is famous for only thinking about profits. And still, he is willing to sacrifice money just to get Chen's attention. Everyone stares at the messy hair, and seeing no way out, he simply responds that it's a pity, as he doesn't want money but rather wants to use the item. The protagonist laments as apparently they won't be able to buy it directly, and wonders if he should ask the clan leader. Placing a hand on his chest, he says it would be a problem because if he had this immortal wood, it wouldn't just restore his talent, but would make him even more powerful than before. However, now all he can do is drag the clan down. This leaves the clan leader surprised, asking if he's really serious that all that talent could return as before. He responds that of course it can. With this answer, the leader tells Buju that the situation is an emergency. So he asks him to give the immortal wood to Chen first, and promises he will look for another. He closes his fan and, filled with rage, says that if it's a direct order from the patriarch, he cannot disobey. Then says that if it's like that, he's willing to sell it for 120,000 immortal crystals. He becomes serious, as in his mind, he cannot let the protagonist recover his talent, as otherwise no one in his family would notice him. With all this, Chen plays it up, saying he had to borrow 20,000 crystals from Brother Fan Yun to add to the 100,000 he already had. The sect leader tells him not to worry, as if what he said is true, he will reward him. With everything settled, he hands the crystals to Buju, who, with all the hatred in his heart, wishes for the protagonist's complete recovery as soon as possible, and informs him that the immortal realm is about to open, so he will go there to cultivate. Staring at Chen leaving, he imagines that this pride will cost dearly, as he probably saved that money his whole life, and still won't be able to use the immortal soulwood. Meanwhile, at the Fan Yun family home, his father throws a cup in his direction, and demands that he confess the bad things he did in the battle arena, as everyone is talking badly. He explains that he did nothing wrong. In fact, he made friends with someone extremely powerful, which would be good for the Meng family, and asks if his father felt the 3 devastating auras that came from the arena. His father still doesn't accept it, as he spent 80,000 to get close to someone who probably isn't anything special. The boy responds that it's not quite like that, as besides befriending the senior, he also made friends with 3 other beings, all in the realm of the gods, then whispers all the details of the events. After hearing all this, his father says he is proud, and that he expected nothing less from his son, but doesn't understand how it came to the point of pawning his own clothes, as the family has plenty of money. He responds that it's not really like that, as it's all just a test, where the more effort you put in, the more you'll be rewarded. This leaves his father surprised, as he hadn't thought that deeply. Fan Yun explains that the senior dragon informed him that the master likes to be discreet, so this kind of subject can't be disclosed. The old man says he understands and that he will keep the matter secret, and he gives his son another 200,000 crystals, as making friends with such powerful beings can be costly. Near the city, a cultivator arrives and flies down to the ground. He is received by the patriarch, who says he didn't expect the venerable celestial immortal to be here. This is Yikin, one of the 3 strongest in the immortal world. He asks if there's a disciple in the clan who has reached the first level of the Fenshin realm and has even been in the battle arena. Bankia informs him that this description fits Chen perfectly, and asks if he caused any problems that would affect the entire Zhao family. He barely has time to respond when an enormous power is felt in another direction. They immediately fly toward the source of the aura, and as they approach, the great immortal looks on, commenting that the boy below is lucky, as he awakened the legendary immortal flame body. He says this while looking at Buju, who is currently cultivating. This makes the sect leader happy, as his family must have received the blessing of the heavens. Descending to the ground and asking Buju to greet the ancient celestial immortal emperor, he immediately salutes the great immortal and is internally pleased, saying he no longer needs the immortal soulwood to awaken the immortal flame body, and from now on, won't need to be afraid anymore. However, Yikin changes the subject and asks where Chen, whom he mentioned earlier, is, requesting to be taken to him. This irritates the green-haired one, as the immortal emperor is after his rival, making him break out in a cold sweat, as it's always like this. The sect leader simply asks him to follow. Upon arriving in front of the protagonist's dormitory, he asks the senior for a minute to call him. The great immortal says no, as it would be rude, positioning himself in front of the door and stating that he, Yikin, is there to meet Mr. Zhao Xian, who is the protagonist, and asks if there's a problem with that. The sect leader is surprised, as he could swear his disciple had caused trouble. But it doesn't seem to be the case. However, they hear nothing after calling him. The sect leader imagines that the protagonist didn't hear the call and asks if he wants him to go in and take a look. He responds that maybe Mr. Chen doesn't want to see him, imagining it makes sense since this being is an incomparable figure. He then tells Chin through the door that he took care of the one responsible for the confusion in the battle arena, apologizing for this matter and asking if, in case the young master doesn't want to see him, he will return in a few days to apologize again. Bankia can't believe the great emperor is being so formal with someone in one of the lower realms of the city. At that moment, something catches Chen's attention, who asks why the hell Chen is living in such a rundown place. He then prepares to leave, calling everyone in the city ignorant, and making it clear that Chen is a special guest of the immortal emperor. And yet they dare to intimidate him. But since it has come to this, he won't do anything but gives one last warning, ordering them to treat him properly, as he is the true noble of the Zhao family, and warns that his visit must not be revealed. Before disappearing, he orders that if anyone asks what the great immortal was doing there, the answer should be that he visited the boy who awakened the immortal flame body. The sect leader replies that he perfectly understands and is terrified, not comprehending why the hell someone so important is after Chen. And something comes to his mind, as his mother's surname is similar to that of the great immortal. At that moment, the protagonist is back in the mortal world, opening the gate to his yard and calling for Qing Xin and his little sister, asking if they missed him. Inside, his wife is talking with the cultivator. She gives a light cough, as a hint for the cultivator to introduce himself, and he immediately introduces himself, saying his name is Guiqi, and he is a friend of Shiasui. He is there to greet Mr. Chen, and as he is talking nonsense, he panics, saying that's not what he could possibly be thinking, as the young lady there has already entertained him and wouldn't dare to disturb the senior. This makes him furious, as he didn't understand what this entertain means. Suddenly the door of the house opens and Shiasui appears, immediately noticing the presence of the protagonist, and informing him that he won't be able to return for a long time, asking if he could continue taking care of little Su Ling. He replies that of course, after all, she's like a sister to him. With this answer, he thanks the senior, and the two fly away. The protagonist turns around and asks what good conversation she had with the blonde boy. Dong asks what he means by that, and if he is perhaps jealous. Embarrassed, he says it's nothing like that, as he would never be jealous. She places her hand on his chest and asks if he is sure. The protagonist gets fed up since she always comes with these provocative advances, so he grabs her arm and pulls her close, asking if there's a problem if he is jealous. After all, he is her fiancé, and makes it clear that she cannot have conversations like that with other men in the future. She is surprised by this attitude and pulls his head down to kiss him. After they kiss, she asks what will happen and wants to know if she will be punished this way. His head explodes from so much embarrassment, as things were not supposed to progress this quickly, and he starts complaining about not provoking him like that. At that moment, Su Ling arrives, calling for her brother. He feels embarrassed, as he looks like an idiot, and says he will go out to buy something. The next morning, in the forest surrounding the city of Qingyuan, the MC is focused on the pendant he bought, and continues trying to cultivate it. He notices that the immortal spiritual buy-in is progressing, but it is quite difficult to control the second base of power. Feeling frustrated, as it is still very small, he decides to check if there is something in the system shop. Deciding to do a search, he finds the item costing 1 million points. He is frustrated, as it is far beyond his capabilities, calling Blackie to return to the immortal realm, as he needs to figure out a way to buy it there. Already in the immortal realm, he appears in his room via teleportation, but before he can think of anything, the door opens and someone appears with a sword, launching an attack before he could perceive it. However, the aura of the black dragon in the phoenix emerges, paralyzing the enemy with fear and forcing him to kneel. Saying that he was told on the mission that the target was only in the nascent immortal realm, and asks if the person there is not Jokshan. The dragon orders him to be silent, and besides being terrified, his body is thrown hard to the ground, making him vomit blood. The protagonist approaches and asks who sent him there. He simply asks to be killed quickly, as he will not reveal mission information. The Phoenix asks her master to let them handle this, as she will ensure this guy talks. He asks what they will do exactly. Blackie and the Phoenix exchange a grim look and comment that immortals have strong constitutions and are not easy to kill, so they can slowly cut vital organs. This leaves the enemy desperate. The Phoenix also comments that she can torture the spirit, removing the cultivation base and turning him into a girl, sending him to the red light district. This terrifies him even more, just like the protagonist. Shin, understanding the play, asks if they can do that but only requests that they not mess up the courtyard. The villain starts crying in fear and falls to his knees before the protagonist, saying he would like to cooperate and, in exchange, wants a quick death. He asks him to speak quickly, and the purple-haired one reveals that he was sent by Buju as a direct order. Chun changes his expression, as he suspected this. And now he is even more certain that this guy is involved in the loss of Zhao Xian's base. With this conclusion, the protagonist says he will fulfill his part of the deal and give him a quick death, raising his hand and deciding to test the explosion function of the system, blowing the assassin's head off. After that, the phoenix prepares her flames and finishes off the rest of the assassin's body, while the protagonist is indignant as he used all his points to take out an immortal, and this person dropped only a stone. He is furious with the system, as it seems he is being scammed, but in the end, he asks to leave it alone. After all, the system can at least recover the things that exploded, and he decides to see how much it's worth converted into points. He places the stone for conversion, and is surprised, as the numbers keep rising, until it shows that it's worth 100,000 points. He can't believe that a broken stone is worth 100,000. Suddenly, someone calls his name. It was Zhao Lei, telling him that the immortal emperor has appeared to the Zhao family and that the sect leader is after him so that he can meet the immortal emperor. He is confused, as he doesn't understand why on earth this person wants to meet him. She comments that last night, Buju awakened the body of the immortal flame, and the great emperor appeared especially to accept disciples. The protagonist says he understands, but that he normally never meets anyone important. She agrees, as usually no one would ever ask to see him. He wonders if this is the work of his rival, trying to humiliate him, and calls her to follow him and see what it's about, lamenting inside that it's a shame this guy has become a disciple of an immortal emperor, as he will no longer be able to take revenge even a little. Meanwhile, in the conference room, the immortal emperor is talking with the grass-haired man, saying he is happy to have already understood cultivation at a high level. He thanks the compliments from such an important person. Meanwhile, the sect leader is just waiting for the protagonist to show up, until he spots a shadow at the door, prompting Bankia to stand up and ask for the sect disciple to enter. The emperor is annoyed, as he doesn't understand why others were called when he made it clear that he would only accept one disciple until he realizes who this person is, becoming desperate, as he doesn't understand why the senior is there. Chun finds that presence strange, as it feels familiar to him, but he can't remember from where. Buju is irritated, as he doesn't understand how he is still alive, and wonders if the assassin failed to act. The sect leader is pleased, as from the immortal emperor's reaction, he already knows Chun. So he made the right move. He then introduces him to the immortal emperor, saying that this disciple is named Zhao Xian, and that he is the reason he asked for help, as his base is damaged, and he asks please to let him glimpse the behavior of an immortal. This leaves the emperor confused, as the sect leader called that person Zhao Xian, but he is absolutely certain that it's Chun present, wondering how the personal characteristics of two people can be so different. He concludes that this person in front of him is not Zhao Xian, but the senior. He then realizes that this being is pretending to be a junior from the Zhao family and must have some deep purpose in this, so he cannot speak indiscriminately to the point of ruining the senior's plan. That said, he calls the supposed Zhao Xian and says he remembers a bit about this person, but that his expression has changed a lot. He says this wanting to test him to better understand his intentions. The protagonist greets him, acknowledging that people really do change. Inside, he imagines that the immortal emperor truly doesn't know him, as he hasn't said anything. After all, how could there be an immortal emperor in the sect of peace? Buju is pleased, as the senior referred to him as an immortal emperor, and that must be some hint, deducing that he should cooperate with him and wait until no one is looking to apologize. With that in mind, he turns to Buju and says he is very satisfied with the talents he has witnessed, and for that reason will accept him as a disciple, asking for a banquet to be prepared to celebrate. He thanks for the opportunity, and asks that the gratitude of this simple disciple be accepted. Huang, inside, is aware of the senior's behavior, as Brother Morong has warned several times that Chen selects some juniors to train, and he wonders if one of those people is this Buju. After all this, everyone gathers in the main house's courtyard, and the sect leader asks where the immortal emperor is, as the banquet is about to begin. A servant replies that he saw him walking towards Chen's residence. He says he understands, and asks them to continue taking good care of the guests. Reaching the conclusion that the two people really know each other, he takes a concealment talisman in his hands, which can hide one's presence even from immortals. And with this, he will be able to hear the conversation between the two to determine the true identity of his disciple. Meanwhile, at the protagonist's house, he is reading the book. Monkeys can also learn the general knowledge of immortal cultivation, but he finds it difficult to understand anything, even in the most basic books. At that moment, someone knocks on the door, and he asks to come in. Immediately, the immortal emperor greets the senior, leaving him confused since he doesn't understand what is happening, but apparently that person knows him. Huang says he was rude moments ago and asks the senior not to blame him. He replies that it's no problem as he didn't expect to find him there. The sect leader is listening to everything as he is invisible thanks to the concealment talisman, and he can't believe the immortal emperor called a disciple senior. The immortal says he didn't know the senior would be in the immortal realm and asks why he has the honor of his presence there. He explains that the reason for his presence is because of a game of chess. Inside, he is terrified, as he doesn't know how to respond, but masters of fiction often play chess, and he hopes he has performed well. Wang is surprised, as he seems to really be in a great chess game, and this makes him a pawn, with no greater honor since he is dealing with the senior. Bowing down and saying he perfectly understood the hint, he asks to be left with it, as he will hide his identity and will never disobey him. The protagonist is confused by this, as he knows nothing about any hint, and thinks there has likely been a misunderstanding, saying that if he understood, that's enough. Huang asks if they shouldn't call the great immortal emperor to greet him, as this person admires him greatly. He replies that no, as it's not the time yet. Imagining he shouldn't take risks, since the visual bug he thinks he has might fail sometimes. The sect leader, who is listening to everything hidden, is simply shocked to hear that the great immortal emperor would come down there just to greet a low-level cultivator and asks who the hell Zhao Xian is, wondering if he is even Zhao Xian. He then quickly leaves, fearing being silenced if he stays there. Meanwhile, at the banquet, Fan Yun and his father arrive at the venue, and the old man notices that the sect leader seems off and asks if something happened, as he should be happy for a member of the Zhao family becoming a disciple of the immortal emperor. He asks if Zhao Xian's identity is at least normal, leaving his colleague confused as he doesn't understand what he's talking about. He makes it clear that he heard that the Meng family helped Zhao Xian with many resources, and if this person isn't special, then why did they invest so much in him? In addition to having eavesdropped on his conversation with the great emperor. So there's no way to hide the truth. Dauphin is shocked, as he just heard that he eavesdropped on the conversation of the most powerful house in the immortal realm. He replies that this is exactly what happened. The old man asks if this is some kind of joke, as he is going crazy from doing this. The sect leader asks him to relax, as if this senior is truly from the most powerful house in the realm of gods, and has noticed the presence eavesdropping. Why didn't he stop him? Dauphin comes to the conclusion that the senior wanted him to hear the conversation and all the plans. He replies that this is exactly the case, as everyone there is nothing more than pawns. By nightfall, the banquet is celebrated with everyone shouting that Master Buju will have a bright future with the immortal emperor. The protagonist continues to observe, as if it weren't for the arrogant demeanor of the veteran, he would have asked the emperor to reconsider accepting that guy as a disciple. At this moment, Fan Yun approaches and offers a ring as a way to buy 2 immortal spiritual bang, since Chen was after them. He thanks his brother and says he will pay him back when he has money. Wondering if the Black Dragon has been plotting something in recent times, as he doesn't understand why the boy is taking the initiative to give immortal crystals, even though 10 or 20,000 is nothing to that family. Fan Yun asks him not to worry, as 200,000 crystals are nothing, so he doesn't need to pay. The protagonist is shocked, as he just heard that it costs 200,000. Suddenly someone calls his name. It's Muffin, mocking him since his brother is going to become the true successor of the Zhao family, while trash will never amount to anything, ordering him to return Zhao Li to him soon, or he'll have to crush him. She tells him to stop being ridiculous. Chen simply stands up, saying that it only depends on his initiative. Muffin shows off his new gear, having suffered a sneak attack last time, but he won't get a second chance, asking for a fair fight now. Everyone around is startled, not understanding why 2 disciples have decided to fight out of nowhere. Chuan is worried, and looking at Buju is sure that this is his doing, trying to take advantage to make him look foolish. But he just smiles and says he accepts the challenge, thinking he will use this opportunity to tell the immortal emperor Huang not to accept that trash as a disciple. Muffin makes it clear that he will beat him until he begs for mercy. The immortal emperor, witnessing this, asks who those people are. The sect leader, scared, replies that he is Buju's younger brother and has some conflicts with Qin. Sweating profusely, he imagines it's all over, as if he had known this beforehand, he would have punished that spoiled brat. However, Huang is intrigued by this, as it's probably one of the senior's plans, so he shouldn't intervene at all. Muffin hits his armor and says he was defeated by a sneak attack. But this time, he spent 50,000 crystals just to obtain this armor, positioning himself and preparing to attack, telling him to die once and for all. The protagonist simply yawns, gathers his power in his hand, and slaps his opponent in the face, throwing him away and saying that apparently, there's another one there who only knows how to talk. Everyone is surprised, as that was incredible, and they wonder if Zhao Xian's power has returned. Buju rushes to his brother, asking him to wake up, as he isn't showing any reaction. The immortal emperor is surprised, as he doesn't know when the senior made his attack, and asks if he really managed to use the Dao arts. Focusing, he realizes that he managed to make an advance just by observing how the senior made his attack, and that his cultivation has also improved. Suddenly, Buju draws a sword, asking how he dares to hurt his brother and that he will teach him a lesson right now, pointing his sword at the protagonist and asking him to duel with him. The immortal emperor gets irritated witnessing this and Chen smiles, as the grass-haired one has fallen into the trap, asking why he wouldn't dare, but that it's better to ask his master's opinion first. Buju says that won't be necessary, but hears the immortal emperor yelling for silence, walking over and saying that they are now both strangers and that the fool will no longer be his disciple. He is left speechless, calling for his master and asking if this is some kind of joke. Huang gives a warning, as no one will get far with such arrogance and recklessness, and he doesn't need a disciple with those flaws. After this, he turns and apologizes to the protagonist for not being able to judge people appropriately, hoping he won't be upset about it. Chun asks him not to be so formal and shares that he is happy he truly understood. He feels honored by such praise and promises to find a better disciple in the future. This leaves Buju extremely furious until a gigantic portal appears in the sky and a being emerges from it. It's Ichin, surprised that even Huang's brother is there for the disciple acceptance ceremony. People are surprised as the former celestial immortal emperor is personally in the sect, and they learn that he was also after Buju because of the psychic flames. Ichin finds the fight occurring there interesting and asks his brother if he is conducting a disciple acceptance ceremony. He replies that he was, but not anymore, as he has revoked that relationship, and asks the reason for his brother's presence. The celestial emperor turns and asks if he can speak with Chun, if he is free. He is surprised but concerned, as this person's gaze is different, possibly meaning that the visual bug is not active, and he responds that he has something to discuss with the immortal Emperor Huang too, so they could all talk together. He says this, imagining that it's good to stall and make it seem like an immortal emperor is his friend to avoid problems. He replies that it's alright, as he has a spot in the restaurant, and kindly asks them to stay inside the matrix so they can travel together. After teleporting, Buju is brooding, trying to understand how the hell trash can be recognized by the immortal emperor, vowing revenge as soon as they return. Meanwhile, in the restaurant, the three are teleported inside, and the protagonist immediately asks what the reason for the visit is. He greets him and says he is there to apologize for what happened in the battle arena and for not properly educating a subordinate, which ended up resulting in an assassination attempt. He explains that, although he has already taught the subordinate a lesson, he still needs to compensate in some way and wishes to make amends in whatever way the senior prefers. Chin finds it strange that the dignified immortal emperor has come down there to apologize personally. And all he did in the battle arena was use the immortal golden feather, which must be the reason he thinks so highly of him, and he sits down deciding to test him by playing tough and asking if he knows how different he is. The immortal replies that yes, he has heard one or two things from the immortal Emperor Batian, and for that reason he has total respect for him. Chin picks up his cup, not believing he has gotten involved with the immortal Emperor Batian again, and doesn't understand how this is happening, commenting that he really seems to know enough, and asking Huang to share more details, taking this opportunity to understand how those two see him. Huang begins his explanations about the senior, and continues talking with all the happiness in the world, just like Yi Chen, who agrees with everything being said. The protagonist simply can't believe it, as everything he is hearing is too exaggerated, and it isn't getting anywhere, hoping they say something about that so-called immortal Emperor Batian, since he doesn't know anyone with the surname Batian. With that in mind, he decides to throw out a hint, asking if they want to know more about Batian. The two are happy and ask the senior to please talk about it. He starts by asking if at least the two know his real name. He begins dropping hints as it might be someone he knows. Huang replies that it's common knowledge among all immortals that this being's name is Xia Sui. The protagonist is surprised to hear that name, not truly believing that the immortal Emperor Batian is actually Xia Sui, Su Ling's father, who is now his little sister. He decides to go crazy, saying that when the immortal emperor was little, his name was Su Gudan. This leaves both of them surprised, as the senior's wisdom is vast. Ichian goes into shock because Sun Chen got involved with the senior in the battle arena, and this could cause unimaginable trouble. Chun tells both of them that he doesn't mind drawing attention once or twice, as long as they don't make mistakes again. They sincerely thank the senior. The protagonist reiterates that Zhao Li from the Zhao family and Fan Yun from the Meng family are blessed with great luck. So if they take them as disciples, they will be able to obtain a personal favor from him. The two fill with happiness, thanking the senior for guiding them. Huang shifts the subject slightly and asks what he will do regarding Buju's disrespect. He asks how he thinks he should handle the situation. The immortal emperor imagines that since the senior didn't directly kill him, it must mean he has a deeper plan. He is frustrated by this answer, as it's a shame to be considered a senior and not be able to directly ask for an end to that guy. At that moment, at the banquet still ongoing, the portal opens again, and the three appear, leaving everyone curious about what they discussed in that meeting. Immediately, Huang announces that, due to Buju's arrogance, he will no longer accept him as a disciple. However, he decided to choose another person from the Zhao family. Pointing to Zhao Li, he says that he has chosen her. She is confused by this unexpected news but bows, thanking the master for selecting her. He tells her that she should thank Mr. Chen. Her eyes shine at the mention of his name. and she wonders if this is all due to his kindness and taking care of him in the past. Then Yikan asks who Fan Yu is and requests him to step forward, as he'll be his new disciple. The boy can't believe he was also called and immediately jumps on the protagonist, saying he is happy he remembered him and that there is no way to repay him, claiming he will give his own body. He tells him to get lost since no one there wants his body as payment. After all this, he returns to the mortal world, pleased to have gotten rid of Fan Yun, who is too clingy. Opening the door, he notices his sister looking at the fountain and then asks where Xing Xian is. She, with a smile on her face, replies that Xing Xian ran away from home. He is shocked by this news and asks her to stop joking, as it doesn't make sense for her to leave like that when they have only been married for half a month. Searching the house, inside the cauldron and shouting everywhere, he asks her to come out from wherever she is hiding. Su Ling explains that Xing Xian moved back to the bookstore and informed that she would only return on the day of the wedding. He turns around, finding this very strange, and asks if the child there made Xing Xian angry. She, furious, tells him not to be a nuisance. The protagonist does not accept this answer and says he will go to the bookstore for clarification. Upon arriving, he starts knocking on the door, asking them to open up. She replies that she is coming, and when she opens it says he is making too much noise. Xing Xin, with her surreal body, says she wants to be separated for at least half the month. He says he understands, and is not there to convince her otherwise. He just wanted some explanations since it happened suddenly. She explains that the marriage happened too quickly, and she was testing herself, wanting to see if she would miss him after being alone for half a month. The protagonist is surprised by this and turns to leave, saying he has received the explanation he wanted and just asks her to lock the door for safety. Xing Xin immediately grabs his arm and pulls him, kissing his cheek, saying that she was already missing him at that moment, and that's why she didn't want to talk more, as it would be difficult for her. She closes the door and asks him to go away. He feels happy since the worst didn't happen. Inside her house, she says that Chun is indeed a fool, but this is getting too chaotic, wondering that if she doesn't distance herself for a while, their plan will fail. Suddenly, the system appears to her, showing that a being has arrived in the mortal world, and she finds this strange, asking why he appeared there out of nowhere, commenting that he must have a plan in Pinjen, but her deduction skills are better. Chang Yen goes to a merchant, and as he approaches, asks if he has heard of the name Haoxuan, the supreme celestial admirer. Hearing this name causes something to echo in his mind, as if a chain were breaking, bringing back some of his memories. The merchant says they haven't seen each other in a long time. He agrees, as it has indeed been a while. The four-eyed one suggests that they both go meet that person soon. After some time, someone knocks on the MC's door, and he opens it, asking who is there. It was the owner of the pharmacy, commenting that two people want to see Mr. Chin and, for that reason, brought them there since they didn't know the way, and informs that the person they were looking for is that one, and that he'll return to the pharmacy immediately. Xiaoing asks if it is okay to leave it like that, but Chengyan says that the other friend hasn't awakened his memories yet, so it wouldn't be possible to bring him there. Entering and introducing himself to the protagonist, he asks them to come in and have a drink, despite having no idea who they are, but since he was accompanied by Leng Zhong, it's alright. Changyan enters the place and immediately telepathically greets the immortal weapons present. The peach tree says it has been a long time since it last saw the spiritual swordmaster. Similarly, the broom says the same, as it hasn't seen the supreme celestial admirer for quite a while. The phoenix is worried if the master will still take care of them when their memories return. The true dragon laughs, hoping that Master Dong is still protecting them. Inside, the protagonist serves tea, and they sit down to talk. An artifact flies from Chengyan's body and takes human form, becoming a happy little girl, saying she is glad to see the kitchen knife again and has missed it a lot. However, she receives no response, which makes her upset since her knife brother is always like this when she decides to visit him. Furious, she wonders if there is someone there getting in the way of the two, looks to the side, and comments that she has never seen him before, wanting to know if this sword is the chosen one. Then she starts swinging the sword, demanding it to speak, as she isn't hearing anything. Suddenly, the kitchen knife starts to tremble, and a blue light appears, making Chopper appear, calling for the wooden sword that is the little girl. She is happy since her knife brother finally said something, and since it has been a long time since they last saw each other. She asks for fight. He warns her that the spiritual sword master is there only to have tea, so they will have to wait for another time to fight. She is disappointed by this, and hears her master saying he will leave since he has had a good tea. This catches her attention, and she bids farewell, asking him to remember that promise the next time they meet. Returning to her spiritual form, she goes to the kitchen. Ben transforms and asks his boss who the girl is, since it seems even he is afraid of her. Chopper explains that it's annoying to be challenged countless times, and even after winning every time, he continues to be challenged. And each time she loses, she starts crying. And everyone around looks at him with condemning eyes, as if he had mistreated a child. He says he understands if that's the case. But Chopper smiles, saying he forgot how weak Ben is, so he probably wouldn't understand this, and mentions that, as expected, no one could understand his pain. Ben falls into depression, as he was humiliated for no reason. Suddenly, the door starts to open, and Chopper panics, immediately returning to his kitchen knife form. The protagonist asks why the golden one is like that, and tells him to get up, so they can go to the immortal realm. He asks his master not to worry, as he just had a reality shock. When they return to the Zhao family gates, Jin says he needs to proceed immediately to the immortal treasury until someone calls for him. It was Bu Zhu, asking him to wait a minute, and he says he reflected on the things he did earlier and shouldn't have asked for that duel just because he was angry. He says there's no need to worry as long as he understood the mistake, but this doesn't impress him anymore, as he would be accused of murdering a family member and would definitely not survive after that. Grasshair, holding back, says that his sect brother is truly generous and asks to shake hands as a sign of peace. The protagonist is more than aware that there must be some poison or something like that in that hand, but the system informs him that it is responsible for the user's safety. Because of this, he decides to accept the handshake, saying that now they should end their disagreement, and continues on his way accompanied by Blackie. Buju feels pleased, saying that now that trash is doomed. Suddenly the system turns red, startling the protagonist, as it is informing him that a mysterious curse has appeared on the user's body and his cultivation is being devoured in large amounts. The system warns that it will replenish the cultivation base, and asks him to please wait a moment. The protagonist calls attention, and asks not to replenish everything at once, just to maintain the illusion that his cultivation base has fallen, and let him absorb it slowly. A notification arrives saying it understands. This event makes the protagonist realize that this curse must have been responsible for Zhao Xian's cultivation regression, and that the curse that destroyed a genius will inevitably pay a high price. He feels pleased since Buju liked using a demonic method, so he will suffer the consequences. Meanwhile, Grasshair is performing the ritual of his curse until he starts coughing up blood, shouting that he has already sacrificed all his 1,000 years of life, so he doesn't understand how the protagonist still has cultivation. He doesn't comprehend since before taking 500 years from his life, the protagonist had regressed from the ancestral immortal realm to Fun, and he simply doesn't get it. Summoning his demon book, he decides to appeal, as he doesn't understand what this guy is made of. The book starts communicating, asking if he wants to learn some more interesting things. Buju feels intimidated, as he doesn't want to learn anything too heavy. The book bursts into laughter, asking him not to be afraid, as he has made it this far so he can continue. It asks if he wishes to become the master of the mysterious pavilion. This surprises him, and he wonders if he could really become the master. At that moment, a kettle is being heated, and the protagonist notices that his cultivation base has stopped falling, meaning that Grasshair cannot endure anymore. He feels happy, as the system has fully recovered his cultivation base. Getting up, he is surprised by someone who passes in front of him, as from behind, they look like Shuai, and he asks if this is even possible. However, he isn't sure if it is his acquaintance, and decides to follow him until he has a chance to ask. He notices that the two are going up the stairs, and just as he was about to continue following, someone calls him. This person says they were impressed with the acceptance ceremony and asks if it would be possible for them to have lunch together. He replies that he currently has a meeting and that they can grab a drink together another time. The cultivator apologizes, as he didn't know about that meeting. The protagonist runs back up and asks where the hell the two went, realizing that the woman is still there. But Shuai has disappeared. So, he sits nearby, hoping to see him return. However, he hears the woman commenting that Shuai still isn't a gentleman. Chun is surprised, as that person is also named Shuai. And he doesn't understand how he ended up in the immortal realm, starting to deduce that there might really be a chance of that happening. The other cultivator tells them to keep flattering him, as he is a disciple of the immortal emperor. Rupeng, who is the second disciple of the immortal emperor by Yuan, says that it doesn't matter, as the two there are also disciples, and, embarrassed, asks her colleague if Shuai isn't gay. He almost spits out the tea he was drinking, and asks why she doesn't test that. The protagonist also spits out what he was drinking upon hearing that, and the immortals notice, asking who the person there is and standing up, wanting to know who had the audacity to spy on them. Chun tries to explain, saying it's a misunderstanding, until something catches his attention. Looking toward the girl, he realizes that her spiritual being is gigantic, being twice the size of his. She stands up furiously, asking where he thinks he's looking, and if he is wishing for death. He changes his expression, as she is the only aggressive one there, and asks her not to bother him. At that moment, Shuai arrives at the location, asking why they haven't ordered anything yet. The girl, happy to see him again, says they didn't order because they were waiting for him. The other guy tells the protagonist to keep his mouth shut about what he heard, as he should think twice before provoking the second disciple of the immortal emperor by Yuan. She, embarrassed, only asks them to quickly choose what they are going to eat, and the protagonist notices they are afraid he will reveal what he overheard. Calling Shuai, who turns around asking who it is, he is surprised. Asking if it is Brother Chen who is there, and asks what he is doing in the immortal realm. He says he really didn't expect to find him there. Shuai says yes, commenting that maybe it's fate. However, deep down, he imagines that the senior is hiding his identity again, and might have some plan, needing to be careful not to ruin that disguise. Chen asks why he is in the immortal realm, and comments that apparently he has become a disciple of the immortal emperor. He replies that that's exactly the case, and even thanks the senior, since because he guided him to buy those 2 stones as a gift, this opportunity arose for him to be accepted as a disciple. The protagonist is confused since he doesn't know when he helped and doesn't understand how a rock could make an immortal emperor happy and asks him not to worry about it. After all, since they both met in the immortal realm, they haven't needed to use pseudonyms. He says he understands, imagining that the senior is indeed there with some plan. Ruping whispers to her colleague that apparently, those two are close, and she's afraid he'll comment on what he overheard in the conversation. Zack asks her not to worry, since even the leader of the Zhao family bows before them. So, Amir Jr.
would not dare to do such a thing.
Shuai comments that not only he, but also Shan and the others have been accepted as disciples in the immortal realm. However, the protagonist is thoughtful about something else and then smiles, telling his colleague that he had an interesting conversation with his friends earlier, and asks if he'd like to know what they were talking about. The two are shocked, unable to believe he will reveal it, while Shuai just asks what it is. Zack, desperate, says they don't need to talk about it, as does the girl who says nothing happened, so there's nothing to tell. Shuai changes his expression and asks what kind of dispute the two started, wondering if they did something that displeased the senior, becoming even more convinced that he should have refused the immortal emperor's request to accompany them. Chun comments that there was no dispute. He just noticed that the girl has a pendant identical to the one he lost and wanted to be sure it's not the same. She is confused and whispers to her friend, trying to understand what that guy is trying to do, as it seems like he's trying to steal her accessory. He asks her to just ignore it, since he's from a lower realm and Shuai would never offend them because of him. Also emphasizing that with this attempt to steal from them, he will lose credibility, and even if he says something later, they will be just false accusations. She is happy that her sect brother thought quickly. Shuai is thoughtful about it after all. The senior is not the type who would fight over a mere pendant, so he must be trying to teach a lesson, asking his colleague to show the pendant that Brother Chen mentioned. She is extremely furious about this. But Zack puts his hand on her shoulder, whispering for her not to forget the mission of the immortal emperor. With all the anger in her heart, she grabs the pendant and throws it to the protagonist. He examines the item closely and comments that it really is the pendant he lost and thanks the young lady from the bottom of his heart for returning his property. His colleague is happy to see his brother recover a lost item. Chun says he will need to leave, but warns that he might visit him at any time, leaving right after. Shuai is thoughtful, as he doesn't know exactly what the senior is planning, and tells the other two that they will temporarily stay at the Zhao family house. If they don't want to, they can find another place. Ru Ping whispers to her senior brother asking what they should do, and he just tells her to follow him, staying at the Zhao family residence. Back in the city, at the Zhao family residence, the three disciples of the immortal Emperor Donglai go to the sect leader. Bankia says he is honored to have such special guests there. Shuai asks him not to exaggerate, as he just took the liberty of visiting the patriarch. The girl says that it's a small family, so she doesn't understand why they are there. Zack comments that he heard rumors of a junior from the family being taken by an immortal emperor to become his disciple. At that moment, someone enters the room, saying they heard there were important guests. They look back to see who it is. It was Buju, greeting everyone. Zack is pleased, thinking that person might be the disciple of the immortal Emperor Dugu. He responds that he no longer is, as despite having reached psychic flames and nearly being accepted as a disciple, he ended up being expelled. Hearing this surprises him, and he asks how on earth an immortal emperor didn't accept a disciple who managed to reach immortal psychic flames. The girl agrees after all, one can see the talent of that young man from afar. And it's hard to understand why Dooku didn't choose him. He comments that during the apprentice acceptance ceremony, his younger brother got hurt and tried to take revenge on the person who did it, which led to the immortal emperor misjudging his personality. Zack changes his mind, whispering to his colleague that instead of trying to flatter the immortal emperor's disciple, they could just spy on some crimes while doing good deeds. She asks if he's suggesting introducing Buju to the immortal emperor, who is their master, as it really seems like a good plan. He runs and tells brother Buju not to lose heart, as there is more than one immortal emperor in the realm, and if he's interested, he will recommend him to others. Hearing this makes him happy, and he thanks him for the recommendation. At that moment, in the protagonist's house in the immortal world, he is cultivating using the new pendant he obtained and immediately notices that the immortal spiritual wood is extremely useful. as in just one night, he was able to slightly move the fourth line. He gets out of bed and starts walking, saying it's a pity these items are so expensive. Otherwise, he would be stronger. When he opens the door, he's startled to see a half-eaten watermelon on the floor. But what really surprises him is Suling, sitting in a powerful energy, while eating the watermelon. She finally notices her brother watching, and tries to hide the watermelon, as she always gets scolded when she's eating. The protagonist approaches and asks if she wasn't still in the chi refinement stage, wondering how on earth it's possible to float if she's in one of the lower realms. She apologizes, saying that she recently recalled some memories and realized she's in the nascent soul stage. This surprises him, and he asks if she now fully remembers her identity. Su Ling replies not everything, but she does remember that her father is the immortal Emperor Batian. This makes him thoughtful, as her father is the true immortal emperor, so she must be extremely powerful, wondering if her strength and memories were sealed together. Meanwhile, Su Ling whispers to the peach tree sister, asking if she will really tell her brother. The tree replies yes, as she received permission from that person. The Shenlong fish also whispers, saying that if they don't tell the master now, he might get angry when he regains all his memories and will turn him into grilled fish, begging her to please follow the plan. Su Ling says to leave it to her and calls her brother's attention, as she has something to tell him. She reveals that she discovered in the backyard that there are extremely powerful beings, but they can't show their true powers because they are restricted. This surprises the protagonist, and he asks if she can communicate with these beings, and if, by any chance, they said why they can't reveal themselves. She is shocked by so much information and asks him to stop with the questions, as she feels a headache every time she tries to remember, falling to the ground afterward because it hurts. He says it's okay, and asks her to go to the room to rest and forget about the story. As they head inside the house, Su Ling thinks she's done her best, and now the rest is up to them. The peach tree thanks her, saying she will take care of it from now on. Chun closes the door of his house, thinking that his sister wouldn't say random things, and begins to think that everything he has there was received from the system. So, maybe they really aren't normal things. He looks down and picks up the chicken in his hands, leaving the phoenix startled, as she doesn't know why the master chose her. Then he heads towards the house, leaving the chicken even more worried, since they're heading to the kitchen. Once there, he places it on the wood and prepares his knife, saying that Su Ling has a headache. So he needs to make some soup to help her feel better. This terrifies the phoenix, who screams for help and asks Chopper if he's really going to cut her like that. The knife then glows, and the protagonist thinks that unfortunately it's just a knife, so it won't be able to do anything. The protagonist moves the knife towards the chicken's head, making the phoenix think that it's all over and that she definitely shouldn't have agreed to her sister's stupid idea. However, the knife stops before cutting her, and the protagonist is confused, as that animal didn't beg for its life. Maybe it's just an ordinary chicken. Going outside and throwing the chicken back into the yard, he tries to figure out what's unusual. Only then does he notice his dog's presence, thinking that he can't ask Su Ling. But he can ask the black dragon, since he can tell what's different. Pleased, he calls Blackie and says he has something to ask. However, Shenlong and the phoenix glare at him, making it clear that he should keep his mouth shut, just like the chicken did. This intimidates Blackie, and he crouches down trembling in fear. The MC finds it odd, since for some reason his dog is feeling intimidated, and he looks up, saying it's the bird's turn. But the bird also turns away, trembling all over. The protagonist can't believe that neither of them will cooperate and starts imagining that, for some reason, they can't talk. Thinking that his golden sword will be the same, he concludes that all of this was given by the system, so maybe he should ask it directly. He summons the system and asks it to answer something quickly. A notification appears, asking the host to be careful with his actions. Irritated, he asks why it didn't reveal the truth after giving him so many treasures, since if he had known earlier, he wouldn't have been so scared. The system replies that this is exactly the point. It arranged so many items, and they were all treasures, including the black dragon, which was also its doing, and it asks if by any chance the host is capable of relying on the items forever. Wondering if, had it told him from the beginning, he would have been able to complete the missions. This makes him think deeply. Then he replies that it's right, since he can only be strong with his own strength. He imagines that it's not too late now, since although his mission is still to pass as J-Auction, he cannot surpass his limits. However, he also imagines that his future missions will be easier, since he has these valuable treasures. But the system issues an important warning right after, stating that if the host wants to use the items, there will be great danger, as they are all top-level immortal weapons. So, if there's a greedy person in the mind realm, he's doomed. Knowing this leaves him stunned, and he says there shouldn't be many people in the mind realm in the immortal world. The system responds that the conditions for people from the divine realm to descend to the mortal realm are not strict. Common people from the divine realm can't touch him, but with the level of treasure he possesses, that won't completely stop the strong from being tempted.
He says it's true, citing the example of the immortal Emperor Jiaxi, who descended to see Su Ling. The system emphasizes that the top-level immortal weapons, including the Black Dragon, currently cannot exert their powers. In other words, they can only protect him in critical moments, but in general, the host needs to be careful. The protagonist replies that it doesn't matter, since he can use them in places with few people. But even so, he is powerful, and in fact, later he'll intimidate Fan Yun, since Fan Yun scared him with that stupid promise to offer his own body. He then imagines that Su Ling, who is the princess of the immortal realm, and the items there are all immortal weapons. But in the middle of this thought, something comes to mind. Since he has his fiancée, Xing Xian, he imagines she wouldn't have a problem. She, observing all of this, doesn't understand how her fiancé suddenly became so intelligent, and imagines that she'll have to find something for him to do, so he doesn't dwell on it. At that moment, in the streets of the immortal realm, a little girl comments that the immortal realm has many peculiar things, and that it seems she made the right choice. Ma Xian says yes, since the place is great, and asks her to play a bit, as she doesn't need to keep protecting him. She says alright, and runs off to find something to do, leaving him deep in thought. Since the ancestor mentioned that if he delved into Xiao Yan's fortune, he would find an opportunity to advance. However, he's unsure about this because the immortal realm is quite remote, and he doesn't know if there's really anyone talented there. Sighing, knowing that they still have 2 days before they leave, they must find something by then. Suddenly, he notices a strong light, and wonders if it's the coercion of immortal weapons. But after looking closely, he deduces it can't be, since it's much stronger than the ancestors. Touching his finger afterward to see what this place is hiding, he sees a person holding a teapot. He wonders if that terrifying aura is really coming from the teapot, and can't understand how such a powerful treasure would fall into the hands of someone at the Fenshin stage. However, he's startled when the person looks back at him, immediately closing his portal and leaving him terrified, as he doesn't understand how he was detected so quickly, and definitely, that person is not at the Fenshin stage. On the other side is the protagonist, confused, as he had a faint feeling he was being watched. Next to him is Fan Yun, and Chen offers him a cup of tea, saying it has a unique flavor. He immediately notices that the teapot in the senior's hands could trigger the vision of the heavens and earth. It's so powerful, and he concludes that it's a treasure from the realm of the gods. Knowing this, he drinks the tea, as it could be a great opportunity, and immediately feels something, realizing that his spiritual roots have become stronger, and that his journey to the immortal path will certainly be easier. Chen notices that the tea worked on his companion, and regrets that he himself doesn't have spiritual roots, or else he would definitely be invincible with these treasures. Fan Yun says there's no way to repay such kindness, and asks his brother to accept his respects. He says it's just a small opportunity and doesn't need any payment. Fan Yun thanks him anyway, and comments that he heard the senior was looking for immortal spiritual wood. However, before he could finish his sentence, someone outside says their name is Ma Xian, and that they are accompanied by their disciple to greet the senior. The protagonist finds this strange and opens the door to see what it's about. He notices there are 2 people there, but he has no idea who they are. However, by looking at his companion's reaction, he realizes that he also doesn't know who they are. But for some reason, he's scared. Fan Yun indeed can't hide the terror he's feeling, as the 2 people there have more powerful auras than those of immortal emperors, and he wonders if that guy might be someone from the realm of the gods, and that the senior is truly incredible to have such powerful beings seeking him out. Chen asks why the 2 of them have come, imagining that since Fan Yun is a disciple of an immortal emperor, if he's so scared, it must be because they aren't 2 simple people, so it's better to be polite with them. The man introduces himself again, saying his name is Ma Xian. Meanwhile, the little girl is confused if that's really the senior her master brought her to meet. But the more she looks, the more she realizes that the person is only at the Fenshin stage, the lowest of all, and then becomes frightened when she looks at the teapot and sees energy overflowing from it, stronger than the ancestor's weapon, becoming terrified, as these weapons have their own ways of acting and would never allow just anyone to be their owner. The man comments that moments ago, he felt the teapot's energy from the other side of the city and thought he had been rude, appearing there just to apologize. He is surprised to learn this, as he didn't think he had enough energy for them to sense him from so far away. And apparently, he wasn't careful enough, deciding it's best not to use it again in the future, since people might think he's a senior, like the immortal emperor. However, he's lucky because he didn't attract anyone from the realm of gods. With that in mind, he says there's no need to apologize and asks where the 2 of them came from. Ma Xian responds that they are from the realm of heaven and earth, but inwardly he knows the ancestor mentioned that there is more than one realm of gods, so he specified exactly which realm he came from, instead of just saying it's the realm of gods. As for the protagonist, he has no idea what the realm of heaven and earth is, imagining he'll just go along with the conversation, commenting that it's nice to know the 2 are from that small place. The 2 are simply in shock, since the senior in front of them called the realm of gods a small place. Chen realizes he said too much from their reaction,
and decides to change the subject, saying that both of their strengths aren't bad, especially his, since he cultivated properly, and says that he'll have an incredible future. He thanks him for the recognition and says that this junior will work hard, mentioning to the senior that he encountered a big problem during cultivation and would like some tips. This leaves him cornered, as he has no idea how he would help, since he's never cultivated in his life. Sweating and thinking of some plan like passing on some difficult riddle, since if the person can't reach a conclusion, it just means they haven't understood enough. Ma Xian tells him all about his problem and how he can't solve it at all, wanting to know if the senior would have a solution. The protagonist gives a light cough, imagining how he could stall with a good answer, grabbing his teapot and asking how one unties a rope without a knot. He replies that if it has no knot, how could it be untied? Only then does something come to mind, imagining that it could be cut with a sharp knife, thanking the senior for helping with his confusion and once again paying his respects. Chen responds that it's just a trivial problem, so there's no need for thanks, and decides to leave, now that the problem has been solved. However, when he gets outside, he notices something strange in the sky, asking what happened, feeling somewhat frightened, as he doesn't know what the hell that red thing is. Ma Xian becomes worried since that is the divine oppressive matrix. Someone inside the matrix is laughing, saying that Ma Xian hid in the past in the outer sect, and for that reason couldn't do anything about it. But that day, he definitely will kill him. He notices that it is the form of the Blood Buddha. But it's strange, as he has no grudge against him, and asks why he would attack him out of the blue. The Buddha responds that he is a member of the demonic realm, and that is reason enough to kill him, commenting that if he doesn't resist, he will give him a quick death. Pleased inside, as if he can kill him, he will take his chi and improve his demonic arts. Ma Xian becomes scared since he has no idea when he provoked this lunatic and realizes that in terms of cultivation, he wouldn't be able to defeat him, fearing he won't be able to escape. He backs up a bit and stands in front of his disciple as his biggest fear is that she will get caught up since she's still young, once again asking the senior for help even though he's not in a position to do so, but he just wants his disciple to be safe, as she's still young, and asks him to protect her in case he dies due to misfortune. Xiao Yan is terrified, calling out to her master, while he says he will repay such kindness in the next life. The protagonist takes a deep breath, as that is definitely a good master, and regrets not being strong enough and not knowing for sure if he could use the system's teleport. Suddenly a voice echoes, telling his master not to worry about that small fry. He asks who is speaking. Chopper introduces himself, saying to just leave that guy to him, and everything will be fine. Chun is pleased to hear this, but asks him to act only when given the signal. The kitchen knife says alright. Knowing this, Chen goes to Ma Xian, placing a hand on his shoulder and asking why he's so nervous. After all, he should take care of his own disciple. Then he says that the being in front of him is nothing more than a small fry, and even if there were 1,000 of them, it wouldn't make any difference. The Blood Buddha laughs, as he wanted to play a little anyway, and summons a powerful magic that reaches the sky, throwing it toward the protagonist and telling him to die at once. The overwhelming power approaches, and only then does he call for Chopper, asking him to show who's boss. Chopper appears, heading toward the power, and with just one flaming finger, completely destroys the spell. The enemy is shocked by what he witnessed, but before he could think of anything else, his head is exploded with a single blow. Chopper returns to the ground and tells his master that he really hates being sheathed and that he's only here to follow orders. The protagonist says it was flawless, in addition to the excellent work. Chopper says that now he will return, leaving him surprised, as Chopper is truly exceptional, and asks the two not to be alarmed since these are just simple things. Ma Xian can't believe what he just witnessed, as it was simply incredible. At this moment, in the realm of the gods, someone shouts from within the hall, wanting to know to whom the Divine Emperor lost. A person outside responds to the ancestor that the Divine Emperor recently came out of seclusion. The old man says he understands, as it won't be so easy for this being to launch such a large attack. At this moment, an item that was on his waist breaks, leaving him alarmed, as the destiny count has shattered, and he tries to understand who killed his disciple. His fingers move on their own in a form of communication, and he asks if Chengwu was really killed by a Dao sword, feeling scared at the thought, since if he sought revenge against such a powerful sword, he would die with just one blow. He says he will have to forget about it, as he can always get more disciples while others die. Meanwhile, at the Eternal City Sect Station in the Divine Kingdom, Ma Xian returns and tells the ancestor that he has something to report. The person replies that he may enter. Ma Xian goes to the location and greets his master. Chung Lin notices that his disciple has overcome the obstacle he had, but doesn't understand why he hasn't cultivated and strengthened, and instead returned to his master. Ma Xian says he had to return because he had something important to report, as he was in the immortal world and found a great opportunity. The ancestor says that it's just the immortal world unless a divine emperor is hiding there. He asks if, by any chance, he remembers the sword energy that shocked the realm of the gods some time ago. Changlin responds that of course he remembers. After all, everyone in the divine realm was discussing who could have made such a powerful attack with a sword and wonders if there's someone in the immortal realm with the potential to reach the divine emperor level. Ma Xian replies, no, it's not someone at the divine emperor level, as they are definitely stronger than that. Someone from the realm above the realm of the gods. This leaves the ancestor astonished, as it's impossible. After all, if there were someone that powerful, they wouldn't be seen so easily. He says he understands why his master doesn't believe it. For that reason, he went to see the immortal emperor to arrange for Xiao Yan to participate in the secret realm where the senior will also be. So when the time comes, his master will be able to see the senior and clear his doubts firsthand. The old man says it's fine, as he's now curious about it. The protagonist returns to his dorm, and the system presents him with a chest, making him happy since before Chopper killed the Buddha. The system gave him that chest, and he's excited to see what he'll get. Clicking to see what it is, the items are a large sack of fertilizer capable of making fruits and vegetables grow quickly. A disguise mask. When used, the appearance can be changed by injecting spiritual energy. And lastly, a Vajra scepter. This is Buddha Chengwu's weapon. He is pleased with the fertilizer, saying his luck is really good since his sister was without fertilizer. But now he has plenty. As for the mask, it makes him wonder if it's for some future mission. Then he looks at the Vajra scepter and remembers that the cultivator was powerful. Fearing that the weapon might want revenge, since it has spiritual intelligence, deciding to discard the item for something safer. At that moment, the weapon asks him to wait, saying it surrenders. But it's too late, as the system begins absorbing it until it's fully consumed, converting it into more than 1,000,000 points, which amazes him, as now he can buy up to 2 spiritual woods and wonders if he should cultivate, since the secret realm is about to open. He considers completing this last mission before getting married. After that, the day of the immortal secret realm arrives, and several vessels begin approaching the location, and many people start descending. Chun is surprised because this secret realm seems important, seeing so many people there. Buju also arrives at the scene, furious to see the protagonist there. At that moment, the demonic book enters his mind, asking why he cares about that person, and reminding him that he will soon become the young master of the pavilion of the gods. He agrees, saying that person is no match for him. The book asks again why they are there then, making it clear that after all these events, he will be so strong that he'll be able to kill even an immortal emperor with ease. Buju says the demonic book wouldn't understand since he needs to win at least once to get rid of this obstacle and that, after defeating him, he will kill everyone who humiliated him. People look up and are scared, as that is the largest spiritual ship that exists, belonging to the great immortal emperor, and they feel the overwhelming aura coming from the boat, as the immortal emperors are there. Huang is aware that the secret realm will be used for the competition, so flying is prohibited and the competition will be divided into 3 parts, the gravitational valley, capturing beasts, and the furious mulberry trees. Furthermore, anyone who is seriously injured will be automatically teleported out. He aims at the sky and fires a sky power, thus officially opening the secret realm. All the competitors begin to fly toward the sky as the entry order has been given. After entering the immortal realm, everyone starts falling immediately. Chun clasps his fingers to activate his QI and makes a smooth landing, feeling worried, because now is the moment of truth. He remembers that the clan patriarch said the first stage of the secret realm would be the gravitational valley, where the higher you go, the stronger the gravity will be. He knows he could use the power of heaven and earth to strengthen his legs, but it would be embarrassing to go straight to the ground, so he decides to walk slowly, 1 step at a time. At that moment, someone calls out to him. It's Zhao Li, saying it's a coincidence they've met, and asks why the senior isn't running. He replies that he liked the view, so he wanted to enjoy it a little. She thinks that's cool, so she'll accompany him to admire it too. But inside, she doesn't care whether she wins or loses, since the protagonist is all that matters to her. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, a screen is broadcasting what's happening. People ask who the two are, as the guy looks like Zhao Xian from the Zhao family. But they don't recognize the girl. They also notice that Buju is participating and is even in first place. Bai Yuan, an immortal emperor, is also watching and notices Buju's talent, commenting that his 2 disciples don't even come close to this person. Even though he had already agreed to become his disciple after the secret realm, and he's glad the other immortal emperors haven't recognized this rare gem. Huang and Yichen look at each other, finding it funny that their colleague is boasting. Huang finds it amusing, since it doesn't matter if the Zhao family dares to let Buju show up because of Bai Yuan. Yichen finds this old man really annoying, since after taking on a disciple, he managed to advance, but will definitely find a reason to hit him. Dong Lai is also watching and is impressed, as there is someone next to the senior who is in the realm of gods, and concludes that his past is truly unfathomable, even more so because he finds it amazing that he befriended someone in the divine realm. Chung-Lin is also watching and asks if the person on the screen is the senior that his disciple mentioned, since he looks like an ordinary person. Ma Xin smiles and asks not to jump to conclusions. The old man laments, as it's obvious that his poor disciple has been deceived, since the sword energy couldn't come from an ordinary person. He barely says this when something catches his attention, finding it too fast. The protagonist's feet are on fire, passing everyone at high speed, even surpassing Buju, who gets furious upon noticing this. To make things worse, he sees a little girl also overtaking him, leaving him in the dust as he watches the two running at high speed. He thinks this is all messed up since his opponent is putting aura in his feet and decides to do the same, but feels something strange and crashes hard into the ground. He punches the ground and yells for the protagonist to come back. The protagonist keeps running, thinking that using the power of heaven and earth makes his speed quite decent. But to complete the mission, he will probably need to go faster, gathering even more energy in his feet and causing a colossal explosion that propels him forward with immense speed. The ancestor can't believe that this power is the Tao, since there shouldn't be anyone in that world capable of manipulating it this way. His disciple said that guy is the best there is. Chung-Lin admits he is, but asks if he's never wondered why someone so powerful is hiding in such a small immortal world, and if there's a purpose to it. Ma Xin starts trembling and asks if they should stay away from there. His master says it's too late for that, as it's already happening. Putting a hand on his shoulder, he says the rich can be used as pawns by someone so strong, and that maybe it's even a good opportunity to evolve. He also comments that a senior like that always takes a step beyond, is already 10 steps ahead, and probably already knows they're there. Not understanding what role he plays in this game. However, he feels something strange and looks up at the sky, almost certain he felt the aura of an old friend. Ma Xian gets worried, asking if he's referring to the gods and what they should do, as maybe they should help stop the enemy. The old man becomes thoughtful and says it's a golden opportunity, since if they deal with the situation, they might be treated well by the senior. But he decides to wait and see what will happen. He says this while watching the protagonist on the screen. Chin takes advantage and looks back, noticing that Xiao Yan is getting closer and Buju is also fast. This makes him realize he was quite fast, also noting that he reached the second stage, where the furious beasts are, hoping these monsters aren't too terrifying. The first monster to appear is a demonic lion, which leaps at him trying to devour him, but he gathers Dao in his hand and activates Buddha's palm, which hits the beast head-on and blows it against the mountain. As he keeps killing the beasts in the forest, he is notified that he's killing the demonic lions and thus obtaining drops. He can't believe that just adding a little of the power of heaven and earth already makes Buddha's palms so strong. And carefully observing his hands, he smiles. Since he had the idea of taking the chance to wipe out the beast waves all at once, gathering energy again in his hand and blowing everything in front of him away, the candidates finally arrive at the place where the beasts are and ask what's going on. They notice that someone is fighting the beasts, but it looks more like he's destroying the entire secret realm. Xiao Yan is amazed, thinking the senior is incredible, as he's only using spiritual energy from the Fengshen stage, but his attacks are even more powerful than those of the immortal emperor. Buju becomes furious witnessing this, asking how his rival became so strong. The demonic book enters his mind, warning him that Chin carries a treasure in his body, but tells him not to worry, as the people from the Pavilion of the Gods will soon arrive, and he will be able to do whatever he wants with that person. He says it's fine if that's the case. Suddenly a portal appears and begins growing in the sky. The audience is eager to see who will appear since it's the first place contender. The protagonist crosses the portal and heads toward the ship, while everyone wonders how someone with such a low cultivation level easily won the competition. He recalls that Huang told him the immortal emperor admired him greatly. But if that person calls him senior, his identity will be revealed, and for this reason, he needs to make his identity clear as quickly as possible to prevent this from happening. So, he quickly bows and says that this disciple Zhao Xian greets the great immortal emperor. Donglai immediately finds this strange, as it seems the senior is hiding his identity, and joins in, saying that the young man before him did quite well, and asks if by any chance he's from the Zhao family. Immediately the sect leader shouts that Zhao Xian is the heir of the Zhao family, making the great immortal emperor pleased, as he witnessed a powerful force, and asks both to talk a bit. He says this, thinking he needs to better understand the senior's plans to avoid ruining things unintentionally. The protagonist is pleased, as he was recognized by almost all members of the Zhao family. And now that he's been called heir by the sect leader himself, the mission is finally complete. He says this, and the system confirms, asking him to go to a remote place to receive the rewards. He just thanks, and immediately after everyone panics, asking what the hell that is in the sky. A malicious energy begins to form, and the aura moves toward everyone, leaving the audience terrified, shouting that someone from the realm of gods has just appeared. They ask what a person of that level is doing there. And Buju just bursts out laughing, saying that he has been waiting for him, and reveals that it's the young master he's looking for. The divine cultivator looks to the side, and notices that the dark scripture has chosen a master, and descends near Buju, saying that this subordinate greets the young master, and asks him to return to the realm of gods as soon as possible. He replies that returning to the realm of gods isn't urgent, as he still has enemies there, and if this isn't resolved, he won't return. Daijin asks who those enemies are, asking him to point out who had the audacity to become his enemy, making it clear that even if it's an immortal emperor, he will kill them if necessary. Donglai becomes concerned, as that guy is definitely many levels above. Buju points to the protagonist, saying he wants him dead. He merely observes this absurdity, while the great immortal emperor finds it lamentable for someone to desire the death of others, and the other immortal emperors don't understand it either. He wonders what the senior's reaction will be after hearing this absurdity, as he must find it ridiculous. However, Chen doesn't understand anything, as he has just encountered someone from the realm of gods and is now doomed, as not even immortal weapons can save him. He looks to the side, considering running but probably wouldn't succeed, and he imagines that he could try teleporting with the system. But it wouldn't help, as that monster would just follow him. At this moment, the ancestor imagines the senior is looking at him, and that this must all be part of a plan. With this in mind, he calls his disciple, as it's time for them to shine. Diao Zhan begins gathering a devastating energy in his hand, and says he will be happy to fulfill the young master's wish, then unleashes his power toward the flying ship. The protagonist, desperate, opens the system, and prepares to press the teleport button, as that divine cultivator is far too powerful. However, a force collides with the enemy's attack, and Ma Xian and his master appear in front of Jun, saying that taking someone's life without reason is pathetic, especially coming from the pavilion of the gods. Diao Zhan panics when he sees that it's the ancestor, and asks what the hell he's doing there. Ma Xian tells the senior not to worry, as the ancestor will handle this trivial matter. Meanwhile, the protagonist, terrified, thinks he's lucky since he didn't expect to be saved by someone he just deceived. Changlin thinks the senior must have a purpose in calling himself Zhao Xian, and probably doesn't want his identity exposed with all these people around, so he responds to the enemy that his reason for being there is none of their business, but the arrogance he just witnessed from the pavilion of the gods is unacceptable. He says this, thinking he shouldn't reveal the senior's identity. Diao Zhan doesn't like this at all, as he just wanted to kill someone from the lower realm to favor the young master, but since the ancestor is here, things won't end well. He turns to Buju and whispers that the old man is one of the strongest gods in the realm of the gods, so he urges them to leave immediately, suggesting they can always come back another day to kill the person they were asked to. The grass-haired one, despite being furious, understands the situation and says fine, he'll let him live for a few more days. The divine cultivator apologizes for acting improperly and trying to kill innocents and begins to summon his portal, saying he was just trying to take the young master back to the realm of the gods. The ancestor orders him to stay still as he tried to kill Jokshan, and still thinks he'll leave like that, without offering any compensation. The elder then understands why someone so important intervened in a random fight, and apparently just wants to rob him in broad daylight. With this in mind, he asks what the ancestor suggests. He asks for 15,000 spirit essences, plus the pseudo-artifacts he acquired in the secret realm. Daijin says he would never accept that, and accuses the old man's sect of being treacherous for trying to take advantage of the situation. The ancestor says fine, and asks if maybe they should start fighting right now. The overflowing power is so devastating that it nearly throws the two of them away, leaving the divine elder with no options. For this reason, he removes his ring, saying that all the ancestral items are there, and throws it toward the old man, asking him to let them leave now. He catches the ring in his hand and finds it strange, as the artifact has no soul, deciding to take the weapon inside to see what it is. Daijin laments, as it's all he has, and says that if it has no soul, it's probably because they stayed too long in the secret realm and the souls dissipated. The ancestor, already fed up, says it doesn't matter anymore, and orders him to leave at once. The two immediately jump into the portal before it's too late. The old man turns and hands the new items to the protagonist, asking him to please accept them. He thanks him for such kindness. Chunlin says it's the least he could do, and keeps looking around to make sure no one is listening to their conversation. Then asks if they can talk in private. He replies that they can, as he's free. Meanwhile, Buju and the divine cultivator arrive at their destination. He complains, as Zhao Xian has just gained another great benefit, but Diozhan asks the young master not to be angry, as that item is useless for now. He asks what that means, and the elder replies that the pseudo-artifacts are treasures of the gods, and for that reason, he placed restrictions so only his master can use them, meaning the item will be useless until they recover. After arriving in the realm of the gods, They go straight to the master to report what happened, and the old man asks if the eternal ancestor really intervened in their affairs. The elder says he would never dare lie about such a thing. Mo Huang finds this very strange as he doesn't understand why the ancestor would go to the immortal realm and wonders if there's something special about the child he protected, and he imagines that he's currently linked to the soul of the weapon his elder handed over to them, considering contacting them to recover it as soon as possible. The communication spell is activated, and the weapon screams desperately to the pavilion master, begging him to save it as it is surrounded by a group that is 1,000 times stronger than divine artifacts. This leaves both confused, as it shouldn't be possible, and they ask it to speak more clearly. However, someone touches the guy's back, it's Chopper, asking how a piece of trash dares to deceive the master. He admits he was wrong, and pleads for forgiveness, saying he can do anything. He simply says, goodbye, holding the enemy's head and finishing with just one punch, imagining that now the insect has been completely removed from the dagger, and that his master can play as much as he wants without worry. The pavilion master starts sweating coldly, having witnessed all this, and Chopper comments that he almost forgot he was being spied on, completely destroying the divine communication spell. After witnessing all this, the pavilion master falls into despair as they have messed with the wrong person. With the cultivation of the guy who witnessed, he could completely destroy the god's pavilion whenever he wanted. Both are left wondering how something like this is possible. But Ma Huang shouts for them to quickly find a place to relocate the pavilion as soon as possible, or they will be exterminated. The elder says he understands, and will do it. Meanwhile, Buju is thoughtful, as it's impossible for Jiaoxian to have such abilities. And certainly, the person from the communication is not him. However, he is now terrified, as he has irritated someone so powerful, and fears that they will seek revenge, considering that the pavilion will not exist for much longer. At the same time, in the immortal realm, the ancestor and Donglai pass through the portal, then the protagonist does the same, confused as he does not know what it's about. Immediately, Lin bends down and greets the senior, pleading for forgiveness for doing this late. Donglai also greets him, saying that it was thanks to the senior's kindness that he was guided to acquire the disciple Sungua. And if it weren't for him, he wouldn't have been able to ascend to the position of immortal emperor. The protagonist is confused, as he has no idea how he did all this, concluding that the emperor he probably thinks he helped was Xia Sui, Su Ling's father, and that this old man must have been deceived by Ma Xian. He replies that it's just a small matter, and asks them not to worry about repaying him. He says this, but inside he is surprised, as he didn't imagine Ma Xian was someone from the realm of gods. The ancestor also thanks the immortal emperor for providing that place, so he could properly apologize to the senior. He replies that it's no problem. The old man thinks he needs to have a good relationship with the immortal emperor, as for some reason the senior liked him. In the protagonist's mind, Lin must not be a big deal in the realm of gods, as he is calling the immortal emperor brother. Coughing to catch their attention, he warns that he has something to tell them and wants to take advantage of the moment, announcing that he'll get married in 3 days. And if they are available, he asks them to bring their families to the party so they can drink wine together. Inside, he imagines it would be a great honor to have the presence of the immortal emperor and someone from the divine realm. The two immediately accept the invitation, saying they wouldn't miss it for anything in the universe. Chan is pleased, saying he looks forward to their presence. After this, the protagonist returns to his home in the mortal world. This time, he notices he didn't receive any special reward and feels power overflowing in his body, as the reward will be an advancement of 2 great realms. The system notifies him that the next task has already begun, and will have as a reward something he will definitely like. The protagonist is happy, as he has advanced 2 realms and his divine senses have greatly improved, realizing he can now control 10 threads at once. But he still doesn't know if his power is as strong as that of an immortal emperor, deciding to test it when he meets Emperor Huang again. He then asks the system if the next task will be in the immortal realm. The system asks not to question if the mission location will be random. It states that it wants it to be in the immortal realm so that it can have the help of the immortal emperor, making things much easier. The system finds it really funny that he says this. However, he slaps his face and says that, in fact, there is something more important to deal with as his wedding is approaching. He says this while looking at his new outfit that he will wear. After getting dressed, still at the location, he feels very embarrassed, asking Jingxin to help check if there is anything wrong. She touches his body and says everything is fine, asking him not to be nervous since it is their wedding and nothing will go wrong, then pushing him to go greet the guests. He looks at her and finds something strange, as for some reason, she doesn't seem nervous at all about the wedding. As he leaves the house, someone calls his name, and he realizes it's the pharmacist who congratulates him and gives him a gift, asking if he minds since he brought 2 friends to have some fun. The protagonist replies that it's no problem, as he even had tea with them. So they are more than welcome at the wedding, asking everyone there to please enter the yard. As they enter, Chunjian laughs, asking the old man if he didn't prepare a special gift. The doctor feels embarrassed and says not to make things up, stating that he honestly doesn't know what was going through his mind at that moment, feeling shy since for a moment he thought Chen was interested in him. So, he considered giving a pornographic painting to change his orientation, and definitely, if Dong knew about this, she would get angry. The two companions can't hold back their laughter, as it gets funnier each time they hear the story. The protagonist continues to receive all the guests, until he sees a group of people, imagining they remind him of someone, Chopper, accompanied by Peach and Ben. She says it's a pleasure to meet the famous Chen, and mentions they are from Jingxian's hometown. He replies that if that's the case, it's all good, and asks them to come in. Suddenly, someone approaches calling for the senior, surprising him as it's the old man from the Divine Realm and Ma Xian. He doesn't understand how that group gathered, as Murong, his son, and granddaughter follow soon after. He immediately greets the senior, congratulating him on the wedding. The protagonist thanks him, as he was especially looking forward to their presence. This catches the attention of the three, as apparently the senior already knew that everyone would appear together. Chen asks them to follow him, as he arranged a special place for everyone, thinking that despite everything, that old man is an important person in the realm of the gods, so it's better to treat him well just in case. The ancestor observes that the house is extremely powerful and hopes to meet others from the higher realm. All the guests are already at the location, and immediately the divine ancestor is surprised, feeling the aura overflowing from Chopper, Peach, for Eyes, and the doctor. Basically from everyone sitting at the same table. The protagonist notices he looks strange and asks if he feels okay. The old man asks the senior not to worry, imagining that he was allowed to witness all this. But he can't imagine if one day he will be capable of reaching such an absurd level. The doctor asks Xiao Ying to control her aura. Otherwise, she will scare the young people present. He admits he is indeed at fault and, as an apology, will give the young guests a great opportunity. Leng Zhong is startled as he is releasing 10,000 years of cultivation. The energy goes into the food as he comments that for the mortals present, when they eat the food, they may become immortal the next day. He states that this was merely a generosity, since Elder Chen improved his technique in the past. The other two ponder this, while Four Eyes comments that it doesn't matter anymore, saying he just wants to drink until he falls. After the ceremony, everyone leaves. Xian asks Chun how he feels about the wedding. He simply remarks that his face hurts from smiling so much. She grabs his face and pulls his body, saying that face pain is not a problem, as long as she doesn't feel pain at night. This leaves him extremely embarrassed as he understood the implication. At that moment, a glow appears in the sky and heads towards Chopper, returning to her human form and shouting that she is angry because her master didn't allow her to attend the wedding, but now demands a duel with Brother Chopper since the wedding is over. He, unable to reveal himself, says it is a happy moment for the master and it wouldn't be polite to duel, promising to do so next time. The girl gets irritated since her brother always runs away, but she won't give up easily this time. He informs her that the master is in a peculiar situation at the moment, and looks at the phoenix, who is in her human form. The rooster, knowing it would fall to him, grabs Peach's hand, and asks if she agrees to watch the stars with him since they shouldn't disturb the master's special night. He then whispers that he doesn't want to get involved in Chopper's problem, and that they can drink wine to their heart's content. She understands the hint and accepts the offer, fleeing the scene and leaving Chopper to deal with this problem. He turns to try to find another way out, and the broom and kettle start to dramatize, saying they're very drunk and need to visit the doctor. Chopper asks them to wait, but both are already fleeing at full speed. The little girl puts her hand on his shoulder and comments that everyone thinks they should duel, leaving him furious since everyone has betrayed him. Regretting it, as it seems he has no other choice, he tells the girl that he will no longer hide that he is a lover, and that he didn't want her to see him crazed with bloodlust while fighting. She is confused since Sister Peach and Sister Kettle are so close to each other, and there are no other female weapons around. He says that's because he has awakened a new orientation, asking if she doesn't think little brother Golden Feather is amazing. She is horrified as he comments that Ben is weak, but has charming qualities. Lana starts backing away and screams, not believing that her brother is gay. He is confused, asking what she is saying, but the girl runs away, saying she will never accept this. Chopper is confused, since he didn't understand what the hell she said. But he feels relieved that at least he won't be bothered anymore, and can drink freely now. At this moment, in the protagonist's room, Xingxing comments that a spring night is really short and asks Jun if he plans to stay in that chair all night. He, trembling with embarrassment, replies that he doesn't. She stands up and asks if he likes being the passive one, placing her hand on his shoulder and saying she will take charge. She says this and starts kissing him nonstop, and the kiss heats up more with each passing minute until she pulls his hand and says she still prefers it in bed, as it is more convenient that way. He is extremely embarrassed, but does not back down from the situation. The next day the whole family is gathered, and the protagonist continues drinking his tea. Suling, excited, stands up and asks when she will be able to hold the new little sister or little brother. Xian replies that it depends on her brother's skills, causing him to spit everything he was drinking from embarrassment. He then asks his sister not to ask such things, in addition to asking his wife not to speak of this topic to his sister. She apologizes and asks how she can make up for it. Suling finds it strange that her porridge tastes like dog food. Meanwhile, inside the house, Ben comments that he has been feeling depressed since last night. Feeling like an impending disaster. Blackie asks what could happen since hitting a dog depends solely on the owner. So, who could make Chief Chopper let someone hit him? After the wedding, the protagonist spent a month and a half at home just resting until the system finally emerged, saying he couldn't just stay idle. He decides to teleport since it's time for the new mission and disappears from the yard. At that moment, an aura bursts forth and Lana appears, thinking that with Mr. Chun and Dong absent, and Chopper being with the protagonist, no one is there to stop her. Upon arrival, she begins looking around and asks the golden feather to come out from wherever it is. The sword starts to tremble, as it's not a good sign, and decides to appear, stating that he is the golden feather, and asking what the orders are. She asks if he is the trash she was looking for, and how dare he have a relationship with Brother Chopper. He is left confused about what the hell that means but says she is right, as Brother Chopper is strong and cool, and being his little brother is really unfair. He thinks this, imagining that the girl must be some fan of Chopper, so she probably flatters his brother a lot. He continues to praise his older brother, which only makes her more and more stressed. With a murderous look, she asks how he dares to praise him so much, leaving Ben confused. Peachtree observes from afar, knowing that the wooden sword will at most threaten. The Phoenix says she can't disturb them, although she didn't imagine the Chopper would make such a bold move just to escape a fight. Concerned, she asks if they should help Ben. He asks if she really wants to infuriate the wooden sword sister. She says she would never want that. The Phoenix says that's exactly it, and asks not to worry since Lana, as aggressive as she is, wouldn't act without her master, being unable to kill or harm anyone. The two then pray that this is indeed the case. At that moment, in the Divine Kingdom's Martial Reservoir sect, a portal appears, and the protagonist emerges from it. He immediately notices that the place has vast power from heaven and earth, and sees a body in front of him, wondering if this is really the Immortal Kingdom. The system informs him that the mission is to act as Haochi, master of the Martial Reservoir sect, a 5th-rank sect, as his talent has stagnated during the transition period, being able only to travel, but unfortunately died recently. He approaches and notices that the person there has been poisoned, realizing he will have to impersonate him. A notification arrives, stating that the mission is to help the Martial Reservoir sect rise to the 4th position in the sect rankings. Chun raises his hand. However, someone enters the room, calling for the sect master, which scares the protagonist, as well as the cultivator who just entered, asking the intruder what he did to the sect master. He tries to explain himself, saying he just appeared there, but the mustached man doesn't believe him and charges to attack. He uses his hands to defend himself and invokes the divine palm of Tathagata, leaving the cultivator frightened as a powerful hand grabs him and throws him out of the house. Even Chin can't believe that his attack became so much stronger just by adding 10 lines. People outside begin to scream that an attack has occurred inside the master's room and rush to see what it is. The protagonist is not happy with the way this is going and thinks he should return to the mortal world first to better understand the mission. At that moment, in his house the girl, still furious, says that apparently she will need to teach that golden sword a lesson, and he keeps begging for mercy. Only then does she get startled upon noticing a teleportation portal forming behind her and immediately flees, telling him to wait and see what will happen. At that moment Chin appears and, looking to the side, sees Ben crying, thanking him for being back. He is confused and asks what happened, but the sword says it was nothing major, just asking if it's possible to call Brother Chopper, as there is something she would like to ask him. He says it's fine but asks her to always share things, as it might help achieve justice. Ben asks not to worry, as it's just something personal. He says it's fine, raising the kitchen knife and invoking Chopper, asking them both to have a good talk. Ben takes a deep breath and, desperate, asks his boss if, by any chance, he said something to the wooden sword sister. He, embarrassed, asks if by any chance the little girl was there that morning, and comments that he really didn't say anything much. He only mentioned that he was attracted to the golden feather sword, more specifically to its beautiful eyes and big heart, and tells him not to worry, as the brat will soon give up. The golden one simply can't believe what he's hearing, and, desperate, asks why on earth he said these things to her. He replies that it was necessary, otherwise he would have had to fight her, and that would have been a mess. However, it's no use, as Ben is desperate, crying that he will now die at the hands of that girl. Chopper asks him to relax, saying he has an idea, mentioning that it's something simple, as he can just hide in their master's ring, and Lana won't be able to bother him that way. This gives him a glimmer of hope, thanking him for the suggestion, and he runs off to beg Chin to let him do it. The peach tree is aware of how persistent the wooden sword sister is, and asks if that girl will really leave him alone. He says that, unfortunately he doesn't know, but there's not much else he can do. Meanwhile, at the sect of the Reservoir Kingdom of Gods, a meeting is taking place, and the Great Elder mentions that the sect master was poisoned, and even saw the person who did it, although he couldn't catch them. He asks if anyone would be available to take the position. The second elder finds it amusing, accusing him of being afraid to take the master's position because the assassin might come after him. This makes him pensive, until he stands up, asking them to stop spouting lies. Suddenly, someone asks the two to stop fighting, saying they have someone in mind. They ask who that person would be. The third elder smiles, and says they could elect the sect master's son. They agree, as there's no one better than the son to carry on the legacy, especially since they know that the boy's cultivation is garbage. After that, a portal appears, and the protagonist comes out wearing a disguise mask, feeling relieved to have this resource, and the system has already adjusted the appearance of Wu Qi, the sect master's son. Otherwise, he wouldn't know what to do. He notices something strange in the place, asking why there are so many strings of heaven and earth power, wondering if he's in the right place, and feels more at ease since this time he's carrying more immortal weapons, imagining that otherwise, he would be in serious trouble. At this moment, someone calls his attention. It's the second elder, asking why he's not responding through the communication talisman when he called him. The protagonist pretends to be confused and asks if he knows that gentleman. This leaves him puzzled, asking if he doesn't know who the sect's second elder is. He apologizes, saying he had an accident some time ago and ended up losing his memories, remembering only his own name. The elder watches this and then smiles, finding it interesting, as now he'll be able to manipulate him easily. With this in mind, he simply asks him to follow, and he'll explain everything he needs to know. Meanwhile, at the Mo family residence, Diaojuan reports that the masters of the neighboring sects have been replaced by their men, leaving only the Martial Reservoir sect, as they were unable to replace its leader since he had an accident, and they couldn't retrieve the body. His master tells him to leave it as it is, as they suffered a great loss due to their relocation. He says he understands but asks if it's really necessary, since no matter how much he looked at the child the other day, she was nothing more than an ordinary person from the immortal realm. Mo Huang laughs, as apparently, his disciple didn't encounter anyone truly powerful, but says that on that day, seeing the red-haired guy gave him such chills that it felt like his head would be ripped off just by that person's existence. Back at the Martial Reservoir sect, the first elder explains to Chin, who is disguised, that the sect master was poisoned by some intruder, and the sect can't remain leaderless, telling him they've decided to elect the master's son as the new leader. This leaves him thoughtful, as he didn't know that the body he found the other day was actually the sect master, and his original plan was to gain influence as the sect master to ascend in rank. But in the end, he will become the leader effortlessly. He responds afterward that it's not possible, as his cultivation is too weak and people wouldn't listen to him. He says this while imagining that he needs to pretend. Otherwise, he will become too anxious. Yanli asks him not to worry, as the elders will help in this regard. The protagonist finds this very strange, as the elders seem distressed, and he wonders if they are afraid of being poisoned as well. He then smiles, as he will simply take advantage of this opportunity. Still in the sect, in the Martial Reservoir, he puts his broom in a room, asking it to stay there and tell him if anyone enters through the door. The broom says that's fine, but just asks not to be forgotten when he leaves. Chun then sits on the bed, thinking that the idea of pretending to have memory loss was a good move, as otherwise, he would never have known he's in the realm of the gods. Besides, he didn't expect the spiritual source there to be so valuable, as even a low-level source would be enough for many to kill just to get their hands on it. However, he doesn't understand why it looks so much like the lines of power from heaven and earth, nor does he have any idea how to add another line inside. While still trying to understand why that spiritual source resembles the power of heaven and earth so much, he decides to run a test by adding another line inside. When he does, he gets a good result, feeling pleased, as it apparently worked, since according to the elder's method of distinguishing the grade of a spiritual source, it seems to be a high-level one. Feeling excited, he says he's rich now and decides to head to the Thousand Treasures Chamber of Commerce, forgetting the broom behind. While walking through the city, he goes without the mask, feeling more comfortable with his own face. As he strolls around the area, he passes by Diaozhan, who immediately turns, sensing something strange. His master asks what the problem is. He replies that he saw someone who looks like the senior. Mo Huang panics, asking if it could be the master of that powerful spiritual weapon they witnessed killing one of their servants. He, trembling, says that maybe he saw wrong, but his master is now restless, asking him not to look back at the person. Imagining that this being didn't come to question them, they are not part of the plan, so they flee desperately through the portal. The protagonist has a strange feeling, as he senses he saw the guy who gave him a bunch of treasures in the immortal realm. He decides to look back, but sees no one. He finds this very odd, but decides to head to the Chamber of Commerce quickly, as enemies could show up there. Meanwhile, at the Thousand Treasures Chamber of Commerce, the two deities had teleported to this place. Someone sees this and approaches them, saying teleportation is not allowed inside the Thousand Treasures Chamber. Diao Zhan orders them to shut up, commanding that they bring the elder there, as they want to do business. This makes him furious, asking if he's crazy. He then smiles and begins to exude a terrifying aura, asking if he will need to repeat himself. At that moment, someone runs down the stairs and arrives at the scene, apologizing for not greeting them earlier. It was Yang Jie, the elder of the Thousand Treasures Chamber, apologizing on behalf of the security. Diao Zhan simply says that they have business offers they want to discuss with the Thousand Treasures Chamber. The elder tries to explain politely that the chamber is under the Eternal God Emperor and that there are definitely more powerful people there who would make better offers. He says this and notices something beside him, as a new portal has formed inside the hall, and he doesn't understand why these people keep teleporting there. Someone starts to emerge from within, leaving them wondering who it could be. It was the protagonist, not really sure where he was. The elder gets furious, drawing his attention and asks if, by any chance, he doesn't know that teleporting into the pavilion of 1,000 treasures is forbidden. Immediately calling the guards to teach him a lesson. They move and surround Chen. Yang Jie imagines that such a low-level cultivator isn't worth responding to, but finds something odd since both Diao Zhan and the pavilion master are on their knees, begging for mercy. Saying they had no intention of eavesdropping on the senior's conversation, nor delivering a sealed weapon. In fact, they're willing to become mere slaves if that pleases him. The merchant elder simply can't believe he apparently messed with the wrong person and drops to his knees at once, saying he's an ignorant being and begging for forgiveness. The protagonist doesn't quite understand what's going on and deduces whether Changlin intimidated them or something, but thinks he should ask for some compensation, since they themselves said they handed over something sealed. Still seeing the people on their knees, he decides to seize the opportunity as he has reached the spiritual source and saw no issue, concluding that the sealed weapon might be a fake spiritual weapon. With that in mind, he asks if they really thought they could hide a trick in the pseudo-spiritual weapon, adding that he forgave them only because he thought they still had some value. The pavilion master sincerely thanks him for the mercy and says that if he has any request, they will fulfill it right away. This excites him, as clearly both are afraid, and he might get a real pseudo-weapon by scaring them even more, saying he will give them a chance to restore their honesty. He mentions he has a junior who currently needs a spiritual weapon and believes they will know what to do. Manhwa immediately summons a weapon from his ring and says that it is a pseudo-spiritual weapon from the Pavilion of the Gods and that it would be an honor if the senior took it. Inside, he laments, since it's a real trusted weapon he's had for hundreds of years, but it's better than being killed. And he bids it farewell, handing it to the protagonist. He examines it closely and imagines that, due to the fear of these immortals, they wouldn't try to trick him again, but he doesn't understand why the dagger is shaking so much. Chopper smiles at this, as his powerful aura is behind Shin, terrifying even the last strand of hair on that dagger. He notices the weapon stop shaking and assumes it must just be sensitive. The two simply can't believe the aura was so terrifying that it even made a spiritual weapon tremble. Chin tells them to get up, as he's not there for something so trivial. They move to another room, and the protagonist asks if they know the Martial Reservoir sect. The merchant elder responds that yes, that sect is ranked 5th among the sects. Diajon, on the other hand, worries if the senior is somehow related to that sect, as he sent someone to kill their sect master. He wants to know what Diajon has to say, and the guy just replies that it's a weak sect. This intrigues him since apparently the Pavilion of the Gods is strong, and this will be interesting. His request now is for them to make the Martial Reservoir sect rise to 4th place in the sect rankings. And if they do that, he will temporarily let go of the offenses. Manhwa is pleased, since that way he won't be hunted down, and thanks the senior, saying they will make sure it happens. The protagonist then stands up and leaves the hall, thinking in his head that if he just keeps pretending to be a senior, everything will work out, leaving the discussion about treasures for another time. The three are relieved as they weren't killed. The pavilion master warns that they've just received a direct order from the senior and need to resolve it as quickly as possible, asking the elder to take them to the Martial Reservoir sect. Meanwhile, in the mortal world, Lana goes to the protagonist's backyard and starts shouting, asking where that sword is. Peachtree appears and says Ben isn't there. She begs her sister to please tell her where the sword went, getting desperate as she really wants to see the golden one. Peachtree says she's fine, but it won't help to know, considering that the golden feather is hiding with Chopper inside the master's ring, since both are hiding from her. Lana is in shock, asking if Chopper is really with the trash, together in one place. The peach tree doesn't believe that the girl interpreted the words that way. The girl simply can't believe what's happening until an idea pops into her head, deciding that this is what she will do, then flying away since she needs Dong's approval to put the plan into action. Sometime later, back in the protagonist's courtyard, he teleports back, feeling relieved since he can leave the mission of putting the Martial Reservoir sect in fourth place in the hands of the Pavilion of God sect. At this moment, Lana appears and greets him. She starts sweating cold, having in a way received Dong's approval as long as she doesn't reveal any information, so she just needs to find a way for the senior to take the sword out of the ring. She explains that it's a wooden sword and also the wife of the Golden Feather, and since she hasn't seen him for a long time, she decided to appear to greet her husband. Chun is shocked since he didn't know Ben has a wife, and he immediately begins to take her out of his ring. However, the feather starts asking his master to wait, trembling, leaving him confused since, somehow, the sword doesn't seem very happy about this. She tells the senior to relax since their relationship is quite deep, but he is a bit shy and with a frightening aura. He asks if that's not true. Terrified of what might happen, he answers that yes, he is a little shy. She then takes the sword and says she will step aside so they can talk a bit, leaving the senior in peace. He tells them to have fun, saying that apparently the Golden Feather is happy to see his wife again, finding it cute. As they move away from the MC, she gathers energy in her hand and, after becoming gigantic, strikes Ben hard, throwing him against the ground. She made it clear that she warned him and says she will have to teach him a lesson since he dared to enter her own world along with Brother Chopper. He, all injured, pleads with her to listen. After all, there are many others inside that ring, and warns that they were not alone. She remains silent, preparing to attack, and he asks if she really won't believe that he and Chopper have nothing. She replies no and fires another power, causing a colossal explosion in the forest. Peachtree observes from a distance and notes that the wooden sword sister is really upset, asking Chopper if he doesn't feel guilty about this. He, embarrassed, says it's a good thing since he can even consider it training. Back in the forest, Ben is finished after receiving so many attacks. She, furious, says that initially, it was just a lesson, and makes it clear that if he doesn't change, she will find him again, then disappearing. He tries to get up, furious with Chopper since he almost died for nonsense. Back at the protagonist's house, he appears walking supported by a branch. Chun observes his state and doesn't quite understand how immortal weapons relate. But for some reason Ben seems more like an empty shell. He pleads that the next time his wife comes back, she doesn't take him out of the ring. The protagonist, happy, comments that she must have drained him well and asks what spiritual swords eat to recover. He can't believe what he's hearing and shouts to his master that it's not what he's thinking since he's completely pure. After that, at the Martial Reservoir sect, the elders run at full speed and open the door to welcome the visit, apologizing for not greeting them earlier. Manhwa says there's no need to be so formal and that he's just there to discuss something important for the sect, and asks if it would be possible to talk inside. Moju says it's no problem and kindly asks them to enter, asking Yangja if, by any chance, the Martial Reservoir sect has done something wrong since they are present, even with such a busy schedule. He says it's nothing like that since, although he doesn't know what the other two did, he just wants to give their sect a special discount, mentioning that in the future, he might offer a 30% discount at the Chamber of Commerce of 1,000 treasures. Moju simply can't believe what he just heard, and slaps the chubby guy, who asks if that son of a bitch is crazy. He, with his eyes shining, says his hands are hurting, so it definitely isn't a dream. Still inside the sect, they go to the meeting room to talk in private. The great elder, concerned, asks what teachings the seniors have for them. Mo Huang replies that it's nothing special, as he just wants to be the guardian of the Martial Reservoir sect, also mentioning that he will send experienced specialists, like Diao Zhan, to teach all the sect disciples. Everyone is in disbelief that this is happening, but he asks if it would be possible for the three elders to accept this offer. Moju responds that of course they accept. In fact, they were worried about the future after their master passed away. Ma Huang smiles and says they shouldn't worry, since he is making this offer, because a senior really likes the sect. Also mentioning that they don't care who the next master of the sect will be, as they will help in any case. This puts him on alert, just like all the elders, as it is a great opportunity for them to become the master of the sect, and thus receive various benefits with someone at the peak of sovereign god protecting them. After the meeting, the great elder tells the others that he has concluded that Wu Qi is not suitable for the master position since he has low cultivation, and asks if it wouldn't be better for them to take advantage of this chance. The two agree since they thought the same thing, and ask to duel to decide who it will be. They go to the battle arena, and soon, several explosions begin. The second and third elders are always thrown away. For this reason, Moju says it should already be decided. After all, he himself is definitely stronger for the position. The two do not disagree, as they are heard on the ground. He becomes pensive, as he now just needs to take the master pendant from the young master. Meanwhile, in the immortal world, the protagonist is reading a book until his ring rings. He takes the pendant out and notices that the Great Elder is getting in touch, informing him that the sect is having problems and asking him to please return. He finds this strange, but decides to take a look. He teleports back to the divine realm and soon notices the presence of the pavilion sect members, as they are apparently obedient. He quickly asks what urgent matter the sect has to suddenly call him. The Great Elder says he will be the new master of the Martial Reservoir sect, and asks him to please hand over the master pendant quickly. The protagonist does not understand, as they begged for the young master to be the leader, but concludes that perhaps the other two will provide enough benefits so they won't fear death. Imagining this, he hands over the pendant, saying that the elder is certainly the most appropriate, and wishes him all the luck in the world. Inside he feels relieved, as he wanted to stay behind the curtains because being a master of something is too boring. Machu is filled with happiness, asking him not to worry, as he will do his best to treat everyone fairly. Diaozhan finds it strange and whispers to his master that that kid looks a lot like the senior, perhaps being a descendant, and asks if they shouldn't stop him from giving up on becoming the sect master. Mo Huang replies that it's none of their business, besides having contacted the dagger he handed to the MC. And he was informed that the man in front of them is the senior himself, perhaps being part of a bigger plan, and for that reason, they cannot do anything unnecessary to interfere. The third elder finds it strange, as it seems that the two know Chen. The old man walks up to the elders and says that he is the new sect master. They give their greetings, as they are obliged to accept in any case. Moju is pleased with this. Shortly after, a sect cultivator goes to the new master's room and is shocked to look inside. As Moju is dead in the chair, he starts screaming that there are problems and runs toward the other elders, informing them that something has happened to the leader. Dongmyo asks him to repeat what he said, but the boy just recounts that he saw the sect master sitting in the chair with blood dripping from his mouth. He releases him after hearing this and goes to the room to see what is happening. Upon arriving at the location, he is startled as it appears to be true, approaching and touching his face, entering into shock as his master is definitely dead. The news spreads throughout the sect, and the two elders discuss it as the poison is apparently the same as last time. The chubby one asks how it was possible for the intruder to pass by two guards of the sovereign kingdom, and still wants to know what they will do, as they cannot just sit and wait for death. Don Myo informs that he has already notified the two experts from the sovereign kingdom of God, but what is worrying him the most is that the two easily accepted this occurrence. John Lei asks what this means, and the third elder explains that it is very strange for Chen to have easily accepted the pendant, in addition to the two experts seeming to know him, suspecting that the death of the great elder must have something to do with the protagonist. Meanwhile, in the master's resting quarters of the pavilion, he receives the news that the new master of the sect has been killed, and asks if it was one of his men who did it. Diaozhan comments that, even with the senior becoming the Wuqi and eventually becoming the master of the sect, he rarely stays within the sect, and then the old man became the new master, and everything happened this way. Ma Huang does not understand anything that is being said, and merely comments that now they are allies of the Martial Reservoir sect, so they just need to capture the assassin. His disciple feels awkward, as they haven't done good things like hiring that assassin before. And since the order was still in place, he did what he did. Although the good side is that it's a randomly hired assassin. So he does not know that the contract was made by the Pavilion of the Gods. His master asks why he didn't just cancel the assassination request. He responds that he forgot. This leaves him indignant, as apparently there are only fools in his sect. His disciple panics, asking if they should offer an offering to the senior in the form of forgiveness. He takes a deep breath and simply asks them to pretend that nothing happened, also withdrawing that assassination request. Diorjean, in despair, asks what they will do if the protagonist shows up there to claim this. He remarks that the great senior is not as naive as he is someone so powerful that he can use the power of heaven and earth to play chess. So he must be prepared for this. Daejeon ponders this and comments that the senior is indeed a formidable person. Then in the mortal world, Chen is bursting with laughter and, due to laughing so much, says he will give the golden plume to the little girl. Lana receives the sword and thanks him, as they will be able to remember the good times together, flying away from there. He is glad to see that the golden plume has a good relationship, and even feels a bit envious. At that moment, Jinshin arrives at the house, asking who he is envious of, and if he doesn't like her anymore. He turns around embarrassed, and says he would never do that, as she is incomparable. Su Ling watches from afar, trying to understand how the two love each other so much without even fighting, and asks Blackie if he doesn't think the same. However, the dog does not understand anything as he is eating his food. This makes her furious, pointing the axe, as he didn't even pay attention. He pushes his food bowl away and apologizes, saying he didn't pay attention because he was eating. She gets even angrier, shouting that he only thinks about eating and nothing else. In another location in the forest, Lana prepares her power and shoots with all her might at Ben, saying that apparently, he hasn't heard her warnings. He, against a rock, becomes worried, as if things continue like this, he will definitely die right there. Taking a deep breath and imagining that there is only one way to make the girl believe he has no connection with Chopper, he stands up and shouts that in fact, he likes her very much, that it was love at first sight, as her charm and strength are fascinating. She asks him to wait, as if he continues, she will hit him. Ben doesn't give up, making it clear that although he is an ordinary immortal weapon, he feels something for her like he has never felt before. Inside, she imagines that she must continue at all costs until she believes, so that she forgets this talk about Chopper. Deciding to be a bit dramatic, she says that she spends 100% of her day thinking about him and loves him so much that he probably has no cure. She feels embarrassed, wondering if that jerk really loves her and if she misunderstood. Since that declaration seems somewhat sincere, she continues to think it over, as it's strange for a weapon to fall in love with another that has hurt it, and concludes that maybe all this exaggeration is just a lie. Clenching her fist, even angrier, she casts another spell, asking for him to die once and for all. He panics, but it's of no use, as the explosions keep happening. Back at the protagonist's house, the phoenix and the peach tree are talking. He is surprised to see the golden feather using this technique, that definitely makes him a man. She laughs, commenting that men really lie very easily, and asks if by any chance he has ever lied like the golden feather did. He panics, saying he would never do something like that, and that when he said he liked her, it was definitely not a lie. She turns, saying she understands. This grabs his attention, as the peach tree suddenly asks that, and curious, he wants to know if she would like to hear directly that he likes her. She, already extremely embarrassed, says it's impossible with just a few words. He grabs her hand and prepares to say what he had kept inside. However, suddenly, a voice arises in his head, calling for Emperor Phoenix and asking him to save them. This makes him desperate, as apparently his clan has been found and they are asking for help, which makes him jump and kneel before Dong, telling him that his clan is in trouble and asking for permission to return to help. She finds this strange, as it shouldn't be possible, but he, desperate, confirms it, because he can hear their call, and it can't be a mistake. Dong says that if he insists so much on going, he won't stop him. However, if he is exposed, he won't be able to receive any help from her and unfortunately, he won't be able to return, asking if he still wants to go. The rooster says he understands, but unfortunately, he can't just sit back after that call. He tells Peachtree that, although it's sad, the situation will continue from where it left off if he can return. He says this and flies off at full speed. She just watches, holding her fan without much hope, and runs to Dong, pleading for him to please allow her to follow the rooster. But she calls her foolish. Peachtree insists, saying that although they are not together, if she doesn't help, she is sure she will regret it for the rest of her life. She, seeing not many options, says it's fine, just asking her to be careful. While she is lost in thought about all this, she signals Chopper, instructing him to follow the two, and making it clear that if there's a chance to deviate from their predetermined fate, he should think of a way to deal with it. He says he perfectly understands. Even so, she feels worried as things are getting complicated and hopes that nothing bad happens. Meanwhile, in the realm of chaos, the rooster finally arrives via teleportation and begins looking around, as the rescue signal definitely came from there. However, he is startled as he realizes it's a trap, and someone bursts into laughter, saying that now it's too late, emphasizing once again that it's too late for the great Emperor Phoenix, as he has just been deceived, showing which stone was able to pull it off, and swearing that he never imagined it would actually work. He says he doesn't care, asking if a piece of trash thinks it can do anything. The old man laughs, saying indeed not, but then invokes a power, explaining that perhaps the heavenly prison matrix might be able to do something. A purple circle appears in the sky, growing more intense until it finally traps the rooster. He remarks that activating such a power might cost one's own life, and asks if the old man is truly that insane. The old man says he doesn't care, as it's actually an honor. Moving his hand and exerting an absurd pressure on the phoenix, he says he's aware that phoenixes can be reborn from nirvana, so he wants to know why there's fear of death. He says he's under the heavenly prison matrix, which could trap his soul there, and furiously declares that nothing will happen. Dorong asks if he is trying to kill him, burning his own phoenix blood and letting his soul scatter, leading to suicide. He says this and smiles, snapping his fingers, as his master had already predicted this. Explaining that this prison is extremely enhanced, he asks to enjoy the feeling of seeing someone suffer. The rooster looks up, and a powerful energy falls from the sky, hitting his body with full force, causing him to kneel. The old man comments that unfortunately, this time he's in big trouble, but suddenly hears someone ask how he dares attack her man.
It was Peachtree.
unleashing her power and demanding he die already. The power hits the barrier full force and heads towards the enemy, who is forced to dodge, already assuming his master also predicted this would happen. Knowing it's much easier to destroy the heavenly prison matrix from the outside than from within, it was expected that another divine weapon or a divine beast would appear. A person emerges holding a sword and strikes her back, leaving her in disbelief that this happened. The assassin asks if there's anyone else and pulls out the sword, causing her to vomit blood and collapse. The rooster panics upon seeing this and starts shouting for Peachtree, asking why the hell she's there. She says she's sorry and isn't regretful, only that it's a shame she couldn't save him. The two hold hands, and she says that in the end, at least they can be together. She says this smiling despite the situation. Suddenly some flowers begin to appear, and an enormous tree emerges from within the matrix. Dorung screams, asking what the hell that is, saying both of them will explode simultaneously and that the heavenly prison matrix definitely won't hold. At that moment, Chopper arrives flying and notices an opportunity right in front of him, launching his powerful attack while the enemy is distracted, piercing his neck, without even realizing it. He smiles and destroys the imprisonment matrix, asking Peachtree if she's okay. The rooster is relieved to see his brother Chopper there, and says he truly loves him. She jokes, saying she won't allow that, and he laughs, saying it's just a joke. This makes Chopper furious, asking them not to flirt since they need to get out of there urgently, thinking the two are a terrible couple. Suddenly, a ball of energy appears, asking if they really think they're leaving, and a colossal hand emerges to crush them all, leaving the rooster scared, asking if the bastard came in person to finish the job. Chopper prepares as he needs to find a way to counter that powerful attack. However, another energy appears, this time purple, calling the enemy an old shameless bastard, and a colossal hand appears, fighting against the first hand. In another location, still in the realm of chaos, the person controlling the hand asks for a moment, saying he will make them pay 100 times over. This leaves a cultivator trembling with fear. After returning to the mortal realm, Dong notices that the rooster has turned into a small yellow bird and says he will fetch some medicine to help him recover faster, as well as get some drops of Chen's blood upon returning to speed up his recovery even more. He thanks him, as does Peachtree. The Shumlong fish and the teapot ask if everything is okay, as they were genuinely worried. Ben says the same and mentions he is happy to see them return safely. The rooster says he's fine, considering everything that happened. This makes Peachtree furious, saying that if it weren't for her and Chopper, he would have turned into roast chicken, and she also mentions that she was seriously injured. Wanting to know how he plans to make up for it. He suggests maybe with some wine, but she isn't pleased with that, saying it's insufficient. The next suggestion is a precious treasure, but even that doesn't satisfy her. He finally suggests telling some funny stories about the goldfish, but she just calls him crazy, asking if he's not going to say already that he's going to marry her. The rooster becomes extremely embarrassed, asking how this came up out of nowhere and if she's serious. She says if he's not willing then forget it. But he replies that of course he wants to, commenting that they could ask the master's permission once they return to their normal forms. The fish and the teapot are furious with this mushy interaction between a rooster and a tree. Meanwhile, back at Chen's house, a portal appears and he steps through, unable to believe the new leader of the Martial Reservoir sect is dead and feeling glad he gave him the position. Otherwise, he could be dead now. Meanwhile, he recalls that during the last few days in the immortal realm, he found some relatively good immortal spiritual wood, and also mentions that besides the points he accumulated earlier, he can now control the threads of heaven and earth, deciding to run some tests since he has some free time. He begins to concentrate, and the threads start to appear until he reaches his maximum limit, which is 14. This makes him happy, deciding to head to some distant mountains from the sect to test his power and get a sense of where he stands. He then opens the door and finds his wife outside, reading, admiring her legs as they are exposed. She takes advantage of the situation, telling him that in her hometown, there is a tradition for newlyweds, where they must place a drop of blood in a pouch and hang it in the house, saying she wants to be with him for a long time and asking if they could do that. He immediately says there's no problem and pricks his own finger with a needle, letting his blood drip. The pouch begins to absorb all the power from the blood. Dong is happy with this and thanks her husband, saying she'll hang it up right away. He feels confused, as he thought she needed to do the same with her blood, but soon he's interrupted by someone flying over. It was Lana saying she's there to visit the golden feather. The protagonist hands her the sword, and she heads into the forest. Already furious, she makes it clear that last time he talked too much, so she wants to settle it once and for all. He imagines he confessed last time, but apparently it wasn't enough to convince her. Maybe because his performance wasn't convincing enough, and decides he needs to act a little more like he's really in love. Asking for the wooden sword, and saying she can torture him as much as she wants. She is confused, asking what he's talking about. Ben explains that he really likes her and that even if she tortures him, it will still make him happy, asking her to go ahead and not pity him just because she's a delicate flower. She starts gathering energy, finding it pathetic, and wants to see him repeat that after she gives him a beating, starting again with her explosions. After taking all the blows, he says he's happy, even with her doing all that, then stands up and asks, please, for her to continue torturing him. She is shocked, asking if this guy is crazy and starts running, saying she has something to do, so she will leave him alone for the day. The Golden Sword asks her not to go, but is pleased since the situation is perfect, as he can clarify the relationship he has with Brother Chopper and make her afraid of continuing to torture, deciding to go home to celebrate. Upon arriving home, he celebrates the achievement, as it was the only method he could think of under the pressure he was in. Peachtree tells Chopper that this is turning into a pretty idiotic idea and that the wooden sword definitely won't fall for it, thinking it's better to warn Ben. He asks her to let it be, because after Sister Lana realizes she's been tricked, she will make the boy's life hell. She comments that Ben is really unlucky to have a brother like him. The rooster agrees, as it's truly sad. The next day, early in the morning, the protagonist shouts to his wife that he is going out and will only be back later, thinking he should find a distant mountain to test his powers. At that moment, Suling calls his attention and asks to go along with him. He feels awkward, trying to explain that he has some things to do, but she starts begging, thinking that since Chun is going to the Divine Realm, if he meets her father there, he will reluctantly speak with him. At this moment, Dong approaches, asking him to take her along since she just wants to play a little. He reflects on this, considering that in the presence of various immortal treasures, nothing should happen. Deciding to take her, he asks her to behave. A portal opens and the two pass through. He notices a purple energy appearing in front of him, and suddenly a blast passes between the two. The attack is so powerful that it completely destroys a mountain. The protagonist panics, asking if his sister is okay. She replies that she's fine and tells him not to worry. He is concerned, as he doesn't understand what that was, until he notices someone attacking another person right in front of him. Both continue fighting in the air, which makes him irritated, asking if those two bastards have no sense of public decency. Chopper asks his master if he wants him to deal with the two trash. He says it's not necessary, as he will handle it himself, taking the broom from his ring and handing it to his sister, asking her to use it for protection while he goes to get an explanation. He then flies to the two cultivators who are fighting and prepares his power, summoning a giant hand that heads towards them and causes a colossal explosion on the ground as both dodged. One of the cultivators says that the kid over there has a lot of courage, but he tells them to stop the nonsense, ordering them to apologize to his sister, as they ended up scaring her with those attacks. The guy smiles and draws his sword, telling her to come over and hear the apology from his sword. Hearing this makes the protagonist extremely angry, asking him to repeat what he just said. The immortal calls him a foolish child for interrupting the battle and says that because of this, he will pay with his life. Meanwhile, the other person who is fighting just watches from a distance, without saying anything. Chun becomes irritated and uses his power, launching another energy hand towards the enemy, which grows larger and larger, paralyzing him with fear, until he starts screaming no. However, it's too late, and the attack hits him directly, causing destruction never before seen in that forest. The other cultivator, witnessing the scene, trembles in fear, as that attack was enough to pulverize the opponent he was fighting. The protagonist then approaches him and asks if, by any chance, he also wants to kill him. In desperation, he responds that Amir Jr. would never dare do that. Chin says that was very wise of him, and tells him to follow him. The two fly until they land somewhere. Wu Mu immediately senses something, and is terrified by the aura that the broom is emitting, realizing it is definitely countless times more powerful than any god's weapon, and tries to imagine how terrifying that senior must be. Still irritated, the protagonist asks why he hasn't knelt down yet to apologize. He immediately falls to his knees, saying his name is Wu Mu, and that he is just an ignorant person, begging for mercy for causing any trouble. Suling tugs at her brother's clothes and says it's fine, and that he can let that person leave alive. The protagonist agrees, saying it's her decision, and orders the cultivator to get out of there. Wu Mu thanks the senior for being so merciful, salutes him one last time, and flees at full speed. He flies aimlessly, as he just needs to get as far away as possible until he pauses to catch his breath, as the situation he went through is terrifying. Then, he feels a strange sensation, as his realm evolves, reaching the peak of the God King. This makes him extremely happy, as it was a double victory. In addition to having a long-time enemy eliminated, he also evolved his realm. Thinking that all these blessings were thanks to the senior, he concludes that this was a great opportunity granted by him. Meanwhile, in a city in the realm of God, a guy is looking for someone in the spiritual realm of God to hunt a blue lightning tiger from the mountains, saying the loot will be divided equally. The protagonist approaches, calling out to the colleague from the guild and saying he has strength equal to someone at the peak of the spiritual realm of God and would like to join this mission. The guy finds it odd, commenting that he seems to be only at the crossing stage, plus he's accompanied by his younger sister. The protagonist asks him not to worry, as he himself will take responsibility for protecting his sister. The man tries to explain the dangers of the mountain until the woman grabs his neck, saying they will discuss the matter. They go to a courtyard and ask if they could take the two with them. Her brother asks not to be reckless, saying that only the two of them could handle the blue lightning tiger. But it would be necessary to recruit people who actually know how to fight and not bring someone who barely has proper cultivation. She says that both of them are from the Wu family, so no beast would harm them. Plus, she found that little girl adorable and definitely wants them to accompany them on the mission. She also comments that she found Chin quite handsome, maybe even having a chance to get a lovely little sister-in-law, and that marrying wouldn't be bad. With everything decided, they head into the forest and continue walking in search of the blue tiger. The MC is happy to see his sister having fun and thinks he should do this more often. He turns to Chin Yuan, commenting that he is an outsider and would like to know more about the monsters and beasts in the area, asking if he could explain. However, he sees him with a defeated look, wondering if everything is okay with this guy, and not understanding why he seems so distracted, even knowing there are beasts in the forest. Deciding not to bother anymore, as he doesn't know what's going on, he decides to ask the young lady instead. But the guy asks him to stay away from his sister, leaving the protagonist confused, as he didn't understand what he meant by that. Chan Yuan apologizes, saying it's nothing, and goes on to explain more about the mountain beasts, explaining that his family is one of the strongest in the city, along with the ancestor Wu Dejuan, who is at the peak of the realm of God, and that no one knows the mountains better than his family. Pointing ahead, he says that, as far as he knows, his family's ancestor went to the mountains to challenge the king, the red two-winged lion. And when the king of the monstrous beasts is eliminated, that mountain will practically become a garden for his family. At that moment, the girl calls for her brother, asking them not to just stand around talking, as there are traces of the blue thunder tiger. They run to see what it is, but then a lightning bolt falls from the sky, and the giant tiger appears in front of them. Chun Yuan is worried, as that is definitely not an ordinary blue lightning tiger. It has a powerful aura. Xiaolan asks Chen to take her brother and leave while they try to hold off the beast. He doesn't like this idea at all, but she asks them not to argue as it's too dangerous there. Her brother starts a countdown, and they begin their coordinated attacks. The monster starts dodging the attacks until Xiaolan gains momentum and leaps, attacking with all her strength, but misses the strike. The tiger prepares to counterattack, leaving her frozen. Her brother panics and starts screaming. The protagonist is not pleased with what's happening and prepares to call Chopper. However, an attack passes by his head and hits the blue lightning tiger squarely, completely exploding its head, finishing off the monster. The two siblings are terrified by what they just witnessed, as the powerful attack came from none other than Su Ling. She smiles and asks the two if they are okay. Chun Yuan simply can't believe the power he just witnessed and asks if by chance she's at the peak of the divine sovereign realm. She laughs and replies that yes, she's actually close to reaching the divine realm. Xiaolan can't believe this, as she herself is only in the spiritual realm of God. Falling to the ground, frustrated, she says that it seems she's just trash, as she dared to think of adopting a genius as her little sister. The protagonist, curious, asks his sister why she never said anything about having such a high cultivation and still wants to know how she has been cultivating. She responds that, in fact, he never asked. Now thinking about how she cultivated, she answers that it was by eating watermelons. He asks if she's serious, as he doesn't believe this nonsense. She starts yelling, saying it's true, explaining that the watermelon she cultivated in the garden had more spiritual energy than medicinal properties, and after eating so much, her cultivation increased. This makes him wonder if that ultra-powerful fertilizer from the system is something unique. She emphasizes that she also has a unique physique, so if it were someone else, it wouldn't have such an effect. Chin says he understands, imagining that he should have his wife eat plenty of that watermelon. But already thinking that if it doesn't work, it's no problem, as mortals have short lives. While Chen Yuan consoles his sister, someone appears flying and calls out to the two, commenting that the ancestor is hunting the king of the mountains at this moment, and asks what they are doing there since it's dangerous. Immediately, they greet the Great Elder and tell him that Xiaolan needed materials from the blue lightning tiger to cultivate, so they decided to hunt, thinking the beast wasn't that strong. Wulong is surprised to see that it's an irregular beast, and is even more shocked to see it dead, asking if the two really managed to kill it, indicating that their cultivation must have increased significantly. They awkwardly respond that it wasn't them, pointing to the side, and saying that if it hadn't been for their two companions, things would have gotten complicated. He is surprised to hear this, as the guy's cultivation is only at the tribulation stage, yet he can't see the girl's cultivation. With that said, He wonders how they managed to kill such a strong beast. Chen Yuan suggests that both are using an artifact to hide their cultivation, as they witness the girl defeat the spiritual beast with just one attack and even mention that she's close to the God King realm. The Great Elder is astonished by this, as he can indeed see a great vitality coming from the girl, but asks if she's really at such a high level. Internally, he thinks that someone so talented is extremely rare, and he should try by all means to invite her to the Wu family. Turning to the two, he comments that he heard from Chen Yuan that they saved their lives and sincerely thanks them as an elder of the Wu family. The protagonist asks him not to worry about it. As it was nothing, he insists that it's not something to dismiss, asking them to please leave their address, so the Wu family can properly thank them. Chun comments that the two are just traveling so they don't live anywhere. Wu Long immediately grabs his hand, asking if he would like to take on the Wu family name and join them, saying he would be well treated. He lets go of his hand, not liking the subject, and says it's fine, as they're used to being on their own and don't need to join any faction for now. The old man imagines that the boy in front of him really has manners, as he declined his offer to join the family, regretting that such talented people are not part of his faction. He then asks if what he heard from Chen Yuan is true, that the little girl is already at the peak of the divine sovereign, which is amazing, and asks what his cultivation is. The protagonist replies that his sister is indeed more talented than him, as he is still at the peak of the divine spiritual realm. The Great Elder comments that this is common and that he doesn't need to be modest, though internally he thinks this is wonderful. He then bids farewell, commenting that he won't force him to join the family if he doesn't want to, and mentions that he still has tasks to attend to. Chun greets him back and asks him to be careful. As he leaves, he thinks that he will simply have to force them since they refuse the offer. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a lion has been defeated, and standing atop it is Wu Mu, extremely exhausted from the battle against the king of beasts. At that moment, the Great Elder approaches, calling for the ancestor. He turns and asks if something happened. Wulong reports that he found a young genius who is about to ascend to the God King realm and has a brother who is still in the divine spiritual realm, but unfortunately, they don't want to join the Wu family. He suggests they kill the girl's brother and then erase her memories, as that would further enhance the family's power. He asks the ancestor to take this action, as even though the girl's brother is hiding his cultivation, he doesn't think anyone could be a problem for the great ancestor. He responds that it's fine since he insists so much. Back at the Beast Mountains, the siblings thank the two for their help once again. The protagonist asks them not to worry and says they will need to go, as they still have things to do. At that moment, the Great Elder appears with the ancestor, commenting that the people are still there. Wu Mu, not wanting to resort to violence, says he will give them another chance, asking that they invite them again, and if they refuse, to simply inform him. The old man says it's beautiful to see such benevolence and that he will do so right away, disappearing from where he is and reappearing on the ground, asking Chen to please wait a minute. He notices it's the Great Elder again and asks if he needs something. Wu Long bows and asks if he could please reconsider the request to join the Wu family. He responds that he has already given his answer. Chen Yuan approaches, asking the elder not to insist so much, as they have already given a definitive response. Also mentioning that they cannot repay kindness with hostility. He agrees, but then lands a direct attack on the boy, telling him not to interfere in others' affairs. The attack hits the two siblings, sending them crashing to the ground. At that moment, the ancestor decides to act, and a huge beam of light appears. The protagonist prepares himself, as it seems this is going to be a hassle. After the ancestor joins, he is surprised to realize who is in front of him, disappearing and bowing at the same time, saying to the senior that he has committed a sin and deserves 1,000 deaths to repent. The Great Elder is shocked, trying to understand what the hell is happening, thinking that everything must be over now. The MC is pleased, as apparently the guy he met earlier is the ancestor of the Wu family, who seems to be at the peak of the God King realm. Wondering if he himself is already so strong as to make someone of that level bow. Wu Mu raises his head and begins to shout that he never should have listened to the suggestion of someone so wicked who wanted to take the senior's sister away. And since it has come to this, he says the senior can do whatever he wishes with the wicked being, as the mere junior will not dare to interfere. Hearing this makes him extremely furious, as he can't believe the elder wanted to take Su Ling away like that, and he thinks he should teach him a lesson, commenting that he must already know what he wants. Horrified, he tries to think of what it could be and bows again, saying the mere junior understands perfectly. Wulong is in shock, as things are not looking good, with the ancestor wearing a terrifying expression as he moves toward him. At that moment, Chen Yuan runs with his sister and kneels down, begging Chen to please spare the Great Elder for the sake of everyone in the family. The protagonist feels awkward, asking why after what that person did, but takes a deep breath and says it's fine. He will spare him, and asks them to take care of the rest. The Great Elder immediately falls to his knees, thanking him for such mercy. The ancestor announces that he strips him of his position as elder of the clan and that he is to choose his own punishment, asking if he has any complaints about it. Wulong replies that he does not. The ancestor is surprised to see the boy being so fair, begging for Wulong's life even at the risk of angering the senior, and then declares that Chen Yuan will be the new elder of the Wu family. The boy asks if he's sure about that. He asks the senior what he thinks of this arrangement. The protagonist replies that he allows it, asking everyone to behave now that the matter has been resolved, and flies away from that forest. Everyone is amazed, saying the senior is truly magnificent. Meanwhile, in the mortal world, the protagonist teleports with his sister, asking her to cut some watermelons for them to eat. Suling is happy, saying she'll do it right away. Dong hears this and tries to escape, but Chen asks her to come back, as they're going to eat watermelons. She feels embarrassed, saying it's fine since she had some snacks and isn't hungry. He grabs her hand and asks her to eat as much as she can, explaining that Su Ling advanced her cultivation just by eating the watermelons, saying that maybe it strengthens the body somehow, even for mortals, prolonging life so they can stay together for longer. She feels shy after hearing this, and comments that her husband is really foolish. Su Ling cuts several pieces, and he asks his wife to eat all of them. She gets worried, as she expected something like this to happen. Night falls, and Ben is celebrating because the wooden sword didn't appear to take him, asking his brother Chopper to take a good look at this, as he just got freed from those accusations, feeling happy about it all. Suddenly someone places a hand on his shoulder. It's Lana, saying he's quite energetic tonight. This shocks him, as he didn't expect it. But she starts dragging him, saying she has a few things to talk about. Chopper says he, unfortunately, can't do anything, only wishing that the master protects him. The two go into the forest, and Ben starts trembling, finding it strange that he hasn't been attacked yet, wondering if this is a new method of torture. Terrified, he asks what she'd like to talk about. Lana replies that she's been intimidating him for so many days, and he probably cursed her in his mind. He panics, saying he'd never do such a thing. She explains that she was actually consumed by anger, and only later realized that Chopper used that excuse just to avoid the hassle of having to fight her, telling him that her master asked her to reflect on her actions that day, and she recognized the mistake she made, taking it all out on him. Ben, still terrified, asks why she's telling him all this. She says she won't bother him anymore, and flies away, saying she'll return in 2 days to properly apologize and make up for all this time. He's confused, thinking it should be a good thing that she won't bother him anymore, but clenches his fists, trying to figure out why he isn't feeling good about it. Back home, Chopper asks why the boy is so depressed, given that as far as he knows, he wasn't beaten up the night before. The rooster says that a bachelor would never understand, shouting that it's obvious something's wrong with Ben since he's clearly fallen for the wooden sword sister. He can't believe it, asking if he thinks everyone there is a masochist, mentioning that the little brat is his younger brother, so he must be strong like him, and would never fall for someone like that girl. However, he looks at the boy and sees him saying that a sword's life is truly boring. Golden Feather asks his brother if, by any chance, since they're saying the two are in a relationship, maybe she should hit him again. He can't believe he's hearing this, asking if he really loves Lana. He feels confused, not really understanding, and actually doesn't know what love is. But he does think Lana is cute whenever she's angry. Chopper again can't believe what he's hearing, and asks why she came back. He says she took back her words, but Chopper hears something and asks them to talk about it later, since first he needs to hide, saying the boy was talking about love, and in the end ran off. He says this and smacks Ben, but he simply vanishes, leaving him confused. Chopper greets the wooden sword sister approaching, and looking to the side, he sees Golden Feather with a rose in his mouth, feeling incredulous about it, and asking what's happening with this world. Lana finally arrives in the yard and tells Ben that she's only there to make up for things and won't bother him anymore, so there's no need to keep doing these things just to embarrass her. He says that's not it and asks, please, to let him explain, but she tosses a box into his hands, saying it's a spiritual metal stone, and asks him to use it to sharpen his sword form, to rid it of any impurity, making it clear that it's a great benefit for cultivation, and he can consider it as an apology. He tries to say something, but she mentions she'll be accompanying her master to the realm of chaos, so she doesn't know when she'll return again, so it's better to say goodbye to everyone. All the beings in the yard ask her to be careful, saying the old rascal is shameless, and may take out his anger on her. Chopper warns her that if anything happens, she can contact them. She thanks everyone for their concern, and says she'll indeed be careful as she prepares to leave. Ben starts running and grabs onto her clothes, asking, please to wait. She asks if something's wrong. Ben reveals he wasn't pretending, and that before he did it to embarrass her. Yes, but that's changed, saying he wants to be with her and no matter how embarrassing it is, he doesn't care about that. He says this and returns the box, feeling bad for intimidating him, and just asks for a chance to win her over. Hearing this makes her extremely embarrassed, and she starts hitting him, asking who gave him the qualifications to choose which present he wants, tossing the box back to him, saying he can keep it or not since she won't take it back. He says it's okay, but he still wants to know if she'll let him win her over. Lana turns and says she's always been a warrior, so if he's strong enough to fight her, she'll think about what he said. This fills him with hope, wanting to know if she'll wait at least a month, so he can prove it. He says this, but she flies off right after. Golden Feather turns and doesn't know how to feel about this, asking Chopper what kind of expression he's making. He, curious, asks how he dared to speak like that with Lana, and if by any chance he's not afraid she'll cut him in half. But the boy asks him not to talk like that, as the wooden sword is a cute and gentle spirit and would never do something like that. This leaves him so impressed that he calls the little golden one amazing for thinking that way. After that, still in the yard, the protagonist tells his wife that he's going out, and she asks him to wait. He asks if something is wrong. She gets embarrassed and apologizes, explaining that she lost the sachet containing his drop of blood. The protagonist says it's fine, as he can make another one when he returns. She asks if he's serious and shows another sachet so he can donate another drop. He takes the needle and pricks his finger, letting another drop fall. However, he grows curious since she left the sachet in her room and asks how she lost it. Embarrassed, she says it just disappeared. He senses something is off and asks what she's hiding. She insists it's nothing until she finally shouts that she was indeed hiding something, revealing that the sachet isn't actually lost. As there's a reason for all this. She invents that, in fact, a client needs 100 drops of blood, and she didn't want to scare him with something like that, so she wasn't direct. He's shocked and asks if her family members are devils by any chance, but Dong just shouts that there's nothing more to do. Chun takes a deep breath and says there's nothing to hide from him. After all, it's just a bit of blood, and if that's enough for them to be together. It's enough to make him happy, asking her not to do it drop by drop, as that's troublesome. When he returns, she can make a cut on his arm to collect enough. She feels embarrassed by his attitude, and he says he's going to leave, but when he returns, he'll help with the 100 blood sachets. She's still dying of embarrassment, calling him silly, since she only wanted to scare him for forcing her to eat the watermelons, but he ended up believing it. And even became proactive, wanting to crawl into a hole out of so much embarrassment she feels for her husband. She goes to the peach tree and ties the sachet with the MC's blood, saying it should be enough for him to recover. Peach Tree and the rooster thank her for the help, while she imagines a reason to keep tonight a secret. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, lightning strikes a house directly. The attacker demands where the ancestor of the Wu family is and orders him to come out immediately. Wu Mu rushes outside, declaring himself the family ancestor, and asking what teachings this great man will pass down. Wan Jiang, furious, wants to know who killed his disciples, citing, the ancestor can't believe that citing, his mortal enemy, has a master in the divine sovereign realm, but since that person was killed by the senior, he doesn't understand why his master is here. He then concludes it's likely a test by the senior, so he can't reveal anything. Because of this, he responds that he himself killed the disciple, since he didn't teach him to be inferior to others. Wan Jiang gathers his power, calling the ancestor arrogant and seizing him with his energy, declaring he'll kill him to avenge his disciple. The first grip alone makes the ancestor cough up blood. He becomes certain he'll die this time, and because of this, begins shouting for the senior, begging him to save him if it's indeed a test, and he's watching from somewhere, just asking to be saved. Wan Jiang asks if he's joking, as no one there will save him. At this moment, a portal opens in the sky, and someone steps out. The man is startled by the sudden appearance, and immediately releases his power, allowing Wumu to breathe easier. He wonders if this person is the senior he was calling, though he doesn't understand, since as he observes closely the cultivator is only at the tribulation stage, the lowest of all. Wumu approaches the protagonist, and upon getting closer, says he's happy to see him. Meanwhile, the protagonist notes he's seemingly arrived at a bad time, growing more certain since the ancestor clung to his leg, pleading for help. The protagonist asks him not to panic, and wants to know exactly what happened. He's aware that the senior pays attention to details and explains that he's unsure if he remembers the man in black who offended the young lady and spoke rudely to the two of them when they first met. Chen replies that he indeed remembers and even killed him with a slap. The ancestor points to the side and says that person is the master of the guy he killed. And since he didn't want to reveal that it was the senior who did it, he ended up taking the blame for that death. Telling next that he doesn't mind dying, but fears that the Wu family might get involved. Pleading with the senior to help, even if it means becoming the head of the family. The protagonist asks him not to worry about it, thinking he only came there to ask for help with a large amount of immortal spiritual wood, but this happened accidentally. However, since the ancestor took the blame for him, he couldn't simply ignore it. Because of this, he replies that he will seek justice. He tries to gain confidence, as he was able to kill someone in the God King realm with a slap. So maybe he has decent strength, also relying on their treasures, lamenting that they're only immortal weapons, but one of them is extremely powerful. At this moment, Wanjiang calls the boy and gives a warning, ordering him not to interfere in others' business, making it clear that no one in that realm could stop him from killing someone, except a god emperor. So he leaves a warning. The protagonist is not pleased with this, as that guy dared to say such words, so he must be very strong. However, he imagines that Su Ling had a lot of fun with Miss Wu, and if he ignores this, the destruction of that family will be guaranteed, and it will be hard to explain to his sister what happened. Taking a deep breath and laughing, as he received this advice. But in fact, he is saying it to the wrong person, explaining that with his current cultivation level, he's not even worthy of knowing his name, but it won't hurt to reveal it. He imagines he needs to sound as intimidating as possible, deciding to point upward, and revealing that he is the supreme invincible of the upper realm. As he says this, a storm forms, and a powerful lightning bolt falls from the sky. Wanjiang looks straight ahead, as does Wuma. The bearded man notes that the thunderclap at that moment was truly chaotic, and the protagonist says he expected nothing less, as the god realm is still very weak, unable to bear hearing the name. Making it clear that the Wu family is under protection, he asks if there are any complaints. However, inwardly, he is startled, as he hadn't anticipated lightning would suddenly strike. Wanjiang is concerned, unsure if the person in front of him is truly that powerful, concluding it must all be a bluff, as someone from the divine realm wouldn't get there so easily, thinking it's just a coincidence, growing even angrier since his disciple's death cannot be in vain. Suddenly, another portal forms, calling for the senior. It's Chun Lin, paying his respects, as it's been a while since they've met. The protagonist is confused, asking how he knew he was there. He explains that recently there was a level of chaos he had never seen in his life, so he dared to speculate it was the senior and felt obligated to come pay respects. Chen can only imagine his great luck, as based on his experience deceiving people, it's more effective to appear powerful when others say so. Meanwhile, Wanjiang is speechless in the presence of the person who appeared. The protagonist asks the old man to share the latest news, since he's here. He turns and says it's been a while since he last saw cultivation brother Wan. The bearded man panics, as the eternal ancestor is standing there. The old man laughs and approaches, asking not to be so distant, saying the senior ordered him to explain everything to him, so he must be a pawn too, and for that reason, he may call him brother. Wanjiang asks what he means by being pawns. He responds that's exactly it, as the highest honor they could have is to be the senior's pawns. The bearded man steps back and says he's a powerful cultivator who believes in his own convictions, and for that reason, he'd rather die than be a pawn controlled by someone. The ancestor asks not to be so harsh with words and reveals that he understands he may have doubts, explaining that one of his disciples was able to go further just by watching the senior using Dao marks in addition to all the divine weapons he has in his backyard, as they are 1,000 times more powerful than everyone there. The protagonist is worried with all this information and imagines that everyone there has a vivid imagination to think like that. The old man looks back at Chen's call, who says he doesn't care about so many details, but asks that it ends there. Inside, he feels they'd continue making up terrible stories if they go on. The old man says that if it's the senior's wish, then it's all fine, asking his cultivation brother to think it over. Wanjiang looks carefully at the eternal ancestor and then at Chen, who is someone the old man respects. With that he comes to a conclusion, saying he doesn't need any of that since the answer is right in front of him. He says this and goes to the MC, immediately kneeling, asking to be his dog. Changlin is impressed at how flexible his cultivation mate is. Wumu is disappointed, as he never thought of that as a way to pledge loyalty to the senior. The protagonist just takes a deep breath and places his hand on the bearded man's shoulder, saying he needs pawns, not a dog, since if he truly wants to contribute, he could simply continue the mission he gave to the others, revealing he is there for only one reason, as he needs a lot of immortal soulwood for a grand plan. With that said, he asks if they could gather it in each immortal realm. The three promise to do their best to satisfy him. He says it's all right, and that he'll be leaving since he has something to do. Everyone says goodbye, and he passes through the portal. Shortly after, another portal appears, and a person comes out, asking where the senior went. Wan Young is surprised, as it's the Divine Emperor, and he asks if he truly knows the senior. He says it's obvious, after all, he could even say he's actually the senior's godson. As if it weren't for that person, he wouldn't be there today. This leaves Wanjiang impressed, as apparently the Divine Emperor is only who he is today because of the senior, and the old man was definitely right in saying it's an honor to be that person's pawn. After this, Chun returns to the mortal world with his new immortal woods for cultivation. Because of this, he immediately begins his cultivation meditation, finding it very effective that the divine realm people collect spiritual woods, as this way he is becoming stronger, imagining that he now masters 1,000 powers of heaven and earth. Perhaps even the world would tremble with just one punch, feeling excited as he is getting stronger and stronger, since he's always desired this. Then he finds it strange that the system appeared suddenly and notices it's a mission update since the Wu Chi Sec's rank has increased, so it was completed. As a reward, he received a boost of 2 realms, updating to the maximum level with mastery. He gets excited since this new feeling is incredible, but he wants to know about the special reward that the system had said he would get. The notification says the reward has already been sent and that the next discovery area has opened, asking him to check it. He's thoughtful, wondering what could be so great about the new mission area, and decides to click to see it, only to be surprised by what he's seeing, as the new destination is Earth. This frustrates him, asking where the special reward is, as he doesn't even know where this Earth is. The system says the newly discovered area is the special reward, but he doesn't like it, as it seems the special reward was just a prank. Deciding to stand up and stretch, he feels content since after all, it's a new area. And that makes him happy, considering that maybe this place called Earth isn't a dangerous place, and he could bring the Black Dragon and the Fire Phoenix this time, as having a dragon and a phoenix accompanying him is cool. Meanwhile, on planet Earth, a plane is flying over a region, and inside, a little girl is looking out the window until she turns to call her mother, saying she saw someone flying in the sky. Her mother lifts her blindfold puzzled, and asks her daughter to let her see too, thinking children are really adorable, as it's impossible for someone to be flying. However, she is shocked, as outside there is someone with fingers raised. It's a man in red clothing with a sinister gaze, and he throws his power at one of the wings of the plane, causing destruction that shakes the entire interior and makes the plane start to fall. The cultivator blames humans for being so unlucky, and imagines he'll manage to escape, while the mad woman saves those people. A girl flies close to the plane. This is Hongya, annoyed with the damned old man using low tricks to hinder her. She activates her magic and sends it toward the falling plane, feeling that this is all terrible, as apparently, she doesn't have enough strength to hold the plane. Thinking that maybe if she gets inside, she could save some people, she feels down, as it would cost the lives of many others. At this moment, a loud roar catches her attention, and as she turns to see what it is, she realizes it came from a giant dragon, leaving her frightened. Blackie approaches the plane and asks his master what he should do with that big metal thing. The protagonist thinks it over and asks him to use spiritual energy to protect those inside and gently place it on the ground. Then, the phoenix appears, telling his master that he captured a person trying to escape and asks what he should do with them. Chen immediately questions the man, wanting to know why he did that to those mortals. The man replies it was just an accident, but the protagonist doesn't buy it. The girl approaches, furious, and starts shouting that the audacious guy is bold to say that, as he was using those people's lives to escape from her, which is very cruel, then telling the senior that the old bastard is using mortals' lives to cultivate demonic powers and asking, please, that he doesn't get deceived by that person. Chun replies that apparently the sins of this man are heavy, and the lies are pathetic. The girl is terrified that she might have said something disrespectful, as even though she can't sense the cultivation base of the person in front of her, he's so powerful that he can control a dragon and a phoenix, who should be extinct. So, he must be some ancient powerful master, and she hopes not to have angered this person. He asks the phoenix to handle the scoundrel, torturing him and ensuring he reveals everything he knows, only then doing what he has to do. The phoenix says the wish is a command, then he feels his nose itching and gives a cough, thinking that if it weren't for the terrible smell of mist, he almost wouldn't have realized he's on Earth, and never imagined there would also be cultivators here. Glad to be there, he asks the girl what month and year it is, as well as wanting to know when Earth started having cultivators. She immediately replies that the year is 2227, and as far as she knows, the appearance of cultivators began about 100 years ago. Internally, she's relieved not to see him angry, but her guess must be right, as this being is asking what month and year it is. So he was indeed hidden. He says he understands, and something catches his attention. It was the system informing that the host needs to spread the news about the existence of cultivators on Earth, and lead it into the cultivation era, reviving spiritual energy, then disappearing after assigning this mission. He ponders this as theoretically, it's not something difficult, as he could simply ask his Divine Realm colleagues to bring some spiritual roots there. But he decides to ask the girl how he could address her. She replies that her name is Hongya. He says it really is a beautiful name, and asks if she could tell him more about the details of Earth's cultivators. She asks if there are any specific details he wants to know. He says yes, asking her to start, for example, by telling him how many people are cultivating demonic powers. Hongya says that actually, there aren't that many crazy like that damned one from earlier, only that there are several who appear in the mortal world out of nowhere. He's puzzled, as if that's the case, the existence of cultivators is nothing new in that world. She says the real problem is the insufficient spiritual energy on the planet, as there's barely enough for themselves, explaining that in the end, even if there's rivalry among them, they end up helping each other to cover their traces from mortals, so they don't realize their existence and prevent new cultivators from emerging. Knowing this makes him worried, as the situation is complicated due to the fixed culture there. And perhaps it's not a good idea for a large amount of spiritual energy to suddenly appear, making him restless, as he's unsure of what to do. Deciding to take a break, he mentions needing to do a few things at his house on Earth to check things out. Because of this, he thanks her for answering those questions and says he needs to go since he has a few things to take care of. She asks him to wait a moment, placing her hand in her pocket, explaining that things are very different these days, so he may find it hard to adapt. For this reason, she hands him a communication token, saying that if he ever needs anything, he can just call for her. He says she is really smart and gives her a bag of precious spiritual stones and elixirs, saying these resources will help her cultivate up to ascension with ease, and flies away with the phoenix. She thanks the senior and senses for some reason that things might undergo a major change. Meanwhile, in City 5, people are walking around until they notice the sky darkening and wonder what it might be. Getting scared and shouting that it's a dragon, as Blackie appears in his true form. He's upset because there are so many buildings there but no place to land, thinking he needs to find a spacious spot where he can safely put the metal piece off his back on the ground. People scream, wondering if it's a plane, noticing it's damaged and thinking maybe the dragon is helping save people. The plane descends closer to the ground, scaring people who run in fear, but at least the landing is successful, which leaves Blackie relieved, as there are so many mortals there and no one got hurt. Inside the city, the dragon and Phoenix join their master, celebrating the successful completion of each of their missions. Chin says it was indeed a good job and heads elsewhere, remarking that after 5 years, he's back. Entering the house and remembering how both he and Shinshin worked hard to buy the marital home, he runs a finger across the table to check the dust level and figures Shinshin probably doesn't live there anymore, as it seems abandoned. And wanting to investigate further, he summons his disguise mask as he's going to ask the neighbors for more details. He barely arrives when an older lady asks what the young man wants. He greets the lady and says he's the cousin of the house's owner next door, remembering that she loves it when younger terms are used for her, so she'll surely answer these questions. The old woman bursts into laughter, saying the boy is quite kind and invites him in. She serves tea and asks if by any chance what he's wearing is a hanfu, as it looks very nice. He thanks her for the compliment. And she mentions that the owner of the house next door drowned while saving some people 5 years ago, asking why he wants to know only now. He explains he couldn't attend when his cousin passed away, so he's been thinking of stopping by to at least visit his cousin's sister, asking if she knows where she went, as she apparently moved away. The old woman says his sister-in-law disappeared right after the funeral ended. This startles him, as he asks if she simply disappeared, and the woman confirms, saying she vanished the moment the funeral ended, and they even called the police. But the woman was nowhere to be found, so everyone assumed she had committed suicide out of love. She reveals that, in truth, his sister-in-law didn't shed a single tear at the funeral, making everyone believe there was no affection between them, or that she was so in love she took such a drastic step. He's paralyzed, contemplating the possibility of suicide, and begins hitting his own head, furious because he loved her so much, but at the moment can't even remember her face. The old woman asks if he's okay, and he calms down, saying yes, but that he still needs to get back to work. She asks him not to worry, as she is certain they loved each other so much that they will meet again in a future life. He simply thanks her kind words and decides to return home, to their room, since their engagement photo should be there. Opening the door, he says he will definitely remember if there is still a photo, thinking that all this time he believed he forgot Xingxian's appearance because of how much time had passed, but now it seems like something else, as his memories seem refined. After that, back in the cultivation realm, in the mortal world, he teleports back, and his wife says he finally returned, standing up and asking if he's hungry, as she has some refreshments for him. At that moment he calls her Yusin, making her sweat at the mention of that name, putting on an angry face and saying he even got her name wrong now, and asking who this Yusin is. He replies that he went to Earth and saw their engagement photo in the room, now remembering everything. This leaves her speechless, turning away and saying she has no idea what he's talking about, but this time she'll let him off. The protagonist asks if she's still going to keep lying, asking if he's not trustworthy. She walks a bit and says she knew the system wouldn't let her complete the mission so easily. For this reason, she turns and asks what he wants to know. Chun grabs her hand as she mentions something about a system and mission and asks if he was brought here by the system as well and wants to know what mission the system gave her. She feels a bit cornered and explains she was reincarnated there because of the system, and the mission given to her is not to reveal her own identity, and if she completes this mission, once he becomes invincible, she will be as powerful as he is. The protagonist asks what happens if she fails to complete it. She lowers her head and responds she'll only be half as powerful. He is frustrated, as that's terrible, and starts yelling at the system, saying he'll pretend he doesn't know anything, and asks it to consider Zinken's mission as a failure. She chuckles lightly, calling him silly. He keeps tapping his finger, saying if not, 3/4 will do. But the system asks if he thinks this is like shopping at the market, where he can request a discount at the register. The protagonist asks it not to be so strict, as he has already discovered the truth, such as the fact that the chopper is not just an immortal weapon and that the system didn't tell the truth until now out of fear. He might rush things, considering there may still be a big final boss waiting to battle him. The system is speechless. He asks if everyone can't just pretend they don't know anything, since if his wife is stronger, it will be much easier to defeat the bosses. The system says there's no negotiation, leaving him downcast. She hugs him from behind and says he's not at fault, as she really wanted to tell him the truth. She says even if it's just half the power, that's already good, making him thoughtful about it. She asks if, in the end, he's sure he'll continue to protect her. He removes her hands, turns, and hugs her, saying that as long as he's there, he would never let anyone hurt her. In her thoughts, she apologizes to her husband, as unfortunately, it's still not the time to tell him everything. After that, in City Thief on planet Earth, the protagonist returns through the portal, but finds it strange since the Black Dragon caused such a commotion the previous day. Yet people are acting as if nothing happened. He assumes that apparently cultivators in this world can suppress major news, like the appearance of a real dragon. And he also can't act impulsively here, as it's the place where he grew up. Deciding to take the token, he realizes he needs to think carefully about how he will proceed with his mission. Elsewhere in a building, a man is talking to Honya, commenting that he heard she found something interesting and asking if the dragon's owner really wished her good luck. She gets frustrated, asking if there was a spy watching. He asks her not to get angry, saying it's normal to pay a little extra attention to such a beautiful woman. She takes a deep breath and admits that the senior did indeed wish her good luck, then asks if he deserves to hear that, and if he has the courage to show up and claim it. Hearing this makes him furious, to the point of cracking his glass, thinking the girl is really a pain, responding that cultivators would never do something as terrible as stealing someone else's luck, and tells the Taoist not to worry. She replies that she isn't worried, then notices her communication token ringing. Guessing it must be the senior messaging her. For that reason, she stands up and says there's no need to keep chatting. He doesn't like her attitude at all, even wanting to confront this so-called senior to make her pay for it, and suspects that from the way she's leaving quickly, she must be going to meet someone important, maybe even the senior she mentioned. With that in mind, he calls his security team's attention and asks them to follow her to find out whom she's meeting. Meanwhile, in another location, she finally meets Chun and says she isn't sure why he contacted her, but promises to do anything within her reach. He smiles and responds that he does need something, asking for $50. She says she'll do something better, handing him an unlimited black card and telling him to use it as much as he wants, assuming he knows about memes. So he probably understands modern terms, and says to ask for anything he wants. He takes the card and says he really doesn't quite understand the concept of that thing, but there's no need for her to prepare things for him, since he needs to learn. However, internally, he is impressed, as an unlimited black card was like an urban legend in his past life. He also tells her he wants to get to know the culture around here on his own, and asks if she's allowed to accompany him in his visits to other cultivators. The girl responds that she is. With that, they go to another place filled with security. She explains that the owner of that club is a cultivator of the nascent soul realm, and that City Thief is basically under his jurisdiction. Moreover, this person comes from a large family, and there's a warning enchantment placed in the club. So, for that reason, she wouldn't be able to take him directly to this person. He smiles and says it's no problem, as a small trick could solve it. Deciding to head to the place, since he needs to visit the owner, seeing this surprises her, and she asks if she's seeing correctly, beginning to walk along, asking if they're really invisible, as she doesn't understand what happened, because the senior didn't even activate any enchantment. Imagining that the senior was capable of providing her with resources for cultivation up to ascension. Inside, he starts wondering what the owner of the place is like. Suddenly, he hears someone asking why the person who has been provoking them hasn't shown up. Two guys are mocking, saying their boss must have taken care of it, adding that Jiang Feng is a joke for demanding compensation. The MC finds it strange to hear this name, as it's the same name as his former college roommate, wondering if it's just a coincidence. In another place, someone is stepping on a child, asking if he doesn't want money to heal his father, because if he does, he should get up right away. The boy shouts that he will gain karma for doing this, and the man gets angrier, stepping even harder and asking if he can't take it anymore, saying that mortals are truly useless. He draws his sword and says that at least the sword will get some nourishment, preparing to finish him off. The boy is too weak to react until a flash appears at the door, and it bursts open, causing the man to cough up blood from the explosion. The thug asks who dares to do this, and the protagonist keeps walking, saying he is from the Ding family, but simply raises his hand, throwing the man far away as he doesn't need to know who he is. Then, he turns his attention and sees the boy on the ground, lifting his head slightly and giving him a healing pill that immediately takes effect. Chun asks the girl to take that man out of there and deal with him. And if she has any trouble after killing him, to simply ask for him. She says she'll do it immediately, taking the man out of the room. After that, Zhang Feng wakes up and asks if he's really seeing Chun in front of him. He replies that yes, but the boy bursts into tears, as he apparently really died, and is now looking at his son in the underworld. Hearing this irritates the protagonist, who punches his friend on the head, calling him a bastard for saying such things since his old man is still alive and even saved him. Hearing this leaves him confused, asking what the hell is going on after all. He says he'll explain soon. After that, Yongfeng says he understands, and it looks like his friend was teleported to a cultivation world and found a way back, concluding that the person who was beating him must also be a cultivator, as he was very strong. The protagonist says that's basically it, thinking it best not to mention anything related to the system. The boy panics, asking if he can say that out loud since if someone heard, he tells him not to worry, as there is no one on earth who scares him. Imagining that Hongya is a smart girl, he's sure she understood when he asked her to take that man out. Meaning he wanted to say confidential things, helping to eliminate the possibility of spies there. He says it doesn't matter anymore since he has something very important to say, and asks for a response. His friend says to ask away. Chun reveals that, in fact, he wants to revive spiritual energy on Earth, but he realized how cultivators oppress humans, so he's not sure if it would be a good thing, and would like an opinion. His friend reflects, as it's a big deal, saying it doesn't seem like a bad idea to revive spiritual energy on Earth. He asks if he's sure, as he just tasted it by meeting that guy. Zhang Feng responds that it's not the same thing, as if spiritual energy cannot reappear on a large scale, cultivators will always remain a minority, and this whole minority with that privilege will always have infinite powers. Still enthusiastic, he states that only when everyone has a chance will they be able to control themselves. He also mentions the existence of other worlds as Chun himself mentioned, and if Earth continues as it is, they will never be able to defend themselves in case of an invasion. The protagonist is surprised by this line of thinking, as it indeed makes sense, imagining that initially if it didn't work, he would simply bring back all the spiritual roots after completing the mission, but apparently, it won't be necessary. Asking them not to wait any longer, they must find a safe place. His friend agrees. After that, at Hongya's house, she uses her ability on Zhang Feng, and after trying for a while, apologizes to the senior as she can't find his spiritual roots, saying she fears the boy has no immortal destiny. The boy stands up and asks Chun not to be upset by this as he has avenged him and even paid his father's medical bills, so he doesn't mind if he can cultivate or not. He asks what he means by that since they are brothers, so of course he wants him to succeed too. Using his ring to pull out some items, he says he will get him on the immortal path quickly, finding the book he was searching for. Trying to simplify the book, since it's quite complicated, Zhang Feng asks the girl if she knows what's happening with Chun, and she responds that it might be an epiphany, like creating a cultivation method that could completely change the world. This startles the boy, asking if his friend is really that powerful. She replies that it's obvious, as he is an immortal. He says he understands and asks if she doesn't even find it strange that someone as powerful as the senior would be friends with a common person. Hongya asks why that would be strange. After all, immortals have the mortal tribulation. So it wouldn't be strange if the senior was friends with the boy in a past life. The protagonist finally finishes his notes and tosses the book to Zhang Feng, as it is now the perfect method for refining the body, needing no celestial material. He imagines that Chun is thinking of promoting that scripture, and asks if he has thought of a way to do it. He says he will wait until he has revived all the spiritual energy on Earth, and will then place this method in pamphlets, giving them to his pets, which are the dragon and the phoenix, to spread throughout the cities. This surprises his colleague, as he really saw the dragon the previous day, but never imagined it belonged to his friend. Meanwhile, the girl asks if it would really work. He asks why, since the black dragon was the big news the previous day. She says it's true, but the problem was how quickly the news was suppressed by the Ding family. Now, everyone thinks the black dragon was just a projection. The protagonist grows curious upon hearing that family's name again, and asks who the hell they are. She begins to explain that the grandfather of the Ding family is currently the most powerful cultivator on Earth. Barely finishing her explanation, someone rings her doorbell, startling her to the point of asking why someone is on the other side of the door. Chun asks her to just go open it, as there's no need to be so wary. She apologizes, agreeing it's true, and heads to the door. It was Ding Hai, saying it's a pleasure to meet her again. She asks how on earth he knew where to find her, also wanting to know what he wants. He asks her not to be irritated, as he's not there for her, entering the house and greeting the senior, saying he heard there was a bastard from the Ding family who did horrible things. so he's here to apologize. The protagonist says he'll pretend to believe that he is no relation to that person and asks the real reason for his visit. He says he'll be honest, explaining that there isn't enough spiritual energy on Earth. So the best case scenario is to have fewer cultivators, and for this reason, he asks them to be cautious. He asks what will happen if he doesn't do what was requested. Ding Hai feels intimidated, knowing how powerful the senior is, and that there's definitely no way he could stop him, recounting how he saved that airplane and is certainly a very heroic person, asking if, wherever the Black Dragon is, people kept dying, what would the senior do to stop it? Chun asks if that was a threat. He replies that there's nothing else he can do, as that would be his only method, given his stubbornness. This makes him completely change his expression, surprised, as Ding Hai seems to be quite a vile person, as anyone else would have been scared to death just from that look. He thanks him for the compliment. However, the protagonist pulls out his kitchen knife and makes a strike, cutting the guy's chest, causing blood to spurt from his mouth immediately and sending him backward. He puts the knife away again and says he's still deciding. Ding Hai continues bleeding on the ground while hearing Chin say he has decided not to kill him, as taking away his cultivation base will be like a lesson, ordering him to leave right away. He starts to get up, trembling, and runs out desperately. Hongya says she even went easy on that piece of trash, but the protagonist asks if she knows why he spared that guy's life. She responds that it might be because, with that trash's death, his subordinates would have gone crazy. On the other hand, taking away Ding Hai's cultivation base would make them focus more on fighting among themselves. He says she's definitely a smart girl, and she thanks him, feeling embarrassed. He says there's no need for formality since he has a mission for her and hopes she can start soon. She simply replies that she'll do her best, and as he raises his hand, she asks what the mission will be. He says that the spiritual energy on Earth is indeed too weak and that he will move it from another realm to Earth, thus reviving the energy. She finds this idea simply incredible. He explains that before the resurrection of spiritual energy, she will have to gather Order faction cultivators to take down as many chaotic faction cultivators as possible, especially the leader Ding Hai, to put an end to this, as they have harmed too many innocent people and no longer deserve to live. Hongya says that indeed, the chaotic faction has harmed innocent mortals and promises to do her best on this mission. He makes it clear she won't work for free, placing his hands on her shoulders and saying that as a reward, he will invite a powerful master to train the Order faction cultivators, as this will make it easier to gather subordinates. She, still embarrassed, thanks the senior for the opportunity. After this, at the Wu family mansion in the Divine Realm, the protagonist tells the sect master that he needs him to teach some mortal cultivators about the mortal realm with spiritual energy and asks if he is free to do so. He immediately responds that yes, he will do so with pleasure. Chen thanks him for the help and promises that he will find a way to repay him for this. Wu Mu says it will be an honor to be able to work for the senior. The protagonist gives one last warning, saying that someone will be on the other side of the portal to receive him, but asks him to be careful, as that world is extremely important. So it's necessary to be cautious not to cause any damage to the fragile space there. He promises to take all possible care to avoid causing any problems, then enters the portal. Chun is thoughtful about his next agenda item, which is to have someone collect spiritual roots without affecting how other realms function. And he feels pleased since the other pavilions of the gods have plenty of free time and could be asked for help. Meanwhile, on planet Earth, Wu Mu crosses the portal and is surprised by the place, as everything there is different. Hong Yi immediately greets the senior and introduces herself. He says that there's no need for formalities, asking if they are the students the senior mentioned, asking them to call him only Professor Wu, and that if they have any questions, they should just ask. She comments that he has a very distinct presence, and that he might be an immortal. Wu Mu smiles and bursts out laughing, saying that he's not an immortal and in fact, immortals aren't even qualified enough to serve him. She finds this strange, asking what he would be then. He decides to answer since she asks sincerely, explaining that mortals have to go through challenges to ascend to immortality, and that there is only a small chance that you'll be able to ascend to the divine realm once you cultivate to the end of immortality. And he himself is the strongest in the divine realm. They are both shocked to hear this, and Jiang Feng finds it incredible since his friend can simply give orders to a god, such a divine existence, considering that he may have saved all 3,000 realms in his past life. Wu Mu, curious, asks the girl if this roommate the boy mentioned would be the senior. She replies yes, as they became friends for years, and even the protagonist created a complete body refinement method with that person in mind. This makes the sect leader's eyes shine, as he is in the presence of a great friend of the senior. And he imagines that if he manages to win over the boy, he might gain the senior's favor. Asking the boy to tell him his name, he replies that he is Zhang Feng, and asks the professor if he needs anything. Wu Mu asks him not to be so cold, and in fact, mentions that he feels as if he knows him from somewhere, asking him to call him brother from that moment on. Jiang Feng thanks him.
He says once again that it's his first time there, so he apologizes in advance, as he will need someone to show him around. The boy says he can do that without any problem, assuring his new brother that he'll have a great time. Returning to the previous topic, the deity says there's still the first lesson, recalling that the senior mentioned a group of students who also wish to learn. Hongya confirms this, and even says she will ask people to gather. A month passes, still in the city. Someone takes a sword to the chest, and Hongya, panting, tells the demon cultivators their time has run out. The teacher appears, clapping and praising her, noting that she has improved a lot in just 1 month. Suddenly, something catches her attention. And when she turns, she notices someone running, asking who is spying and starts shouting for him not to run. She's almost certain the guy is a demon cultivator and prepares her power, as she can't let him escape. She then activates her magic, hitting the spy directly in the neck, making him fall to the ground. She figures it's impossible for them to have fallen with just one hit after escaping her for so long, and decides to approach to check. As she gets closer, another magic circle activates, leaving her startled. As she has apparently fallen into a trap, a person approaches, greeting her. It's Ding Hai, saying that since their last meeting, there hasn't been a single moment he didn't miss her. Hongya makes it clear that she received orders from the senior to eliminate all demon cultivators, and asks if he's not afraid of angering this being by doing something to her. He says he doesn't care. After all, his cultivation life is already ruined, so why would he fear death? Besides, he has been watching her all along and knows very well that the senior is not there, finding this opportunity too incredible. He reveals he will make her the starting point for the revenge he will carry out, as he doesn't care whether the senior is powerful or not. He wants to see the look on his face when he arrives in the city and finds all his colleagues dead, along with the entire city. She asks if he's gone insane, as even in this situation, he won't change at all. He says there's nothing to change, as he's not wrong, and tells her that she's only so high and mighty because she was lucky enough to gain a favor from him. And if not for that, she'd be on her knees with her tail between her legs begging for forgiveness. She asks for God's sake for him to change as he remains an idiot, and that way he has no chance of gaining the senior's approval. Ding Hai begins to gather energy in his hand as he is not up for much talking, and tells her to say what she has to say in hell. A small portal begins to form and a dagger emerges from within. He readies the spell in his hand and tells her to die once and for all, launching it at her. Suddenly a light appears, destroying the spell. This irritates him, asking what the bitch did, as the death formation didn't work. At that moment, Wumu appears, saying he has already killed most of the demon cultivators who were ready to kill the city's mortals, and for that reason, was a bit late. Hongya thanks her teacher for saving her life and praises him, as he is very strong for saving an entire city on his own. And the senior will definitely praise him when he hears about it. He thanks her for that, and mentions he had to hold back a bit, otherwise he would have wiped out all the insects in the blink of an eye. Then he begins to walk, leaving Ding Hai terrified to the point of falling to the ground, trembling, wondering what kind of monster he ended up provoking. Wumu calls the brat a fool, saying that the girl only met the senior purely by luck, but reveals there's nowhere to run, as everything is within the senior's plan. And there is no greater honor than being one of his pawns. At this moment, in another place, a person is cultivating on the top of a mountain until he concentrates to the maximum, summoning a giant beast with his aura that approaches and tells its master that in that mortal realm, there are no longer enough resources to cultivate, so he needs to ascend to the immortal realm. The man begins to rise and says that all of this was only possible thanks to the proper teachings he received. The fox is pleased, and only asks that he not forget the promise he made, that one day he would take it to the chaos realm to take revenge. Chinny responds that obviously he would not forget that, using one of his skills afterward, which makes time stop in the area. He is pleased to have such a powerful skill, and even considers that he might be one of those chosen by the heavens, until a portal appears beside him, and the two wonder if they are beings from the divine realm, but do not understand what they would be doing there. The first person passes through the portal. It's Mo Huang, accompanied by Chun, asking the beast, since he found it interesting that a soul remnant is capable of knowing where they came from. She becomes desperate upon seeing who it is and prepares, telling Mo Huang to think of a way to run, while she holds the two. The old man begins to explain why he is there, but Chun-Yi uses his power to freeze time, affecting everything around him and leaving Mo Huang frozen. The boy takes advantage of the situation to grab the fox and escape, but the protagonist asks if that is a skill. Seeing this shocks him, asking how on earth he can move despite having stopped time, and if his protagonist powers have stopped working. The protagonist doesn't understand what he means by stopping time or by protagonist powers, but it seems that he's an earthling with powerful abilities. This makes him think that a skill capable of stopping time is definitely the best power of all to defeat bosses. With this in mind, the protagonist responds that the ability to stop time is not bad, but unfortunately it doesn't work on him, asking him to cancel the power.
Chun-Yi introduces himself and asks what the purpose of the visit is, since internally, he cannot understand how someone in the tribulation stage completely ignored the time freeze. The protagonist asks if he is also from Earth, as he himself once lived in that realm before, and since they are people from the same world, there's no reason to be nervous. The boy reflects on this since another traveler from Earth has appeared. He puts the fox on the ground since that being is not someone he can just start a fight with. Because of this, he says he will undo the skill and warns that it might be a bit intrusive, apologizing in advance. He replies that it's no problem. Then Chun-Yi undoes his skill, affecting the entire area of effect. With that, Mo Huang regains his consciousness, finding it strange. As for a moment, he felt as if his thoughts had slowed down. The protagonist tells him not to be surprised, as he just fell into a little trick from his friend Chun-Yi. He asks who the hell Chun-Yi is, but Chun begins to explain his plan, saying that he wants to revive spiritual energy on Earth and only needed some spiritual roots from there, and soon afterward they would leave. He also asks that if he has nothing to do, he could take him to Earth when he leaves later. The boy is pleased, asking if he's serious, while petting his spirit beast. Since now he can head home and show the beauty of the world. The fox asks what he's talking about, since he's not a frog in a well like him. After that, in City 5, everyone teleports back, and the protagonist tells the boy to return there if he wants to leave later. He says it's okay, and thanks him, then asks the immortal beast if the place is really as incredible as he mentioned. She is confused, trying to understand how such a strange place exists. He says there are even more interesting things and flies off to show the entire place. The protagonist, who is walking through the city, asks Mo Huang to release the spiritual roots. He says he will do it immediately, grabbing his ring and concentrating his power throughout his body until he raises his hand and releases it throughout the city. Cheon is impressed, praising him for doing a good job and comments that he will find the right moment to prepare him for a better destiny. His colleague thanks him for such words coming from the senior. Then he asks him to follow him since he needs to find the other people in the city. Meanwhile, at Hongya's house, Wumu continues meditating until he opens his eyes, observing his disciples training at full strength. Additionally, he comments that the spiritual energy in that realm has drastically increased, meaning the senior has already returned. Hongya thinks this is great, as now the cultivators on Earth will no longer need to fight over spiritual energy. Zhang Feng remarks that this is very good, especially because they have already completed the mission to eliminate the demonic cultivators, so they will no longer need to worry about those beings harming mortals. Suddenly the protagonist approaches, commenting that they must have worked hard these days. Wu Min immediately greets him and informs him that they completed the mission to eliminate the demonic cultivators, asking please to verify. The protagonist says it's unnecessary since he fully trusts their word. This leaves them amazed, as such praise was given by the senior. He takes the opportunity to introduce Mo Huang, stating that he is the leader of the Divine Pavilion and asks if Elder Wu could meet him. The old man greets all his new friends. Wu Mu, please, asks him not to be so formal, explaining that leader Mo is one of the strongest in the divine realm and that it is an honor to meet him in person. Zhang Feng calls out to the protagonist, saying it is incredible that he has truly revived the planet's spiritual energy. He says it's obvious that he would succeed. After this, the system informs that the host needs to spread the news about the existence of cultivators on Earth and lead it into the cultivation era. However, the resurrection of the spiritual energy is incomplete. This makes him thoughtful, as supposedly half the mission should be complete after all the commotion with the elimination of the demonic cultivators, but he doesn't understand why it's showing as incomplete. Suddenly, Wu Man calls the senior, saying that there's something he wants to report since he discovered something while eliminating the demonic cultivators and concluded that it's not due to nature that the realm lacks spiritual energy. There might be someone causing it. The protagonist finds this interesting and asks him to say more about it. He says he thought about it when he accidentally discovered that the path to ascension in that realm was restricted by someone, stating that, unfortunately, this cultivator would be at least one level above brother Mo Huang. So, he himself would not be able to break such a restriction. The pavilion leader is surprised that someone so powerful would be in a mere mortal realm. The protagonist is thoughtful, as apparently this must be the reason the mission was not completed, and asks to be taken to this place. After traveling a bit, they come across a magical circle in the sky. Mo Huang is surprised by the aura that the skill emanates, as it specifically belongs to the Divine Emperor, commenting that it seems to be the Qian Ammonius realm, which is not under the supervision of the former Divine Emperor. Wu Man is impressed with all this, but he imagines that a Divine Emperor is just another junior to the senior, so maybe if he manages to get ahead and break the formation, he could impress him. He turns and tells the senior that he would be able to break that formation if given some time to prepare. Mo Huang notices this initiative and pauses to reflect on why he is afraid, since he has the senior by his side. With that, he steps forward and asks to leave it to the pavilion leader since Brother Wu is a bit weak. This infuriates him, and they start glaring at each other as both want to impress the protagonist. The two continue arguing, each wanting to take responsibility for breaking the seal. And this makes Chen wonder if breaking it will really attract any local divine emperors or anything like that, since they're so confident. With this in mind, he asks them not to fight, as they can handle it together. They stay upset, but respond that it's fine, as they will give their best. After this, at Hongya's house, the protagonist mentions that he will stay on Earth for a while and is thinking of spreading cultivation throughout the area. And for this reason, he asks them if they know of any way to make more people aware of it. Yongfeng suggests he try doing a live broadcast, as it's a good way to reach them. Hongya agrees, commenting that if needed, she can talk to her manager to promote and publicize it to as many people as possible. He is confused about her having a manager, and the girl explains that she's actually a celebrity with millions of followers. Learning this gives him an idea. He asks the system if, in case people say they liked the broadcast, he could exchange it for rewards. The answer is yes. Each person counts for 0.2 points, limited to only once per person. He's happy to know this, as it's not a bad deal, and as long as there's an audience the numbers will only keep rising. With this in mind, he says he'll leave it to her. Hongya says it's fine. After the plan is set in motion, a boy warns his friends to run to the TV, as the Supreme Grandmaster of the Ping sect is live, teaching cultivation methods. One of them comments that it's hard to process, as the world is evolving too quickly. First, a dragon appears, and then they say it's a special effect, not knowing what else is fake. Another asks them to shut up, as the goddess Hongya would never trick them, so it's real. Everyone starts listening to the teaching, whether working on the computer or walking their dogs in the street. The protagonist sticks to his plan and, while live, asks his audience to like the chat if they want to learn more. Immediately compliments start pouring in, saying they liked the broadcast, and the numbers keep going up. Seeing this excites him, as he thinks he needs to find people to do this until the end of time, and he also wonders how his two divine friends are progressing with breaking the seal. At this moment, the two are attacking with everything they've got, until finally, a crack appears. Wu Mu is relieved to see the crack and thanks the help of a divine emperor, as the seal was too strong. Mo Huang agrees, as it definitely wouldn't have been possible with just one person trying. They watch the broken seal and comment that the senior is a wise person for having put them together to work. At this moment, a powerful portal appears and a voice asks, who dared touch the seal he placed? They are startled, not knowing who it is, and notice someone stepping out of the portal. This being notices that the two have a divine cultivation base, but has never seen them before, asking where they came from. Mo Huang introduces himself and greets the divine emperor, mentioning that they're from the Qian Kuan kingdom. He asks if by any chance they are subordinates of Guiqi, noting that there is no bridge between their realms, so he wants to know how they ended up there and moreover, why they broke the seal. He demands urgent explanations and says that if they don't explain, he will massacre them to the point that even Guiqi won't be able to protect them. Wumu asks him to please calm down as they didn't intend to offend him and were just following orders from a senior. He hears this and wonders if it could be the person he's imagining. His body starts trembling and he runs toward them asking for their senior's name. Wumu replies that the person is in that realm and is called Chun, also calling himself the Supreme Ultimate. This surprises him. Mo Huang approaches and asks if by any chance the Divine Emperor knows the senior and if he should introduce him. He asks them to show the way, doing him a favor. Meanwhile, at Hongya's house, Chen is happy, as the mission seems to be complete, and the seal has been broken. Suddenly, he turns around because someone is calling him and notices his friends accompanied by a new person. The Divine Emperor immediately recognizes who it is, imagining there's no possibility of being wrong, as it is definitely the person he is thinking of. Mo Huang begins to introduce the new person. But before he can finish, the Divine Emperor kneels on the ground, saying that his mentor is here. Hearing this leaves both surprised. Chun Yi says he finally found him and pleads that he accept his respectful bows. This relieves both, as the senior is still the superior. However, the protagonist is confused, wondering if he did something, since that person called him mentor. But the way it was said implies they don't know each other, so he must be mistaken. Deciding to extract more information from the person. With this in mind, he clears his throat lightly and says he is only there for trivial matters. The Divine Emperor says it may be trivial for such a great being, but for him, it is something enormous, stating that if it weren't for the guidance in the letter the senior wrote thousands of years ago, which helped him out of a crisis, he would definitely not be a Divine Emperor today. The protagonist is shocked, as the person in front of him just said he is a Divine Emperor and, to make matters worse, is bowing, thinking that under no circumstances should he reveal he is not his mentor. Otherwise, there could be retaliation. Therefore he says he is glad he believed faithfully in the letter and that his efforts were not in vain, asking him to please stand up. Trying to imagine what the hell was written in that letter, he definitely needs to find out. Chunyi explains that his mentor instructed him to seal that mortal realm and said he would find him when the seal was broken, and it happened just as he said. Chun responds that that's right, as he did a great job. However, inside, this doesn't make sense in his head, as they agreed to meet on the day the seal was broken, but that was an order from the system, wondering if perhaps the system itself is hiding more information. The Emperor comments that he heard from both about the realm they live in, and asks if he needs help establishing a bridge between the realms to facilitate communication, as well as to make it easier to give orders to. He responds that it's a good idea, as even if he himself doesn't use it, at least it would be more convenient for the rest to travel, saying he will discuss this with the Divine Emperor. Chun-Yi is happy, as his idea has been approved. The protagonist also mentions that Chun-Yi is talent and can use it, asking him to take him to the Divine Realm and train him well. Mo Huang responds that the wish is in order. After that, he goes back to his home and continues cultivating from there, while receiving the system's reward, opening his eyes and standing up with an even more powerful aura. He notices that, with the completion of this mission, he managed to reach the immortal baby stage, realizing that the difference between immortals and mortals is truly a giant leap. He stretches a bit, and the broom comments that the master's strength has already reached the immortal stage and that his sealing process will probably accelerate. The protagonist was walking and imagines he heard a voice calling him master, deciding to follow the path, as perhaps the fact that he made an advancement in the realm gave him the ability to hear voices. The fish comments that the master looked at him, and for some reason the expression is strange. The peach tree asks not to talk nonsense, as their master might not be happy if he remembers this later. Jinyu comments that there is nothing to fear, as with his current strength, he couldn't hear their conversation, so they should take this moment to say a few words, as they won't be able to do so later. The rooster agrees, but the two are startled as someone calls their attention, asking them not to reveal the conversation. They hear this, and the entire yard immediately goes quiet. He worries, as apparently his new ability has been discovered since everyone went silent immediately. Unfortunately, he did not identify whether the voice that spoke was feminine or masculine, wondering if the system is interfering. To try to find out more about it, he goes to the source as he noticed that the fish is talking, and upon approaching, he comments that the fish called him stupid, asking if that is really the case. Jinyu is terrified, as the situation has complicated for him. He, with his wicked face, says that he is a kind person, but he cannot stand other animal suffering, so he demands explanations of what was said. Otherwise, he will have fried fish for lunch. Jinyu panics and turns around, imagining that it is all over for him. The protagonist notices that the fish is not talking and reaches out to grab it, asking not to blame him, as he was warned. The true dragon begins to tremble, and before he can be caught, the system screen appears, announcing that a new mission has started and asking the host to please check carefully. He finds this strange, asking if by any chance the system is in a hurry. She responds that she does not understand his thoughts and informs him that, according to the investigation, this is a critical point to complete the mission, suggesting he go to the heavenly realm as soon as possible to seize this opportunity. He is furious about this, saying that he will spare the fish for the moment, then asks to be teleported to the mission location. The system informs him that it is preparing to establish a teleportation anchor, and with that, he disappears from the backyard. At the same time, in the demon domain of the divine realm, he is thrown inside, asking what the hell this place is, and what he is supposed to do there. The system informs him that this is the demonic domain of the divine realm, and that the mission is to persuade the most powerful one in that domain, Kaosheng, the leader of the demon exterminator sect, to abandon evil and voluntarily become a disciple of the kind Eli Gate. He does not like this at all, as it is clearly a problematic mission, but he flies off anyway, asking where this Kaosheng is and requesting the location to check first. Suddenly, he hits the brakes, as a notification arrives saying that it cannot provide further location information, and that he must complete the mission independently. He becomes worried about this, and comments that he remembered the mission isn't that urgent after all, deciding to fly away and mentioning that it's better to go back and ask some questions before returning. A notification warns that the system will navigate for him, asking him to please proceed quickly. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a person is standing in front of several dead bodies on the ground. This guy takes a deep breath and kicks the person on the floor, demanding that he get up quickly, as he was supposed to be there to defend against evil and protect justice, and he wants to see him keep fighting. The boy falls to the ground and Kaosheng asks if it is that easy to die. His head starts to hurt, and he screams, saying that he just wanted to have a good fight. Then he notices someone flying around and stomps on the ground, deciding to see who it is. And as he approaches, he asks if he is there to kill him, demanding that they fight already. The protagonist does not understand what is happening, but the system warns that this is Ko Shang, the mission target. He is terrified, as he does not know what to do. And, to make matters worse, the guy is trying to kill him. The system urges him to fight, but Chen is frustrated, imagining that he'll trust one last time. Preparing his divine fist to attack with everything, he launches it toward the enemy, who does not see the attack coming and is hit with full force, being sent flying and crashing into the ground hard, causing a devastating explosion. After the smoke dissipates, he looks at the hole caused by the attack and imagines that this should be enough. However, Kaosheng appears out of nowhere, flying and coming face to face with him, leaving him worried since he used all the power of heaven and earth that he has under his control and still was not enough to kill him. Seeing this terrifies him, as now it is all over, since a single random blow would seriously injure him due to being weak. However, the guy smiles and grabs him, saying that he must definitely be an extraordinary master, begging him to please accept him as a disciple, stating that as long as he can become stronger, he will do anything. The protagonist wonders if this guy happens to be some martial arts fanatic, but replies that he is not worthy of being his disciple. Kaosheng pleads, asking him to at least teach 1 or 2 moves, and that he would do anything for that, even becoming a mere servant. Chun asks if he is serious about this, and he replies of course, since his desire for knowledge is limitless. The protagonist's fingers start to move, and he clenches his fist, saying that he will give a test first, and if he passes, he will teach. He asks the senior to feel free, as he is not afraid of any challenge. The protagonist explains that the test is to become a disciple of the virtuous Buddha Ai Li and serve him for a period of time. Furthermore, during this learning, he must not commit any evil acts. That said, he asks if he is really willing. Kaosheng is surprised by this, and he immediately realizes and says that apparently it won't happen since he won't take in a disciple who is not sincere. The boy begs him not to get angry, as he is indeed willing, bowing and stating that he will become his disciple immediately, only asking him to keep the promise after that. He asks him to wait, but Kaosheng disappears right away, making him comment that this guy is really impatient. At the same time, in the Buddhist domain of the Divine Kingdom, an explosion occurs at the leader's house. The power came from Kaosheng, who is shouting and asking where the old bald fool is. A person appears and flies over, and as he approaches he greets him, asking for the reason for Lord Kaosheng's visit, the guardian of the Lucian sect. The boy asks to spare the greetings, saying that he is there to become his disciple. The old man is surprised by this statement and asks if he is there just to mock the old monk. He raises his hand, asking if he has any objections and charges at him, asking to exchange some blows. The Buddha notices a powerful attack coming his way and uses his golden bell shield, blocking the attack that continues toward him. However, he begins to feel weak, as the attack is too powerful, also hitting the whole house and destroying it. He is impressed, as this is definitely the strongest in the demonic domain, for the strike is too terrifying. Kaosheng teleports in front of the old man and prepares his kick, landing a solid blow that sends him to the other side of the yard, even crashing through the houses. The old man starts coughing and tries to get up, kneeling again, saying that he doesn't know what he did to offend the sect leader, but he asks him please, as he wants to know the reason, so he can die in peace. He, who had approached, asks if the old man, besides being bald, is stupid, as he already warned that he just wants to be his disciple. Ailey is surprised, not understanding what he means by that, and comments that if he happens to have a head disease, maybe he can help with some treatment. This makes him furious, saying that besides not accepting him as a disciple, he is insulting him by saying he has a mental illness. At this moment, the old man screams to wait, explaining that Buddhist teachings emphasize putting aside the butcher's knife and becoming a Buddha in action. In other words, if the young master is sincere, he will accept him as a disciple. Kaosheng gets irritated with all this nonsense and asks to hurry and proceed with the necessary procedures, warning that he will stay around for a while until he finds another place to stay. The Buddha, curious, asks why he insisted so much on becoming a disciple. He replies that it is because a senior put him to the test to become a disciple specifically of the old man of this sect. He says this, and makes it clear that otherwise, he would never look at someone so weak. This surprises him, wondering that this senior must be someone extraordinary to make someone like the sect master appear there willingly. With this in mind, he says that it is all right, and asks him to follow him to the main hall, and only then will he give the orders. The boy asks what these orders are, wanting to know if he can just stay there for a while doing nothing. His new master says that this is a test, and it doesn't make sense if there's no sacrifice, asking how he will show sincerity this way. This intimidates him since he sees the meaning in the words, and he shouts for him to order something soon. Ailey is pleased with this, imagining that he has finally found a way to control that guy, and he wants to make sure that he won't escape a good beating to pay for everything he has done. A month passes, and the protagonist is resting in his yard until he notices his communicator ringing. He picks it up to see what it's about, and is informed that the bridge between the divine realm and the realm where Earth is has been successfully repaired. Mo Huang also warns that he is about to take Shinny back to the universe realm, asking if there's anything to do later. The protagonist imagines that the Jushian Pavilion is a major power and has well-informed sources, so it wouldn't hurt to ask if they know about Kaohsiung, as they might have some information that could help with the task. Thinking this, he asks if by any chance his colleague knows Kaohsiung from the demon domain. The communicator goes silent for a moment, and Manhwa begins to shout that he does know him and that he would love to skin that bastard alive and eat his flesh since he ran off with half of Jushian Pavilion's resources, explaining that he was the disciple he trusted the most. Chen finds this very interesting, as if the kid is indeed following the rule he was asked to become AI Li's disciple, then Mo Huang would be relieved to see him doing good deeds. With this in mind, he comments that when the two reunite, he will take him to show something very funny. He starts to stretch, thinking it's a good idea to see how Kaohsiung is doing, and if he's obedient, he can show his colleague, as it will be a show. After this, in the Buddhist domain, Ali is forcing the boy to build a brick wall, and has also shaved his head, which is destroying the bricks since he is furious about taking orders from someone inferior. The old man shouts, wanting to know why the hell he broke the brick, but he just stands up, calling the old man an idiot and bald, and asking if he's joking. Ali asks how he could suspect this humble master, and he responds not to think he can make others look like fools. At this moment, a servant of the sect approaches and informs that Master Ma Huang from the Jushian Pavilion and a young man are there to pay a visit. He immediately comments that this guy is probably there to make fun of him and becomes enraged by this, commenting that apparently he was very tolerant when he left the pavilion, as otherwise he wouldn't be so bold as to show up there with this prank. His master asks him to calm down since he cannot be rash, asking the sect servant what the young man accompanying him looks like. The boy replies that he is a handsome young man. Now, regarding whether there's anything special about the people, he comments that the focus is definitely on the young man. Kaohsiung finds this strange, since his former master is indeed a difficult person to deal with. The old man comments that if the senior he mentioned is such a powerful person, then he probably knows about his past with the pavilion, and that's why they're there to visit. He imagines that this makes sense, and becomes terrified as he doesn't want to be seen dressed like this. His master takes a deep breath and asks if he still doesn't understand why the senior specifically requested for him to become a disciple of that humble old man. Kaohsiung replies that he doesn't, asking what that has to do with anything. He responds that the reason is simple, as the senior saw how unstable the boy was, and for that reason asked him to cultivate there,
as he wanted him to change this attitude.
This leaves him even more confused since it's just enigmatic words, and he asks what he should do. He suggests keeping calm and being clean and tidy since it can be a good progress for the senior. Kaohsiung finds this very strange, and asks since when the old man became someone considerate. He makes it clear that monks don't tell lies and urges him to do what he was told quickly, starting to give him some instructions on how he should behave in front of the senior. After that, still in the kingdom, Ma Huang is curious because he's been told that he needed to be there to witness a joke and admits he is curious to know what this joke is. Chen asks why they don't have some tea first since he will soon find out what it's about. This surprises him, and he responds that it's fine, wondering what opportunity the senior is providing him. Suddenly someone catches their attention, and the monk enters the hall, greeting them. Immediately, Ma Huang notices the presence of his former disciple all dressed up and spits out the tea he was drinking, as he can't believe what he is seeing. This leaves the boy furious, since they dared to spit in his face. However, his master asks him to calm down as Ma Huang was his former teacher, so he should just pay his respects. Kaohsiung says it's fine, joins his hands, pays his respects, and comments that it's been a long time since they've seen each other. Also noticing that he looks impressive, as always. This leaves him in disbelief, asking if it's the same Kaohsiung from back then, admitting that he didn't expect to see him like this, and then bursts into laughter, saying that seeing him like this is definitely more satisfying than killing him. Kaohsiung tries to hold back, imagining that at another time, he could simply dismember him to pay for all of this. Then, Ma Huang greets the senior, thanking him for the arrangement he made, as his mind is clearer, and warns that he is about to make a breakthrough, informing him that he won't be able to stay there much longer, flying back to his kingdom shortly after. He then comments to the boy that it seems he didn't avoid the test, asking how he feels about it. Kaohsiung takes a deep breath and tells him that, thanks to this arrangement, he feels much more stable and that he will definitely pass the test soon. The protagonist is confused, as he is thanking him, and wonders if the boy is imagining things again. However, he joins in, commenting that he liked to see the result. Kaohsiung thanks him again for the guidance. At that moment, Chen looks to the side, sees the system screen with all the information about the mission, and realizes that it has not yet been completed. Concluding that the boy has not yet abandoned his ill intention since the task has not been completed, and imagines that he should make this monk work harder, thanking him for everything he has done so far. The old man says it was nothing much, and takes the opportunity to ask why he chose him as the master of that boy, asking him to please enlighten him. He explains that it is a great opportunity for both of them to grow, believing that they will both make significant progress.
This makes him reflect, as he has reached the pinnacle of a divine sage and does not know what additional progress there could still be. Feeling pleased, as it may mean he could ascend to the higher realm. The protagonist warns that he believes in the Buddha's abilities and asks him not to fail this mission. He replies that he will and says goodbye. Because of this new guidance, the old man turns and makes it clear to Kaosheng that things will get interesting from now on. After that, in the immortal realm, the protagonist teleports to that location, remembering that in the message he saw, the peace sect had moved nearby when it evolved to the immortal realm. As he has some free time, he decides to fly out as he wants to see the current state of the sect. But on the way, something catches his attention. A child is injured, breathing heavily, and another asks to blame herself for meddling too much and provoking Elder Chen. Aiyu accuses the boy of committing crimes using the name of the sect, and asks if he is not afraid of what Master Morong will do when he returns from seclusion. He changes his expression and attacks, saying that he will receive only a few casual words for driving away a mere mortal like him, warning that the person who really manages the peace sect is Elder Chen, and attacks with his sword, telling him to prepare to die. Aiyu panics, as there is no way to dodge the attack, but a power emerges, striking the sword and sending it flying away. The protagonist approaches and asks what he said, since if he heard correctly, the master of the peace sect was set aside. The boy asks how he dares to eavesdrop on others, but he just goes to the ground and asks to respond quickly. The boy ignores him and attacks to kill, but Chen is impatient, so he gathers power in his hand and delivers a solid slap that sends the guy flying toward a tree, destroying it one by one. The system notifies that the host killed a cultivator in the immortal realm and received loot, which can be exchanged for 50,000 points. After that, the protagonist turns and tells the young man that the cultivator can no longer speak, then asks if he is also a disciple of the peace sect, requesting explanations and stating that he will offer a reward, showing a healing elixir and asking him to take it. Aiyu takes it in his hand and simply can't believe the item he is seeing, as in reality, it is a high-grade reviving immortal elixir, capable of resurrecting the dead. Realizing this, he thanks him immensely for the gift. He says there's no need to be so formal, just asking for explanations about the conversation. Aiyu says it's okay, and informs him that he will start the story from the moment the peace sect moved to the immortal realm. After telling the entire story, they go to the sect and continue explaining that the sect is supported only by immortal emperors, and Elder Chen spread his influence widely until he decided to show up at their door. The protagonist looks up, asking not to worry, and begins to walk. Someone from inside requests that they capture the wrongdoer who killed one of the sect's companions, ordering them to attack immediately. Aiyu panics and asks the senior what they should do. The protagonist asks if the peace sect is always like this, wanting to imprison someone without any evidence. Chen, who is an elder of the peace sect, replies that no evidence is needed since, if one claims to be guilty, then he is guilty, and no one can stop him. The protagonist asks if he isn't afraid of having someone supporting him there. The guy falls silent for a moment and bursts out laughing, calling him ignorant and asking who could possibly have support more powerful than the immortal emperors backing the sect, saying he has definitely never seen anyone so foolish. The disciples also burst out laughing. This irritates him, asking what would happen if he knew the sect's master. Immediately, everyone falls silent but bursts out laughing again, saying the sect master has never left the immortal realm. The elder looks straight ahead and says that he is just making things up, also stating that knowing Morong would make no difference there. At this moment, Xiao Shui appears, commenting that Elder Chen is quite formidable. He turns around startled and asks if the young lady wasn't advancing toward the pinnacle of the divine sage, then doesn't know what she is doing there. She is pleased that she finished this prematurely and asks if his true face shouldn't be revealed to her. He immediately kneels and begs for forgiveness, asking her to give him another chance. Xiao Shui asks why he is apologizing to her since he has no right to be forgiven. She says this and begins to walk away, then runs to the protagonist and immediately lowers herself, apologizing, as due to her incompetence, this led the peace sect to reach this point. The elder doesn't understand what is happening, just like the protagonist, who asks why she is doing this, explaining that he never intended to blame her. Also trying to cheer her up since she is an adult and shouldn't cry so much. Xiao Shui apologizes for witnessing something so lamentable. Chen just says that things can't end like this, asking them to summon the elders of the peace sect. She, embarrassed, says it's okay and prepares her magic, casting a signal to the sky. After the circle forms, they run to the sect and greet the senior, begging for forgiveness since they couldn't receive him from afar. Chen, without much small talk, warns that he saw the sect's disciples killing each other, in addition to the elders suppressing them with force, and because of this, he is dissatisfied with the current state of the sect. The two become desperate, commenting that they have been in isolation for a long time, then bow down and say they were negligent. Apparently the peace sect has become so corrupt that they can no longer escape guilt, pleading to be punished. The protagonist takes a deep breath and comments that they are old acquaintances, so he could not bear to punish them, asking them to stand up and simply reform the entire sect as well as restrict the disciples. They thank him wholeheartedly for this second chance and return asking for explanations. Moron comments that he was indeed in seclusion, but heard about the orthodox methods the elder was using, asking if he still intends to argue. Chun falls to his knees, trembling all over, then turns around, unsure of what to do. The elder comments that, apparently, he will not say anything regarding the sect's rules, so the punishment should be to abolish his cultivation base and confine him to Sigua Peak. He is startled by this sentence and, desperate, shouts that he does not want that. But the master responds to take him away, and with that, the members take him. With this resolved, Morong makes an announcement stating that from that day on, the PSEC disciples will add a moral class that will be tested once a month, making it clear that those who do not meet the standard will not be allowed to descend the mountain, and after 3 occurrences, they will be expelled. All the disciples respond that they understood well. After saying this, he turns to the senior and asks if he is satisfied with his treatment. Chun takes a deep breath and asks not to be so formal. After all, they are close. He comments that if they are free the next day, they could take Xiao Shui to visit his house, mentioning that he invited some friends, so everyone could meet. The two are surprised by such an invitation and respond without thinking twice that they will be free. With that said, the protagonist opens a portal and announces that he will leave to prepare, only asking them not to forget to go. Meanwhile, another portal appears in Chen's yard, and a girl steps through it. It is Yao Xian, Xinxin's sister. She comments that the specified place should be this one, and observes the fish in the fountain and the broom, asking what disgusting artifacts are those there. Suddenly someone opens the door. It was Xinxin, asking if it is Xiao Xian there. She runs and hugs her older sister. Dong is curious, asking how she got there. She simply responds that she missed her sister a lot and, therefore, came to visit. However, Xinxin is still confused, asking if by chance it was their father who arranged this. Which makes her furious, asking not to talk about that annoying guy, kicking the ground as she dislikes him. She asks her not to say that, after all, she is his sister-in-law. She says that if it weren't for him begging so much, she definitely would not have appeared to help. Dong just comments that she needs to take a girl named Xiao Shui within a month. Suddenly, Su Ling comes out of the house, saying to her sister that she is back and asking if they have a guest at home. Xiao Xian cannot believe they are calling her sister and starts crying, asking if there is another sister there, then crying again since she did not expect less from a cold person who got another sister during that time while the blood sister became a mere guest. She comments that it is indeed a pity to have begged so much for that guy to stay there for a month. She finds it funny, and asks if she really begged. Xiao Xian is embarrassed, saying that she did not use the word beg, and if she did, she misspoke. Then she turns around and decides to take a closer look, wanting to know what is so amazing about that mere girl, placing her hand on her chin. Su Ling's eyes shine, commenting that she is Jinxin's younger sister, and that since they are both younger sisters, they should be great sisters too. She is intimidated by this and responds no, thinking that the girl is too cute, and that is a problem. Sometime later, still in the mortal world, the protagonist arrives in his yard, opens the door, and says that he invited some friends to come over. However, he finds it strange that someone is already there. His wife mentions that it's her sister, Xiao Xian, and that she will stay with them for a month. He looks at the girl but remains confused, asking where her sister came from. Xinxin whispers that it's the life experience arranged by the system, explaining that normally the girl follows her parents to practice in the sect. But this time she appeared there to stay for that mentioned period as part of the mission. He says he finally understands the situation and greets his sister-in-law, saying he hopes they get along well. However, she doesn't want much conversation with those who stole her sister's heart. He uses his ring and summons an item, saying he will provide some food to throw a welcome party. Sometime later, the banquet is served, and he asks everyone to eat as much as they like. Xiao Xian immediately starts devouring, and he asks if the food is good. She feels embarrassed for eating like a maniac, putting her plate back on the table, and says the meat isn't very fresh. However, inside she is annoyed because her brother-in-law always manages to come up with something new. This time, Xian apologizes, saying it's her fault since old meat shouldn't be served to her dear sister, asking if she should prepare a bowl of noodles. She panics, asking not to bother with that as she can eat what's there just fine. Her sister feels relieved, but still wants to know if she won't choose anyway. She responds that it's obvious, as her sister simply can't stand her saying he's not good. Dong smiles, saying that's a big lie. The protagonist is thoughtful, trying to understand if this is just arrogance. Night then falls, and Xiao Xian is stuffed from eating so much, as is Su Ling. Meanwhile, Dong starts collecting the plates, asking everyone to rest since they seem satisfied. Her sister asks to leave things there, as she must be tired, and she can clean herself.
Hearing this moves Dong, who says she can't believe her little sister has grown so much. She replies that she hasn't grown at all and doesn't care about anyone. Dong puts the plate back on the table and calls the protagonist to go to the room. He feels embarrassed by this sudden invitation and says it's okay. Xiao Xian can only imagine that if she behaves very well there, her sister will definitely leave the guy she married sooner or later. After that, Dawn comes and they go outside. Arriving in the yard, he notices that Xiao Xian seems a little tired and asks if she didn't sleep well. She becomes furious upon hearing this and yells if they have the nerve to ask such a question. He is confused, trying to understand what happened, but that makes her even more annoyed. Shouting for him to think about what they did the night before, and that, even though her sister's voice is pleasant, it was irritating. He can't believe she heard what happened. Xiao Xian adds that it was annoying to hear her yelling most of the night. Hearing this makes the protagonist die of embarrassment, not knowing what to say, and he comments to his wife that he's absolutely sure he remembered to activate the soundproof barrier. She tells him not to worry about it, as her sister is just a child and can't understand these things. He's not so sure about that, since nowadays children are all precocious, becoming depressed about this, while Jinxin imagines that with her sister's strength, that soundproof barrier is completely useless. Then asks him to recover, as they will have guests, and he can't continue without expression. The protagonist slaps his face because it's true, realizing that people will arrive soon if his calculation is correct. No sooner does he think this than someone knocks on the door. He decides to open it and is surprised to see who it is, as it's everyone from the divine realm together, making him ask why they are all there together. Chunlin comments that he and Brother Yu have kept in touch since the senior got married and, after receiving the invitation this time, were concerned that it would be too inconvenient for the senior if they appeared sporadically, so they arranged to visit together. The MC asks, please, not to worry about something like that, and says it's fine, then introduces another person, commenting that he is called Sun Yueo, an old friend. He is also the second master of the divine realm and had competed for the position of divine emperor. The old man comments that his friend really wanted to meet the powerful senior and therefore asked to come along. The protagonist responds that there is no problem until the guy asks if the so-called powerful senior is the person in front of him, stating that he is clearly just a liar trying to gain fame. Chunlin becomes furious at this, asking how he dares to say such wild words against the senior. His friend comments that he needed an excuse to show up there, besides clearly noticing that the boy does not have a senior's aura. So he was deceived. The old man begins to tremble, asking him not to speak nonsense and ordering him to apologize to the senior. He says it's fine, steps forward, and asks if the child is really that powerful, adding that he is from the upper realm and wants to know how he could surpass this. If he can say that, he will immediately perform 3 rebels and 9 prosperity as an apology. Wumu watches, knowing that this is easy for the senior. However, the guy says that if he can achieve this, he will take his head as payment. The protagonist is terrified because, for some reason, things have become complicated, and although he is sure he can defeat him, he is also sure that no one there would suspect anything if he simply ignored this cultivator. However, refusing to give advice is not a cool behavior. He wonders what trick he should use this time. After all, if the person doesn't understand, it's their fault for not being able to comprehend so deeply. He thinks this and points a finger, saying that the reason he is stagnant is due to a lack of spirit and that there is this obstacle he cannot overcome. The gray pair gets agitated, asking if he is really going to use such an artificial excuse. However, Chonglin has an idea with the senior's help and comments to his brother that he indeed has unresolved knots. He is confused by this, asking how he doesn't know he has a knot in his heart. The old man asks if he forgot, since thousands of years ago he appeared drunk and accidentally said something about his childhood. He imagines that such a thing did happen and wants to know what he said that day. The old man recounts that he said his father taught him that commitment is more important than life since he was a child, but his father left home without even saying goodbye. He hears the story and imagines it happened thousands of years ago, and logically speaking, his parents have probably reincarnated many times, wondering why he never forgot this. He stops to reflect for a bit and smiles, as he thought these past events had long been forgotten. And it's no wonder that when he competed for the Divine Emperor title with his friend, he immediately pointed out his lack of state of mind. Chunglin says that's exactly it, and now that he has a clue, it means there is a path. He takes a deep breath and looks to the side, as it will be easier if he says it soon. He immediately falls to his knees and says that the junior there was arrogant in questioning the senior, and the kind being ignored all that and still pointed out the issues. For this reason, he admits to being ashamed and apologizes. The protagonist is pleased with this outcome and asks him to rise, as he is a guest there, so there is no need for all that. Internally, he can only imagine that Chunlin is really good at deceiving people. With that said, he asks everyone to come in. He walks through the door and notices his wife serving the tables. This makes him feel bad, apologizing for being busy attending to the guests and leaving her with the work, asking her to rest. She is just curious, as it seemed there was some kind of dispute outside while they were talking, but he replies that it was nothing to worry about. The two old men are terrified, as the worst could happen there, but she responds that it's fine if nothing happened. Chen says that's exactly it, and asks her to get some sleep. The gray pair is terrified, as that stare was frightening. For a moment, it felt as if he had been abandoned by heaven and earth. Your friend approaches and asks if he now understands why he should apologize to the senior, since even though Chan is a kind person, he fears he could be shot by his family. Emotionally, he thanks the advice, as it was indeed close. With everything resolved, the protagonist asks them to sit and enjoy the meal. At that moment, someone calls out to him. It was Chinny, commenting that the disciple asked the eternal God Emperor for 2 tricks and for that reason arrived late, asking for the master's forgiveness, as they hadn't seen each other for months. Everyone stands up and welcomes the 2 God Emperors. The MC starts to recall that this guy was the one who talked to Xingqian some time ago and laughed together, but he didn't know it was the eternal God Emperor. This makes him wonder if the system did everything wrong, asking if by any chance Xiaozhui is still safe under his protection. He is told not to worry, as Jiasui's progress is indeed impressive. He says that's great, noting that his house doesn't have many places, so he politely asks them to sit. The 2 simply thank him. Next, the MC turns to speak to his other friends, but a notification catches his attention, stating that new updates have been added, mentioning that the host has experienced different divine realms. For this reason, a new sect task is being activated. The requirement is to create a sect in 3 different divine realms, and the sect must be controlled by the host. He is surprised by these real-time updates, but didn't expect new missions to drop. He becomes thoughtful about it and calls everyone's attention, stating that there is something important to say, explaining that the reason he is always available everywhere is because there is a strong enemy to deal with. And for this reason, he needs everyone to improve their cultivation as quickly as possible to serve him in battle. Sun Yuhao is alarmed, unable to imagine a formidable enemy for the senior. The protagonist asks if anyone has objections, but everyone remains silent, making him think about how frightening that was for them. Chung Lin laments, as apparently there is no free lunch. Murong becomes terrified by this declaration of war, wondering what he could do being weak. Meanwhile, the Eternal Divine Emperor sets his cup down and comments that if the senior does not reject him, he is willing to use all the power he has to help. Chun Yi says the same, for as long as his teacher needs, he would even give up his life to help. Murong states that he is not that powerful, but as long as it is the senior's wish, he will help. Ma Huang says he is willing to pay with his own life if it means solving the senior's internal problems. With that, everyone responds that they have no objections and are willing to fulfill the senior's wish. He smiles, saying that's very good, and begins assigning tasks to everyone. At first, he is hesitant to use the name Pinjen sect, as it might attract the attention of powerful enemies, so he thinks it's better to be discreet. With that in mind, he explains that they need to establish a sect in 3 different divine realms, making it clear that it's best if each has a different name, leaving that matter to them. He also comments that Chun Yi is an important asset to him, so he asks him to take good care of helping against powerful enemies. And Mo Huang asks not to worry, as he will pass on all possible knowledge. The protagonist also asks them not to forget to collect immortal soulwood. Wu Mu replies that he will never forget. Time passes and night falls. Before everyone leaves, he asks them to cultivate as much as they can without losing heart. They all respond affirmatively and leave. He feels down, as it's not an easy task to impersonate a senior, wishing that the orders are somehow useful, and even after all that speech, he's still unsure of what to do. Suddenly, a notification arrives, informing that the Kyosha task has been completed, granting an increase of 2 higher-level cultivation realms. Informing that he has now advanced to the realm of the immortal element, level 1. He gets excited about it as his realms continue to rise. It will also affect his senses, allowing him to control more of the power of heaven and earth. But he wonders if that is really the power of heaven and earth. The system informs him that they are Tao patterns. He becomes emotional, asking if it's some skill he gained as well, and even wonders if he could get 1 or 2 more. Suddenly, a new mission is activated. The task involves role interpretation, and its location is in the chaotic realm. He asks what this chaotic realm is, and whether it is higher than the divine realm, also wanting to know if he will be discovered by enemies if he goes there. The system informs him that the outer robe on the host's body is from the chaotic realm, and although it has no combat power, it can conceal his aura. He is surprised by this, as he did not know his clothing had this function, feeling amazed because he expects no less from the system. The robe nudges the MC, asking the master to have a little more self-respect, and embarrassed, says that it is not an ordinary piece of clothing. He is surprised by this, and asks to go to the chaotic realm immediately, as they are all ready. Meanwhile, in the chaotic realm, a portal opens and he passes through it,
asking if it is really the chaotic realm, as it doesn't seem impressive. A notification appears saying that the task details have been unlocked. It also shows that the host must play the role of Zheng Constant Hatred, the young master of the Zheng family, and later gain the position of leader in a martial competition. Both parents are deceased, and the current head of the family is the grandfather, who has been in seclusion and has not spent much time with the host. The original owner of this body died during an exploration of a secret realm, and news of his death remains unknown to this day. The protagonist reflects on the task, thinking it is not theoretically difficult, and feels pleased this time, as there are no corpses everywhere or planes in freefall. Suddenly someone calls for him, and when he looks up, he sees a giant spiritual sword coming his way, along with someone saying it is the day he will die. This frightens him as it is sudden, wondering if the mission will end so quickly. Deciding to use all his strength in a single move, as if it fails, he will be finished. Launching a Dao punch, he is impressed with the result, as the difference in effectiveness is like comparing heaven to earth, as his power is minuscule compared to that sword. Quickly, he activates the system, asking it to send him back fast. However, the punch absorbs more energy and causes a devastating explosion, cracking the green spiritual sword until it breaks and continues toward the one who launched the power, hitting them directly and causing another explosion in the sky. Someone is watching from the ground and shouts that they are safe. They shout that it is great and that someone has just saved the Zhang family, asking if the master has come out of seclusion, celebrating as the attacker is the second in command of the Sand War. And with a single move, the family master must have reached the half-saint level, shouting that they should prepare a grand feast immediately for the guests. In another place, in a house, someone asks where the information that he reached the half-saint level came from. This is Deshuai, the master of the Zhang family, confused, as they are aware of something that happened to him, which he is unaware of. The elder comments that the news that he defeated the second-in-command of the Sand Gang who attacked the Zhang family has spread, and now everyone knows about this advancement. Even other families have sent messages saying they will attend the celebration banquet. He is startled by this as he knows nothing about it, much less that the madman who is the second-in-command of the Sand Gang went crazy and suddenly attacked his family. The elder also comments that this discovery came just in time, as if the gang's protective leader knew about it, it would cause enormous problems. He becomes worried, as their leader is at the half-saint level in cultivation, and now, due to this rumor, he harbors suspicions and fears. Knowing that without the rumor, he would definitely appear there to kill everyone. For this reason, he concludes that the lie must not be revealed for the sake of the family, asking for the banquet to be arranged, so that the other families do not mock them. At the same time, he is intrigued as he does not know for sure who saved the Zhang family or why the person is unwilling to reveal themselves. After that, in the mortal realm, the protagonist returns stunned, saying that the realm of chaos is definitely too dangerous. He also notices that the mission has not yet failed, so apparently the Zhang family has not been annihilated. He decides to check the system, but hesitates, as he has had a rough time, choosing to leave it be because it is too risky, suspecting enemies might be waiting. He thinks it is better to take some time before checking again to ensure the mission has not failed. Meanwhile, at the Sand Gang's base, everyone is gathered while the elder comments that he did not expect Deshuai to actually make such progress. Xiaojiao, the leader of the Sand Gang, remarks that it is truly unfortunate he is injured and unable to act easily. Otherwise, he would have already made that old man pay with his life. He raises his hand and touches his scar, emphasizing that he needs that family's treasure at any cost. Otherwise, he will be hindered by his old injuries and unable to make further progress, concluding that it will be necessary to pay a price to ask an old friend for help. Meanwhile, at the Zhang family residence, people are walking back and forth until a small portal appears on the ground and catches fire. And then someone emerges from it. This being laughs, as it is the day when the entire Zhang family will be gathered, stepping fully out of the small portal and waiting for the grand moment. Still in the realm of chaos, a portal appears and the protagonist emerges from it, drawing the attention of the person who appeared earlier. Chen just walks a bit and is surprised because, in addition to the family not being wiped out, the houses are still standing, considering that there are quite formidable people there. Suddenly, someone readies their fist and tries to hit him, dodging in shock. He becomes worried, not understanding what is happening, and decides to gain momentum, jumping backward. He then asks who that person is, trying to understand why on earth someone is attacking so suddenly. The man has a sinister look and gets ready to charge, saying he should consider himself lucky for not dying at the hands of his blood butcher. The protagonist dodges the first punch, becoming concerned as this is clearly a lunatic and is forced to defend against all the attacks, thinking he is not good at spying and can only attack when the opportunity arises, needing to defend until the enemy loses pace to then escape. Barely thinking this, he grabs the man's hand, who finds it amusing, as taking a hit won't even make him itch.
However, the protagonist lands a solid slap on the assassin's chest, making him spew blood all around from the impact explosion. Chan admits being surprised, as although the enemy is indeed strong, he was surprisingly fragile, considering that perhaps he is quite powerful. At that moment, the family head comes running, asking the senior to please stay for a moment. He, confused, asks what he wants. Deshuai introduces himself, saying he is the head of the Zhang family and only wishes to express gratitude for the senior saving his family. The protagonist is confused by this, stating that, in fact, he did nothing. The leader explains that the person just defeated is the greatest assassin in the region, and when acting, never leaves anyone alive. So if this person was near the Zhang family, it must be because the Sand Gang hired him. He does not quite know what to make of this, replying that actually that assassin is quite weak. Deshuai says that is from the senior's perspective. This leaves him embarrassed, asking him to continue. The mustachioed man comments that he saw the move used to kill the assassin, and apparently, it is the same one from 2 days ago. And with that help, this is the second time the family has been saved. He is surprised by this statement, as it seems that the Zhang family expert they are talking about is himself. He imagines that despite the glaring difference in power between the two, he still won the dispute. The leader takes a deep breath, as he has something important to say, and explains that the mere junior there borrowed these individual achievements. However, since the true author appeared, he is willing to clarify to everyone what really happened. Chun asks to make use of this achievement without any issues, as he doesn't care about it, thinking that he will change his identity for future missions, so it doesn't bother him. Deshuai is amazed and sincerely grateful. Meanwhile, the protagonist thinks about his new disguise, as he will need to pose as the grandson of the Zhang family head and must somehow give the mission identity more weight. He decides to check what's inside his storage ring and realizes that all the items there are treasures, and using them as tokens would be too extravagant. Then he notices a stone that, as far as he remembers, he took while excavating a random place and forgot inside, deciding that this will be the chosen one. He hands it to the leader, saying that he has some connections with a junior named Henchong, and that this person will return to the family in 3 days, asking that at that time he deliver this treasure, as it will be a great opportunity for the Zhang family. Deshuai thanks him wholeheartedly and looks at the stone, wondering if his grandson really has any connection with that senior. Feeling pleased, as the family's rise seems promising, he starts thinking about what title he should use when referring to the senior when speaking with Henchong. The protagonist says that, unfortunately, he still doesn't deserve to know, but because he is close to an acquaintance, he will reveal it. He smiles and says that the title is of Supreme Invincible, which shocks him to the point of looking up, wondering if there will be divine punishment for trying to impersonate the Supreme. However, nothing happens, making him conclude that the senior is indeed the Supreme Invincible and is there in person. With this in mind, he immediately kneels, asking for forgiveness for addressing the Supreme so casually, and thus wishes to receive an appropriate punishment. The protagonist is startled, as this reaction was too intense, but only asks him to stand up, saying that he hid his culture, and asks that it not be spread. Realizing that this title he invented is definitely effective in some way, Desjoy continues trembling, saying he would not dare to stand, but the protagonist says that he still has something to do, so he can rise and go on with his life. He can only imagine that facing such a character is indeed quite intimidating, until he finally manages to stand, thinking that Henchong is truly a lucky boy. He thinks about this and takes a box containing the Zhang family's heirloom. He discards it and places the stone given by the protagonist in its place, raising it high, as this is a unique opportunity for the Zhang family to shine. Meanwhile, at the sand base, Chadia complains that he failed again, and for some reason even Bloodslaughter died, thinking that maybe it is his fate, but concludes that no, since no one can stop him. He places the talisman on the table and summons a coffin, which opens right above. The old man is pleased, as he still has the body after searching for the soul. The boy is unconscious, and the bearded man says he regrets having to do this, and that if someone is to be blamed, it should be his grandfather, making it clear that even in death, he won't let him rest. He says this while touching his hand to the cultivator's forehead, who then opens his eyes and begins to get up. He cracks his neck, and is glad as not much time has passed since that body's death, so it is not too stiff. At that moment, at the Zhao family's residence, the leader is restless, wondering why the boy hasn't returned yet and if something has happened. Suddenly someone calls for him, saying that the young master is back. The mustached man turns and is pleased, as it is his grandson, running up to him and saying he was waiting. Henchong does not understand all this enthusiasm from the old man, as in his memories, he wasn't like that, thinking that perhaps something has been revealed. Deshuai comments that his grandson was in isolation for so long and that he even tried to make some calls to talk, then asks if anything is wrong as he wasn't even willing to answer a call. The boy, who is the Sand Gang leader possessed, doesn't know what to say, but the old man simply remains excited to see his grandson once more, leaving everyone around embarrassed. However, inside, he is aware that the boy gained favor from the senior, so everyone there is too lucky. Henchong, furious, imagines that sooner or later he will send this old man to visit his grandson in the afterlife. At that moment, Deshuai comments that he has an important matter to discuss as he needs to hand over a valuable treasure. This excites him, as it is probably the family's treasure, and with it, he will succeed in stealing it. The old man shows the box where the item is, leaving Grasshair surprised, as definitely in that boy's memories, the family's most precious possession is there. He approaches the box with all the anticipation in the world. Deshuai imagines that he has already inspected the stone and that it is definitely ordinary, but since it was given by the senior, maybe it is only useful when handed to the right person. For this reason, he thinks it best to deliver it at once. Shadao inside the boy's body becomes excited, as he has waited long for this moment. Suddenly, someone shouts to the family head that the young master has returned from training. This startles him, deciding to pull the box back and saying that the grandfather remembered he has some things to do with the treasure and will deliver it later. Inside, he imagines that something is suspicious and that he needs to determine its authenticity as he cannot simply hand over the treasure like that. Henchong, enraged, responds that it's okay as the chief's matters come first. They walk through the sect, and the old man thinks that it really seems to be Henchong. The Sangang leader looks ahead and imagines that they are daring to steal his fortune and wonders if the damn Henchong really came back from the dead, as he will definitely still kill him. He says this looking at what is likely the boy's real body. However, in reality, it is the protagonist who doesn't understand why the real Henchong is there and asks the system for an explanation. The window explains that there is only one host, and that Henchong is a corpse refined into a puppet. The protagonist can't believe that the villain dares to act as someone's grandson and decides to take advantage of the situation to avoid being caught off guard, asking who dares to imitate him there. Xia Jiao responds that clearly the other is fake, suspecting that there are ulterior motives in that family. The two start calling each other fake and ask the family head to take quick action. The protagonist imagines that, thanks to the system, his voice is adjusted. Otherwise, his true identity would be revealed. The villain is surprised, as the disguise skills of the other person are astonishing. However, since he is in possession of Henchong's original body, he has nothing to fear. The leader comments that he doesn't know what to do, as both are identical, which leads them to accuse each other of being the fake one. At this moment, Deshuai has an idea and says he will ask some questions that only he and his grandson would know the answers to in order to test who is real. Xiaodiao becomes confident and asks to be questioned as he has delved deep into the boy's memories and knows he can answer everything. The protagonist, however, is unsure of what he could do, so he asks the system for help but receives a negative response as he needs to find the solution on his own. He becomes desperate because now he is on his own. Xiaodiao asks if the imposter wants to back down, but Chen responds that he doesn't, that he just wants to hear the questions first. The family leader then begins, explaining that Henchong used to skip class when he was 18, but on a specific day he got caught, and he wants to know where he was caught. Xia Jiao immediately answers that he was caught by a celestial being in a brothel. The old man asks the other boy to respond, and the MC says he doesn't quite remember, but probably where the guy said. This makes Xia Jiao furious, as he is merely copying the answers. The leader moves on to the second question, saying that the boy's love mistook a man dressed as a woman and fell in love, and he was tricked by something. Xia Jiao asks the MC to answer first this time, as he wants to know what the response will be. He just says that anyway, it's not very valuable. And Shadao bursts out laughing, asking what kind of answer that is, as the correct answer is that the divine sword tricked him. With that, they proceed to the third question, wanting to know Henchong's father's nickname. Once again, the protagonist has no idea what to answer, while Shadao says that his nickname is my crap, as he used to poop a lot as a child. Deshuai says that all the answers are correct, and asks him to come closer, as he deserves to receive the treasure. He hands over the box, but first activates a magic circle on the boy's hand and asks him to activate the magic. Xia Jiao panics, as this wasn't supposed to happen, and the old man says it was very simple to figure out who the fake was, as Henchong was too shy to admit the silly things he did, always looking around when they were mentioned. This surprises Xia Jiao, as he didn't expect it. The old man comments on the last question, as the boy always admired his late father, and not revealing the nickname is what he would do. Because of this, he goes to the MC and apologizes for having doubted him. This leaves him confused, as he's seemingly won without doing anything. The leader comments that if he hadn't returned in time, the treasure would definitely have been stolen by the villain. He replies that at least everything is fine now, and takes the box. However, immediately afterward, Xia Jiao returns to his original form, steals the box and turns, saying that the treasure is finally in his hands, making it clear that now the Zhang family will see rivers of blood everywhere. The sect leader panics, as that treasure is an important item for the child. The protagonist is confused by so many twists happening at once. Deshuai begins to despair, wondering what to do, and if the Zhang family will really face a catastrophe. The protagonist feels bad, as the old man only lost a broken piece of stone and is still so scared, thinking that he might need to comfort him. With this in mind, he tells the old man that the senior mentioned earlier that the piece of stone he was given was just a useless broken stone, only to prevent disasters. He is surprised to hear this and asks if it is really true, coming to the conclusion that it apparently is all part of his plan. And that it's not surprising he could think so far ahead, feeling relieved as not everything is lost. He then asks if the senior said anything else and how he got in touch with him, asking him to tell everything in detail. The MC becomes pensive, as he is unsure of what to answer and apologizes, explaining that he was injured in the secret realm and, for that reason, ended up losing some memories. Deshui asks if he really lost his memories, uncertain of what to do, since it might be part of that person's plan. He asks not to speculate so much about that person's plan as he should just fulfill what he said. The old man agrees as, in the end, it would be impossible to guess. Then, he looks at the puppet that Xia Jiao is using and admits it is an extremely powerful technique, as he cannot find anything different from the original. Next, he touches the puppet's face and is startled, realizing that there is definitely spiritual power overflowing there. He then asks his grandson if by any chance he remembers the senior's appearance, and the MC replies that yes, he looks young, is handsome, and is said to be invincible. The old man thinks that it doesn't seem like a lie, as the information definitely matches reality. He becomes worried, as the old man's gaze changed, and perhaps he discovered something. The chief comments that he is aware that his grandson lost his memories, so calling him grandfather would be uncomfortable. Asking him to just follow the others and call him the family chief, he responds that it's fine, saying he will withdraw for now. With that, the MC turns away content, as everything seems to be going well. At that moment a leaf falls to the ground, and the old man laments as apparently, the senior wanted this type of fate. After that, he leaves the residence and asks if the chief discovered anything. Despite knowing it's useless to ask such things, the system remains silent. He is aware of what it means to take on Han Chang's identity, and for that reason, he wants to help in the quest for revenge. At this moment, in another location, Xia Jiao opens the box, eager to see what the Zhang family's treasure is, but becomes confused as it looks more like an ordinary piece of stone. Knowing that the Zhang family does not have the ability to foresee the future, there is room for errors. Therefore, he opens his mouth and bites the stone, swallowing it immediately. He notices that the treasure seems to be manifesting inside his body until he feels a strange sensation as it grows stronger and seems capable of replenishing his depleted blood qi with this treasure. Furthermore, he imagines that he could evolve greatly. The sky begins to thunder and several lightning bolts strike the ground. He immediately starts spitting blood and has to brace himself on the ground. He doesn't understand why his body is reacting this way and why the treasure isn't working as it should. Concluding that the Jiang family tricked him, and he definitely shouldn't have lost control, and swallowed the stone while trying to break it. He lies down, his body trembling, while he can only think that he doesn't want to die like this. At that moment someone approaches, asking him to swear loyalty, and if he does, he will be saved. He is startled and looks up, trying to see who it is, and immediately bows, saying that he is indeed willing to serve, pleading for his life. Zhu Xiang, the city lord, comments that he made the right choice and places his hand on the bearded man's forehead, saying that spiritual energy won't save him, but it will allow him to pass through safely, making it clear that just as he gave it, he can take it away at any moment. He says this and disappears right after, while Xia Jiao thanks him from the bottom of his heart, even offering his life to repay being saved. He becomes excited about his second chance and warns that the time for the Zhang family's demise has come. Meanwhile, in the chaotic realm, in the Zhang family chief's room, he picks up an envelope and comments that the old beast Haoxia has indeed advanced to the second level of semi-saint, and apparently, heaven has no eyes. He places the envelope on the table and imagines that as long as Cheng is in the Zhang family, he can take advantage of the banquet to plan his move. At this moment, at the base of the Sand Gang, the protagonist asks the head of the family if this seems like the Hongmen banquet, and if they don't need to make some preparations. After all, several people there are celebrating. He replies that with the old man's protection, there is nothing to fear. The protagonist points out that although the senior taught him some techniques, he is still quite weak compared to other cultivators. He says this while wondering if he won't need to do anything. The old man continues walking and stands before the entire Sand Gang, saying that everything will be fine. Chen observes this and believes the head of the family must have some tricks up his sleeve to be so confident. Right after, Xia Jiao welcomes the head of the Jiang family, saying they have been waiting for him for a long time and commenting that, unfortunately, he is late and asking if this is because he despises them. The old man comments that he is surprised to see that someone there has a bit of intelligence. Hearing this leaves the protagonist shocked, as he doesn't know where so much confidence is coming from. The sand leader asks if, by any chance, he wants to have a direct confrontation. The people around don't believe such absurdity, as even at the half-saint level he would not be a match. He says it wouldn't be bad to have this fight, but the opponent will be someone else. He asks his grandson to go and show a bit of real strength, holding him by the shoulder and asking him to trust in the senior's prophecy, as this being could not overlook the current situation. So he should just apply all the techniques he learned. The protagonist can't believe it, as it seems that the support is himself, lamenting because pretending to be strong apparently has its risks. However, he starts walking as he sees no other options and stands face to face with the sand leader. Xia Diao says that it doesn't really matter who the opponent is, as regardless of what happens, they will all die. He says this, and the two go for the attack, each using their punch. The MC thinks that if it doesn't work, he will need to make a strategic retreat. Both punches collide, and the old man shows no reaction. Unlike the bearded one, who can't believe the immense power he received from a mere punch, capable of throwing him hard against the wall. He falls to the ground after the powerful impact, and this leaves everyone in the gang in disbelief, as apparently the boy is really capable of defeating Shadia with just one move. They ask who this person is after all, and if, by any chance, he is also a semi-saint. The bearded man, trembling all over, grabs his talisman and tries to communicate, calling for the master to save him. A voice emerges saying that such a useless guy is not needed. The talisman starts to crack until it finally breaks completely. He can't believe he was abandoned in this way. Deshui seizes the moment and approaches, asking if the old beast isn't dead yet, but telling him not to worry, as he will make sure he wishes he were. He asks to wait, as he can exchange important information, wanting to say that Han Chong is not real. However, before finishing the sentence, his face is smashed to the ground. Everyone is in shock witnessing the scene, unable to do anything but watch their leader being defeated. The old man takes a deep breath and comments that he has some personal grievances with this guy, and for that reason won't stay at the party. He grabs the rival's body and starts dragging it, wishing everyone an enjoyable time at that funeral. After this, they return to the Jiang family's residence, and the head tells the protagonist that he will go into seclusion for a short period, asking him to feel free to do whatever he wants, as the family will provide all possible support. He thanks him for the generosity while watching the old man enter the house, imagining that the original body's grandfather is quite frightening when angry. Suddenly, he turns around because he felt a strange sensation and asks why he had the slight impression of being watched. Because of this, he asks why they are acting so sneakily and says that it is shameful. Inside, he is just testing, hoping someone might show up. He barely thinks about it and a portal opens. Zhu Xiang emerges from it, saying he didn't expect him to be so smart and that with all this shrewdness, he can't possibly be a son of the Zhang family. He asks what he's doing in that city. The protagonist sees that the situation is getting worse and states that his name is Henchong from the Zhang family. Zhu Xiang asks if he is not going to tell the truth. Otherwise, he will treat him as a spy from the Qianyuan sect. This terrifies him to the point where he replies that he is not a spy as he must be mistaken for someone else. The lord of the city dislikes this and summons his magic, casting it immediately while saying that he is not a fool, making it clear that he didn't want to do this but had no choice, as he is a stubborn person. The power grows in size until it strikes where the protagonist is, burning everything around. Zhu Xiang warns that this was just the beginning, as he will do the same to the entire sect in the region. However, the protagonist appears unscathed amid the smoke, merely commenting that the fire is somewhat suffocating. The city lord cannot believe what he is seeing, as it should be impossible, given that not even the patriarch of the Zhang family would be able to block that full-force attack so easily, leaving him terrified by the situation. Meanwhile, the protagonist feels relieved with the reward he received from the system, as that outer robe is really incredible, but he is confused about mentioning the founder of the Qianyuan sect, and is aware that he may have deceived him temporarily. However, if he shows any weakness, he will clearly see through it, and if he goes after the treasure, it will all be over. With that in mind, he asks if he already knows what happens when provoking a stronger person. Inside, he is terrified, but he needs to maintain this act at all costs. Otherwise, the mission will be ruined. Zhu Xiang begins to sweat coldly, as apparently the boy in front of him was disdainful toward the ancestor of the supreme realm of the Qinyu sect, so he clearly got himself into big trouble. He regrets having prepared such a careful trap, and that something of this level cannot be used against this person, wondering if the heavens really will not help him, as he cannot let these beasts escape so easily. Meanwhile, the protagonist feels awkward since the guy in front of him won't stop staring, fearing he has revealed a flaw. Because of this he coughs to start speaking, but the city lord immediately kneels, pleading with the senior to spare his life for now. He cannot understand what is happening, especially with the guy saying he is not afraid of death, but asking for his life to be taken only a month later. This relieves him, as apparently his bluff worked. Then, Zhu Xiang explains that he wants to use the martial arts competition that will take place in a month as an excuse to set a trap and kill everyone from the Qianyuan sect. Hearing this leaves Chen intrigued as he is talking about the martial arts competition and it might be a requirement for his mission. The guy continues to plead for a chance to avenge the destruction of his sect. After the competition, he will be happy to accept death. He responds that he is lucky because the plan involves Hen Chong participating in the competition. And for that reason, he will let him live a little longer. The city lord thanks him for all this mercy. Meanwhile, the protagonist reflects on the things happening, starting with the head of the Jiang family, who is in secluded cultivation, and the martial arts competition that is still a month away. There is therefore no reason to rush things. The guy leaves without making a sound while Chen celebrates that he is on vacation and can return home to be with his wife. Back in the mortal realm, he sees Jinxin cutting a watermelon and asks what her sister will leave. She replies that they should treat each other well, and that she doesn't know why he's asking that. He comments that he didn't know the girl would stay so long and that she is very clingy, also mentioning that they haven't had any intimacy for a long time. Xingxin finds this amusing, asking if he's really jealous of his own sister-in-law. But he replies that it's not exactly that. She asks him not to worry, as it's been almost a month since her sister has been there and she should leave in the next 2 days. The protagonist says that's fine, and that he'll stay hidden in the meantime. Then, Xian opens the door and heads towards the sisters, asking them to eat the watermelon. Xiao Xian gets excited and runs to grab one, as her sister's watermelon is the best there is. Dong makes it clear to her sister that the mission's deadline is almost up, so she needs to return before it's over. She eats the watermelon and says it's fine, as she has no problem staying a few more days. However, inside, she refuses to leave the place. Her sister asks if she's really going to break the promise like that. She is startled by the way it was said and sulks, as obviously her sister is on the protagonist's side and not hers. For this reason, she becomes worried and yells that she will indeed leave, since it seems she will be expelled anyway. But before that, she says she needs to vent all this accumulated anger. Meanwhile, Su Ling just watches, eating her watermelon, as she doesn't want to get involved in family issues. Meanwhile, at the house, Xiao Xuan arrives, opening the door while the protagonist was using the communication token, and she yells, calling him a fox spirit for stealing her sister, making it clear that he hasn't won this battle and that she will soon return. He is confused by being called that and shouts, asking what she knows about it. However, it's already too late as she flies away at full speed. This makes him furious, but he soon notices the system screen appearing, congratulating the host for completing the mission of establishing a sect in different divine realms, considering the mission's difficulty and the host's cultivation level not matching. Because of this, it informs him that he will receive double the reward, and that his advancement was through 4 major realms, reaching the first level of the God King realm. He is surprised to see this, and right after, a lightning bolt strikes his body, leaving him startled as he didn't expect it. Besides his cultivation improving significantly, his physique was also enhanced. At that moment, the communicator rings, and the protagonist becomes curious to see what it's about. He is informed that the martial arts tournament is finally about to begin, only asking him to go to the location and find someone for a good fight. He pays attention to this, as being in the realm of chaos, there must definitely be many powerful people. He goes to the location and soon notices several people gathered. He positions himself in the battle arena. His first opponent introduces himself, saying his name is Rinjia, and that he is currently at the St. peak, never having tasted defeat. The protagonist also introduces himself, saying his name is Heng Chong, as he is in the body of this boy, and asks politely for a good fight. His opponent closes the fan and launches an attack, asking how someone in the God King realm dares to step onto the stage. The protagonist gathers energy in his hand and opens his palm, delivering a full slap to his opponent, who falls to the ground immediately. With this blow, it's announced that Heng Chong is the winner, but he doesn't understand how he knocked the person out, as he used very little Dao to attack, likely indicating that the people of that realm are weak. At this moment, another opponent approaches, saying his name is Rong Tao, is at the 3rd semi-saint level, and wants to experience a good fight. The fight barely starts, and he already takes a punch to the mouth, getting knocked out right after. This time an old man approaches, advising him to surrender at once before it's too late. Chen doesn't want to hear nonsense, so he raises his hand, landing another punch that grants him another victory. Su Xiang, who is just watching at the moment, cannot believe that the young master is using Tao patterns so freely, as if he is one with the heavens and the earth, imagining that the senior must be at least a great expert who opened the grand gate and does not understand why he would be there in such a small town. Speculating that maybe he is there because of him, perhaps because he needs patterns to deal with all this rabble. With this thought, he starts focusing, as the senior must be passing on some teaching, and with this, he realizes that he has finally touched the barrier to reach the supreme realm. However, the protagonist is just annoyed, as there are no strong people there as he imagined, and he probably should have carried a weapon, as his hand feels like it's going to break from so much punching. Then, he asks if anyone else will challenge him. People are intimidated, lacking the courage to enter that arena. It is announced that the champion of that martial arts competition is the young master of the Zhang family. With this outcome, the system informs that the mission is complete, and it is only necessary to move to a safe location to receive the rewards. He feels pleased, thinking himself quite strong, until something catches his attention in the sky. Someone shouts furiously, calling for Zhu Xiang, and hurls a meteor to destroy the entire place, declaring that the time has come. The protagonist cannot believe something like this is happening again, and wonders if it is another trick. At that moment, the city lord focuses power in his hand and shoots at the meteor, completely destroying it. He then smiles and teleports towards the one who launched it, commenting that someone from the Qianyuan sect has finally decided to show up. This cultivator is in shock, as something like that was not supposed to be possible, since the ancestor said that the target would not reach the supreme realm, and he had never been wrong. He realizes his opponent is on another level and panics, knowing he must find a way to relay this information. Because of this, he flies off at full speed. Zhu Xiang is aware that he cannot allow this sect to keep sending person after person, and with that in mind he flies after him, catching up instantly and landing a punch with full force that sends his enemies straight to the ground, destroying the entire area. The cultivator is severely injured and still tries to stand. The city lord approaches and comments that, according to his plan, this meeting was supposed to attract a group of new disciples from the Qianyuan sect, then asks why there was this change. He replies that with such a flawed plan, did he really think he could harm his sect? After all, the ancestor can know everything with just a snap of his fingers. Zhu Xiang refuses to accept that it simply is that way, especially after making many preparations for this moment, thinking that if the second-layer supreme realm ancestor of the Qianyuan sect could truly see through the mist, he himself would already be dead by now. The man warns that if he sends him back to the sect, perhaps the ancestor will spare his life. He says that, of course, he will do something like that. Saying this, he gathers energy in his hand, shooting at the enemy's chest and telling him to remember to inform the old man that his death is next. The power hits the cultivation base, leaving him severely wounded to the point of falling to the ground bleeding, complaining afterward for being stabbed directly in the dantian, making it clear that the ancestor will not let him escape for doing that. Zhu Xiang, unconcerned, simply asks for him to come soon. He then looks to the side, thinking he needs to pay a visit to the senior. Meanwhile, at the Zhang family residences, the protagonist arrives and mentions that the mission is already complete, with basically the entire family under his control, considering that maybe he should seek some people from the lower realms to cultivate in the realm of chaos. At that moment, Zhu Xiang appears, stating that he is there solely to greet the senior. He is startled, as it is the same person from before who might have reached the supreme level and returned to find trouble, worried as he probably would not be able to defeat him. However, the city lord explains that thanks to the guidance he received from the senior, it was possible to defeat the assassin from the Qianyuan sect. For that reason, he kneels down and stays bowed, asking to be only a pawn. The MC does not understand what is happening or what he did to help this guy. Taking a deep breath, since in the end it's not a bad thing. Because of that, he asks the cultivator to stand up. Zhu Xiang thanks him for his generosity and asks the senior's name, if it's not a bother. The protagonist places his hand on his face, replying that there's no harm in revealing it, and begins to remove his mask until finally showing his true identity, revealing that he is the Supreme Invincible. The city lord is shocked upon hearing this and bows again, begging for forgiveness for having attacked the senior in the past, and stating that he is aware that such a thing is worthy of death, asking to be punished. He asks not to worry, thinking that the name is indeed intimidating in some way, and also considering the possibility that the city lord is at a much higher level, so he might guide Chun Yi and the other cultivators in the future. With that in mind, he coughs lightly and asks not to act rashly regarding the Qianyuan sect, since he himself has his own arrangements and is aware that he has powerful enemies, so he needs to keep everyone in line. Once again, the junior gives thanks, but the protagonist asks him not to be so formal, then says he will introduce a group of people from the lower realms and counts on his help. This makes the city lord excited, as he will have a chance for recognition. With everything settled, the protagonist asks to leave, only saying that he will inform him later, if there is any need. He says this while thinking he needs to leave soon, since he still has the system rewards to collect. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Qianyuan sect, a cultivator informs the ancestor that the people who exterminated the remnants of the Zhu family are back, and have even reached the Supreme, who not only crippled their people but also said provocative things. The old man with a sinister aura asks what he is saying, leaving the guy frightened by the immense pressure. Then he feels a strange sensation and is thrown backward by a single strike from the ancestor, hitting the ground hard and spitting blood. Long Tao, furious, orders his disciple to leave immediately. He obeys, standing up and apologizing for the inconvenience. The old man becomes furious, wondering how something like this is possible, since clearly his enemy would take more than 2 years to break through his cultivation. And now, he dares to speak provocatively, considering that maybe he met a noble person. Because of this, he grabs his communication talisman, since he needs to ask a certain person for help. After that, in the protagonist's house in the mortal realm, he is tapping frantically on the system screen, furious because apparently he is being deceived. He then demands an explanation, since the mission mentioned item rewards, but his cultivation ended up being deducted. The system only responds that the countdown to the final phase of the mission is 23 hours and 55 minutes. Seeing that makes him even more furious, saying it doesn't matter how powerful the system is, it can't just go around deducting his cultivation like that. A notification pops up asking the host to remain calm, as after the final mission he will obtain powerful abilities as a reward, emphasizing that this ability is not weaker than Chinny's time freeze. The protagonist can't believe it and completely changes his reaction, politely asking the system to give him a very special ability due to all this delay. A day passes and a notification informs that the system update has been completed and the countdown has ended, thus starting the new mission. Chun gets excited about this and reads that the requirement is to completely dissolve the Chanyuan sect and eliminate the person behind it. He becomes thoughtful, as the name sounds familiar, until he remembers that this sect is the enemy of Zhu Shang, the city lord in the Chaos Realm. That said, he decides to return to that realm to ask for more details, and it would also be interesting to take Shin Yi along to be trained there. Then, the two return to the city in the Chaos Realm, and immediately Zhu Shang welcomes them, greeting the senior. The protagonist asks not to be so formal, then introduces his friend Shen Yi since he would like to see him training in that realm. The lord stares for a moment, leaving the boy confused, until Zhu Shang finally notices something, complimenting Chun Yi as, despite being so young, he is already at the peak of the Divine Lord rank, definitely a prodigy. He asks the senior not to flatter him so much, as the techniques he has are a bit unorthodox, explaining that if he has a strong person to support him, he will always be able to advance in cultivation. But this is thanks to external forces. Zhu Xiang explains that this is not true, as being able to control such a powerful force means the mind is equally important, and that's why he asks him not to belittle himself. The protagonist doesn't understand what they are talking about, while Chun Yi simply thanks for the compliments. With all the introductions done, Chun says that his cultivation brother is not only quick to rise in cultivation, but asks him to show his true abilities. Without thinking twice, the boy answers yes and raises his hand, activating his time-stop ability towards Zhu Xiang, who becomes completely paralyzed. The protagonist compliments him since that ability has become even more powerful. However, inside, he thinks this is crap, as the boy could only slow down the Divine Lord Mo Huang's thoughts. But now he is powerful enough to control a supreme being. Thinking about this makes him irritated, as such power is worthy of a protagonist, while he himself, in contrast, even using the system to cheat, still can't match these abilities. Meanwhile, Chun Yi is still dissatisfied because his ability, despite having great range, cannot affect the senior in any way, wondering how there can be such a powerful being. He clenches his fist and aims towards Zhu Shang, finally returns to normal. During the time under the effect of the ability, he notices his thoughts still worked, but somehow he couldn't move his body, finding the ability terrifying. Chun Yi, embarrassed, comments that it was nothing special until the ceiling starts to crack and someone falls from above. This person starts complaining amid the smoke until it becomes clear who it is, saying that his back hurts. Zhu Xiang notices it's a Taoist and asks why the hell he appeared there suddenly. The guy gets scared and starts to think that not long ago his body could move, so in his mind he frantically channeled his spiritual energy until he finally moved but couldn't control himself, crashing through the ceiling, though he has no idea how to explain this out loud. Because of this, he smiles, stands up, and says he's clearly there to eliminate him. He tries to keep his composure as he needs to hold himself together at all costs. The cultivator worries, asking if he's from the Qianyuan sect. The man crosses his arms, warning that this sect is just a dog of his master. Zhu Shang wastes no time, concentrating energy in his hand, and orders him to say who is behind the Qianyuan sect. He says this, imagining that, in the worst-case scenario, the senior is here, so if things go wrong, he'll just ask for his help. His opponent intimidates him, saying he's nothing more than a newcomer to the Supreme Realm, while he himself is at the 4th level of the Supreme Realm, so it would be pitiful to lose his life this way. Suddenly, he gets scared as the feeling of paralysis is returning, while Chunyu walks toward him. He starts thinking his body cannot move at all until the boy gets even closer, holding a piece of rope, which scares him completely. Chani knocks him to the ground and, with a devilish look, starts tying up the enemy's body. The guy with the grape-colored hair gets upset, asking if this damn ability can be used whenever he wants. The boy finishes tying him up and kicks him towards Zhu Xiang, asking him to feel free to ask whatever questions he wanted. The enemy falls face first onto the ground, while the cultivator tells the protagonist to let him interrogate that person. He says it's fine trying to control himself to avoid feeling jealous of that time-stop ability, as after completing his tasks, he'll have an ability just as powerful. Zhu Xiang repeats the question of who his master is, but the guy doesn't answer anything, forcing him to ask if he will have to finish him off right there, making it clear that the monk can even escape. But the temple cannot, so he will only ask the patriarch of the Chanyuan sect. Hearing this makes the guy scared, wriggling like a worm, and asking not to be so hasty, since he will tell, revealing that his master is the head of the Ouyang family from the Tianqiang region. And because of that, he asks for him to wait. Hearing this makes Zhu Xiang scared, wanting to know if the old Long Tao really met with the Ouyang family, and imagining that this is a huge problem, as he doesn't know how he can take revenge with such powerful backing. Chun-Yi gets curious and asks if, by any chance, this Ouyang family is really that powerful. He explains that there are cultivators who reach the maximum level and can be divided between those who open the door and those who didn't. And the cultivators who open the door are maximum level specialists who can potentially cross this door at any time. And that's how the Ouyang family became the true rulers of the Chaos Realm. The boy hearing this comments that it really sounds scary, but it doesn't make much difference since no one is stronger than the senior. He agrees, after all, the senior is the invincible supreme. The two say this while looking at the protagonist, while Chun is imagining that they can't trust so much. But to maintain his posture, he answers that they will discuss this family's matters later. After all, he's aware that the system usually gives tasks at important moments, so he shouldn't be wrong to ask. He questions if there is any major event happening in the Qianjiang territory recently. Zhu Xiang reflects on this, and concludes that the Shanghai Pavilion will hold a high-level auction in the Tianqian domain in the near future, since the guests attending the auction must have at least 100,000 sacred coins. The protagonist reflects further on this auction since he could enter smiling to investigate the enemy's intelligence, as they are 100,000 sacred coins. Immediately, Zhu Xiang shows the ring he has, telling the senior that this storage ring is all he has at the moment and costs exactly 100,000 sacred coins, confessing that he is sure it means nothing to someone so grand, but still he would like to offer it and asks him not to refuse, please. Chun feels happy inside since the situation is like when you're sleepy and someone offers a pillow. He then takes the ring, saying that if it's from the heart, he will accept and turns since he has something important to do and can't stay there any longer. They all greet him, and he returns to his house in the mortal world. He places the items he received on the table and reflects that, without a doubt, those items have Dao patterns inside, and as long as he has many shells to use, it won't be a big problem since he will be able to mass-produce these sacred coins by filling the empty shells with Dao patterns. He picks up the item in his hand. It's a sacred pearl, a universal coin from the Chaos Realm. The protagonist is happy since everything is apparently going well, and therefore he accesses his system asking it to check if there are empty sacred pearl shells for sale. And, at this moment, he gets even happier, as they are apparently quite cheap. He smiles and celebrates that he has become rich, since this way he'll manage to make an unbelievable fortune. Meanwhile, in Tianqiang, in the Chaos Realm, the place is busy and the protagonist is surprised since the location is large. A person approaches the protagonist and calls a girl an idiot, asking if that is her level since she can't even push a rude person away from the door. Chun looks to the side to see what is happening and sees the girl with green hair, embarrassed. The girl apologizes to the protagonist, commenting that if she doesn't have enough pearls to enter, she will have to leave. The man says that there's no need to wait for a response, since it's clear that she's a poor person who would never have 100,000 sacred pearls. Chun asks if this is some kind of joke, since 100,000 sacred pearls isn't that expensive, and wonders how they will take responsibility if he has this amount. The man laughs at this and points to a statue saying that if he can pay this amount, he will eat the stone lion. The protagonist immediately agrees to the proposal, leaving the girl confused. He then hands over the storage ring, asking her to check if it's enough to participate. The girl uses her power to check the power of the ring, and is immediately surprised as it contains even more than 100,000 sacred pearls, and so she welcomes the newest guest. The cultivator is astonished by this and also furious, since a guest has just made him look foolish. The protagonist asks what the problem is since he won't force him to cheat and eat for free. The man draws his weapon and charges. However, the girl moves and steps in front of Chun, grabbing the receptionist's hand, making it clear that this person is a guest and asking if, by any chance, he is trying to cause trouble in the Shanghai Pavilion's territory. The man panics and apologizes, saying he didn't mean to do that. She says it's fine, and tells the protagonist that the auction hall has 3 levels of private rooms, asking which one he would like to go to. He thinks about it, and says he simply wants to go to the best one. She replies that the holy room requires 300,000 pearls, and asks if that's really what he wants. He replies that it is. They begin to walk, and Chen asks her to remember to send the stone lion to the receptionist's room, as it should be considered an apology. The man is embarrassed as he will now have to fulfill his promise. After walking a bit, she informs him that the holy room is just ahead and will lead directly to the auction stage. She also shows an item, saying it's the bidding device, and when the auction starts, it will only be necessary to press the device to place a bid. She also mentions that this room has the highest level of information protection. So his voice will be altered, and he won't need to worry about revealing his identity. He is surprised by this, but mentions that he doesn't know much about auctions and therefore asks if she could stay with him to present the items. She replies that it will be an honor. Meanwhile, at a nearby location, a staff member greets Guang, saying it's an honor to have him there and apologizes for not greeting him earlier. He greets him back and mentions that he's there with a cultivation brother, asking if by any chance the holy room is still available. Gumming is surprised by this question and immediately apologizes, saying that he arrived a bit late and the room in question has already been reserved. Guang changes his expression and asks which family reserved the room. The manager apologizes, saying that he doesn't know the answer to that question. Guang apologizes for the question, and Guming mentions that he still has a lot to do, so he will leave them to their business. He says this and leaves the location. The orange-haired man turns and asks them to go, as he needs to find out who is the fool who dared to compete for the holy room with him. They arrive where the protagonist is and start knocking on the door. The girl asks if he has any guests, but Chen becomes thoughtful as he has no idea who it is and wonders if it's the young man from earlier who caused trouble and is now looking for problems. He touches his clothes and says that he counts on her if anything happens. The robe responds that he doesn't need to worry. He asks the girl to open the door, and she obeys. Guang introduces himself and quickly apologizes for the intrusion. He is accompanied by the old man. The orange-haired man starts walking, asking permission and informing them that the holy room has always been his. So, he politely asks them to leave the room. The protagonist sipping his soup responds that no, and orders them to leave the room if they have no other business to attend to. The man asks if he didn't hear that he himself is from the Ouyang family. Chen, with a serious expression, replies that he doesn't care which family he is from.
He says this.
But inside, he's aware that whoever it is will become an enemy sooner or later, so he's no longer afraid of offending a few people. Guang begins to worry about how arrogant the person in front of him is, and to make things worse, the person is only in the divine realm. He wonders if they are hiding their true cultivation, and quickly becomes desperate since he can't see through the disguise. Maybe this is the powerful person who opened a dimension in that realm the other day. With this in mind, he says that the Ouyang family is under the supervision of the Supreme Sovereign, and because of this, asks if they could reconsider the issue with the room. The protagonist, without thinking twice, responds that no, as he is aware that after leaving he can just put on a disguise mask and everything will be fine. Guang is intimidated since someone is daring to act this way against the Ouyang family and, seeing few options, he bows, apologizing for being rude, and quickly leaves the room. The old man, confused, asks why he backed down. Guang tells him to shut up, warning that after the auction ends, he will report what happened to his superiors and that person in the room will pay for their actions that day. In another place, a man asks how the situation is going. The manager of the place informs that, as predicted, Guang suffered a loss. Huang Fu, the master of the pavilion of the mountain sea, asks if that really happened. He responds that yes, and curiously asks why he is so interested in the kid in the room since he doesn't seem to have anything special about him. The master replies that he is completely wrong for saying there is nothing special about him, and affirms that this person will be the reason why he will build the pavilion of the mountain sea. Hearing this leaves Gumming perplexed, thinking that maybe the kid is the famous Supreme Invincible. After this, at the auction, the price of the products is announced, starting with some costing 500,000 sacred pearls, and going for that price. Then, the manager announces that the next item will be the Thought Source, a treasure that has rarely been seen in 1,000 years, and it can greatly improve the user's cultivation talent, as well as enhance the divine mind. This immediately catches the protagonist's attention, as he needs to have this item. The manager removes the protective cloth from the item and announces that the auction will begin with an opening price of 100,000 sacred pearls, and each bid must be at least 10,000 pearls higher. Immediately someone shouts 200,000. The manager announces that the visitor from the Holy Character's room doubled the price. This makes him believe that it is indeed the Supreme Invincible who is there. However, Guang, from another room, raises the bid to 500,000 sacred pearls, apologizing to everyone since the Ouyang family will take the item. The manager becomes worried, since if it is the Ouyang family speaking, no other common family would dare to compete against them. However, Chen raises the bid to 1 million. The manager announces that the Holy Characters Room has raised the price to 1 million and asks if anyone will raise it further. Seeing this makes him happy, as there is someone willing to compete, and he wonders if the item will be used for one of his juniors, as this person is too powerful if the rumors are true. The orange-headed person doesn't let it go, and raises the bid to 1.5 million. Thinking that he was ordered by his superiors to buy the item and doesn't believe anyone there is wealthier than him. The manager announces the new bid and asks if there's any higher bid. The protagonist raises it to 2 million, and then Guang raises it to 2,200,000 until Chen reaches the bid of 3 million. This completely intimidates his opponent, as he has no idea where they got so much money to make such a high bid. So he turns to the old man, telling him to give the 500,000 he has saved, and after Long Tao looks worried about this, the young master changes his expression, asking him not to forget that he sent someone to get rid of his greatest threat, and even though that person hasn't returned yet, he can't be that ungrateful. The old man, seeing few options, says fine, and with that, the new bid for the auction is 3,500,000. Now he is confident, as he has reached a level that only the greatest powers of the realm could surpass. The protagonist just yawns, finding it funny that they want to compete with a money-making printer and adjust his new bid, with the new bid now announced as $4 million. Even the manager is intimidated by this value since it's the highest price ever, and this only makes the rumors true that the person must be the invincible supreme. For this reason, he asks if anyone is going to place a higher bid. Guang just keeps trembling since there's no way to compete with that value, and so the gavel is struck, selling the item for the 4 million bid. Then he smiles, thinking that the invincible supreme has currently disappeared. So the supreme of supremes is the indisputable king of the realm of chaos. And no one can take anything from the supreme of supremes lineage. Then the auction is finished, and everyone starts to leave. However, one person begins to walk and the manager tries to stop Guang, asking what he thinks he's doing. He approaches by kicking the door and the girl is immediately startled, but the room is empty with only her inside. The young master realizes that the person who was there used the teleportation matrix to escape and pretending to disregard the supreme of supremes is just an empty threat. So, he orders the manager to also open the teleportation matrix to follow him. Guming refuses to do so, as it goes against the rules of the place, until he's grabbed by the clothing with Guang, asking if the pavilion of the sea of the mountain is going to oppose the supreme of supremes, and asks him not to test his luck. The manager, intimidated, warns that the pavilion has no such intention. So, he responds that the transmission matrix can be opened, but asks that this be kept a secret. Guang thanks him and says he'll clearly let this fester in his heart. Adjustments are made to the matrix, and it begins to shine brightly, making him happy since he's going to get what he wants, until he is finally teleported. He appears in the sky and looks forward but is confused by who he sees and asks who the hell they are. The pavilion master warns that the person is nobody important. Guang asks them to get out of the way since he doesn't have time to waste, calling them the Supreme's lineage. Huangfu asks if the Supreme is really that great. He says this and charges forward, leaving the orange-headed guy scared since he's about to get beaten up. Meanwhile, at Chen's house in the mortal realm, he's holding the item he just bought, seeing how beautiful it is. Worthy of the realm of chaos. He realizes that just by holding the item, he feels like his divine consciousness is growing. And without much delay, he begins drinking the liquid from the vial. A glow appears on his forehead as well as all over his body, growing stronger until it covers the entire area of the house. When it finally stops, he opens his eyes and tries to imagine how much stronger he's become, getting so excited that he wants to go to the realm of chaos just to find someone strong to fight and test his new power. However, a message arrives in his system, notifying that the destruction of the Chan Yuan sect and its supporters, the Ouyang family, has been detected, and for this reason, congratulates him on completing the mission. The protagonist is confused about what the hell happened, and how both the Chan Yuan sect and the Ouyang family were destroyed just like that. The system congratulates him on obtaining the skill, deduction. He can now deduce any information at any time and in any place, and his deductions won't be noticed by anyone. The success rate of the deduction depends on his proficiency. The higher his proficiency, the higher the success rate. Chun grabs the system out of pure happiness, since that is his true treasure, and he'll love it until death. However, immediately a warning is issued, asking the host to be careful with his words and actions. He apologizes and says he'll hold back next time. He then decides to test his new skill, asking who the greatest enemy of the realm of chaos is. His skill begins to take effect until it returns that the deduction wasn't successfully completed, leaving the protagonist surprised by this and also being informed that the consumed divine consciousness cannot be recovered. He laments this because apparently the ability cannot be used infinitely and decides to focus again, but not thinking as far ahead as the final boss. Meanwhile, in another place, it is announced that the Supreme, the Ouyang family who is the chess piece, has been destroyed, and he imagines that the culprit is the remnant of the invincible Supreme who had been lurking in the Tianquang domain for many years, Huang Fu, and this person fled the scene, and no one knows their whereabouts. The leader orders that they investigate this and that they should return with this guy's head in hand. Meanwhile, an image appears in the protagonist's mind, but quickly disappears as he is exerting too much effort. He laments as he did not imagine that using this ability so many times would be exhausting. However, he was able to notice a few things such as the fact that the Supreme is the big boss and the Ouyang family is subordinate to them, and he is not sure why this person called Huang Fu eliminated them. Moreover, he heard about a so-called invincible Supreme. This makes him smile, as he did not imagine someone had a title that coincided with his own. Thinking about this makes him imagine that this invincible Supreme has excellent taste, and it would be interesting to join him to face the Supreme. And for that, he needs to return immediately to the Chaos Realm. However, someone approaches. He turns around and quickly notices that it is his sister, startled. Asking what happened to her as she looks completely different. She says nothing happened and that she just didn't sleep well. Chun places his hand on her head and asks if she is having trouble sleeping because of something specific and tells her to say it as her brother will solve it. She replies that she is just afraid to sleep alone at night, and for that she asks if Jinshin could sleep with her. He gets worried and replies that he doesn't know if it will be possible, as Jinshin also has things to do. However, his sister begs him until the protagonist, seeing no other options, agrees to check with her to see if it would be possible. Suling is happy about this and quickly leaves, saying that her brother is the best. The protagonist finds all of this very strange. After the little girl is alone in the house, she grabs her communicator and informs that her brother agreed to let Xinshin contact her, but asks not to break the promise of bringing delicious things when appearing there. Zhao Xian, who is Xinshin's sister, responds on the communicator, saying that there is no need to worry about that as she never promised something she wouldn't keep. She says this laughing, knowing that she can count on Su Ling and will soon be back by her sister's side. At that moment, Morong appears to the door calling for Xiao Xian, asking her to go check how Xiao Xue is. She, worried, asks if something happened to the girl again, and opens the door. He replies that yes, as his granddaughter fainted again. Xiao Xian, concerned, asks them to hurry and check how she is. After they arrive at the place, she goes straight to where the girl is lying down and starts using her power until she finally manages to make the diagnosis, noticing that the heart is not focused and, apparently, the girl is ignoring her responsibilities and is only focused on cultivation. And this will lead to her death. She then asks Morong when these symptoms started to appear. He replies that his granddaughter has been working a lot since the seniors' wedding and under their guidance. Nothing had happened until the relaxed management of the peaceful sect led them to be reprimanded by the MC. And perhaps because of this, his granddaughter felt stimulated and has been exerting herself to the maximum. As if she had gone crazy. He also mentions that the girl has fainted several times before, and they even thought of asking for the seniors' help. Xiao Xian warns that she will take a quick look inside Xiao Xue's head to see what that annoying ghost is thinking. She places her hand on the girl and starts concentrating, then activates her ability to enter her mind. She enters the girl's mind, finding it strange that there are bubbles and roses, and starts navigating, not believing that she is seeing the protagonist everywhere, and indignantly asks if there is no one else in the girl's mind. One of the memories is of the protagonist teaching her how to draw a soul-summoning talisman, which, by the way, was making her excited as she was being personally instructed by the senior. Her next memory is of the protagonist hitting her hand as a way to teach her a lesson because she was secretly practicing and not sleeping. Xiaochuan is unsettled seeing these memories. The next memory is of Chun holding her hand, telling her that while practicing is indeed important, she needs to value herself. After Xiao Xian sees all these memories, she says there's only one way to save her, imagining that the girl's love-struck mind will lead her to death, and therefore says it will be necessary to take away all the memories she has of Chun. She says this without caring, since she doesn't even like her brother-in-law. Murong becomes worried about this as his granddaughter probably won't agree with something like that. She replies that whether she likes it or not, it's better than simply dying. This leaves him thoughtful for a moment until he responds that she's right, begging her to please save his granddaughter. Xiao Xian raises her finger and begins to use her ability, forming a magic circle on Xiao Xue's head until it enters her forehead. After finishing the process, she asks that the girl not be allowed to see Chen again, since the seal could open. And since she's aware the sect belongs to Chen himself, if they meet, it will be inevitable. And for that reason, she suggests taking the girl to the upper realm to cultivate there. Murong thanks her for all the care she's showing his granddaughter. She smiles and replies that she's clearly a good person. But deep down, she's determined that one day, she will defeat the protagonist for having stolen her sister from her. Meanwhile, someone knocks on the protagonist's door. He finds it strange, since he wasn't expecting visitors, but decides to open it. It was the city's doctor apologizing for the disturbance, and says he brought company. The three of them go to the table to have some coffee, and the protagonist takes the opportunity to ask why the sudden visit. Shen Bao says it's actually nothing important, and he just wanted to say he recently accepted a disciple, and wanted to introduce him. The disciple introduces himself, saying his name is Huang Fu, and that he's happy to be there. The protagonist replies that he really seems like a good disciple until he becomes concerned about the name Huang Fu, since it seems to be the same person who exterminated the Ouyang family when he saw that using his deduction skill. So he decides to ask if by chance he knows the Shanghai Pavilion. Huang Fu pretends not to know and asks if that's a powerful organization. Next, the protagonist asks if he knows someone with the title Supreme Invincible. He awkwardly responds that by the name it must be a great person, so someone like him wouldn't have any way to know who that is. At this moment, the doctor places his cup on the table and tells the protagonist that he's being very unfair since he didn't bring his disciple there to be interrogated. Chun apologizes for this, thinking that there aren't many coincidences in the world, so it's not appropriate to keep asking those things. He grabs his book, imagining that in that first meeting he has nothing good to offer, and hands it over, saying it's his alchemy book, since alchemy and medicine share the same origin, and that's why he thinks it will be useful for his student life. He says this inwardly pleased, since he won the alchemy competition, so the book should have some useful things. Huang Fu is amazed by the gift, and thanks him from the bottom of his heart. The protagonist replies that there's no need to thank him, and the afternoon goes on peacefully. Sometime later, the two visitors leave. Chun says goodbye to them and keeps thinking that he can't ask directly, so all that's left is to deduce on his own, since he needs to confirm whether this is just a coincidence or not. Already at night, still in the mortal world, the protagonist uses his ability on his finger and activates the magic circle. He thinks that countless causes converge into one mind, merging into a single fruit. He then asks what exactly is Huang Fu's story, and makes it clear that he needs to know everything. His magic starts to activate until he visualizes the beautiful body of a woman. Seeing that leaves him dying of embarrassment, not understanding if that's really the correct result. With his mischievous thoughts, he concludes that he needs to deduce again, and maybe that way he can see deeper. He scratches his nose, and says he's waiting for the grand finale. He says this while putting his palms together, since he needs to concentrate more and more deeply. Suddenly the door opens and his wife enters the room, asking for him. The protagonist is startled and quickly tries to explain that his hands were like that because there was a mosquito there. Xin is confused by this while he, still embarrassed, imagines that the deduction can't be discovered by anyone, but confesses that his heart almost stopped since he theoretically almost got caught by his wife watching inappropriate content. He then starts walking and puts his hand on her face, saying it's all right since he's just afraid of flying insects ruining their night. She replies that she understands, but unfortunately she won't be able to stay there that night, explaining that her sister showed up again, and if she doesn't accompany her on the first day, it's going to be a complete disaster. Chun is upset hearing that, but replies that it's alright since he himself asked her sister to stay with Su Ling. Then he turns, saying that he's going on a mission, but since his wife will have company, then she won't need to worry. He smiles and asks her not to get tired because of the two girls. Then he starts imagining that the supreme being of the chaos realm is chasing Huang Fu, and that's why he needs to find out if he's the real one in order to attract him. Right after that, he uses his ring and summons his servants, telling them that the women are the key, and therefore they must look for a woman in red. Ben, happy to have been summoned, asks what this woman would look like. The protagonist feels a bit awkward while the three of them wait for an answer. He stays embarrassed since all he could focus on was her bust, and when trying to explain that, he leaves everyone confused about what's going on. With everything settled, they go to the Chaos Realm and start searching the city. Chopper stops a girl on the street and begins making some hand signs, asking if she saw a woman with huge busts, since that was the description the protagonist gave. The woman is confused, trying to understand what the crazy guy is saying. At that moment, Xiaohe approaches and stands in front of the woman, then sniffs her, but that makes her extremely furious, and her scream could be heard throughout the city. As a consequence, the dog got beaten by the woman, and that left the protagonist speechless, since besides the dog, all his servants got beaten for not knowing how to approach a woman. Chopper explains how he got beaten just like Ben. And finally, Xiaohe. The protagonist says that's unfortunate, until he notices a woman passing by his side, and immediately her long red hair catches his attention, coming to the conclusion that she's the woman he's looking for. He doesn't waste time and reaches out his hand to try to call her, but someone grabs his arm in the middle of the way. The man asks what the hell he thinks he's doing. Another man places a hand on his shoulder and approaches, questioning if he really thinks he can even touch a finger on Liu, and that just shows how arrogant he is. Chun becomes thoughtful, since apparently that's the woman's name, and simply asks who that woman is after all. The men looking at the redhead respond that she is the best person that exists and also emphasize that this is the place where all male cultivators in the chaos realm desire. The protagonist finds that funny since apparently that's the place where men go to have fun. However, the cultivator becomes furious hearing this and asks if he's an idiot for implying such things. He makes it clear that this is not a low-class place to satisfy the desires of mere mortals. So it's necessary to have a number of sacred quotas. He already imagines himself approaching the girl, and with his deep thoughts says that this way he'll be able to go to the establishment to practice dual cultivation with Louis Yu, and it's definitely the best way to improve someone's realm. The protagonist becomes terribly embarrassed hearing this. After all that, they go to another place to review their strategies. Ben, curious, asks what dual cultivation would be. Chopper explains that it's a man and a woman cultivating together through a deep communication. The dog quickly realizes what it's about and already imagines himself doing the same with a female dog, and both would proceed with dual cultivation. Ben also becomes embarrassed imagining what this deep communication would be and quickly imagines Lana on his back tormenting him the way she likes. Thinking about that makes him even more in love with her. Chopper looks to the side and sees that they were having a strange reaction and asks what the hell the two are thinking after finding out what it's about. At the same time, Chun is terrified because he doesn't know what to do since apparently he will have to do dual cultivation to get closer to Yu Hong. And he doesn't even want to imagine what Xian will do if she finds out. He already imagines being thrown out of his house and her yelling from inside that she wants a divorce. Thinking about that terrifies him since he can't lose his wife just because the mission ended. At that moment, he hears something and sees some people fighting with a group of boys trying to snatch an item from a single defenseless person. Upon seeing that, he starts walking and asks them to wait a bit. The guys ask if he really wants to interfere in other people's business. He replies that actually, he just wanted to talk about a rule of the martial world where whoever sees someone stealing has the right to half of the goods. They become confused since they don't understand what's happening. The protagonist takes the opportunity and says it's all right, and he'll show how they'll divide it. He grabs his kitchen knife and immediately unleashes countless attacks at once that hit all over their bodies. After all, the chopper knife is extremely sharp. The protagonist, smiling, says that half of their clothes won't be enough and asks if perhaps they should give half of their bodies. They become terrified seeing that and run away screaming that the protagonist is the devil himself. With everything resolved, Chin tells them not to worry since the bandits have left. Iran introduces himself and thanks for the help. The protagonist becomes confused and asks what the boys were trying to steal after all. He apologizes, saying that it is his family heirloom and only after reaching the divine realm will he be able to control it. And before that, he can't let anyone see it easily. Chin tells him not to worry about it since he can just move on and asks if he'd like to have a meal first. He says that and quickly goes quiet as he doesn't even know if the person is good or bad, so he can't easily give a chance. Yuan says he was already saved and therefore couldn't ask for his benefactor to spend more money on him, emphasizing that he just needs to find a way to go to the illusory realm of Lingxi and cultivate in pairs with the Divine Lord. Hearing that catches the protagonist's attention since it's about the redhead, and he asks if he has a sacred quota or superpowers. He says he has neither. Hearing this leaves him speechless, trying to understand how on earth he will have dual cultivation if there's nothing like that. The boy replies that it's exactly because he's useless, and that's why he said he needs to find a way to make it happen. The protagonist immediately places his hand on his shoulder, and with shining eyes, says that the problem can be easily solved. Iran fills with joy since the same person who saved him from being robbed is also willing to help him enter the illusory realm. The protagonist holding his ring says that he can do it, but it might be inconvenient to stay hidden inside. The boy replies that it's no problem and will even do his best to do whatever his benefactor asks. However, he asks where it would be appropriate to hide, and if it would be in the ring. The protagonist replies yes, and that would be a problem too, since his spiritual energy is too low and he's afraid of throwing him inside the storage ring, and because of his low energy being suppressed by the spiritual weapons, ultimately being finished off in the process. Only then does he look at his dog, and an idea suddenly comes to his mind. Iran is left confused, not knowing what's about to happen. He just watches the protagonist and the dog, and notices that the dog specifically is growing bigger. And seeing this terrifies him, since not only has it become gigantic, but Xiaohe is also opening its enormous mouth, ready to devour him. And so it does, with the inside of the dog now becoming his safe transport place. After that, they head to the illusory realm, and the protagonist feels proud, since besides managing to disguise himself, he also had the idea to store the boy inside the dog. Furthermore, he came up with the idea to use the disguise mask to transform into Yaron's appearance and sneak into the illusory realm. Since the boy is hidden inside Xiaohe's mouth, he will be able to perform the dual cultivation after entering the realm. The protagonist thinks his plan is brilliant, as this way, he can investigate on his own while not betraying his wife. Suddenly, a strong storm forms in the sky, and everyone starts running. Chun watches and wonders if it's the formation of thunder. He barely says this when he is startled, as a powerful lightning strike falls in front of him, overflowing with enormous power. He wonders who could cause such a commotion in a city. And Iran, from inside the dog's mouth, responds that in the chaotic realm, only one person can set up such a formation. And that person is the young master Manhwa of the launching sect. The boy barely appears amid the thunder formation and already calls for Lingzhua, saying that the cost is 100,000 sacred coins, so the young master should be allowed to enter the dual cultivation. The protagonist watches from afar and comments that the boy is apparently quite capable, but Yuan disagrees since all that money was obtained by robbing others. Chun gets curious about this and asks what he means by robbing and assaulting. Yuan explains that there is the spiritual absorption technique from the Xianxing sect, which can absorb all the cultivation techniques of an opponent during a fight. The protagonist is surprised to hear this, as it means that the stronger the opponent's cultivation technique, the greater the advantage. And this makes him wonder if that person wouldn't be invincible with that technique. Yuan explains that actually no, since if someone's realm and divine power are greater than the cultivator who possesses the technique, then the absorption will be ineffective. In other words, it's an evil technique, but it's meant to intimidate the weaker ones. And he reveals that the person who sent those bandits to steal his family inheritance was exactly that guy. The protagonist is happy to know this. At this moment, the attendant of the illusory realm appears and informs them that people from the Xianxing sect are prohibited from entering, and thus asks them to leave. Manhwa responds that the laws of the world are all the same, and thus asks why Lingzhua specifically dislikes people from a sect. She explains that the reason is simple, since he, specifically, even though he has reached the Divine King realm, continues to be involved in various robberies, and everyone knows he's not cultivating for himself, but rather using Lingzhua's cultivation technique. He begins to approach, and says that it's not exactly that, since in reality, he also really desires the body of the redhead. The attendant gets furious, calling him shameless, and when she tries to attack him, a spiritual hand appears and grabs her head. He says that this is the spirit absorption technique. The woman begins to scream, since that technique is agonizing, while the protagonist mocks, saying that the cultivation technique he just stole isn't even enough to fill a crack in his teeth. However, the protagonist approaches, telling her to stop. Manhwa turns around, asking who said that. Shin, with Yuan's appearance, asks how he dares to intimidate a girl. One of the young master's subordinates soon informs that the guy is from the Su family, which even refused to give the family's inheritance and still tried to humiliate them. The protagonist doesn't let himself be intimidated and asks if, by any chance, they could arrange a duel. He can't believe what he's hearing and asks if he knows who he's talking to. He says this and releases the attendant from his ability. At the same time, people around start gossiping that someone is challenging the Xianxing sect. They can't believe that someone is so audacious as to not fear being sucked dry. The protagonist asks if he would like a literal duel or a martial duel. The young master doesn't understand what that means. He explains that in a martial duel, each person makes their moves and the winner is decided in up to 30 rounds. On the other hand, in a literary duel, the boy will make one move and then he himself will also make a move until the opponent can no longer bear it. Inside, he only wants to test his strength since he has just gained mental energy. And even if he can't handle the situation, he still has Chopper and Ben by his side to deal with it. Manhwa reflects on the duel since apparently his opponent is a normal person. And if it's a martial duel, it won't be a difficult task. However, he starts to worry since his master hasn't allowed him to consume spiritual energy absorbed by the spirit absorption technique. And when the duel happens, there will inevitably be energy consumption. And since he's aware that one move will drain his opponent completely, he decides to choose the literary duel. The protagonist asks him to make the first move since it's rude. This irritates him. And with the movement of his hands, he begins to channel energy, making it clear that it was he who sought death. He then uses the spiritual hand technique, which he also used on the attendant. The hand begins to drain the protagonist's energy, but the boy can't believe it, since resisting that ability for so long means that he has an abundant amount of mental energy. He continues with his technique, activated, and becomes confident. Since he will continue until he has drained all the protagonist's energy, a man watching from afar comments that the young man is truly reckless as now his soul will be sucked dry. At this moment, other people approach. Murong and his son observe the protagonist, but don't know it's him because he's disguised and think that the stronger sects are intimidating the weaker ones. Murong points out that since the creation of the Xianxing sect, they have been practicing evil with that malicious technique, and even he himself witnessed it. Yunhai agrees, but is still surprised since the young man who is receiving the hand technique has a lot of courage, and he has been sucked for so long and hasn't moved a millimeter until now. Only then does the old man get scared, since only one person would be capable of such a feat. The two come to the conclusion that it's the senior, and Yunhai gets angry seeing that someone dares to insult the veteran. And for that reason, he wants to punch him until he splits him in two. but his father asks him to calm down, since the leader of their sect always has his own reasons for doing things. He further comments that the spiritual assimilation technique can indeed absorb power, but the energy from Chen's body cannot be absorbed by a mere sect like Xianqing. Manhwa remains surprised, trying to understand what's happening, since his ability is not able to drain his opponent's energy. The protagonist, smiling, announces that it's his time and asks if he doesn't like taking things from others. He touches his hands together and asks to take everything. With that, his divine thought is activated, and the young master is surprised by what he is witnessing, as before him is all the power he collected using the divine hand ability. The protagonist places his hand on the energy, and the power becomes denser. He asks how a hole can contain the ocean, but the young master just remains kneeling, perplexed by what he is seeing. Morong, with his son, simply observes as the more they look, the more surprised they become, since this is definitely the senior's method. For all this, Manhwa remains lying on the ground until his subordinate runs towards him, calling for him. He tries to lift his boss and asks if the young master was really sucked to the end by a mere pervert. He warns him that, in cultivation, one must have a good moral compass, and that's why he left only a little energy for the guy. Even though he doesn't know if he will be able to sustain it, the subordinate looks shocked as the rest of the energy that remained was practically nothing. And seeing that the young master was almost passing away, he tries to wake him up at all costs. From afar, Yunhai asks if they should pay their respects to the senior, but Morong replies no, emphasizing that their master is disguised as someone else and, due to his level of importance, they cannot disturb or distract him with the Xiao Shui matter. And if the protagonist decides to call them when they see them, only then will they appear. However, he doesn't know what to do with all the energy in his hand coming from Manhwa's technique. At this moment, an old man approaches, calling for the senior and informing him that the power in his hand is the technique the young master stole from them. And since he dealt with the tyrant, everyone is deeply grateful. The protagonist smiles and announces that he will return the technique to everyone as they cultivate it with their own efforts. Hearing this makes the cultivators happy as they never imagined the senior would have such a kind heart. However, Jun warns that he first needs to know if he is really telling the truth and therefore thinks this is a good opportunity to practice his deduction ability. He starts to concentrate as his lie detection ability is indeed quite effective, until he points to the old man saying that he is telling the truth, but hits the other cultivator as he was clearly lying, asking for everyone to come forward to be evaluated. He goes on giving the power one by one to those he concludes were telling the truth. Additionally, he notices that some powers were not distributed and concludes that the owner is not here until something begins to emerge in his hand, leaving him surprised, though at the same time he asks what that could be. The system explains that it has an integrated materialization function that can transform spells into potions, and after use he'll be able to use the corresponding spell, and the spell will become ineffective once the potion's effect wears off. He is amazed as he found that incredible and begins thanking the system as it finally acted like a human for the first time. From a distance, some girls observe the protagonist commenting that they couldn't clearly say he is a knight because of his appearance, although he is extremely powerful, and wonder if he is married. Lingxi says she has no idea who the person is and says the boy was just trying to show off to her. She catches the protagonist's attention, telling him that she doesn't know exactly how to repay his kindness. So she offers herself as a reward for what he did. Chen feels awkward, asking them not to offer themselves so easily. He asks her not to misunderstand and explains that he is there solely to do a dual cultivation with Lingjua. The girl is surprised as she didn't expect that and asks if he happens to know the rules. As to do a dual cultivation, many sacred pearls are required, and unfortunately, they cannot give up any. Even though he is a benefactor, and unfortunately, they judged him by the simple clothes he is wearing. He feels awkward as he seemingly doesn't give off any credibility, but shows his chest full of sacred pearls. The attendant immediately smiles widely and asks him to follow her. Meanwhile, in Linqi's chambers in the illusory realm, several beautiful girls are with their companions practicing their low-intensity dual cultivation. They keep climbing the stairs, and the girl asks him to please rest in the guest room as she still needs to inform Lingjua. He goes to the room, and upon entering, he wonders if the place is really suitable for dual cultivation. However, after looking around, he concludes that it indeed seems quite comfortable. He also notices that the smell of the place is very pleasant, but feels that the incense is irritating his eyes. So, he decides to grab a bottle that looks like something he could drop in his eyes and does so, feeling relieved immediately after. He starts to feel sleepy, thinking that maybe those drops have side effects, and after removing his boots, he decides to lie down for a bit. Since, out of nowhere, he feels very tired. Sometime later, a woman enters the room and finds him sleeping. Lingjua is intrigued since the person she is seeing is quite familiar, until the protagonist, while sleeping, starts to remove his mask, as the room is warm. At that moment, the girl is surprised, as she remembers who the person is. Since months ago, someone was painting a portrait of the protagonist. It was Xiao Xian, furious, saying that she curses Chun for having stolen her sister. Lingzhua is intrigued since the person in the portrait is the senior that the girl despises. Back in the present, she decides to call Xiao Xian, who is surprised, not believing that Chun is actually using an illusory appearance to be there. Lingzhua confirms that it's true and even mentions that she will make a video call to show her. She says this and shows the protagonist lying in the bed in her room. Xiao Xian gets excited seeing this, as now she can use it to make her sister break up with him since he is clearly cheating on her. Her excitement goes through the roof, as she is witnessing her brother-in-law changing his appearance to visit the illusory realm. Probably to meet a beautiful girl for a dual cultivation session, and out of fear of her sister finding out, he tried to disguise himself. She asks her to send the most beautiful girl in the realm to completely expose his disguise. She smiles excitedly and slaps the table, already imagining Chen's mask falling and him being expelled from the realm. Meanwhile, in the illusory realm, Lingzhou goes to a GU and tells her that this will be the most important task of her life, as she will be in charge of unmasking Chen. And if she completes the task, she will be greatly rewarded. The woman smiles and says not to worry, as she is the most dazzling fox in that chaotic world. After that, she heads to the protagonist's room and enters. She starts thinking that she is the most dazzling fox spirit in the chaotic realm and no man from that place has been able to resist her charm. Therefore, she sits on him and as she gets closer, says that her boss will love her even more after she completes the mission. At that moment, the protagonist wakes up and from his perspective, there is a fat fox sitting on top of him. He is startled by this sudden event and pushes the girl away in shock. Still not understanding what is happening, he asks what is going on. Ajiu admits she is startled since she almost slept with that push, but the protagonist is the most confused of all, as no matter how much he rubs his eyes, he can't stop seeing a bizarre fox in front of him. He raises his hand and starts petting what he believes to be a fox. The girl says that her cuteness is beyond imagination, and he is amazed since he is facing a fox that can talk. He goes to his dog and tells it that there is a fox there who, despite being ugly and beautiful, is very fun. Ajiu gets filled with anger, asking if it is polite to call someone ugly and beautiful at the same time. However, the dog has no idea what is going on, as it is in a deep sleep. The girl starts to find something strange, since she doesn't understand how someone could have absolutely no interest in her, remembering that the men who passed by treated her like a goddess, offering a lot of money, as well as peach flower pills, among other things that took a lifetime to obtain. Suddenly the protagonist grabs her ear and starts saying that the Tibetan fox is really fun, since it has soft ears. She starts to think that he might have some head problem, and comes to the conclusion that she'll have to use her supreme move. She starts to lift her clothes, showing her whole leg. Then she asks if, by any chance, he thinks they're beautiful or not. The protagonist gets confused by this until he reaches a conclusion. That's why he starts to touch her leg, commenting that he probably heard that he's a veterinarian and that she must have some injury in her leg for him to treat. She starts to feel embarrassed by this, and asks what the hell he's trying to do since he's supposed to let her go. He explains that he's confused since if she isn't injured, then he doesn't understand why she's there, and asks if, by any chance, the spiritual seat Lu sent her. Ajiu responds that it's exactly that, since they sent her there to receive him. He goes back to petting her head, saying that if that's the case, she can take him for a nice walk. At this moment, she decides it's time to resort to something drastic, so she gets closer, pressing her chest against him, asking if they can go to the garden to take a walk. But he doesn't quite understand, since he doesn't know what could be interesting in the garden. She simply asks him to go, imagining that now she'll show the peak of her beauty. After this, Zhao He wakes up and gets confused, trying to understand where his master is. Until something catches his attention, and he goes to see what it is. The bottle on the floor getting confused since he doesn't understand why a bottle labeled fisheye is there. Meanwhile, outside the two reach the garden. He comments that indeed the place is magnificent, but she gets furious since the best possible view is behind him, and he doesn't even look. Only then does an idea come to her mind, and looking at the fountain, she decides to fall into the water and fake drowning. Since in her mind it's just a matter of pretending to drown, and the protagonist will look at her and immediately jump into the water. Since it's unacceptable for a beautiful woman to drown like that. Already in the water, he will save her and then take her out, creating a vibe between them. This plan is perfect in her head, as she doesn't believe that in front of a beautiful wet girl he'll resist. So, she decides to put her plan into action, sliding off the edge and screaming for help. Immediately, Chen looks to the side, asking what happened. In his view, the poor animal was struggling in the water, and he gets worried, since he was careless leaving it alone. He enters the water calmly, asking her to wait until, with one hand, he lifts the fox out of the water and starts taking it to the edge. The girl, outraged, starts asking him to let her go, since he's hurting her, but he refuses. since he just saved her from becoming fish food. After reaching land, she, trying to be seductive, asks what he plans to do seeing a beautiful girl all wet in front of him. He ponders this until he comes up with an idea. The girl gets outraged since his idea was to use his magic to generate heat. And with that, she asks him to dry her off already since she's probably already feeling better. Ajo keeps trembling as all she wants is to leave, so she can comb her hair. After this they go to her room, and as they enter he's thinking that the place has great accommodations, and even a spiritual beast has a nice room to sleep in. He looks to the side, and sees her getting ready. Ajo remains outraged since everything she's doing isn't working. Then she grabs a small red box. Since in her mind she'll have to resort to some stronger moves, and she doesn't believe there's anyone in the universe who can withstand her love powder. She then calls the protagonist and starts saying that she has something in her eye. He approaches, asking her not to move since he'll check, and she just smiles, throwing her magical powder in his direction. He breathes in the powder, but immediately sneezes, leaving her worried, since with that, the powder flew all over her. And so she runs away, saying that the room is too hot and she needs water. She knows that the love powder, soul robber dispersant, causes the internal dantian to explode if the person doesn't harmonize the yin and yang within an hour and doesn't understand what the hell she did to deserve all of this. Only then does she stop and begin to think that she could use this opportunity to harmonize her energy. And so she calls for her master, warning that she can't take it anymore and asking, please, for his help. Chun is completely confused, as from his perspective, a fox is blushing right in front of him. Moreover, the fox's tongue is red, and in shock, he shouts if, by any chance, she has rabid canine fever. He uses his storage ring and takes out several vials of medicine, saying that fortunately he never forgets his old veterinary skills, as he always carries the medicine with him. Seeing this leaves Ajiyu confused, as he is preparing something using earth dragon urine and Agamba's feces. She screams desperately, asking what kind of nonsense he is doing with those bizarre ingredients. However, he keeps preparing until he finally finishes, saying that it's ready. He holds her face, explaining that the taste will be a little strange, but it will get better once she swallows it. He says this, while shoving the medicine into her mouth. The girl starts to sweat cold and runs at full speed until she finds a jar to spit all that medicine into. He asks her not to spit out the medicine, as it possesses divine power. However, the girl is still intrigued as no man has ever resisted her up until now. And so she pulls his arm and throws him on the ground, asking to show him how a fox spirit can completely seduce someone. He finds this strange as the fox in front of him is still warm and her heartbeat is accelerated. The protagonist stands up and says he needs to find a way to cool her body down. Therefore, he runs off, asking her to wait a moment. He pulls a huge pair of scissors from his ring and, smiling, says that it will definitely work. Jiyu is terrified, asking what the hell he thinks he's going to do with those scissors. And he begins cutting the fur of the animal he's seeing, saying that it's impossible for an animal to cool off with such thick fur. However, in reality, he's cutting her hair, leaving her indignant that she's going through this. After cutting everything, he takes a mirror and shows the result, saying that now she will cool off well. He tells her he has amazing skills, so everything will be fine, until he looks back and sees the girl running and crying, thinking that if the animal is running, it means it worked. At that moment, he looks at the mirror on the bed and only then realizes that his mask has fallen, and he has no idea when that happened, feeling happy for having met a clown fox during this time. He decides to go out and ask the fox to return to the room before someone sees him. Meanwhile, far away, Ajua is crying, saying that she cultivated for thousands of years and never suffered such humiliation in her life. Only then does she realize that her hair is growing and doesn't understand what's happening. She begins to feel a warm sensation like a wave of energy and is surprised, as her hair has returned to normal. And not only that, but her cultivation has advanced, something she could never do. She, still in disbelief, imagines that she tried for so long and still couldn't do it, even though Lingjua was only able to help with a single layer. But this time she managed to get through 9. Thinking about this reminds her of what happened that day. Since first she received direct energy from the protagonist's hairdryer, then she also ate a divine pill in addition to receiving physical assistance. She gets emotional thinking about it since she can't imagine what kind of divine being he is. Meanwhile, in the mortal world, Shinshin is happy and even comments that she didn't know her own husband would react like that to beauty. Her sister, furious, reaffirms that she doesn't think he's normal and definitely must have some mental problem. Dong doesn't like that comment and flicks her on the head, asking her not to speak that way about her own brother-in-law. She, furious, keeps imagining how much of an idiot the protagonist is. Shinshin once again grabs her face and makes it clear that she can hear her thoughts even in silence. Then she asks how the tasks she gave the other day are going, and says that if she hasn't finished them, she'll get beaten. Zhao Xian replies that she already secretly put it in Yu Hong, and whether she'll find it or not depends entirely on the famous brother-in-law she has. She, thoughtful, looks at her system and believes her husband must figure everything out on his own since otherwise it'll all have been for nothing. Meanwhile, in the illusory realm, the protagonist is channeling energy trying to figure out the appearance of the great boss through deduction, and therefore tries once again to find Huangfu. His first vision using the ability is of someone in a bathtub. His view widens, and he sees that it's actually a hot spring and the person is a woman. He observes how robust her body is and tries to understand what it means. Slowly, he tries to concentrate more, and looking at the girl's chest, he notices there's a secret pattern like a map on that clothing. After seeing that, he stops because someone starts knocking at his door. He is told to please change clothes since they are waiting for him. He gets up and asks his dog to spit out the cultivator from inside him. Iran appears and the protagonist says it's his time to shine, but asks him to also bring something from Yu Hong. He says that and finds something odd, since the boy looks strange, like someone so weak he couldn't withstand even the wind. Because of that, he tells him not to worry, as he'll take care of it himself. At that moment, Iran has an idea and hands over his most precious item, saying he's willing to lend that item to his benefactor and emphasizes that as long as he can control it, he can take whatever he wants. Chun reaches for the item and asks what the hell that thing is. Then he dresses in the outfit and a bright light shines from his head, surprising him. Euron also admits to being surprised as his benefactor definitely possesses great skills, having managed to control the moonlight robe without a shadow. He keeps observing the outfit and wonders if it's perhaps a company treasure. The boy, eyes glowing, says yes, and that it has been in his family for generations since it was given to his grandfather by the Supreme Incomparable and his grandfather passed it down. Then he says that unfortunately after his father's death his own strength was really weak and he couldn't control the family treasure properly. The protagonist doesn't hide his surprise as once again he's hearing about the Supreme Incomparable and had casually said that name, but apparently such a person really exists. He takes off the hood of the outfit since although it's special it's very hot, and turns around saying he's ready. After that, at the hot spring palace, they walk to another place, while Chun reflects on how the illusory realm is truly a divine dwelling. After walking for a while, they finally arrive at the location and the door opens. Immediately, Iran becomes embarrassed because in front of him was the most beautiful girl in the realm, asking if the guest had already arrived. The protagonist also gets extremely embarrassed since the woman's body is sensational, and if he hadn't prepared in advance by becoming invisible, he'd be in serious trouble with his wife. Lingjue goes up to the boy and asks him not to be nervous, since dual cultivation emphasizes the union of mind and body, and for that reason, he needs to undress. Other girls who are watching the process say that the water can carry spiritual energy and assure him that from that day on, his cultivation will improve greatly. He finally gets naked and enters the water. However, he is dying of embarrassment, even though she asks him not to be shy until he decides to fully approach. At the same time, the protagonist is also in the invisible spring thanks to the outfit. He starts walking through the water since his goal is clear until he reaches the woman's back and begins to move his hand closer, thinking only of the crimson duck belly sash he had seen in his vision. However, he pauses for a moment because the outfit he is wearing can actually float, and he gets confused about what he should do. He starts to worry since he doesn't know whether to proceed until he decides to go ahead as long as the girl doesn't see him. Ling Shua looks to the side and smiles, since upon feeling something touching her back, she imagines the senior is there. This reminds her of the conversation she had with Xiao Xian, who was sure her brother-in-law would try to achieve his perverse goal somehow. The redhead just smiles because she must pretend not to see him, as her superior asked her to go along with the plan. The protagonist then manages to undo the knot of her clothing, leaving the girl startled since she didn't expect the senior to be so bold. She is dying of embarrassment, covering her breasts, and also frustrated because she can't strangle him to the end. The protagonist keeps checking the outfit, believing there's a secret map on it, until he realizes something. Because of this, he ended up leaving a young woman naked, and can't leave her like that. He becomes thoughtful for a moment until he has an idea. He starts moving and steals Iran's lower robe, and gently puts it on her body to avoid exposing her parts. Lingjue is shocked that the little ghost there dared to grab a male robe to wrap around her. She barely thinks about it, and feels a strange sensation as her body starts to channel a massive power, until she realizes she broke through her bottleneck, advancing from the saint spiritual realm to the sacred Yuan realm. She becomes excited since, as expected, her friend Xiao Xian was right about the senior. After that, the protagonist leaves the hot spring and begins carefully analyzing Lingjue's clothing. And upon identifying the name Dahu, he concludes that it must be nowhere near there. He decides to call the system since he has no idea what to do, but the system becomes furious, asking what time it is and why he woke it up when it didn't even sleep properly. Chun is outraged upon hearing such nonsense and warns that if he keeps sleeping like this, his face will turn square. Then he sits down and gets straight to the point, wanting to know where Mount Qianyu is and also what the connection is between that place and his task. The system warns that if he continues, the game won't be able to proceed. He doesn't like that at all and at least asks for a means of transport since the place seems way too far. The panel says that the teleportation matrix is being repaired and, for that reason, cannot be used for a while. He panics, asking for any hint on what he should do. But the system just crosses its arms, stating that he already defeated Manhwa and received a bunch of spells, so he should know how to use them for his own benefit. The protagonist is confused whether this relates to the potion bottles he received and keeps asking for explanations. Nearby, his dog is waiting for something to happen until the protagonist decides to check what the bottles he received are. He realizes one is for shrinking, another is for transformation, and there's even one for earth piercing. He starts sweating cold since at first he thought the bottles were eye drops and not spells and finds it a waste not to have known this earlier. He keeps watching until he picks up one labeled teleport. He drops a bit into his eyes since that one must be suitable and then asks Yaohe to enter the storage ring because he's going to take him for a walk. The dog is happy about that and obeys. Now their destination is Dahu. They disappear shortly after. Meanwhile, in another realm, Manhwa is bowing to his master, who asks why he's out of energy. He, trembling in fear, explains that he met a demon. His master asks who could be a demon capable of causing such a scare. He says this and extends his hand since he doesn't like useless people. He grabs Manhwa's neck, who begins begging to be spared. But his master simply says that someone this useless doesn't deserve to live. Then he calls for Shishu, who immediately appears asking for orders. He commands him to search for the energy source that was destroyed. At the same time, Chun is frustrated by what he's seeing, since the place he was supposed to go to, even having stolen the map, looks more like a barren mountain. The notification congratulates him for reaching the location, but he gets annoyed because there's nothing to celebrate, since he discovered nothing. The system gets angry and asks what the fun would be if the game just revealed everything he needs to do. Only then does the protagonist realize it makes sense, and then puts his hands together to start his prediction. However, he's immediately disappointed because the Holy Essence stock is empty and the notification says it's not possible to activate the prediction ability. He gets increasingly furious until he explodes in rage, asking why the hell it gave that clue if it's completely useless. The window gets dramatic, saying its eardrums almost burst, and asks him to forget the sacred essence, saying he needs to find a way to earn on his own, even suggesting practicing yoga. Chun doesn't like this at all, as the system master is coming up with nonsense about yoga. He then looks to the side and sees that he's near a city, and the entrance says, Village of the King of Medicine. He decides to set up a tent there and positions himself next to the dog to attract people. His sign reads, a miraculous doctor who can heal both humans and animals. The dog's sign says it's a native dog that received oral care. Zhao He is confused by all of this, as apparently they're going to work. Chun says that unfortunately there's no other path to follow. As to gather riches, this is the only thing he can do. A nearby person comments that they expected nothing less from the Sun family, as they really know how to spend money, and says that apparently the cost is 100,000 sacred essences, and doesn't know who could do such a thing. Hearing this puts the protagonist on alert, besides surprising him, since they're talking about 100,000 sacred essences. Because of that, he runs off, shouting that he can do that perfectly, and with his hand over the cloth says it's such a rare opportunity to make money that he'll obviously seize it. Smiling, he decides to see what it's about, and if by any chance it's going to be an even harder task than the system's. The paper says that whoever solves the problem in the future, the Sun Mansion wants to find an adoptive daughter and will give 100,000 UA sacred coins as a gift for raising her. He doesn't understand this talk about adopting a daughter. Meanwhile, still in the city, he calls all his servants and they ask if by any chance the Sun family is facing any difficulty. The protagonist asks them to use their heads a bit to come up with a solution, but Chopper replies there's not much to be done as he can't put the little girl on anyone's shoulder. He thinks about what he should do until Ben calls him, saying his stare is somehow scary. Chopper says it's nothing and asks the protagonist if there's any kind of potion to make hair grow. He checks his stock and hands over a vial, saying that apparently there is. Chopper, with a mischievous look, walks toward Ben who has no idea what's going on. After doing what he had to do, Chopper claps his hands because he got what he wanted. Chin doesn't hide his surprised face because after taking a good look at Ben, he admits he's shocked, since with the hair change, he simply turned into a girl. Chopper comments that he never imagined his little trash would have a moment like that to shine. Ben's eyes begin to fill with tears, and because of this, he breaks into sobs, as he is so embarrassed that he can't even look at his little sister with the wooden sword. Chun says everything will be fine since Daddy will buy her many things. Meanwhile, at the Su family mansion, Shilong goes outside, as someone was calling for him. His subordinate tells him that a person sent his daughter, and even her height and physique are exactly like the young lady from the family. He gets excited to hear this and asks for the guest to be allowed in immediately. They begin walking and soon enter the room. The head of the family is immediately surprised to see the beautiful girl in front of him, identical to his daughter. He immediately kneels and begs for the Sun family to accept the reverence. The MC finds it strange since everyone there treats reverence as a greeting. He then informs them that he brought his daughter as mentioned in the notice. Shilong says that not even a single coin of 100,000 sacred yuan will be missing in payment. The family leader calls for someone, but Chen asks him to first place the sacred yuan to the side, since if he wants to adopt the child, he needs to show that he will truly solve the problems, and asks if, by chance, he is having any difficulty. The chief feels a bit awkward answering this, but the protagonist tells him to forget it, since he only asks the question thinking about it in a financial way and won't even check if the amount is correct, as he wants to trust the Sun family. He then leaves, saying he will pick up the girl after lending her for 2 days. Suddenly, a woman shouts for him to stop and asks if he is really a father like this. He's confused and asks who the hell is saying this. The girl walks past him and heads toward Ben. As she approaches, she grabs his hand and starts running, asking to hurry. He, disguised as a girl, is confused and asks what his little sister is doing. At this moment, the head of the family calls her name and makes it clear that they are father and daughter. And they're even willing to do whatever it takes, including something that could save her life. Sun's Heng turns around and replies that it's easy to do such a thing, since he used a lot of money as an attraction, as otherwise no one would ever leave the daughter exposed to lose her life. Both the protagonist and Ben panic as the conversation is getting very strange, talking about losing a life. The child looks at her father and asks if he wants to do to her brother what happened to her sister. He gets angry when he hears this and raises his hand, asking her to shut up. She asks to fight and keeps asking until Ben approaches, and tells the girl to stop playing games. The old man breathes deeply and tries to calm down. The protagonist decides to go back into the room and comments that he already knew the sacred when coins wouldn't be so easy to earn. So he asks what's going on. Shilong decides to explain, revealing that the reason the city is called the City of Yawang is because there are precious spiritual herbs all over the Dayu Mountain. Also, all the people in the city make their living by collecting and making medicines. Even their daily meals are made with the medicinal ingredients. A man, while collecting, comments that ginseng babies appear on Mount Dayu, and the master is offering a high price to buy them, so the more the better. The people stare at each other thinking about this. With that, everyone in the city went up the mountain to dig for ginseng, and the creatures still mock them during the pursuit, taunting that the idiots couldn't catch it. They realize that the ginseng babies are extremely spiritual and run very fast, disappearing into the ground, so it is no longer possible to see them. Over time, the people became furious, and he explains that to dig for ginseng, they searched the entire Dayu Mountain. They dug the Bald Mountain. Chen interrupts, asking if they dug the Bald Mountain recklessly and what that has to do with his daughter. He explains that greed angered the mountain god, and now they will be forced to offer a young girl on the 15th of every month. Otherwise, they just have to wait for the water from the peak of the mountain to flood the whole city. He ends by saying that the mistake belongs to the whole city, but only the young girls are paying the price. The protagonist hears this and says that this so-called mountain god is truly a shame for the entire divine realm, and for that reason, says that since the next day is already the 15th, he will go with his own daughter to the mountain at the time the god requested. Sun Shang panics and asks why the hell he is doing this, knowing he will lose his life. Ben asks her to calm down, explaining that they have a plan. After that, already at night, Ben is sitting looking at the moon and comments that it's very round and beautiful. This makes him wonder if the wooden sword Mujian is also watching the moonlight like he is. At this moment, it sneezes and looks up at the sky, wondering if someone perhaps whispered its name. Back at the sect, Sun Shang goes to Ben and shows an item, telling him it is a family heirloom that was passed from her grandfather to her father's father and, after a long time, arrived at her father. He asks if it's by any chance a life-saving talisman. She hands it to him and says she stole it from her father and hopes she can use it if she is in danger. She then shows a box and explains that on the second day, she secretly went up the mountain to get the box her dear sister kept. And although she doesn't think it's likely, she says that if she ever meets her sister, she only asks to give her that. He also takes the box and asks her not to worry, as he will do it, and assures her that they will definitely subdue the god of that mountain. The next day, already on the trail to the mountains, the protagonist and Ben continue walking, and the boy starts saying that he forgot the eyes, besides the right eye, trying to remember someone. The protagonist gets confused, asking what the hell the boy is talking about, and turns to ask why he keeps humming all the time. Ben explains that the night before, Soon Chong gave him a book saying it was a family heirloom, and he admits he doesn't really know what those things are for. Shin takes the book in his hand to try to understand better what it's about, and is surprised right away, as it feels like he has seen it somewhere before. At that moment, someone approaches them, asking them to stop.
This is Ding, the mountain god.
He warns them they can't go any further and that they should just leave the girl there before they leave. Chen doesn't understand what's going on and asks who the hell the guy is. The bearded man starts imagining that as a mountain god, he has an exceptional temper and naturally common people can't see through him. And with his arms crossed, makes it clear that common people should ask fewer questions, as this way they will live longer. Chen simply walks past him, taking Ben with him, asking to forget about it since it doesn't matter who he is, and they need to climb the mountain quickly. Ding steps in front of them once again and asks if they are not there to offer the woman and that he'll give them a chance, asking once more to leave the girl and run away as otherwise they will lose their life in an inexplicable way. He turns to Ben and asks if the big guy is perhaps the lackey of the trash god of the mountain. The big guy gets furious, saying that he's so handsome that he's mistaken for a lackey, but warns that he's the famous mountain god. The protagonist smiles, not taking it seriously, and asks if he's really the so-called mountain god. Ding bursts into laughter and asks if he's scared. He replies that, in fact, he's not, and is even eager to fight against the so-called mountain god. He gets confused as he apparently was too arrogant and needs to be a bit more intimidating. Meanwhile, the protagonist thinks it's awesome since he met the mountain god so quickly, and now he'll get some practice to see if his skills have improved. The bearded man decides to ask if the guy in front of him has some kind of problem and warns that he can identify all the flaws of a common person just by looking at them. And if the two of them fought, it would be very unfair. He simply stays silent, listening to these absurdities. Ding continues, asking them to open their eyes wide as he will show them the powers of a true god. He starts gathering energy in his hand and shoots it to the side, destroying a rock that was a few meters away. Both Chun and Ben just watch without saying anything. The mountain god sees the hole he made in the stone and warns that it's useless to try to fight him. The protagonist starts walking and passes by him. Then he picks up a piece of stone from the ground and simply crushes it, turning it into dust. Ben gets emotional seeing this since he expected nothing less from his master. While the so-called god looks frightened, saying that this is impossible. Chun looks back at the rock and starts channeling energy. Ding gets worried since he is witnessing a crushing up close and is sure that that stone is even harder to break than the previous one. Thinking about this, he turns around and says that he can't believe what he's seeing, and that's why he felt like fighting. He starts gathering energy in his body since apparently ordinary people also possess some kind of ability, even though he still doesn't believe that the power of the mountain god can be challenged like that. The protagonist takes a deep breath and the god immediately attacks, creating a huge gust of wind while shouting for him to receive his mighty power. Ben panics, calling for his master, since it all happened so suddenly. After that, the protagonist appears amidst the smoke and the big guy can't believe what he just witnessed and asks how that's possible. Chun smiles and asks if it's his turn. Zhang Ding, a little worried, warns that those are naturally the rules of the competition, but asks him to stop dreaming since mortals can't defeat a mountain god. And besides, there should be no hope since he's only using 30% of his power at the moment. He says this but understands that his situation isn't very good. As looking at the protagonist, he doesn't understand why there's already such an overwhelming pressure that makes him want to retreat involuntarily. With a simple movement, Jin raises his finger and fires a power at the god's forehead. He feels his body strange, as if he were feeling pain spreading beneath his forehead. This leaves him in panic, since the force seems to be splitting him in two. And although his heart is extremely resilient, he can no longer contain himself, so he falls to his knees at that very moment, begging for his life to be spared. The protagonist explains that he doesn't need him to confess his sins, and after approaching the big guy says he also can't forgive him. So he asked that everyone who offered a woman as a sacrifice to the mountain god go down with him and apologize to the townspeople. Jiang Ding starts saying it wasn't him since he simply doesn't have the capacity for such a thing. Chen finds this strange and asks if it wasn't him who used the mountain torrents to threaten the town's residents. He nods saying no and says the one responsible was a person who used his name. The protagonist asks who that person is. He replies it's a guy who always appears at night, but it's never possible to see his appearance clearly and he can't defeat him because he's quite powerful. Embarrassed, he explains that in truth he's not an official mountain god and is more like an intern. The two can't believe this intern story, and the big guy goes on to say that at a certain moment, the Invincible Supreme defeated the Supreme Supreme, and the chaotic realm had just put an end to the dark reign of the Supreme Supreme. Then one day the Invincible Supreme went to the village, and everyone greeted him since they were surprised someone so incredible was on the Great Mountain. This deity said that the immortal grass blooms and spiritual medicines are abundant in that place, and that such a place must be well protected. At that moment, he pointed to the big guy and asked him to come closer, saying he would be the new god of the Great Mountain. Jiang Ding doesn't understand what's going on and comments that he's just a mortal, so that wouldn't be possible. The invincible supreme smiles and placing his hand on the giant's head says he can see that his heart is pure and that he doesn't cling to material things. Saying that, considering some abilities, he would be like a mountain god in turn, and that when he himself returned to Mount Diwu, if the intern had done well in the role, he would officially become a god. However, before he realized it, time kept passing, and he ended up waiting for more than 7,000 years, and the invincible supreme never came back. The protagonist reflects that this so-called invincible supreme is really a strange guy, and that if he had known that, he never would have invented that title in the first place. Jiangding continues, saying that in the end, he never managed to find the invincible supreme again, and instead the townspeople created the rumor about the babies and the women. Chun is surprised and asks if all that was just a rumor. He replies that there never were purple jade ginseng babies on that mountain, and that all who appeared did so overnight, and, finding it strange, he ended up setting up a vine net on the mountain and finally caught one. After that capture, he questions who the hell that creature is. And to instill fear, he makes it clear that the god of the mountain will crush his head if he doesn't talk. The vegetable starts begging for mercy, saying that it was his master who sent him and that he doesn't know anything. However, when he realizes it, the purple creature's mouth is foaming until he decides to talk, revealing that the master sent him to cause confusion and thus awaken the greed of the city's people. The objective was to wait until the mountain was empty to force them to find girls, take them to the mountain, and submerge them in the pool to generate spiritual babies for them. Jiangding is surprised to hear all this and asks for more information. But the mutant starts screaming, saying that's all he knows and asking to be let go. But the big guy keeps trying to extract more information until someone shows up saying the creature already said everything he knew and should be let go. Then that person points a sword and asks why a mere mortal is asking so many questions. Jiangding turns around, making it clear that he is not a mortal, but the god of the mountain. However, he is surprised by what he sees and asks what that person is doing there. The redhead bursts out laughing after hearing that the mere mortal is the god of the mountain, and starts concentrating energy in his hand, thinking that the situation is going to be very interesting, and orders that from that moment on, women should be sent to the top of the mountain for him. And since he now knows the secret, he only has two choices. The first is to obey, because otherwise he will lose his own life. He finds himself cornered by that situation. Back in the present, with his hand raised, he finishes his story, saying that it was how the Supreme Invincible granted him a sacred mission, and that's why he couldn't lose his life so easily. However, the protagonist finds everything very strange and asks if he can really trust the story. Jiangding becomes worried since the protagonist didn't believe him, and so he suggests they go together to the pool so he can believe it. He replies that naturally he'll have to go since the story is very strange. After that, they start walking through the forest, and the protagonist asks if the real name of the god of the mountain is really Jiangding. He says yes, although it's not worth mentioning. Chen becomes uneasy since the name sounds familiar to him and asks if by any chance he knows someone named Huangfu. The god of the mountain is shocked, which only reinforces that the senior is clearly not an ordinary person to dare say the divine name so directly. Because of that, he falls to his knees and, crying, says he himself wouldn't dare speak that name without kneeling first. Chen asks if that's really necessary and who the hell this sacred person is. With shining eyes, the big guy says that this person is the protector of the Supreme Invincible, but disappeared a long time ago, so it's no surprise that the senior doesn't know him. He reflects that once again, he's seeing a connection to the Supreme Invincible and is becoming increasingly interested in him. At that moment, Ben, still disguised as a girl, points ahead and is amazed since that place really looks like the land of the fairies. As they approach, the protagonist asks if the girls are submerged at the bottom of that pool, and whether to give birth to the spiritual babies, they won't drown. The god of the mountain says that although it looks like a deep pool, it's not regular water, but rather a spiritual essence. Chen approaches and places his hand in the pool, realizing that the mental power is indeed so strong that it feels like it could suck a person's thoughts. Then an idea comes to your mind, since that place is a gathering spot for spiritual energy that can absorb energy from the sky and the earth, as well as the desires of mortals. The person he met wants that place full of greed to gather energy from others. He then looks to the side and asks Ben to go down to that place and take a look. However, Yongding asks to wait for a moment and shows a pill, asking the girl to take it since it will prevent her from being invaded by spiritual essence. He is worried about whether to accept it, but the protagonist replies that it's just a regular pill, so she can eat it as it won't cause any harm. On his master's command, the golden sword takes the pill and immediately swallows it. Then everyone dives into the so-called pool. While swimming, the protagonist keeps looking around and comments that there are no herbs there, so he wants to know how the pills were refined. The mountain god replies that ever since the little god was enlightened by the Supreme Invincible, he gained the constitution of a pill furnace and, besides that, has been eating herbs as food for years. so it's normal for him to be able to do that. As a demonstration, he gathers essence in his mouth and spits out a pill, asking how many they would like to see. Chun confesses that this is quite an amazing ability, unlike Ben, who can't believe he ate a pill that was made that way. The protagonist, confused, asks what the pill he gave to his daughter is for. The god replies that the spiritual essence in that pool can cause women to develop a spiritual fetus. So the pill is to prevent that. In other words, he gave her a contraceptive. Ben is shocked by what he just heard and starts crying, since that way he won't be able to become a father, and so he breaks into tears. Meanwhile, outside, Chopper and Zhao He are watching them, and the dog asks his superior why the boy is in so much pain, and also wants to know if spiritual weapons can reproduce with each other. The red-haired one replies that he doesn't really understand the world of middle school boys. Back in the spiritual pool, the three have already gone quite deep. They reach the deepest point and start walking. Chun soon realizes that the mental power in that region is very strong. And if a mortal entered there, in half a month all thoughts would be drained, turning him into an idiot. Zhongding asks not to worry and shows a giant shell. He starts channeling energy and the shell opens, leaving him surprised by what he sees, since a girl is lying inside. He then asks if that person asked to hide them there, and whether, by any chance, they are lifeless. Yongding says he gave them sleeping pills. Ben confesses to being shocked as those poor girls must be traumatized by the terrible experience. However, the god, smiling, says he also gave them memory loss pills. Even so, the protagonist finds it worrying since that place has very strong spiritual energy and may have even devoured their essence. But the big guy replies that he also gave them pills to block spiritual energy. The two can't believe the absurd amount of pills he gave and shout, wanting to know if he's not afraid of poisoning them with so much medication. Suddenly the guardian notices something and says there's only one law. And it's probably that guy, so he asks them to hide inside the shells. He is frustrated since he would love to fight this guy, but as he doesn't know the true story about him, hiding for a while won't hurt. The mountain god is moved, as he expected from a being like the senior, who possesses such a powerful ring. Chun says that is nothing special, grabs his arm and throws him inside the shell, ordering him to hide as well. Then he goes to the shell where the girl is and enters it, closing it to hide. Time passes, and Zixu arrives at the location, saying he has been planning this for a long time and that the time to reap the rewards has finally come. He also says that such a large reserve of energy would be wasted if not used, and the master could really consider a method to cultivate so much spiritual energy, even to refine pills. As he approaches, he laughs, since he is a true, wise, and powerful man. Meanwhile, the protagonist is irritated hearing all this, as he considers him just another immoral person. This draws the attention of the redhead, who, looking in the direction of the shells, begins to find all this too much. He decides to approach, and all he can say is that he can't stand it, that it is truly unbearable. Chun, watching and hiding, tries to understand what the hell that guy is doing and wonders if he has diarrhea or something like that. Only then does he feel something strange with his shell and starts to wonder if it is flying since he did not notice he was being carried. Shishu throws the shell on the ground, and thus they finally align symmetrically, making the guy finally happy as he now feels comfortable. The protagonist observing from inside the shell can't believe that the redhead is simply obsessed with organization. The man then summons a knife. Shishu says he will first start by directly removing the internal core of the spiritual baby. He begins cutting the shell with a scalpel and soon gets excited, wanting to see the result, and therefore asks for the baby to appear. But after the shell fully opens, he realizes there is no spiritual baby inside. The same goes for the other shells that were opened. And although the girls are inside, there is no spiritual baby. He falls frustrated to the ground, not understanding, since there was a lot of powerful spiritual energy there, and any immersed woman would form a spiritual fetus. And he tries to understand where he went wrong, since he will have problems if he doesn't get a spiritual baby. He already envisions his master saying that useless people don't deserve to live, and ending him. Because of this, he is aware that he must get a spiritual baby at all costs. He then goes to the next shell, and begins to open it, since he still has 2 chances left for it to have worked. However, upon opening, he comes face to face with the protagonist, who doesn't even know how to react upon seeing the little redhead. In contrast, Shishu is amazed as he finally got a spiritual baby on the last attempts and admits being surprised since it is quite large from birth, and feeling its face asks it to call him father. He grabs the scalpel and says he will be very gentle when cutting the internal core. Chun quickly realizes what trash that guy is and therefore headbutts him, sending the little redhead flying backward. He gets enraged by this and starts gathering his energy, summoning several swords, and also asks not to be blamed for being ruthless since he is a mischievous child. Then, pointing the attacks, he warns he will turn him into ground meat. The protagonist just crosses his arms and smiling, says it's been a while since he had a good fight, and creates a barrier that blocks the attack. The sword shines very brightly, and the dog panics, since that sacred light could turn him to ashes with a single touch. Ben is also surprised, although he expected this from the master, and now that guy will be torn to pieces. Chopper agrees, as that power is nothing more than a normal day in the master's life. The protagonist prepares to attack, while the redhead praises that the spiritual baby is truly extraordinary, but makes it clear that finding him there was ruin. Everyone is surprised since, besides the redhead being alive, they are exchanging blows. Chopper watches surprised as he finally understands what is happening. Since that thing is not a person, but a ghostly spiritual shell, and the stronger the attack it receives, the stronger the ability becomes. Shishu keeps putting pressure nonstop, attacking the protagonist relentlessly, who is forced to defend using the sacred sword. Xiaohe questions what they will do if the master is in danger, since they must help. Ben is unsure of what to do, but admits that if they join forces, the master would probably become even stronger. He says this and sees him receive an attack that throws him to the other side of the pool with full force. At that moment, Chopper asks not to worry since the master is the master who has infinite potential. And the stronger the counterattack, the more it will encourage him to use his abilities. Then the frantic battle between the two continues at full speed. The mountain god refuses to see what is happening and starts to cry, as the sight is terrifying. Including the water around is being heated by the holy light. He also worries that if it continues like that, he will probably become a steamed fish, as everything in that pool will be obliterated. The redhead finishes delivering a punch and, extremely tired, says that after so many rounds he has not been defeated and therefore asks to surrender his mind at once and apologizes. The protagonist replies that he is aware, but also has not been defeated and, in fact, cannot be defeated since the more he fights, the more energetic he becomes. Because of this, he points the sword and asks to go a few more rounds to help him level up. Zixu becomes furious and shouts that he is finally angry. He starts using his abilities and multiple clones appear, and he makes it clear that he should not be blamed for using that move. Then he points the scalpel at the girls' necks with his clones and admits he cannot defeat the protagonist, but can finish them all. The redhead looks at Chen and warns that if he does not want to have blood-stained hands, he should finish that on his own. He picks up the weapon from the ground and watches, since he cannot simply let all of them lose their lives. But that guy seems to get stronger and stronger, and it is giving him a headache. Shishu starts laughing as he would love to see the other tricks the protagonist has. Suddenly, a pill falls at his feet. He looks down and only then realizes that several other pills are falling in all directions. He turns around and sees the mountain god spitting those pills and starts yelling that he is not seeing things. Immediately, he begins picking up the little balls and even uses his clones to do so since it was too chaotic and he could no longer bear to watch. Only then does the protagonist realize that this is a perfect opportunity since his enemy is distracted, just saying everything there is chaotic. Because of this, he gathers energy in the scalpel, imagining his opponent is distracted. So, if he can multiply that knife for each clone, it would be much easier. He finally manages to do this and launches the scalpel, feeling emotional as he managed to think of that, and they really multiplied. The weapons fly in all directions and hit the redhead squarely in the back. He falls to the ground thinking that everything is finally organized. The protagonist praises the mountain god since he finally did something right, and confesses that he found it funny to use the guy's OCD against him. Jiang Ding starts picking up the pills from the ground, and Chen goes into shock, asking what the hell he is doing, if he is eating what he spat out. And that is very disgusting. The big guy doesn't care about that, and just says that all the essence in spiritual medicine is important, so it can't be wasted. Then he asks if the senior also wants to try it, but he, almost vomiting, replies that he would never eat that. Suddenly, a golden pill approaches them, and Yungding finds it strange, since it doesn't look like one of the pills he spat out. So he decides to take it to see, but an intense light comes out of the pill, and someone appears, irritated because that place is too noisy and disturb his sweet dream. Protagonist realizes who it is, and asks if, by any chance, it's Huangfu. The mountain god also can't believe it, as he is standing before the person responsible for killing the 12 mountain demons in a single night. He takes a deep breath, as he never thought anyone else in that world would remember his name, until he looks ahead and is shocked by what he sees. As in his vision, he is standing before the supreme invincible. Immediately, he bursts into tears, calling out to his highness, saying that he has finally found him. The mountain god doesn't quite understand what's going on, and imagines that the person who had been by his side all this time was the supreme invincible. He wonders why everyone insists on calling him supreme invincible and asks them not to get so excited. Huang Fu continues crying, having gone through countless hardships to escape the seal. He felt as if he were at the bottom of an ocean and, crouching, laments that his highness does not have him in his heart. That's why he makes a scene, since he no longer sees any meaning in living and says goodbye to the world. Protagonist just yells not to overdo it, since even if he doesn't know him, there's no need to go as far as taking his own life. He takes a deep breath and says he still has many questions to ask. And from what he understood, that is just a bodiless spirit that will take him back. And only then will he decide what to do, and asks if he is willing. Without thinking twice, the cultivator answers yes, since following his highness is the greatest reason for his existence. Protagonist absorbs Huangfu's essence and feels relieved, as that person will no longer fall into the hands of the Supreme. After that, he says to take all the girls back to the city, while he himself needs to go quickly, since he must return home because he needs to see his wife. And only after that will he think about fighting someone else. After that, the villagers see the girls approaching, and everyone is happy because they could reunite with their daughters. The mountain god is also crying with emotion, as he hadn't seen a scene like that in a long time. Protagonist, seeing this, says that the big guy always thought about protecting the people of the city and is definitely a qualified mountain god. He is surprised to hear this and feels his body overflow with incredible energy, not believing that he has finally officially become a god. Chen starts walking and says he is leaving. Then, Zhang Ding bows and tells the senior that he will never forget him.